Chapter 941. Bring it all to me. What is 1 million? I have saved 20 million in the hot spring bank. Originally, I aimed to cold-heartedly accumulate 50 million to bring my entire family into the Great Formation, but it seems that plan is now doomed. If all goes as expected, the four leaders are inclined to support Feng rather than the authority of Yijian Gorge. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. What is it? Niu Decao inquired. Director, we have a guest. A guest? I suppose they are merely seeking warmth. Let them wait outside. Our room is limited, Niu Decao replied lazily. No, please open the door. These 3 guests will undoubtedly astonish you. Astound me? Just as Niu Decao was about to open the door, it was forcefully pushed open. A cloaked figure strode in confidently. Chasing horse? I recognize you. Are you not Feng's personal guard? Could it be that this cloaked guest is? Niu Decao's eyes widened in disbelief. Niu Decao, I never imagined you survived. Feng spoke as he removed his cloak, revealing a somber expression. Oh, Brother Feng, you have finally returned. I missed you dearly, Niu Decao exclaimed, leaping into Feng's embrace. The other 3 leaders either clung to his legs or wrapped their arms around his waist, their emotions overwhelming. All right, enough. I said that's enough, let go, Feng exclaimed, using a series of playful punches and kicks to separate the 4 of them. He had yet to realize that he had become the cornerstone of support for the 4 leaders. Not only did those within the Great Formation harbor gratitude towards Feng, but even those outside did as well. There is no harm without comparison. When Feng was present, although he required them to exchange precious crystal pills for food and pest control, at least he ensured they would not starve or fall ill. But now, the 5 patriarchs within the barrier not only refused to provide frozen fish, but also sought to select formation slaves from among them to supply energy to the Great Formation. Yesterday, Yijian Gorge dispatched 2 powerful warriors to forcibly seize 40 strong men, all at the level of strength masters. This was due to the fact that the previous batch of formation slaves had perished a week ago. According to the information they had gathered, the 5 clans viewed formation slaves as mere commodities. Once within the Great Formation, they would be required to provide energy incessantly, 24 hours a day. Although Feng had previously possessed formation slaves, at least they had worked in shifts, allowing time for recovery for the strength masters. Please take a seat, Mr. Yi. Adolf swiftly vacated the main seat. Indeed, Feng asserted as he took his place at the head of the table. Do you have any inside information regarding Hot Spring Island? Feng directed his gaze towards the 5. Yes. Your 2 wives have already leaped into the abyss to honor the island. I witnessed it myself beyond the barrier, Adolf replied. Sighing deeply, Feng lamented, for he had no time for sorrow. How many people have survived on Hot Spring Island? He inquired once more. There are still quite a few survivors, though they are not entirely citizens. When I last saw them gathered in the Hot Spring Plaza, I estimated there were around 50 to 60,000. And by the way, Duo and Guogua are among the survivors, Niu Decao suddenly interjected. Feng forced a faint smile upon his face. At least several significant figures were still alive. Brother Feng, what are your plans? Niu Decao inquired. Plans? At present, I cannot even gain entry to Hot Spring Island. Niu Decao, do you have connections on the island? Indeed, I do, Niu Decao nodded. He had previously relocated a portion of his clan to Hot Spring Island after amassing several million. As for himself, he still needed to earn money outside the shelter to facilitate the migration of the remaining clan members. I kindly ask you to have your clansmen assist in destroying that shield flag, so I may access Hot Spring Island, Feng said. No problem, leave it to me. I will communicate with my clansmen outside the barrier, Niu Decao affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps and human exclamations erupted outside the shelter. Feng hurriedly opened the window to gaze outside. It was all humans, a dense throng of them, stretching beyond sight. Niu Decao also craned his neck, staring outside in astonishment. My heavens, could it be that the entire desert populace has migrated here? He exclaimed, wide-eyed. From the crowd emerged a formidable figure, a power of royal might, whose piercing gaze locked onto the barrier. Is Feng inside? I have brought a substantial quantity of crystal pills and herbs. Let us discuss how many individuals can be admitted into the Grand Formation with these herbs. The royal figure possessed a face as fair as jade, and his eyes radiated a divine light that struck Feng as vaguely familiar. With a flurry of movement, 5 figures appeared beside the barrier, silently meeting the gaze of the royal figure. These 5 were the leaders of the 5 great clans. Ah, I see now. It is the disciple of Yulong from Bibi City. Hot Spring Island no longer belongs to Yi Feng, but that matters not. You possess the materials. Simply hand them over to me, Rue Yijian stated nonchalantly. Hot Spring Island no longer belongs to Yi Feng? Yulong pondered. Having gone to great lengths to reach Hot Spring Island in hopes of utilizing all his clan's resources to admit some elite members into the Grand Formation. Well, it seems it is no longer under Yi Feng's name. So it is you, senior brother Rue, from Yijian Gorge. It has been a while. Bring in the carts. Yulong commanded, and 3 carts were soon drawn forth. Yulong approached, casually extracting a burlap sack, pouring its contents onto the ground. With a clatter, the earth was strewn with herbs aged over 300 years, discernible by their color and fragrance. Rue Yijian swallowed audibly, greedily eyeing the materials. It was well known that in the vast desert, herbs over 1,000 years old were nearly extinct. The finest available were merely 300 to 400 years old. Summon that wretched by Guagua and instruct her to open a breach in the Grand Formation, allowing us to retrieve these materials, Rue Yijian commanded. Yes, before long. Bai Guoguo arrived, holding a newly forged formation plate. However, the plate's function was quite limited, merely capable of loosening or mending the Grand Formation. How about this? I will bring 500 clansmen with me alongside the materials into Hot Spring Island. What say you? Yulong proposed. His son, Yushir, perished in the temple, leaving him aged in spirit. 500 tribesmen. Rue Yijian furrowed his brow. Senior brother Rue, just agree to his request. Do not forget the array's focal point and the vital energy, Luo Yifei subtly reminded. Rue Yijian squinted his eyes and nodded. Very well, junior brother Yulong. You may lead 500 above the strength of masters into the grand array. Upon his words, the array opened a square opening measuring half a meter. Senior brother Rue, are you suggesting that I, the esteemed lord of Baibi City, crawl through that? Yulong felt quite disgruntled. There is no alternative. This grand array only permits such a small opening. We crawled in here ourselves. Rue Yijian chuckled heartily. Ultimately, Yulong acquiesced and bent at the waist. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with striking features emerged from the crowd. Junior brother Yulong, wait. This woman was also a first-tier power emperor. And behind her followed a tall young woman cradling a baby of less than a year. Yi Feng's eyes widened. Cold Flame? Is it truly her? Indeed. The young woman holding the infant was the very Cold Flame he had teamed up with in the temple. Unexpectedly, she was now married with child. Though her husband's identity remained a mystery, junior sister Lingling, why can't you enter? Yulong inquired as he turned back. Brother, come here, let me speak to you quietly. The middle-aged woman beckoned with her finger. Yulong glanced at the crowd within the luminous screen and eventually approached Cold Ling brother. The surface of Yijian Gorge may appear righteous. Yet behind the scenes, it is utterly vile. Consider this. If you enter, will you truly be their match? In this apocalyptic world, they will no longer uphold their dignity. Cold Ling articulated. Yulong's expression darkened. He had anticipated this very point, yet if he refrained from entering, all his people in Baibi City would perish from the cold. Along the journey from Baibi City to Hot Spring Island, over 600 of his men had succumbed to illness or frozen to death. While they could huddle together for warmth, once afflicted by that parasitic disease, survival was impossible, as no one would wish to huddle with those infected, not even he. The city lord. Junior sister, what do you propose? Yulong asked. I have yet to devise a good plan. Perhaps we could organize the members from Tianyin tribe, Baishui tribe, Huolong Bei, and Jingyi sect. Though not all of them are power emperors, they are certainly tier 9 power kings. If we unite them, even if Yijian Gorge seeks to bully us, they would think twice, Cold Ling suggested. Very well, let us proceed. However, I must first speak with the representatives of the 5 great tribes. Upon finishing his statement, Yulong turned his gaze towards Rue Yijian within the grand array. Senior brother Rue, senior sister Qingyue, Lord Luo, Fairy Haoyue, and the esteemed Green Elder, as well as brother Chong from the Manga tribe. I have some matters to attend to. Once resolved, I shall return to converse with all of you. Yulong respectfully clasped his fists, displaying a touch of opportunism. Being courteous to the 3 great tribes while referring to Green Xiangtian as the Green Elder, Yi Feng deduced that the strength of Giant Tree City was comparable to that of Baibi City. Very well. You all should deliberate and gather more materials before we proceed into the Grand Formation, Rue Yijian remarked nonchalantly. Although there were many individuals outside the luminous barrier, he merely required a few adept practitioners to join. After all, the Grand Formation demanded living energy. The energy from a Li Huang or Li Wang would undoubtedly surpass that of a Li Shi, wouldn't it? Even a ninth-tier Li Shi could only sustain their efforts for a maximum of 7 days before succumbing. In contrast, a Li Wang might endure for over a month. And as for a Li Huang, they could work continuously, raising the temperature of the Grand Formation to approximately 30 degrees. Without the main array plate, Bai Guogua could only regulate the temperature within the formation to a frigid 0 degrees. At this temperature, there remained a risk of infection from the goo worm disease. It was perplexing how this contagion thrived in colder conditions. As temperatures rose, many individuals found healing with merely 2 or 3 bottles of deworming medicine. However, should the temperature drop, a month's worth of medicine was necessary for recovery. Such was the disparity. This clearly indicated that goo worms feared warmth rather than cold. Before long, Yu Long and Lung Ling set about forging alliances with other powerful beings. As long as they were of Li Wang rank or above, they united entirely. Yi Feng sensed that the moment was ripe and strode towards the shelter, donning his cloak to obscure his weary visage. Lung Yen, it has been quite some time. He approached the edge of the crowd, where Lung Yen was huddled with her kin for warmth. You, who are you? Lung Yen gasped, astonished to behold Yi Feng. She had indeed heard of the illustrious Yi Feng from Hot Springs Island. Yet she had not connected the Li Shi of the temple with the island's leader. In her mind, one whom the myriad races esteemed must surely be of Li Huang's stature, at the very least. Are you named the same as the leader of Hot Springs Island? She inquired. Let us discuss that later. Come with me into the shelter. I have matters to converse about. We must not let the infant suffer from the cold. Yi Feng urged in a hushed tone. All right. Lung Yin nodded in agreement, immediately following in Yi Feng's wake. Sister, where are you going? At that moment, a burly man charged forth, positioning himself between Yi Feng and Lung Yen. Second brother, this is my friend. Please step aside. I need to take the child to the shelter. Lung Yen's expression darkened upon seeing the man. No, with your beauty. This fellow clearly harbors ill intentions. Do not accompany him inside, the burly man declared. Yi Feng felt a surge of frustration, his blood boiling. He had important matters to discuss. And this buffoon was obstructing him. Were it not for the consideration of being on the periphery of Hot Springs Island, he would have relished the opportunity to strike him down. Step aside, he commanded. Lung Yen, equally incensed, forcefully pushed the burly man aside and strode into the shelter alongside Yi Feng. Sister, I cannot trust him. I shall follow closely behind you, the burly man, a romantic at heart, trailed after them resolutely. Yi Feng chose to disregard him, for the grand designs he contemplated concerned all of humanity, and he trusted that this man would not betray him. Upon entering the room, Adolf promptly vacated his seat, and Yi Feng gestured for Lung Yen to sit beside him. Cold senior sister, the Hot Spring Island is now under the sinister control of the mighty force. You must not enter. If you do, he will use you as living energy for his grand array. The operation of the Hot Spring Array requires a substantial power source. Once inside, Rue and his companions will imprison you in iron cages and turn you into array slaves, Yi Feng solemnly stated. My mother was indeed correct. The people of Yijian Gorge are certainly not virtuous, but I never anticipated their malevolence to such an extent, Cold Yin gasped, her delicate face paling in fear. At that moment, the infant in her arms began to wail, its cries weak and frail. How long has it been since you last ate? Yi Feng inquired. I haven't eaten for 3 days, and there is no milk, Cold Yin replied, her eyes reddening. Alas, Niu Decao, please search again and see if there is any food left in the shelter, Yi Feng urged. None, not even a morsel remains. We ourselves have been starving for 7 or 8 days, Niu Decao lamented, patting his belly. Yi Feng turned to Cold Yin. Why did you not let your mother break the ice to fish? I believe the power of the Force Sovereign could shatter over 20 meters of ice with a single punch. Of course, she could, but we must refrain from doing so. Once the ice is broken, everyone will scramble in a frenzy, putting us in peril, Cold Yin replied, shaking her head with difficulty. Yi Feng surveyed the throngs outside the ice layer. He had never imagined that so many people from the vast desert would gather here, 100-fold more than those in Chongqing City. Chapter 943, Hurry and Leave. Do not force my hand. The term throng fails to adequately describe the sheer number of individuals outside. Indeed, at this moment, if everyone were to remain hungry, there would be no chaos. However, if someone were to break the ice to fish, it would likely incite a riot, placing the fishermen in grave danger. Most individuals lack a broader perspective. They can only see the immediate need, grabbing food, and consuming whatever they can find without considering whether the Force Sovereign would cease fishing. At that moment, a multitude of Force Masters surged towards the light barrier, encircling it with layers upon layers of bodies. They extended their hands, feebly slapping against the barrier. With nearly 1,000,000 Force Masters simultaneously striking the barrier, the impact rivaled that of a nuclear explosion. The hot spring island, lacking an array disk, could only muster a power level of 2 layers at most, causing the entire light barrier to tremble. "Stop hitting the barrier. Everyone step back." A Force Sovereign roared as he approached, his face cold as he unsheathed his curved blade. With a swift motion, the foremost dozen Force Masters were cleaved in two. What followed was a gruesome scene as the bodies were instantly seized by those behind, who, without the need for cooking, stuffed the flesh into their mouths, blood spilling forth. The Force Sovereign's complexion turned ashen. Though he possessed formidable strength, facing these ravenous Force Masters sent shivers down his spine. What would happen if he were to find himself outside the barrier? Even as a Force Sovereign, could he possibly eradicate nearly 1,000,000 Force Masters? Most of those who had traversed the vast desert to reach this place were Force Masters, while only a scant few, of the 8th or 9th tier, had managed to arrive here. In the realm where individuals of lesser caliber perished along the way, cries for entry echoed amidst the chilling despair. "Let us in. I am freezing. Pleas for salvation pierce the air. I am starving. I feel I may perish from hunger." Outside, the warriors emitted guttural howls reminiscent of the undead, sending shivers down the spines of those within the formation. Indeed, they were not confronting mere mortals, but rather a legion of famished spirits, over 100,000,000 of them. Once leisurely strolling on Hot Spring Island, Rue-Ejian and his companions could no longer maintain their composure. They seized the crossbows of notching and equipped themselves with the advanced weaponry of Hot Spring Island. The throngs outside, upon hearing the commotion, retreated further from the island. Nevertheless, the assailants outside pressed on, striking the energy barrier with renewed fervor. In an instant, the barrier flickered perilously, as though on the verge of shattering. "Fools! Unable to comprehend human language? Open fire on those outside." The command rang out, followed by a cacophony of weaponry discharging, sending dismembered corpses flying, their blood and flesh staining the icy surface. Those among the warriors who retained their wits were finally gripped by terror, hastily fleeing into the distance. "Cease fire. We must conserve some of our strength," ordered Rue-Ejian. Instantly, weapons were lowered, yet the scene outside transformed into a hellish nightmare. The Force sanctuaries lay in ruins, and countless innocents were engulfed in the frigid embrace of absolute zero, instantly crystallizing into ice sculptures. These wretched beings. Niu Decao's eyes blazed with fury. They have slaughtered so many innocent lives and ravaged our sanctuaries. What shall we do now? Another leader stood aghast. 10 kilometers from Hot Spring Island, a dozen powerful royals and nearly 100 9th-tier kings observed the unfolding calamity with shock. Dreadful. Rue-Ejian and his allies have turned against the innocent warriors. Cold Ling's eyes brimmed with tears, remembering that half of her kin had perished in the bombardment. Other races had also suffered collateral damage. Feng strode purposefully toward their location, only to encounter a familiar face along the way. "Sister Jean? Where is Brother Jinquan?" He gazed at the disheveled woman before him, who was indeed Jinquan's wife. "You are Feng?" she stammered. "Jinquan. He perished during the hot spring battle." She collapsed into Feng's embrace, weeping profusely. Alas! Feng sighed deeply. Jinquan was overly noble. He should have fled with the crowd in such dire circumstances. "Take heart, Sister Jean. I will avenge Brother Jinquan," he reassured her, taking her hand as they moved toward the gathering of warriors. Amidst the assembly of a dozen royals and nearly 100 8th and 9th-tier kings, his presence attracted nearly 100 scrutinizing gazes. "Who are you?" Cold Ling inquired, her eyes narrowing at Feng. "Family lineage. He is the Lord of Hot Spring Island." Feng, Cold Yen, cradling an infant, interjected. "You are the Lord of Hot Spring Island?" Cold Ling appraised Feng with skepticism, her gaze unwavering. "Indeed. I am Feng. This meeting is convened to discuss how to breach the Hot Spring Great Array and subsequently unite our tribes to eradicate the 5 major races." Feng spoke coldly. "Ha ha ha. Are you the master of the Hot Spring Island? If I am not mistaken, you possess merely the strength of a first-tier power king." Yulong remarked, scrutinizing Feng with a mocking glint in his eyes. "I truly am the master of the Hot Spring Island. I implore you to believe me. Yi Feng sighed, wishing to avoid conflict with this group, as their principal adversaries were the 5 major races. You, a first-tier power king, should refrain from interfering in our serious discussions, Yulong replied dismissively. Have you reached a conclusion? Yi Feng inquired. What does it matter to you whether we have or not? Yulong narrowed his eyes, his mood evidently sour. Imposter, step aside. Do you not see that everyone present is above the 8th tier of power kings? What business do you have here? Another power king interjected. Yes, leave swiftly. Lest you compel me to take action, came the retort. Yi Feng responded with a resounding punch directed at the ice layer. The sea erupted, spraying water over 100 meters high, and a multitude of fish and shrimp burst forth from the ice hole. Quick, move aside. The group fled several dozen meters away, yet still found themselves battered by the falling hail of ice. Meanwhile, from a distance, a throng of power masters surged forward. Ha ha, fish. There are fish. A large crowd began to gather, eagerly collecting fish with audible crunching sounds. Some power masters attempted to leap into the ice hole to catch fish. However, after securing only 2, the hole froze over once more. Unwilling to concede, one began to dig at the ice with a curved dagger, but alas, the ice layer rapidly spread downward, regaining a thickness of 20 meters. This meant that for every meter he dug, the sea would freeze an additional meter. Slowly excavating was futile. Only a power king could break through the ice instantly. After a considerable time, a group of high-ranking outsiders encircled Yi Feng, appraising him. Indeed, although you are merely a first-tier power king, the prowess you have displayed approaches that of our power kings. Yet, I must inform you that every member of the Aegean Gorge possesses the ability to defeat foes beyond their tier. You are not significantly superior to them. Chapter 944, Hina? You are not dead? Yulong finally directed his serious gaze toward Yi Feng. Unbeknownst to him, what Yi Feng had just revealed was merely the power of the blood scales. Had he unleashed the venerable Saint Demon technique, these individuals' attitudes would undoubtedly shift. Now, do I possess the qualifications to sit down and discuss matters with you? Yi Feng asked, feeling no need to reveal his true capabilities, opting instead to showcase only a fraction. With the destruction of the hot spring island, he preferred to maintain a low profile. Based on the strength you have just displayed, you indeed qualify to converse with us. Speak, what methods do you propose to breach the hot spring great array and expel the 5 major races? Allowing us to seize control of the array, Yulong stepped forward, finding a block of ice to sit upon. The others exchanged glances before also settling into a cross-legged position. Yi Feng nodded and gazed toward the distant shimmering curtain of the hot spring. Moments ago, nearly 1 million Force practitioners struck the luminous barrier in unison, causing it to tremble erratically. If we were to mobilize all those at the rank of Force King and above, in conjunction with this multitude, we might just shatter the grand formation surrounding Hot Spring Island. However, we must act swiftly, preventing them from simultaneously activating the 10 formation flags. Otherwise, the impenetrable protective array of their clan will remain unassailable, regardless of our numbers. We need to strike effectively and decisively. Yi Feng spoke with a serious tone, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring that the over 100 high-ranking officials present could hear him. Yi Feng, please enlighten us on the current potency of the Hot Spring Grand Formation. To what extent has it been unleashed? Inquired the middle-aged woman, Lung Ling, her admiration for Yi Feng evident. It was remarkable that he, with the strength of a first-rank Force King, could exhibit the prowess of a first-rank Force Emperor. Such a talent would make a splendid son-in-law. After all, within her race, she was the sole Force Emperor sustaining their strength. Should Yi Feng join them, it would be akin to having 2 Force Emperors, granting them considerable influence within the formation. I estimate its power is currently operating at merely 20% of its full capacity. This level of force suffices to maintain the internal warmth of the formation, ensuring survival within. Yi Feng replied candidly. Indeed, you have become the master of Hot Spring Island with the strength of a Force King, and I hold you in high regard. How did you manage to acquire the protective formation of Sword Gorge? Lung Ling probed further, her tone softened. As a woman, she understood that men relished discussing their heroic exploits, and she sought to endear herself to Yi Feng, hoping he would indulge in recounting his accomplishments. Let us not dwell on past events. Our primary focus must be on breaching the Hot Spring Grand Formation. However, we must first devise a strategy that ensures the inhabitants remain oblivious to our intentions for a decisive assault, Yi Feng stated. unaware that the array plate had already been cast into the abyss, limiting the hot spring grand formation to a mere 20% of its defensive capabilities. At the abyss's depths, Duoyin Hina held the array plate. This belongs to Guogua. Could it be that she also? Su Yun covered her mouth, overwhelmed with emotion. Alas, everything is fated, Chung Libin sighed deeply. A wave of sorrow enveloped the group, with some unable to suppress their tears. No, most have not perished. Duoyin Hina countered with a shake of her head. And how do you know this? Susan retorted, her tone tinged with hope. She fervently wished for the survival of the hot spring island inhabitants. At that moment, Duoyin Hina furrowed her brow, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. She quickly settled into a meditative posture, her hands weaving intricate gestures. Feng, in the icy expanse, Chasing Horse suddenly placed a hand on Yi Feng's shoulder. Simultaneously, his previously piercing gaze softened, almost feminine in its gentleness. Wait, why did you call me Feng? Yi Feng exclaimed, a shiver running down his spine as he was caught off guard during his speech. I am Duoyin Hina. Chasing Horse adjusted his hair nonchalantly. You are Hina? You survived? Yi Feng's realization dawned upon him. Yes, we are at the abyss's bottom, but there is no food here. Furthermore, you extended the sewage system down here, resulting in a filthy environment. Yet, your survival alone is a blessing. After Chuema spoke, she suddenly plunged into Yi Feng's embrace. Yi Feng's hands hung limply at his sides, unsure whether to embrace her or not. The women nearby shuddered simultaneously. Lung Ling could not help but sigh. It turned out that the master of the hot spring island preferred men. What a pity. As for Lung Yin, who was cradling a baby, she first felt a chill. Then a flicker of relief crossed her face. No wonder Yi Feng had rejected her affections in the temple. It was not that her charm was insufficient, but rather that his inclinations were misaligned. The torment that had plagued Lung Yin for years finally dissipated, and a hint of a smile emerged on her melancholic face. All right, enough of the embrace, Hina. I wish to inquire how I should resolve our predicament. You are more astute than I. Please offer a suggestion. Yi Feng extricated Chuema from his arms. You must address the elders of the 5 tribes. Otherwise, we shall be trapped here for eternity. There is no food, and the stench is unbearable. Moreover, this place is sealed with a beast of level 80 or higher, likely a pet left behind by my ancestor. It poses a significant threat. Should the azure small cauldron fail to contain it, it could unleash a second catastrophe. Chuema's voice, emanating a gentle femininity, sounded both peculiar and eerie. Very well, I shall confront the formidable foes of the hot spring island. However, once I have dealt with them, how shall I rescue you? How long of a rope must I prepare? Yi Feng inquired. You will need to prepare an exceedingly long rope, at least 200,000 meters. This abyss is too profound, and we cannot ascend. Duoyin Hina replied. The giant island is also gravely wounded. Even if it were unscathed, could it traverse the 3 opposing air currents? I will devise a means to weave an exceptionally long rope to pull you all up, Yi Feng declared solemnly. Very well, my strength is waning, so you must prioritize your safety. Chuema's voice gradually grew rough and soon returned to its former tone. Moments later, her eyes flickered, regaining clarity. Brother Feng, just now. I seem to. Chuema exclaimed in astonishment. Rest easy, you were merely used as a medium. Yi Feng patted Chuema's shoulder. Does that mean I have a worm in my head? No. Please, I implore you. Let Sister Duoyin help me expel it. Chuema lamented with a mournful expression. Not yet. You must coexist with the worm for now. Upon finishing his words, Yi Feng turned his gaze to the others. Do you all comprehend? Very well, Yi Feng. You are familiar with the great formation of the hot spring island. For the time being, we shall heed your counsel and accept you as our leader. Once we enter the hot spring formation, you will still be the island master, but you must ensure the provision of food for our tribes. Several powerful individuals voiced their agreement. Chapter 945. Today, I demand your demise. All right, it is settled then. Shortly, let all the power masters gather by the light curtain, blending amongst them, and then issue commands to everyone. As soon as I make a move, you all must simultaneously strike the light curtain with a punch. 1,000,000 fists will surely yield a decisive impact. Yi Feng rose, preparing for a grand endeavor. Received. A chorus of voices responded in unison. Within the luminous barrier, Rue Yijian gazed at the nearly 1,000 force masters imprisoned in the iron cage. These individuals had been captured from beyond the sanctuary. He dared not treat the citizens of Hot Spring Island as mere pawns. Otherwise, Bai Guoguo would obliterate the grand array. and Niu Decao would refuse to produce the pest repellent for them. Though he had emerged victorious, an unsettling sense of coercion lingered over him. Return to the Gorge Master. Several of the array slaves inside are faltering, he remarked. A Force King had knelt upon the ground. Faltering, Rue Ejian's eyes swept across the array slaves, who, in their terror, nearly lost control of their bladders. They hastily intensified their energy output, causing the temperature of Hot Spring Island to rise rapidly. They were acutely aware that once their energy was depleted, they would be subjected to the trials of the medicine. Although Niu Decao had promised to produce pest repellent, it was limited to a mere 100 vials. Thus, the pharmacists of Ejian Gorge had also commenced their own research, determined to create the pest repellent independently, thereby liberating themselves from Niu Decao's threats. The fate of those subjected to trials was well known to all. Each concoction would be administered until their bodies were riddled with wounds. Even in their final moments, the pharmacists would not spare them, extracting their organs one by one to instruct their apprentices. Whoever falters in energy shall be seized and sent to the Hot Spring Hospital. Oh no, to Ejian Gorge Hospital. Rue Ejian stated. Understood, the Force King replied, rising to his feet. At that moment, Luo Yifei, Changgu, and Lu Xiangtian approached in unison. What brings you here? Luo Shidi. It seems you three share a good rapport, Rue Ejian observed, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Presently, although Ejian Gorge was home to only 2 Force Emperors, both at the 5th tier, they still maintained a dominant position on Hot Spring Island. It appeared that little had changed since the past. The Greenery Tribe and Birch Tree City remained in their respective 2nd and 3rd positions. Changgu and Lu Xiangtian's tribes could only rely on the 3 super clans for survival, as thriving independently was a formidable challenge. Suddenly, Qing Yu soared from the castle, a hint of joy gracing her visage. In her hand, she held a bone tablet radiating a green luminescence. Senior Brother Rue, I bear tremendous news for you, she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Oh, have you perhaps discovered the pest repellent? Rue Ejian leaned slightly, intrigued. No, the pest repellent. Even this apocalyptic disaster pales in significance compared to this news, Qing Yu teased, building suspense. What is this good news? Rue Ejian's enthusiasm mounted. He has returned. Just now, the bone tablet he left behind reacted, Qing Yu revealed, a blush creeping onto her delicate face. The he you speak of cannot possibly be. Rue Ejian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. If that individual had indeed returned, it would be revolutionary news for Ejian Gorge. However, for the other clans, it would be akin to a thunderclap. Who has returned? Luo Yifei could not restrain himself from stepping forward, a flicker of realization igniting in his eyes. Just then, a resounding boom echoed through the air, rivaling the tremendous roar emitted by the earthworm monster in the past. The entire luminous barrier flickered and extinguished in an instant. Now is the moment. Yi Feng retracted his fist, his form blurring as he dashed into the grand array. A flurry of figures surged behind him, as countless Force Emperors and Force Kings leapt into the fray, followed closely by a throng of Force Masters and warriors. They had long conspired that when the formation shattered, they would rush into the heart of the array with unparalleled speed. Otherwise, the formation would gradually mend itself. Ha! I have finally entered. The Jade Dragon descended from the skies, cleaving a Force Master of the Green Veil sect in twain with a single stroke. This was merely the beginning. Yi Feng tightened his fists, a gust of wind rushing towards him. 5 or 6 Force Kings were sent hurtling more than 30 meters away, their bodies crumpling to the ground like discarded rags. This bodes ill. Prepare for battle. Rue Ejian, filled with rage, swung his longsword. And 2 Force Kings were slain on the spot. Clang. Boom. The cacophony of explosions erupted. Some within the hot spring formation were caught off guard and lost their lives instantly. After Yi Feng dispatched 3 more Force Kings, he finally collided with Rue Ejian. Boom. Rue Ejian's sword was twisted and deformed from the impact, sending him stumbling back 5 paces, while Yi Feng stood his ground unwaveringly. Rue, I have come to assist you. Qing Wei soared into the fray. Yet at that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Saintess Qing Wei, allow us 7 brothers to engage you. As the voice faded, 7 figures obstructed her path. The 7 sand bandits? Qing Yue's expression turned icy as she raised her sword. Each of these bandits was a first-tier Force Emperor, and their combined strength was akin to that of 14 first-tier Force Emperors. Very well, today I shall eradicate the 7 sand bandits, who have plagued Sword Canyon for a century. With that, Qingyue traced a circular arc with her sword, unleashing layers of sword energy towards the 7 assailants. Green Xiangtian dispatched 5 force masters and finally confronted the Jade Dragon. Old Ghost Green, we meet again. Today, I shall bring about your demise. The Jade Dragon struck first. Master, allow me to assist you. Following the Jade Dragon, another figure emerged, an impressive 9th-tier Force King. Hao Yue had now matured to the appearance of a 13-year-old, barely reaching the 9th-tier Force King level. However, she was currently blocked by Lung Ling Fairy Hao Yue. I never expected your heavenly pupa divine art to begin its cycle again. Today, dear sister, you have gained quite the advantage. Enough with the idle chatter, let us see what you have. With that, Hao Yue brandished a long whip. On Hot Spring Island, experts continued to pour in. Some were Force Kings, others Force Masters. Their numbers were nearly threefold compared to the experts of the 5 clans. For the lower ranks of the 5 clans, this was a one-sided massacre. Boom. A leader of the Green Veil sect was sent flying 5 meters. He looked at the 3 opponents of equal rank before him, unable to resist the urge to draw his blade again. Pucci. Unfortunately, these 3 offered him no further chances. A blade struck his shoulder. The leader of the Green Veil sect, a scion of nobility, gritted his teeth against the pain and swung his blade in retaliation. Thud. A head rolled to the ground. Yet, alas, he was pierced from behind by a long spear. The assailant secured his body in place, calling out to his comrade. I've got him restrained. What are you waiting for? Pucci. The heads of the green cloak warriors rolled onto the ground. Brother Feng, I am here to assist you, said Zhuema as he rushed over. No, hurry and leave. Yi Feng exclaimed in shock. This was a battle between power kings, and Zhuema was merely a novice at the first level. His presence would only serve as a liability. Very well, I shall seek the aid of a 9th-level power king on your behalf. Chapter 946. No, please don't. Before Zhuema could finish his sentence, a 9th-level power king descended behind Rui Yijian. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear forward. With a sickening sound, Rui Yijian's back was pierced, creating a gaping hole. Seeking death. Enraged, he retaliated with a powerful palm strike, obliterating the 9th-level power king in an instant. Regrettably, Yi Feng, seizing the opportunity, closed in and grasped Rui Yijian by the throat. Blood-sucking technique. The air was filled with a gurgling sound. Rui Yijian attempted to shake off Yi Feng, but each time he gathered energy, a current surged from Yi Feng's body, dissipating his power into nothingness. Qingyue, Sister Qingyue, quickly, help me pry Yi Feng off. Rui Yijian, a master of swordsmanship, was now forced into a close-quarters brawl. Unfortunately, Qingyue was not faring much better. The 7 most notorious desert bandits had surrounded her completely. Although she was still managing to fend them off, she could not spare any assistance for her comrades. Thud, thud, thud. Heads rolled onto the ground, most of them belonging to the 5 clans. Faced with enemies 3 times their number, even the 5 major clans could not withstand the onslaught. Some sought refuge in rooms. Others leapt into the abyss, while many simply knelt in surrender. However, the assailants showed no mercy, as they had long been oppressed by these super clans. And now was the perfect opportunity for vengeance. Pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. One more head hit the ground. Those who had sought refuge in the rooms were mercilessly pursued by the foreign invaders, leading to a bloodbath. In the hot spring hospital, Duo anxiously watched the massacre unfold outside through the window. Boom. The door to the room was kicked open, and a man from Baibi City rushed in, wielding a curved dagger. Oh, what a stunning beauty. Hee, there's no one here. I'll enjoy you first before killing you. With that, he lunged towards Duo. Stop. Xian hurried forward. What are you panicking about? If I'm finished, so are you. The Power King shoved Xian aside. No, she is from Hot Spring Island. One of Brother Feng's people, Xian protested. Perfect. I would gladly take pleasure in a woman from Brother Feng's Hot Spring Island. Step aside. The Power King was undeterred. Thud. A sword tip emerged from the Power King's chest. Thud. Duo swung her sword, and the Power King's head rolled to the floor. After all, she was now a 6th-level Power Master, and dealing with a Power King, especially in a surprise attack, was certainly within her capabilities. Did Brother Feng lead the charge in a Hot Spring Island? Duo inquired. Indeed, but Brother Feng has no control over these individuals. I fear that Hot Spring Island will be even more perilous than before, as these people have complex backgrounds, with desert bandits among them, Xian replied. His face etched with worry. Duo once again gazed out towards Hot Spring Island through the window. A group of outsiders was forcibly dragging several female residents of the island into a wooden cabin, and it was evident they were up to no good. Good heavens. I feel that these individuals are even more uncouth than the members of the 5 great clans. What shall we do? Anger Duo was stunned. I have no idea. Sean shrugged his shoulders. Within the confines of Hot Spring Island, the fierce battle was nearing its conclusion. Nearly 90% of the elite warriors from the 5 clans had been slaughtered. Others had either taken refuge in the castle, hidden themselves in cellars, or fled the grand formation of the island. Now, only the confrontations among the remaining mighty monarchs persisted. Yi Feng and Rue Yijian were engaged in a contest of brute strength. Yet Rue Yijian soon realized he was surrounded by countless mighty kings. All armed and blood-soaked, their eager gazes fixed upon him. Yi Feng, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Was this one-sided massacre finally coming to an end? Someone, please come to my aid and jab Rue Yijian in the back to inflict some pain. Otherwise, his power is too formidable, Yi Feng shouted with difficulty. The two were locked in a stalemate, each grasping the other's neck, neither willing to relent. I'll do it, one of the mighty kings approached, aiming his lance at Rue Yijian's vulnerable spot. However, he merely hovered around that area, refusing to strike. This became a torment for Rue Yijian. Indeed, the mighty kings were exceptionally astute. They understood how to exert psychological pressure on their foes. The anticipation of an impending strike was far more torturous than an immediate one. Boom. Rue Yijian's energy finally wavered, and Yi Feng's vampiric technique penetrated his core. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. It was visible to the naked eye that Rue Yijian's cheeks had sunk into the bone, and his eyes bulged, creating a rather frightening visage. Thud. The mighty king seized the opportunity and thrust his lance fiercely. Ah! Rue Yijian roared, forcefully shaking off Yi Feng. He turned, his legs wide apart, glaring fiercely at the mighty king, who was instantly paralyzed with fear. Boom. The king launched a palm strike, but Yi Feng stepped in, blocking the blow meant for the king. Boom. Yi Feng retaliated with a punch that landed squarely on Rue Yijian's head. It was evident that his head had been flattened to an egg shape, yet he still did not fall. Kill. A dozen mighty kings charged forward, their weapons relentlessly striking at Rue Yijian. In merely a minute, all that remained was a puddle of flesh. Senior brother Rue. A cry of despair rang out as Qingyue wielded her swords, forcing back the 7 sand bandits, and rushed towards the remnants of Rue Yijian. Boom. Yi Feng radiated golden light as both fists simultaneously struck Qingyue's chest, sending her hurtling back 30 meters. Hurry, raise your blades. The 7 sand bandits would not let this opportunity slip, and they all lifted their weapons in unison. As Qingyue's body was still airborne, unable to gain leverage, she was pierced by the 7 curved blades. Thud. She spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a venomous glare at Yi Feng. In the next moment, gritting her teeth, she charged at Yi Feng once more, her disheveled hair presenting a terrifying sight. Bang! The two struck each other's palms in a fierce confrontation. Yet, Yi Feng discovered that in Qingyue's palm lay a piece of a bone tile. At that moment, the tile was shattered by the force of his mighty hand. Yi Feng. Perish. After retreating 3 steps, Qingyue charged at him once more. I apologize, Saintess Qingyue. With a roar, Yi Feng transformed into a towering giant, standing 2 meters tall. Simultaneously, 2 golden Sanskrit characters emerged from his body, spinning rapidly around him. A golden halo radiated forth. Boom. As their palms collided, Qingyue's body was sent hurtling backward. Before she could land, a terrifying force acted upon her. With a gasp, this 5th-tier Force Emperor from the Sword Gorge was reduced to a wisp of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. Die. With the combined efforts of 3 9th-tier Force Kings, Yulong swung his blade with great force. Stop. Yi Feng attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The head of Lu Xiangtian rolled to the ground. Luo Yifei was engaged in a fierce battle against 2 Force Emperors, alongside more than 28th and 9th-tier Force Kings, but his strength was rapidly dwindling. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a sweeping strike, propelling himself out of the protective barrier. Unfortunately, outside the barrier lay a dense throng of Force Masters. These Force Masters, driven mad by hunger, surged toward Luo Yifei in overwhelming waves. Ah, no, please don't. Boom. Hundreds of Force Masters were blasted away, yet even more closed in. Luo Yifei's screams echoed for only half a minute before silence enveloped him. Pale-faced and terrified, how you gritted her teeth and dashed toward the abyss. Think you can escape? Where will you run to? Lung Ling and Lung Yin, mother and daughter, pursued her relentlessly. Chapter 947. Come at me all together. How you closed her eyes and leaped into the abyss, the bells on her ankles chiming melodiously. In a corner of the castle, Fu Zheng, wielding the strength of a 7th-tier force master, battled 5 9th-tier force kings. At that moment, blood streamed from his insignia. So powerful. Could this be a genius from a super clan? Indeed, it must be. Watching a genius fall is quite the delight. The 5 force kings relentlessly swung their weapons. With each strike, Fu Zheng suffered another wound. No. The pain became unbearable for Fu Zheng, whose cries of agony filled the air. Ultimately, the genius of Birch Tree City was reduced to mere flesh, dead beyond revival. At this juncture, Yi Feng's voice thundered across the battlefield. Everyone, cease your slaughter. No more wanton killing. He realized that these members of the 100 clans had no sense of martial ethics. They slaughtered indiscriminately, even turning on their own. One could only imagine the fate of the remaining inhabitants of Hot Spring Island. Moreover, they had conspired to spare anyone bearing the words Hot Spring on their chest. Yet it was futile, for among them were desert bandits, those most untrustworthy, ignoring all rules and acting solely on whim. Leaders of the clans, I implore you to restrain your subordinates. The only ones left are the people of Hot Spring Island, and I do not wish for their demise, Yi Feng beseeched. Lung Ling and Yulong nodded, their voices resonating in unison. Our people, cease the slaughter and gather in this square. Subsequently, a few races responded to Yi Feng's summons. However, the majority of the clan leaders remained unmoved, observing coldly from a distance. The Hot Spring Island was but a tiny spot, and of course, they would seize the opportunity to kill more, allowing their kin outside the barrier to come in for warmth. Yi Feng, save me, save me. At that moment, a figure dashed towards Yi Feng from afar. It was Qing Jun, pursued by several fearsome-looking natives, who bore no resemblance to those of noble lineage but rather resembled desert bandits. Yi Feng swiftly positioned himself before Qing Jun. Gentlemen, did I not command everyone to cease the killing? Why do you persist? Yi Feng's tone was icily detached. Who do you think you are? Get lost, or I shall slay you as well, they retorted angrily. Die. Yi Feng unleashed his fists, and the bandits instantly dissolved into nothingness. This tactic indeed proved effective. As the sounds of combat on the Hot Spring Island gradually subsided, Qing Jun, where is brother Fu, and where is brother Qing? Yi Feng inquired. My brother Qing was besieged by 10 men and has. Sob. Qing Jun could no longer contain her tears, overwhelmed by such unprecedented turmoil. And brother Fu? I don't know, he is likely. Qing Jun collapsed into Yi Feng's embrace. Step away. A figure approached. It was Niu Decao, who pulled Qing Jun aside and then leaped into Yi Feng's arms. The 7 bandits have arrived, they proclaimed, their eyes scanning Qing Jun and Niu Decao. Yi Feng, these 2 girls are quite appealing. Enjoy them first, and once you are done, we 7 brothers shall have our turn, the leader of the 7 declared. Yi Feng's expression darkened. Gentlemen, this is the Hot Spring Island. Mind your language. We must coexist here, so regardless of your past actions, I expect you to adhere to some decorum. Yi Feng's voice was frigid. Decorum? Apologies, but we bandits thrive on killing and women. Without these 2 pleasures, what meaning does life hold for us? Another bandit of royal strength retorted. Oh. Yi Feng slowly pushed Niu Decao away, fixing a chilling gaze upon the 7. At that moment, the Hot Spring Square had amassed tens of thousands, with 1 to 200,000 people crammed into the entire Hot Spring Island, occupying nearly every inch of land. Since the 7 of you insist on disrupting the rules, I have no choice but to test your abilities. If I prevail, I hope you will behave yourselves henceforth. If I lose, you may do as you please, Yi Feng stated calmly. The 7 bandits exchanged glances, a flicker of disdain crossing their faces, for they had not witnessed Yi Feng unleash his full prowess. You may choose one of us, the leader suggested. No need. Come at me all together, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. You seek death? Very well, I shall grant you that wish. The expression of the 7 shifted dramatically. They had never been so belittled, for even a 5th-tier royal would hesitate to challenge them all at once. In an instant, 7 individuals brandished their weapons and lunged toward Yi Feng simultaneously. Yi Feng had been awaiting this very opportunity. He raised his fists, unleashing 2 Sanskrit characters. Boom. A small sun began to rise. Before the 7 bandits could approach Yi Feng, their bodies were hurled backward. Suspended in midair, they exploded, transforming into a mist of crimson. Yi Feng took a deep breath, slowly retracting his fists, then cast a piercing gaze over all the clan leaders. Is there anyone else? Yi Feng inquired loudly. Silence enveloped the scene. No one dared to engage with him. Meanwhile, those who met Yi Feng's eyes hastily lowered their heads, fearful of his wrath. Is there truly no one else? Yet, no one dared to respond. Excellent. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now, I shall lay down some rules. Firstly, no more bloodshed. Anyone who kills shall pay with their life. I will appoint several deputy island masters, and in due course, we will establish the laws of Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, it will no longer be a sanctuary, but a hell. Do you understand? Yi Feng's voice boomed with authority. Understood. Yes, Island Master Yi. Your strength is formidable. We are now fully aware. Yi Feng nodded and addressed the prominent clan leaders. Lord Yulong, Lady Lung Ling, Lord Tai Ku and Lord Luo Xing. You four are masters among the power monarchs. I ask you to serve as deputy island masters of Hot Spring Island. Furthermore, organize a squad of 9th-tier power kings to form a law enforcement team, patrolling the island to at least halt the bloodshed. Yi Feng spoke earnestly. All right. Lady Lung Ling was the first to respond. She recognized that even if 10 of her were to face Yi Feng, she would stand no chance. This young man was exceedingly powerful, seemingly under 30, yet his strength appeared to reach the 6th or 7th tier of power monarchs. Very well, I concede. Lord Yulong nodded in agreement. The other two followed suit reluctantly. Brother Feng. A figure rushed forward. It was Mei Ji. Ah, Mei Ji, you are alive. Yi Feng exclaimed joyfully. He then looked into the distance. What of Chen Chong, Jin Yimei, and Jin Qi? What has become of them? Yi Feng asked eagerly. They perished during the battle for clan power in the Hot Spring conflict. Mei Ji replied, shaking her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh, do not cry. Do not cry. At least you are safe. Yi Feng's voice was hoarse with emotion. Brother Feng. Just then, Chasing Horse arrived, accompanied by a throng of emaciated citizens and residents of Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng vaguely recognized them. Chu Shui. He immediately spotted Bai Chu Shui and embraced her tightly. Ah Feng, where have you been? Bai Chu Shui's tears flowed like a kite severed from its string. It's all right. I am back now. How have you been? Yi Feng inquired. Bai Chu Shui pointed to the wounds on her face. Are you blind? Yi Feng, Chapter 948. Ah Feng, is it really you? From this day forth, I will protect you all. After speaking, Yi Feng made his way toward the dock area. During the reign of the Sword Cliff, the citizens of Hot Spring Island were forcibly relocated to the squalid and chaotic dock area. Within the castle resided the elite of the 5 great clans. Qing Jun was startled, closely trailing behind Yi Feng, fearful that those individuals might harm her. Brother Feng, you've come to see us. Ah, Brother Feng. Why did you arrive so late? We have been suffering from hunger during this time. The Sword Cliff people have been providing us with fish porridge. But the water used for cooking was contaminated. It was utterly revolting. I have gone 7 days without a single drop to drink. A throng of citizens encircled Yi Feng, forming layers around him, as the entire dock area erupted into a frenzy. Silence. Now, I require all of you to gather every length of rope you possess and weave it into a single strand measuring 200,000 meters, Yi Feng declared gravely. Brother Feng, where are we to find such thick rope? Someone exclaimed. Even if we gathered every piece of rope on Hot Spring Island, we could barely accumulate 10,000 meters at most. Brother Feng, you aren't contemplating descending into the abyss, are you? Finally, a perceptive individual spoke up. Correct. If the rope is insufficient, tear your belts and clothing into strips to contribute, for I must descend into the abyss, Yi Feng insisted. At that moment, Adolf stepped forward. Mr. Yi, to achieve a length of 200,000 meters, the rope must be quite robust, thicker at the top and tapering towards the bottom. Otherwise, the sheer weight of such a length will surely cause it to snap before anyone can ascend. Yi Feng's expression darkened. If only I could fly. One of the strength masters lamented. Humans are not birds. How could we fly? What about the giant birds? Yi Feng inquired. I witnessed one being shot down by a strength king. It's likely that the horse was a sigh of defeat, he responded, slowly closing his eyes to reminisce about his encounter with the giant bird. Never mind, Mr. Adolf. You are the expert in this area. Please assist me in designing a rope that extends to 200,000 meters. Hina and the others are alive at the bottom of the abyss. But there is no food, no fresh water, and the stench is unbearable, Yi Feng explained. Previously, He had connected the sewer outlet to the abyss. Hot Spring Island had been established for several years, and the waste of 200,000 people had all been deposited into the abyss. It is easy to imagine how filthy it must be down there. He had to rescue them. Brother Feng, I have been developing a flying device called a helicopter. We currently lack precision in the parts, but perhaps with your strength, you could grasp a plank of wood and spin it rapidly, utilizing centrifugal force to lift yourself into the air. If you wish to descend, slow your rotation. If you wish to ascend, rotate faster. What do you think? Adolf proposed with a spark of inspiration. Indeed, someone hand me that stick. Yi Feng commanded, seizing a wooden stick and immediately entering manual helicopter mode. He grasped the center of the stick, his hands twisting it rapidly. The wooden staff began to rotate slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it lifted Yi Feng off the ground, soaring to a height of 10 meters before coming to a halt. Haha, I can't believe it actually works, Adolf. Your spatial imagination is truly remarkable. However, carrying someone with this stick seems rather strenuous, Yi Feng sighed. He needed to ascend to an altitude of over 200,000 meters using this method, all while carrying several individuals. It was an exhausting endeavor. Don't worry. I'll fetch you the propeller shortly. Its aerodynamic design will make it far more efficient than the wooden staff, Adolf chuckled. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Yi Feng urged anxiously. His wife and child were at the bottom of the abyss, and he longed to rescue them immediately. Before long, Adolf returned with the device. Strictly speaking, it resembled a slender board, cylindrical in the center, with a flat shape on either side. Brother Feng, remember to rotate it from left to right to ascend. Whatever you do, do not rotate it from right to left, as that will only hasten your descent, Adolf instructed. Understood. Niu Decao, Chu Shui, Zui Ma. If anything happens while I'm away, seek out Lung Ling or Lung Yen. They will assist you. No time to waste. I must rescue my wife and child right away. With that, Yi Feng positioned himself beside the abyss. Thousands of citizens gathered, their eyes fixated on Yi Feng. If he could not ascend from the abyss, what would become of them? They would likely fall victim to enslavement once more. I'm going, Yi Feng declared, raising the staff high and waving it. As his body ascended 5 meters, he leaned forward. Thunderous roars echoed as the helicopter descended, swiftly vanishing from the crowd's sight. After plummeting approximately 10,000 meters, darkness enveloped him, although the abyss's bottom emitted light. It was too far away, akin to gazing upon the moon 100 million light-years away from Earth. The artificial helicopter continued its descent, and Yi Feng caught a whiff of a pungent odor, reminiscent of earth and excrement. Ugh! He gagged and abruptly halted his hands. Ah! The continuous wails reverberated through the abyss as Yi Feng free fell toward the bottom. After nearly 10 minutes of falling, he suddenly sensed 3 powerful gusts of air surging from either side, causing his body to sway. With a thud, he landed on something soft. Before him stood 4 enormous torches, shrouded in a blue luminescent veil. Within the veil, nearly 1,000 individuals stood or sat. How foul! Yi Feng reached down to touch the ground and was horrified to discover a pile of excrement. What terrible luck! He vigorously shook his hand and wiped it against the wall, only to find it smeared with filth as well. Ugh! Yi Feng gagged once more. Ah Feng, is that you? A voice called out, unmistakably belonging to Duo Yanhina. Wife, of course it's me. I never expected this abyss to harbor such wonders. Yi Feng approached the luminous barrier, preparing to penetrate its depths. Alas, this barrier proved even more formidable than the clan's defensive array when he struck it with force. A multitude of tiny blades erupted from its surface, piercing his palm with a sharp pain. Wait, let me first cast a curse upon you, Duo Yanhina declared as she pointed at Yi Feng. She reiterated with another gesture. What is the matter? Duo Yanhina, undeterred, exerted her will once more upon Yi Feng. At last success. Your physical form is too robust. All the curses have been expelled from your body. With that, she created a small opening in the azure barrier. Brother Feng, how I've missed you, Chunin exclaimed, dashing forward and leaping into Yi Feng's embrace ahead of Duo Yanhina. Chapter 949. I shall descend from the heavens, it's all right now, Yi Feng murmured as he gently patted Chun's back. Ji-hai, you're alive as well. Without embracing Duo Yanhina, he turned to Wang Ji-hai, wrapping him in a warm embrace and tenderly patting his back. Brother Feng, did you just defile me? Wang Ji-hai fumed, shoving Yi Feng away in anger. I did not. Yi Feng raised his hands in surrender. Ugh, how revolting. At last, Yi Feng found himself face to face with Duo Yanhina. "Ah, Feng, did you see that creature upon the altar?" she inquired. Yi Feng looked up, his gaze immediately drawn to the colossal worm-like beast, which loomed over the altar like a mountain. "Is that a statue?" he asked. "No, it is a living entity, and it possesses at least an 80-level classification," Duoyan Hina replied. 80 level, a monstrous beast? Even Yi Feng, typically unflappable, was left astounded. He had never even encountered a 30-level sand beast, and now an 80-level aberration emerged before him. How terrifying. "Is it dead?" Yi Feng questioned. "Not dead. I merely utilized the goo god cauldron left by our ancestor to temporarily seal it," Duoyan Hina said, her complexion pale. "That is a relief." Yi Feng exhaled deeply. "What relief? This is an 80-level beast. The seal may not hold. It could awaken at any moment. Once it does, no one in the world, including those beyond the Gale Zone, will be able to contain it." Duoyan Hina's expression darkened. "Ah, does that not mean its threat is more dreadful than a cataclysm?" Yi Feng's face paled. "Indeed. Then why not eliminate it?" Yi Feng pressed. "It cannot be slain. Its physical resilience surpasses all known materials in this world. Even if we persisted in our assaults with weapons, we could not bring it down. For now, I can only use this great array to slowly deplete its energy. But it is futile. Its power is as vast as the ocean. The energy consumed by this array is but a mere fraction of its total." Upon hearing Duoyan Hina's words, Yi Feng's expression shifted. "I will give it a try. You all wait for me below." With that, he ascended the 1,000-meter-long staircase, step by step, until he reached the summit of the altar. As he drew near the monstrous worm, an inexplicable sense of trepidation enveloped him. Its entire form was encased in a shadowy exoskeleton. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and unsheathed his curved dagger. Clang! With a swift stroke, the curved blade of the Nanxing weapon curled upon itself. Yi Feng seized a colossal axe and struck down with tremendous force. The axe flew over 10 meters away, its rebound causing a tingling sensation in Yi Feng's hands. Truly formidable. If armor could be forged from such a shell, would it not imply that even a 9th-rank force monarch would struggle to penetrate it? If only there were a drill, a relentless one. It would surely reach the depths eventually. Contemplating this, Yi Feng pressed his palm against the shell. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In the next moment, he was overwhelmed with joy. This earthworm creature was astonishingly powerful. Even the energy contained within its shell far exceeded that of a 36th-level crystal elixir. "Hina, Susan, I fear I shall remain here for a few more days. Do not worry. It won't be long before those above us create a rope stretching 200,000 meters to pull us up." Upon finishing his words, Yi Feng placed both hands firmly on the creature's shell. The energy was so abundant that Yi Feng felt as though he had fallen into a rice bin, able to absorb energy endlessly. Below the altar, Duoyan and Hina observed Yi Feng in silence. A golden aura radiated increasingly from his body, while two Sanskrit characters danced and spun with unparalleled speed, truly worthy of an 80-plus level beast. The energy within it automatically activated Yi Feng's Sanskrit divine demonic art as he cultivated. Simultaneously, the surface of the golden aura crackled with electricity, flames roaring fiercely, causing the temperature within a radius of several hundred meters to rise abruptly. As Yi Feng cultivated and introspected, he noticed that not only were the inscriptions on his golden bones flickering, but those on his heart were as well. Furthermore, when the energy filled his dantian, it surged towards his mind. Yi Feng's gaze flickered as vivid childhood memories surfaced before him. He saw his grandfather, leaning on a cane, carrying him while hunting in the deep mountains, teaching him to identify various herbs. "Grandson, grow up quickly. It will be good when you do." His grandfather's voice was laden with the weight of time. Time flowed backward once more, and Yi Feng beheld himself at the age of 3, sitting on the doorstep, staring blankly into the distance. Time reversed again, and he became an infant in swaddling clothes. He heard a man and woman arguing. "All you do is play cards. My child and I have nothing to eat. I don't want to hear it. Stop talking. Get out." Accompanied by a furious shout, Yi Feng saw a disheveled woman approach. She tenderly covered him with a blanket and kissed him on the cheek before leaving without looking back. Yi Feng's cries echoed loudly. The woman paused, her face streaked with tears, but upon seeing the man at the card table, she gritted her teeth and strode away from the humble abode. "Damn it. All you do is cry. Do you believe I'll throw you to your death?" The man rose, filled with rage, snatching up Yi Feng and hastily heading toward the bathroom. "No, beast." Just then, His grandfather rushed over and snatched Yi Feng away. The man had been fined just days prior, laughing merrily. "It's all right. That wretched woman has simply gone back to her family. She will return in a few days." Yet, as time passed, 6 months went by without her return. The man, in a state of despair, neglected his appearance and the cleanliness of his home. One day, he approached Yi Feng and lamented, "Child, my dear child, your father is powerless. You must heed your grandfather's words. I would willingly trade 20 years of my life for your safety and health until you reach 20. With that, he pressed a kiss upon young Yi Feng's cheek and departed from the home without a backward glance. Yi Feng's eyes flew open, tears streaming down his face. A flicker of sorrow dancing in the depths of his gaze. Mother, father, in the farthest reaches of the one-sword gorge, desolation reigned. The fierce winds whipped up the yellow sands to heights exceeding 1,000 meters, forming swirling tornadoes. As one traversed this area, the air crackled with the sound of debris flying through the air, akin to countless sharp blades dancing wildly. Indeed, this was the renowned Gale Zone, encircling the vast desert and isolating it as a distinct region. Yet, amidst this tumult, a golden light struggled forward. With each step, he poured a crystal pill from a small bottle into his mouth. Nonetheless, the gale made each movement arduous. Junior sister, I have finally attained the true martial realm. I promised you, one day I shall descend from the heavens, and you will marry me." The man enveloped in golden light was a youth of unremarkable appearance. Chapter 950. Everyone is comfortable. It was unclear how much time had passed, but he finally emerged from the gale zone. However, his armor had been shredded by the winds, leaving him completely bare. "Ah, it is so cold. Could this calamity in the desert be an extreme cold disaster?" The man spoke, casting a profound gaze southward. At that moment, his brow furrowed as he retrieved a bone tablet from his bosom. A crack appeared upon its surface. "Junior sister? Has Qinghua passed away?" "No, she is still so young." A roar of fury erupted, and the swirling sands danced around him as if a golden dragon spiraled through the sky. The youth could not suppress a spurt of blood. Gritting his teeth, he flickered and vanished 100 zhang away in an instant. After a few more flashes, he disappeared from sight, moving with the swiftness of a meteor. Above the altar, a flicker of golden light shone as Yi Feng slowly released the earthworm creature. "Feng, have you succeeded?" Duo and Hina looked up towards the sky. With a swift motion, Yi Feng appeared beneath the altar. "Not quite there yet, but I have completed the brain enhancement portion of the 3rd phase. In 7 days, once my state of mind stabilizes, I will focus on perfecting the 3rd layer of the soul refinement technique, and then seek to challenge the 3rd layer of the venerable sacred demon technique." Yi Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, his poise markedly steadier than before. "That's wonderful. Brother Feng, if you can cultivate the 3rd layer of the venerable sacred demon technique, even a 9th-tier strength monarch may not stand a chance against you." Shannon exclaimed excitedly. Yi Feng smiled faintly. "The 9th-tier strength monarch is already nearing the true martial realm. How could I possibly be a match for him?" In truth, he yearned to express that once he perfected the 3rd layer of the soul refinement technique, he would no longer be plagued by his inner demons. He could directly harness the energy of the earthworm monsters to elevate his rank to that of a power emperor. With the foundational energy of a power emperor, the cultivation of the 3rd layer of the sacred demonic art would progress considerably faster. At that point, not only would he surpass the 9th-tier power emperor, but even against the long-extinct true martial realm experts, he would at least possess a modicum of self-defense. "Is there anything to eat?" Yi Feng inquired, casting a glance at the others. "No. Even if there were food, who could possibly eat in such a foul environment?" Su Yun covered her nose. Initially, their decision to connect the sewage of 200,000 inhabitants of Hot Spring Island to the abyss could be deemed self-inflicted hardship. This resulted in a thick layer of viscous substance forming on the surface. The walls below were similarly coated in a repulsive black-yellow residue, not only disgusting, but also emitting an exceptionally unpleasant odor. At that moment, Yi Feng's expression shifted. After reaching the brain-strengthening realm, he sensed an inexplicable ability to perceive everything within several dozen yards, including what lay beneath the ground. Outside the light barrier stood the Moonlight Fairy. Yi Feng's gaze was drawn to a certain corner. With a swift motion, everyone drew their weapons, fixated on the area beyond the light barrier. "There's no need to hide. I have already sensed your presence. Are those bells tied around your ankle?" Yi Feng called out to that corner. After a moment, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. It was indeed the Moonlight Fairy. However, she appeared disheveled, seemingly reverted to the appearance of a 14-year-old, her strength barely approaching that of a power emperor. Yi Feng, you have indeed discovered me. How do you intend to deal with me? The Moonlight Fairy inquired. Deal with you? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, suddenly appearing outside the light barrier. You? The Moonlight Fairy was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yi Feng's speed had reached such astonishing heights, rivaling that of a 5th-tier power emperor. Moonlight Fairy, it seems you are of little use to me now. Perhaps you should take your own life, Yi Feng stated with indifference. The Moonlight Fairy was momentarily speechless. To reach the 5th-tier power emperor, one must endure countless trials. How could she possibly consider ending her life? Yi Feng, your consciousness is incomplete. While I am a power emperor-level alchemist, do you still wish to concoct the soul pill? The Moonlight Fairy finally found her leverage. However, I have already cultivated to the 2nd layer of the soul refinement technique, and it won't be long before I reach the 3rd layer. The inner demons seem to pose little threat to me now. Why would I need the soul pill? Yi Feng grasped the Moonlight Fairy's shoulders, holding her in place. You underestimate the inner demons. The stronger your power, the more potent the inner demons become. The soul refinement technique merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Only the soul pill can restore your consciousness, the Moonlight Fairy stated nervously, fearing for her life. Oh, is that so? Yi Feng turned to look at Duoyan Hina within the light barrier. Feng, she is correct. The soul pill is indeed fundamental. You may temporarily keep her. As long as she can produce the soul pill, it is not impossible to spare her, Duoyan Hina remarked coolly. Very well, since my lady has interceded on your behalf. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve, Hina. Proceed with the curse upon her, Yi Feng commanded. Understood. Duoyan Hina extended her index finger, poised to cast her spell. That will not suffice. She is a 5th-tier Force Emperor. If she does not relax, my curse cannot penetrate her body, Duoyan Hina explained. Did you hear that? Relax and withdraw all your energy, Yi Feng stated coldly. Very well. Hao Yue understood that Dian's intention in casting the curse was to prevent her from being obliterated by the cursed sword threads within the Grand Formation. Before long, the curse was completed, and with a casual flick of his wrist, Hao Yue was enveloped within the luminous barrier. However, Yi Feng remained cautious. Having just employed the sealing technique of the sacred demon art to restrict her strength to that of a mere warrior. Yi Feng then sought out a clean spot to rest for a day and a night before ascending to the altar, pressing his hand against the shell of the earthworm creature. This time, he practiced the soul-refining technique. Countless elements surged towards Yi Feng, and under the immense energy, he ascended to the 3rd tier of the soul-refining technique in just 2 days. At least for this moment, his inner demons would not trouble him again. There was no time for rest. Yi Feng placed his hand back on the earthworm creature, unleashing a powerful blood-sucking technique. Without the burden of inner demons, and with a continuous influx of energy, his cultivation speed surged to an unprecedented pace, nearly 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. In merely 1 day, he broke through 5 levels, directly elevating himself to a 9th-tier Force King. Yet, this was just the beginning. Yi Feng sensed that the myriad races on Hot Spring Island were plotting something, compelling him to hasten his ascent in power. He needed to cultivate to the level of Force Emperor to maintain order. After all, there were billions of humans outside Hot Spring Island, with nearly 10 million being Force Masters alone. Few ordinary individuals could traverse the great desert to arrive here. Inside the barrier of Hot Spring Island, the place was teeming with people, occupying every conceivable space, with some even relieving themselves indiscriminately. Come on, beautiful. It's not like you'd lose anything. And everyone would be comfortable. A few Force Masters encircled the furious Duo. Step back. This is Hot Spring Island. Beware of the law enforcement team. Duo trembled in fear. Chapter 951. I will take you to a mysterious place, oh, my dear beauty. Do you mean to say that as long as the law enforcement team is absent, you are free to entertain us? Splendid. Let us retreat to the depths of the castle for some unrestrained enjoyment. These Force Masters, once governed by a sense of decency, had succumbed to chaos in the apocalypse, observing sand bandits acting with impunity, thus adopting a mindset of self-preservation by joining the revelry. Just then, the cold and composed law enforcement team arrived. You lot, do not lay a finger on her, the cold voice of Ling Ling commanded. Do not touch. The Force Masters defiantly met the gaze of the Force Emperor. Hot Spring Island was overcrowded, with over 200,000 souls squeezed within, and of those, 190,000 were engaged in debauchery. While the law enforcement team was present, they managed to restrain their behavior somewhat. As soon as the enforcement team departed, their unruliness resumed. Do you not hurry and leave? Ling Ling scolded sharply. The group of practitioners exchanged glances before leisurely departing. Anguish washed over Angua's face. She lamented that the current situation was far worse than during the reign of the Sword Gorge, when order had not yet crumbled. 100 meters away, several practitioners dragged a woman into a wooden hut, followed by the chilling sounds of her screams. At that moment, Zhuema found himself in a predicament as a few burly female practitioners surrounded him. You appear quite robust. Today, my 7 sisters and I shall have some fun with you. With that, chaos erupted. Zhuema was bound by the 7 women and subsequently dragged towards the dock area. The entire hot spring island was filled with incessant screams, accompanied by various greasy laughter, resembling a hellish purgatory. What shall we do, Senior Long? The enforcement team needs to restore order. Ongwa exclaimed. Come. You should join the enforcement team. There are far too many wrongdoers, and humanity has already disintegrated. Lung Ling responded, pulling Ongwa into her enforcement squad. At that moment, Ongwa spotted a man running wildly. Come, dear sisters, come and take me. Do not hold back. Sean was running naked, yet no female practitioners seemed interested in him. What on earth? Zhuema has so many women vying for his attention, yet I am overlooked? This is unacceptable. Sean lamented with a sorrowful expression. Turning her head, Ongwa saw Niu Decao emerging from the wooden hut, a bamboo skewer dangling from his mouth. Following him were 5 female practitioners. As they passed by Niu Decao, one of them playfully flicked his arm. Very well, we shall seek you out again next time. Please be prompt tomorrow. Niu Decao bowed deeply. Oh dear. Ongwa furrowed her brow, shaking her head in disbelief. What manner of people are these? Just then, 2 practitioners were dragging a female inhabitant of Hot Spring Island towards the wooden hut. Let go of me, the woman cried, desperately striking at her captors. Hee, darling. Right now you resist, but soon you will be begging us for it. Ha ha. Yes, our brotherly technique of synchronized strikes is unmatched. You shall experience an unprecedented sensation. As the 2 were about to perpetrate their foul deed, Lung Ling's enforcement team arrived. Release her. The 2 men froze momentarily. It's the enforcement team. But we are on a tight schedule. We cannot let her go. Enforcement team, can the women among you resolve our predicament? Bold move. Lung Ling fumed, preparing to act. However, in the next moment, a throng of practitioners approached, their unabashed gazes appraising Lung Ling's figure and that of her enforcement team, predominantly comprised of women. Hiss. Lung Ling inhaled sharply. We must depart. With that, she led her enforcement team away in defeat. Enforcement is only effective when order has not yet collapsed. However, if chaos reigns, the cost of enforcing the law could be dire. Indeed, there was a risk that the enforcement team could fall prey to those practitioners driven by base desires. Currently, Hot Spring Island boasted a total of 4 enforcement teams, and the Yulong enforcement team faced its own challenges. Nearly 100 power masters, accompanied by over 10 power kings, encircled the law enforcement team. Among them was a power emperor. No killing, no coercion of women, Yulong admonished, albeit with insufficient conviction. However, the throng of over 100 individuals lifted their heads, scrutinizing Yulong from head to toe. Brother Yu, I advise you to mind your own business. As for the law enforcement team, truth be told, should we choose, we could easily devour all 4 of you, the power emperor remarked without a hint of politeness. Junior brother Mo, the island master Yi has commanded us to maintain order. As a formidable overlord, shouldn't you possess a modicum of insight? Yulong's voice carried a blend of reprimand and counsel. Haha, brother Yu. You truly have become Yi Feng's lackey. His strength is but that of a mere power king, while his divine abilities are somewhat comparable to those of a power emperor. Have you really chosen to degrade yourself to this extent? Yet, the warm spring island must adhere to order. Otherwise, how shall we sustain ourselves in the future? Enough of your prattle, let us move. I acknowledge your law enforcement team, but when you see us reveling, it would be prudent for you to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, the power emperor named Mo's words hung ominously in the air. This, let us go? Yulong sighed deeply, resuming his efforts to maintain order elsewhere. With a power emperor causing chaos, he could hardly manage, but he could certainly oversee those at the power king level. Hey, what are you lot doing? After walking merely 200 meters, Yulong encountered 5 ninth-tier power kings engaged in robbery. She possesses deworming medicine. We'll seize it for our own use. one ninth-tier power king declared, brandishing the stolen medicine. Unacceptable. Return it to her. If we are to thrive here, we must uphold order, Yu Long reprimanded. However, the 5 ninth-tiers exchanged glances, slowly rising to their feet, hands resting upon their sword hilts. Yu Long conceded, very well, rob if you must, but do not kill, nor coerce women. His countenance darkened, and he had no choice but to patrol elsewhere. As for the other 2 law enforcement teams, while they ostensibly maintained order on Warm Spring Island, their actions diverged significantly when encountering desirable women or possessions. Release that young girl. The Power Emperor drove away several Power Masters. Little girl, this place is far too perilous. Allow me to escort you to a secret location. Soon enough, the young girl found herself taken to the Sun City Fortress, and her fate awaited her there. In a shadowy corner, Qing Jun gritted her teeth, smearing her face with dirt and fashioning an eye patch to disguise her right eye, adopting the guise of a one-eyed dragon. Wow, a one-eyed beauty. I've never encountered one before. This girl is mine. One Power Master rushed forward, eyes gleaming with excitement. Die. A fierce battle erupted, and Qing Jun beheaded the last Power Master, though she was left breathless and exhausted. Her striking beauty attracted the attention of the Power Masters, leading her to fight dozens of times each day. Even the talents of the Greenfield Division found their energy struggling to keep pace with the relentless tempo. If a few more individuals were to join, it seems that after safeguarding his body for so many years, Chapter 952, you too, come and embrace my waist. Outside the luminous barrier, countless Power Masters, warriors, a handful of Power Kings, and a few Power Emperors were either seated or standing. When the barrier was breached, they had not been able to rush into the grand array immediately. Now, to enter, a formidable leader was essential to coordinate a simultaneous assault on the luminous barrier. Yet, it was evident that none existed, save for Yi Feng, who possessed that leadership capability. Boom. One Power Emperor could no longer contain himself and shattered the ice layer with a single punch, causing torrents of seawater to spray forth. Rush. Some Power Masters plunged into the ice hole to fish, while the more avaricious among them ventured deep into the ocean. However, in less than a minute, the ice hole refroze, entombing those Power Masters beneath the sea. Boom. 5 kilometers away, another Power Emperor unleashed his might. The number of Power Emperors Yi Feng had previously rallied was but a fraction, as some had come from remote regions, having little to no contact with the vast desert. Over 100 million individuals surrounded Spring Island, sealing it off completely. Those outside desperately sought entry, while those within hesitated to leave the comforting environment of Spring Island, fearing the wrath of malevolent beings that could render their existence unbearable. At the bottom of the abyss, upon the altar, the golden light enveloping Yi Feng fluctuated in intensity. He had cultivated his realm to the 9th tier of Power King. Currently, he was striving to break through to the realm of Power Emperor. Boom. Spurt. Yi Feng expelled a mouthful of blood and gradually released the grip on the body of the worm monster. This is disastrous. The bottleneck is insurmountable, he lamented. After uttering this, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Swish. 2 figures darted onto the altar, Susan and Doyen Hina. Are you all right, Ah Feng? Doyen Hina inquired as she helped Yi Feng to his feet. Of course not. I never anticipated the bottleneck from Power King to Power Emperor would be so arduous. I have attempted 5 times, each attempt nearly shattering my physical form, Yi Feng replied weakly. Then perhaps you should refrain from pursuing the Power Emperor realm. You are already a 9th tier Power King, and with the sacred demon art of the Venerable, I suspect that even a 9th tier Power Emperor would not prove to be your match, Susan advised. That may be so, since I cannot break through. I shall focus on further cultivating the sacred demon art, Yi Feng concluded. You both may leave, I lack the time to rest. After speaking, Yi Feng placed his hands once more upon the shell of the worm monster. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The energy of this worm monster was exceedingly potent. Yi Feng's cultivation to the 9th tier of Power King was akin to expending 135 level crystal pills. Yet, to the worm monster, this energy was but a triviality, underscoring its formidable nature. After half an hour of absorbing energy through the star absorption technique, Yi Feng commenced cultivating the sacred demon art. Within his internal vision, his marrow had entirely transformed to a deep purple, and his bones had turned a radiant golden hue, this golden light emanating through his muscles and skin, forming a dense golden aura. Boom. 2 Sanskrit characters emerged from Yi Feng's body, and began to whirl rapidly. Feng once again employed the star absorption technique against the earthworm monster. Boom, boom. Finally, the third golden Sanskrit character emerged, manifesting upon Feng's corporeal form. Brother Feng has succeeded, attaining the third level of the Sanskrit sacred demon technique. Below the altar, Chun was overjoyed. The three golden Sanskrit characters spun for a moment before radiating brilliant golden light, which seemed to possess a life of its own, twisting and contorting. In the blink of an eye, the golden light enveloping Feng's body detached, morphing behind him. Boom. A towering 6-meter golden phantom materialized. An exact replica of Feng himself. The third level of the Sanskrit sacred demon technique, the Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth. Duoyen Hina wore an expression of excitement. What is the Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth? Chunin inquired. The Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth signifies that upon reaching the third level, the power within the body has become exceedingly potent, to the extent that the physical form can no longer contain such overwhelming energy. Thus it must be allocated to the Dharma manifestation. This manifestation will mirror the movements of his original body, with each strike possessing the strength to cleave the heavens. Duoyen Hina expressed her delight. She had perused the Sanskrit sacred demon technique and was aware of the corresponding mystical abilities at each level. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed. And suddenly, the Dharma manifestation behind Feng dissipated, while he gently released the earthworm monster's shell and rose to his feet. Is this the accompanying mystical ability of the third level of the Sanskrit sacred demon technique? The Dharma manifestation? With this thought, Feng clenched his fists. Boom. Once again, a 6-meter-high Dharma manifestation emerged behind him. As he assumed a horse stance, the manifestation mirrored his actions, synchronizing perfectly. Taste my palm. Boom. He struck towards the azure light curtain. As he unleashed his palm, the Dharma manifestation mirrored the action. A colossal handprint appeared upon the azure curtain, distorting its surface. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on achieving mastery of your technique. Chun and the others hurriedly ascended the altar. Yet, what does mastery mean? We must devise a means to escape this abyss. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Feng sighed, pacing around the earthworm monster upon the altar. At that moment, Duoyen Hina's expression shifted. Feng, this azure light curtain can be manipulated by Xing'er to alter its size. Why not create some hooks and attach them to the outer edge of the curtain? Then, let Xing'er chant an incantation to infinitely enlarge the curtain, allowing us to ascend alongside it to the upper realms of the abyss. Duoyen Hina proposed. How did I not think of that? If we hook onto the periphery of the curtain, given its formidable hardness, as the curtain expands, we shall all rise to the upper realms of the abyss. Feng exclaimed with delight. All of you, heed my command. Now, bend every usable piece of iron into hooks, and prepare ropes of at least 10 meters in length for each hook, ensuring each can support at least 10 individuals. In due time, my son will elevate you to the upper realms of the abyss. Feng's voice resonated. Understood. This is splendid. We can finally leave this sewer. I am so hungry. I feel as if I might perish from starvation. Nearly 1,000 individuals joyfully commenced their bustling activities, bending their long swords, spears, and curved blades into the shape of hooks. Little Leaf Star was already prepared, her hands forming intricate seals. Feng was the first to extend his hook, pulling it back thereafter. The protective shield naturally allowed for easy extension from within to without, yet retracting from the outside proved to be a challenge. Thus, the hook was firmly ensnared outside the luminous barrier. Hina, Susan, come over and hold on to my waist. Son, grasp my thigh, Feng commanded. Duoyen Hina and Susan exchanged a glance and finally approached Feng. Susan wrapped her arms around Feng's neck, while Duoyen Hina placed one hand on Feng's shoulder and the other around his sturdy waist. Little Leaf Star also approached, sitting atop Feng's instep. Duoyen Hina firmly grasped Little Leaf Star's collar to ensure he would not fall while forming the seals. After a moment's hesitation, Susan freed one hand to grasp Little Leaf Star's garment as well. Chapter 953. Nearly fainted from shock at this moment, Chun seized the hook, securing it outside the luminous barrier. The person clinging to his waist was none other than Xiao Shui, his nominal wife. I want to hold on to you too, interjected Duoyen Mo Li. I want to join as well. Instantly, 5 or 6 individuals latched onto Chun-An's arms, legs, or neck. Don't choke me. If I suffocate, you all will fall back. Chun-An exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. Wang Zhihai was in the most dire predicament. He clutched the hook with one hand, supporting at least 40 individuals below. His second and third wives clung to his thigh and waist, while several younger wives dangled beneath them, along with a dozen children below those. Fortunately, Wang Zhihai had already attained the status of a second-tier strength warrior. Otherwise, relying solely on his wrist to bear such weight would have surely resulted in injury. Yi Feng surveyed everyone, ensuring no one was overlooked, before bellowing, "Son, recite the incantation." Understood. Little Leaf Star nodded, forming an unusual seal with his hands while uttering an obscure spell. The azure barrier began to expand slowly, quickly reaching over 3,000 meters and continuing its outward growth. "Son, hasten your pace. I fear some may not be able to endure the strain," Yi Feng urged, glancing down at Little Leaf Star. "All right." Little Leaf Star shifted to a different incantation, causing the barrier's expansion to accelerate tenfold. Yi Feng observed as the growing barrier enveloped both sides of the abyss. "Son, when I instruct you to halt, do so immediately, otherwise, I fear the barrier will ensnare all the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island, and the cursed sword threads within will claim their lives," Yi Feng shouted. Little Leaf Star remained silent, his incantation growing increasingly rapid. Yi Feng suddenly looked up to see a light point in the sky, initially the size of a candle, swelling rapidly until it resembled a light bulb, and finally growing to the size of a human head. He recognized that this was the exit of the abyss, and they were on the brink of seeing daylight once more. At last, success is within reach. "My son, you have truly astonished me," Yi Feng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Suddenly, a cerulean light screen erupted from the abyss, centered around the chasm's entrance, and surged forth from the depths of Hot Spring Island. Some individuals, caught off guard, were propelled away by the force of the light screen. Its exterior was impervious, preventing ordinary people from breaching it. "What is happening?" Qing Jun found himself thrust against the light screen, now suspended 20 meters above the ground. What on earth is going on? Niu Decao was also propelled against the light screen. Subsequently, every living creature on Hot Spring Island was pushed against the light screen, gradually being nudged toward the island's periphery as the cerulean light expanded. "No. What is this? What is happening? I can't believe it. I'm about to be ejected from the protective formation of Hot Spring Island. This is bad. I see him. It's Yi Feng." "Yi Feng, what do you mean by pushing us outside?" Yulong immediately spotted Yi Feng, who was gripping a hook within the light screen. At that moment, the cerulean light screen blossomed within the protective formation of the hot springs. Yi Feng sensed the timing was right and released the hook, allowing his family of 4 to swiftly descend back onto Hot Spring Island. Now, the island was devoid of any intruding creatures, as they had all been automatically thrust to the outskirts of the protective formation, bathing in the icy snow. One by one, others began to descend from midair, landing safely. "At last, I have seen the light of day again. I can finally escape that dreadful odor." Wang Zhihai broke down in tears. Others shared in his sentiments, indifferent to the curses hurled by those in the snowy expanse. At this juncture, the cerulean light screen had merged with the blue light screen of the protective formation. Yet the area covered by the cerulean screen was considerably larger, enveloping a radius of approximately 30 kilometers around Hot Spring Island. The outer force users, including Li Shi, Li Wang, and Li Huang, were also thrust to the periphery. In their fury, they pounded against the blue-tinged light screen, venting their frustrations. "Brother Feng, I'm still out here." Niu Decao trembled from the cold. "Brother Feng, don't just stand there, let us in. I am a citizen of Hot Spring Island." Xian cried out, pounding against the screen, his voice raspy. Meanwhile, those overly aggressive individuals now shivered in the cold, their ambitions to impose on women abandoned. Within Hot Spring Island, the situation had reverted to one of over 1,000 inhabitants. Yi Feng swiftly maneuvered to the light screen and immediately spotted Niu Decao. "Niu Decao, don't fret, I will have someone let you in. Son, quickly, create an opening in the cerulean light screen. Hina, come here and place a curse on Niu Decao." Yi Feng commanded methodically. Without delay, Duoyin and Hina performed the curse, while Yi Xing opened a breach in the light screen. The cerulean screen allowed entry, but what about the blue screen? Niu Decao attempted several times, but could not breach the blue light screen. "This is problematic. Hot Spring Island is now doubly fortified. I can only enter the cerulean light screen, but the original blue light screen is beyond our control," Niu Decao said anxiously. At this moment, Bai Guogua squeezed her way out of the crowd. Wonderful Guogua. Quickly find a way to open the protective formation. Yi Feng urged. I don't have the formation plate. That green light curtain pushed me out of the hot spring formation, and I left the formation plate behind. Bai Guogua replied. This is dire. Someone, hurry and find the formation plate. At Yi Feng's command, nearly 1,000 people sprang into action. Is this the item you seek? Cheng Li Bin held up a white circular plate, though it was noticeably different from the previous one. Yes. Bai Guogua vigorously waved her hands from beyond the light curtain. Quickly, throw the plate to me. Here. Bai Guogua caught the plate, and instantly, a gap opened in the blue light curtain, allowing her to enter. Just then, a golden thread flickered past. Not good. Duoyan Hina quickly pointed a finger at Bai Guogua. The golden thread, which had been accelerating, vanished into thin air upon her gesture. What just happened? Bai Guogua asked, bewildered. That was the gu sword thread. If one lacks a gu, they would be sliced into pieces by it, Duoyan Hina explained. How terrifying. Does this mean it is similar to the divine spear restrictions within the temple? Bai Guogua, having previously visited the temple with her master, understood the formidable nature of the divine spear restrictions. This is far more powerful than the divine spear restrictions, for the latter relies on the residual energy left by my ancestor, which will eventually deplete. However, this green light curtain is different. It is continuously fueled by an 80-level extraordinary beast beneath it, Duoyan Hina stated. 80-level extraordinary beast. Bai Guogua nearly fainted from fright. Chapter 954. No means of resistance. Do not be alarmed. That 80-level extraordinary beast has been sealed and will not harm anyone for the time being. Yi Feng reassured. You scared me to death. Bai Guogua patted her small chest. Hey, you lot are too busy chatting. What about me? I'm freezing. Shuema hopped about in the icy terrain, standing beside Xian. Apologies, I almost forgot. Son, wife, and Guogua, please let them in swiftly, Yi Feng instructed. Immediately, Duoyan Hina cast her gu, and once completed, Yi Xing released the green light curtain. Bai Guogua made a final adjustment to the formation plate, and the blue light curtain opened a gap. The two of them jumped inside, their noses running from the cold. Guogua, keep the gap in the blue light curtain open to allow the green light curtain to function. After all, even if those rascals force their way in, they will be shredded by the gu sword thread, Yi Feng advised. All right, I will widen the gap. With Yi Feng's permission, Bai Guogua vigorously swept across the formation plate. In the next moment, the blue light curtain tore open a gap 10 meters wide. Yi Feng and his family stepped out from the blue light curtain, standing before the green light curtain, gazing across at nearly 100 million people outside. Citizens of Hot Spring Island, step forward and line up. I shall allow you entry first, Yi Feng's voice thundered, ensuring that all within several dozen kilometers could hear him. The citizens formed an orderly queue, surprisingly numbering over 6,000. Originally, the population of Hot Spring Island exceeded 20,000, indicating that in the previous conflict, over 70% had perished. Please do not jostle. Only those who have undergone the curse may pass through the azure light barrier. Otherwise, the cursed blades within shall obliterate you, echoed Duoyan Hina's melodic voice. A wave of relief washed over the citizens, and they nodded in agreement. She then turned to Yi Xing. My son, please create an opening in the azure light barrier. Of course, mother, Yi Xing replied, chanting an incantation that caused a 20-meter gap to form in the barrier. Yi Feng's expression darkened. Such a large opening seemed reckless. Yet he soon shook his head with a wry smile, thinking it mattered little. Those outside would not dare invade, lest they be annihilated by the cursed blades within. Duoyan Hina gestured, cursing 10 citizens who then entered the 2-layered barrier in succession. It's so warm. I can feel my skin regaining sensation. This is delightful. From now on, Hot Spring Island will be fortified with dual layers of protection. Do not rejoice too soon. Nearly 100 million remain outside. How will they be accommodated? On this side, citizens of Hot Spring Island were being cursed one by one, diving into the barrier as if being reborn. Yi Feng, I am coming in. At that moment, 2 bandits, unable to withstand the cold and unbound by the curse, rushed into the azure light barrier. Hey, you two, get out. Yi Feng's expression shifted. He. Yi Feng, do you really think you can make us leave? Now that we are inside, we have no intention of leaving. No sooner had the bandit spoken than a flash of golden threads appeared above him. With a split second, he and his weapon were cleaved in two. What just happened? The 2 bandits were caught off guard as the golden threads multiplied exponentially, cutting through them relentlessly. In mere moments, the two were rendered to nothingness. vanishing without a trace. The eager refugees paled, standing frozen in place. How terrifying. What kind of formation is this? Those two bandits were of the strength level. Yet they barely lasted 3 seconds before being annihilated. As you have witnessed, without permission, you cannot enter the formation at will. However, rest assured, I, Feng, am not devoid of compassion. Perhaps in the near future, I will provide job opportunities for you, ensuring that everyone has fish to eat and warmth to enjoy. Feng's voice resonated. The restless crowd outside quieted somewhat. Though distrustful of Feng, they were left with no alternatives. Before long, all 6,000 citizens had squeezed into Hot Spring Island, each having been cursed. Now that all citizens are inside, it is time for the former residents of Hot Spring Island to enter. Form an orderly line. Those who are not residents should not attempt to sneak in. I possess an impeccable memory. Should anyone be caught, the consequences need not be elaborated, Feng warned. Indeed, those who had been eager to move forward immediately halted, their eyes darting uncertainly. The sheer number of residents is somewhat alarming, exceeding 50,000. Duoyen Hina was compelled to employ a joint curse, placing a curse upon every 30 individuals. Consequently, upon entering the azure light barrier, the cursed sword threads shimmered ominously, poised to strike. It resembled a dog in the presence of an unfamiliar acquaintance, always ready to attack, yet uncertain without the owner's command. In essence, any impure thoughts these cursed individuals harbored upon encountering Duoyen Hina would be sensed by the sword threads, leading to their demise. A scream pierced the air as a resident was cleaved in two by the sword threads. No. Duoyen Hina hastily recited an incantation. The threads finally ceased their movement, yet continued to swirl menacingly around the burly man. Feng glanced down, observing that the man's trousers appeared rather unsightly. Had he entertained any improper thoughts towards someone? Once more, the sword threads sprang to life, and the man was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Those outside watched in wide-eyed horror, transfixed by the golden threads within. What would happen next? They realized they would lack the courage to assault the grand formation, for even if they managed to breach it, they would be annihilated by the sword threads. Did this imply that any future attempts to enter the grand formation would hinge solely on Feng's disposition? They found themselves devoid of any means of resistance. Among the crowd, Yulong and Lung Ling exchanged a knowing glance, each recognizing the unease reflected on the other's face. Duoyen Hina toiled until dusk to curse all 50,000 residents. Yet, upon their entry to Hot Spring Island, golden threads sporadically appeared in the sky, serving as a warning akin to a yellow card, cautioning the residents against any mischief. Otherwise, the yellow card would transform into a red card, resulting in their immediate execution. As the blue and green light barriers simultaneously closed, the temperature on Hot Spring Island soared, quickly returning to 30 degrees Celsius. Overwhelmed by the heat, the crowd stripped down to their shorts and jumped into the sea to bathe. Through the azure and green layers of light, a blizzard raged outside, where over 100 million shivered in the cold, casting envious glances toward the 60,000 inhabitants within Hot Spring Island. How you? You claim you can concoct a soul pill, and the materials are at hand. I demand you produce it immediately. Should you fail, I shall have the curses removed from you, Feng threatened. How you? The process of crafting a soul pill is far from simple. A successful batch is rare. Even for a master alchemist, only 1 out of 10 furnaces might yield a pill. I can assure a maximum of 1 successful pill from 5 furnaces, How you replied, her countenance darkening. Well, do as you wish. Regardless of whether the soul pill you create is viable or useless, I shall reclaim it. Unless the pill is utterly worthless. With purity below 20%, I would regretfully have to remove the curse from you out of humanitarian concern, Feng stated with indifference. You, Feng, I fear not death, but to perish in such a manner is utterly humiliating. I shall do my utmost, How you retorted. Her face clouded with indignation as she retreated into her iron cage. Simultaneously, a flicker of hope lingered within her. Fortunately, Feng remained oblivious to the fact that she was the one who had unsealed the barrier. Otherwise, her survival would have been utterly unattainable. Thunderous sounds reverberated as the 30-ton iron door slammed shut, imprisoning the moonlight fairy within. Previously, the iron cage served to provide life energy for the grand formation. Yet now it had lost its efficacy. For within the abyss, an inexhaustible source of life energy resided, teeming with beasts of level 80 and above. The energy depleted from the grand formation would be restored in a mere day of slumber for those creatures. Essentially, The energy drawn from such a beast was insatiable. A slight extraction on one end would be replenished by an hour of rest on the other. Furthermore, the worm-like creature was currently supplying energy to 2 grand formations. Even if Feng were to rely solely on it for cultivating the venerable holy demon art in the future, not a single hair on its body would be harmed. Such formidable beasts could no longer be vanquished by ordinary means. Sealing was the only recourse. Residents of Hot Spring Island, heed my command. Commence the cleansing of all land within a 30-kilometer radius. Dispose of corpses, excrement, and all manner of refuse into the abyss. Now, immediately. Feng ordered. The residents hastily set to work. Gaining entry into the protective barrier was a tremendous grace from Feng, and they were undoubtedly eager to repay it. Assisting in the island's sanitation was the most fitting way to express their gratitude. Citizens, oversee their efforts. Work shall be limited to 8 hours daily, no more. As for the residents, their labor shall not exceed 4 hours each day. Having just reclaimed Hot Spring Island, Feng sought to stabilize the previous system. During the Hot Spring War, he had observed the citizens' performances. 99% had fought valiantly, deserving of their title. The residents, however, fell slightly short. With only 80% fully engaged in battle, some had fled beyond the barrier, while others had hidden away. Feng then turned his gaze to the depths of the abyss, where another worm-like creature lingered. Future cultivation of the venerable holy demon art would necessitate frequent descents to the bottom. Thus, a lift was essential for convenient access. To construct this lift, over 200,000 meters of rope would be required. With this thought in mind, Feng approached the edge of the barrier. Casting his eyes over Yulong and Lung Ling Yulong. Lung Ling, do you wish to enter the barrier? Feng inquired casually. Feng, while you were absent, we established an enforcement team to safeguard Hot Spring Island. Now that you have reclaimed it, do you intend to cast us aside? Lung Ling seethed with indignation. Although Yulong remained silent, a sardonic smile adorned his face. Rest assured, you shall be permitted entry. However, prior to that, I require your assistance with a certain matter. If you fulfill this task, not only will I allow you to enter, but I will also ensure that all members of your respective clans are granted entry as well. Feng stated nonchalantly. Very well, enough with the pleasantries. State your demands swiftly. My kin perish at an alarming rate. One every incense stick. Lung Ling interjected impatiently. Devise a means to fabricate 200,000 meters of rope. Remember, the upper segment of the rope must be substantial. Whether it be rope or chain, either suffices. Provided we achieve the desired length and ensure that it remains intact when suspended vertically. Feng has finally revealed his intentions. 200,000 meters of rope, with the prerequisite that it does not break under vertical strain, necessitates that the diameter of the initial segment be no less than 5 meters. It is likely that even 100,000 individuals laboring for a month may not accomplish this feat. Feng, unwilling to impose such arduous labor on his own people, as his ultimate aim is to facilitate a comfortable existence for the citizens and residents, has thus decided to outsource this strenuous task to foreigners beyond the veil. This approach serves dual purposes. It provides them with employment, as he possesses an abundance of frozen fish and deworming medication, and it allows him to indirectly or directly subjugate nearly 100 million individuals outside. What? 200,000 meters of rope? And it must remain unbroken when vertical? Feng, this is a monumental undertaking. Even with 200,000 people, it may not be completed in a month, let alone the scarcity of materials beyond the veil. Yulong, a perceptive individual, quickly grasped the enormity of this undertaking. Haha, not to worry. You can recruit others to assist. Inform them that those who work for me shall earn 100 spring coins daily. I declare that the price of frozen fish is now 1 spring coin per pound. Reverting to its original exchange value, Feng proclaimed with a grin. 100 spring coins, with 1 pound of frozen fish costing 1 spring coin, implies that they could earn 100 pounds of frozen fish for a day's labor? Yulong's expression shifted. In truth, those afflicted with parasitic ailments mainly suffer from hunger, inadequate clothing, and poor sleep. If the issue of sustenance can be resolved, it is conceivable that the number of afflicted individuals will significantly diminish. Dear friends, the utility of spring coins is manifold. They can purchase frozen fish, deworming medication, and even some rudimentary weaponry. If one accumulates 100,000 spring coins, they may obtain a 7-day excursion to Spring Island, during which my wife will administer parasitic curses to the visitors for 7 days. They must depart Spring Island before the parasites perish, lest they be ensnared by the threads of the parasitic sword, Yi Feng declared loudly. Is that all there is to gain? Lung Ling hesitated. Moreover, if one possesses 1,000,000 spring coins, they may reside on Spring Island for an entire year. After 1 year, upon the death of the parasites, they must still vacate the island. Lastly, those who have rendered significant service to Spring Island may, following a vote by the council members, be granted permanent residency if the majority is in favor, Yi Feng stated earnestly. Significant service? What constitutes such service? Yu Long inquired. For instance, undertaking tasks for Spring Island. In the future, I will announce various missions, such as eliminating a certain villain for a bounty in spring coins. Additionally, if one locates a rare herb, a substantial reward in spring coins will be offered. Furthermore, should there be any threats to Spring Island, assisting in their eradication will also yield a bounty. Ultimately, the needs of Spring Island will be inscribed beside the veil, and you may accept these tasks as they arise. Chapter 956. Indeed, it is your turn, Yi Feng spoke with an air of calmness. That is more like it. Yu Long nodded. Having resolved to achieve great deeds and become a permanent resident of Hot Spring Island, thus ensuring his survival against the frigid cold. Outside the luminous barrier, the temperature had plummeted to absolute zero, compelling most individuals to huddle together for warmth. Although their bodies became warm, their minds remained painfully cold. In the distance, the mighty laborers had constructed ice houses, encircling the entirety of Hot Spring Island with 100 layers. Yi Feng, I will take on the project of the 200,000 meters of rope. Could you perhaps provide some sustenance first? Yu Long inquired. Certainly, Yi Feng responded. Wang Zhihai, please bring the checkbook. Yes, Brother Feng. Yi Feng swiftly inscribed a sum of 2,000,000 yuan on the paper, affixing his handprint and signature. All right, in the future, you may exchange this for cash with President Wang. With a flourish, Yi Feng tossed the 2,000,000 yuan check beyond the luminous barrier. Yu Long picked up the check with suspicion. Enough chatter. Convert 2,000,000 hot spring coins into frozen fish for me. Understood. Zhihai, send some residents out to fish. There are more than enough in Hot Spring Bay, Yi Feng commanded. Yes, the civilization of Hot Spring Island was diligently being restored. Meanwhile, in Na City, an unexpected visitor arrived. Most of the elite had departed for Hot Spring Island, leaving only a small contingent behind. They huddled in the Elders' Council, where several large bonfires blazed in the courtyard. Even so, the temperature remained a chilling 20 to 30 degrees below zero. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open, and an unattractive young man entered. The men and women in the courtyard rose, their eyes filled with desperate longing. A little girl suddenly pointed at the youth. Look, the snowflakes around him. As nearly 100 pairs of eyes focused, they saw a faint golden aura surrounding the ugly young man. The snowflakes, upon landing on the golden light, were repelled far away, unable to breach his radiant halo. The youth's piercing gaze swept over the crowd, and with a sudden motion, he closed the doors once more. Sitting cross-legged beside the bonfire, he extended his frost-bitten hands. Now, I will ask, and you shall answer. Do you know of the Holy Maiden Qinghua? The young man queried. What is the Holy Maiden Qinghua? The remaining residents of Na City, lacking knowledge, were oblivious to her identity. Then, are you familiar with the Sword Gorge? He inquired again. Oh, I know of the Sword Gorge. Why? Are you from there? An elderly man asked. Let us say so. Now I ask you, where have the elites of the Sword Gorge gone? The youth pressed. They must be at the Sword Gorge, he replied. Incorrect. I have been to the Sword Gorge. They are not there. Speak. Where are the elites of the Sword Gorge now? Perhaps there will be benefits in your revelation, the young man remarked with a smile. There remains but one possibility. We shall journey to Hot Spring Island and proceed in this direction. It is said that Aegean Gorge has dispatched a force to seize the protective array of the island. Once they reclaim the array, they are likely to remain in the southern region and never return, the elder remarked. Indeed, you have answered that question exceedingly well. Thank you, the youth responded, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a crimson light. Had Yi Feng been present, he would have recognized at once that this individual had mastered blood magic. What are you? The elder began to utter but was abruptly interrupted as the youth flickered and seized him with an alarming swiftness. Boom. The elder's body was lifted effortlessly. The youth opened his mouth, revealing elongated canine teeth, and viciously sank them into the elder's carotid artery. Why? Why are you biting me? Ugh. The elder managed only a few words before his body began to wither, his lifeblood being instantly drawn away. Indeed, it is your turn, the youth declared, vanishing once more to grasp a middle-aged woman. No, She cried. Run. A panicked throng fled towards the entrance, terror-stricken. However, the youth reappeared, blocking their escape. He discarded the now desiccated body of the middle-aged woman and seized a small girl instead. Grandma, the girl exclaimed, but was swiftly drained of her vitality. Ah! The youth licked his lips and reached for the next victim. Time became an indeterminate expanse, and within the Elder's Hall, only a few hundred desiccated corpses remained. In stark contrast, the youth appeared invigorated, his aura considerably enhanced. Ha! 800 years ago, they hailed me as the unparalleled genius of Aegean Gorge. Nonsense. Ha! With the spiritual energy of the Great Desert, how could one possibly attain the 9th-tier strength sovereign? Only through blood magic could I ascend to that level. Fortunately, I emerged from the storm zone, allowing me to rectify the shortcomings of blood magic, and finally reached the true martial realm. With that, the youth flickered and shot southward. Meanwhile, within Hot Spring Island, cleanliness had been swiftly restored, thanks to the collective effort of over 60,000 individuals. Feng was hosting a grand banquet within the castle. Though the castle had sustained some damage, its structural integrity remained intact, forged entirely from steel. The port area, however, was a disaster, its makeshift wooden shanties mostly obliterated. The 8 districts fared little better, their stone constructions still habitable but in a state of disrepair. Ladies and gentlemen, on the day of the calamity at Hot Spring Island, I witnessed your valiant contributions, which is why I welcome you back to reside here once more. Now, please, raise your cups, Feng proclaimed, lifting a glass of plain water. All the fruit wine had been consumed by the outsiders, leaving them with nothing but empty jars. Brother Feng, when you have the chance, could you brew another batch of fruit wine? Asked Shi Zhongliang. But where are the fruits now? Feng replied, spreading his hands. Countless oases lie within the desert, and the heavy snow must have buried those fruit trees. The fruits lie beneath the snow. If we gather them, we can brew fruit wine once more, Shi Zhongliang suggested. Are you suggesting we embark on a long journey to the oasis merely for the sake of brewing this fruit wine? Feng queried. Feng shook his head. At present, with myriad challenges looming, he desired only to navigate through this calamity with tranquility. Brother Feng, there are over 100 million people outside. I believe we should provide them with employment, Shi Zhongliang suggested, pointing towards the outside. I almost overlooked that. Very well. Draft a bounty notice for them to gather fruits from various locations, which they can exchange for hot spring coins here, and subsequently use those coins to purchase frozen fish. Feng decisively stated. However, President Wang, how do we determine the pricing? Shi Zhongliang glanced at Wang Zhihai, knowing he was the expert in this matter. The fruits require sifting through the snow, undoubtedly demanding substantial manpower and resources. Let us say 1 pound of fruit can be exchanged for 20 hot spring coins, and 1 hot spring coin can be traded for 1 pound of frozen fish, Wang Zhihai articulated. That works. I will attend to it immediately, Shi Zhongliang responded, hurrying to the luminescent screen. Outside, numerous pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon him. It's written, everyone take a look. Gather these fruits or any starchy items, such as tree heart bread, which can also be used for brewing. As long as they are procured, it will be 20 hot spring coins per pound, Shi Zhongliang concluded, gesturing towards the bounty notice. All right. A few strong individuals stirred, their capabilities enabling them to operate even under such harsh weather conditions. Subsequently, several 9th-tier strength practitioners began to mobilize as well, needing sustenance to support their families. Especially with the cooling weather, human caloric consumption increased, necessitating more food to maintain body heat. Brother Yi, come here and take a look, Ding Tuanchuan approached. What is the matter? Feng replied. Just come. You'll understand once you see. With that, she tugged at Feng's sleeve, leading him into a wooden cabin. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a massive bear pelt hanging on the wall, marred by a wrist-sized hole. Little liquor. Feng shuddered. Woo-woo. Ding Tuanchuan could no longer contain herself, collapsing into Feng's embrace, weeping profusely. There, do not cry, Tuanchuan. This brave bear indeed met a tragic fate. I have made a decision. In a few days, we shall erect tombstones for the fallen warriors, and every Qingming festival, we will honor their memory, Feng gently comforted, patting her back. Yes, the little liquor met a most tragic end, Ding Tuanchuan sobbed, her eyes glistening with tears. Let us now gather our sorrowful spirits and look forward to a brighter future. As for the little liquor, let it rest in peace beneath the earth, Feng said, leading Ding Tuanchuan back to the banquet hall. Some individuals, amidst their feasting and drinking, suddenly broke into tears. The last hot spring battle had been devastating. Each of them had family and brothers who perished in that conflict. The citizens and residents of Hot Spring Island numbered around 230,000 once. Now, barely over 60,000 remained, with some families entirely wiped out. Hey, people of Hot Spring Island, please, I beg you for some food. Just that fish. Throw the fish head to me. I can hardly bear this hunger, came a desperate plea. A mighty warrior struck the luminescent barrier with great force. Indifferent to the blood that oozed from his wounded hands, seemingly driven by an insatiable hunger, Ilian approached, tipping a barrel of fish against the shimmering screen. A sudden cacophony of battle erupted outside, followed by anguished cries. Those near the barrier found themselves deprived of food, as the fray caused the sustenance to become irretrievably mingled with the snowflakes, rendering it inedible. Stop! Feng shook his head. Ilian, come back. Some souls are beyond salvation. I can only ensure the survival of those within the barrier. As for those outside, I am not their savior. He spoke slowly, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Very well, Ilian replied, her expression clouded with sadness. I initially sought to help them, only to have inadvertently caused them harm. The gravity of the situation became apparent. Every fish cast from Hot Spring Island not only failed to save lives, but also brought misfortune. After the banquet, Feng made his way to the training chamber of Sun City Castle, which was filled with an array of crystal elixirs and pills meticulously gathered by the people of Hot Spring Island. The azure barrier had merely expelled the creatures, leaving behind their bags filled with various potions and crystals, a fortunate windfall for Feng. With the current formation featuring the living energy of the earthworm monsters, he felt liberated to expend these crystals without reservation. He resolved to provide the citizens of Hot Spring Island with weekly allowances for crystal pills, enabling a swift enhancement of their abilities. Additionally, he offered the residents a weekly distribution of crystal pills, acknowledging their contributions during the last conflict. Naturally, some had not exerted themselves. However, Feng deemed it impractical to scrutinize every individual, as this would sow discord among the populace. He clasped 2 crystal elixirs in his hands and initiated his blood-sucking technique. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and shook his head slowly. Never mind. The barrier between the 9th-tier Strength King and the Strength Emperor is still too formidable. I shall wait for the soul elixir to be refined, hoping it will aid me in absorbing the energy of the earthworm monsters for a decisive breakthrough. As for the remaining crystal pills in the training chamber, Feng decided to reserve them for the citizens, as they lacked the means to absorb the monster's energy. He could only hope that the 20,000-meter-long rope would be completed soon. Otherwise, he would be left waiting. Time slipped by, and soon half a month had passed. On this day, a familiar figure appeared beyond the barrier. Master Qinglan, he exclaimed. How wonderful. I was just about to send word for you. What is the temperature like in Eternal Life City now? Eternal Life City has become uninhabitable. Even the flames there have frozen, Qinglan replied, shivering. Very well. Wait for me 1 hour. I shall convene the council and have 47 representatives cast their votes to allow you residence in Hot Spring Island. With that, Feng swiftly made his way to the assembly hall. All 47 council members were present. Now, I wish to nominate Master Qinglan. The last time I was gravely injured, she saved my life in Eternal Life City. I, Feng, earnestly request that the esteemed council members cast their votes for her and her people. After Feng finished speaking, he bowed to the 47 council members. These representatives were elected by various small teams and served as the voices of those teams. Feng, Qinglan was once a resident of Eternal Life City. Could her rescue of you harbor ulterior motives? One council member inquired. I am uncertain, but I believe not. Her intentions are genuine. If I do not rescue them now, they will all perish from the cold, Feng replied earnestly. Enough. A middle-aged man tapped his fingers on the table. He was one of the earliest residents of Hot Spring Island, known as Hujua. As the speaker, I hereby officially declare the voting open. Those in favor of granting Qinglan residency, please raise your hands. Following Hujua's words, he cast his gaze downward. The council members began to whisper among themselves, and eventually, someone raised a hand. Then came the second, third, and fourth. When the number of supporters reached 24, Hujua also raised his hand. As the speaker of the council, his authority was comparable to that of the island owner, so he typically followed the majority's lead. If the votes were low, he would abstain, aligning himself with the prevailing sentiment. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to all the council members. Please issue the residency badges to me. Yi Feng bowed again at a 90-degree angle. Shortly thereafter, a council member approached with 171 residency badges. Since Qing Lan had brought a total of 171 people, Yi Feng opted for a collective voting system. Thank you. After receiving the badges, Yi Feng sought out Duo Yen Hina for verification and then led her to the light screen. Grand Alchemist Qing Lan, please line up. I am going to administer the spell. Duo Yen Hina instructed, beginning the incantation through the light screen. Come in. The two layers of light screens slowly parted, releasing a wave of warmth toward Qing Lan. Tears welled in her eyes as she entered with her remaining 100 or so Duoyan people. Outside, several strength practitioners, unable to withstand the cold, instinctively stepped into the light screen. With a series of sounds, they were abruptly severed into nothingness. What just happened? Qing Lan gasped in shock. Do not concern yourself with this. I will explain later. Hina, seal the formation. The two layers of light screens closed together, once again isolating a population of 100 million outside. At this moment, a large number of strength practitioners surged into Eternal Life City. Upon entering, they began searching for various chains and ropes. After having just consumed a meal of frozen fish, their body temperatures had finally begun to rise. And now they sought to gather 200,000 meters of rope. Let us take down the iron cables from this suspension bridge. There is no one to guard it. One suggested. All right, let us pull together. Instantly, hundreds of strength practitioners rushed forward. Eternal Life City had truly transformed into a ghost town. Even the pyramid was devoid of inhabitants. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Through the efforts of hundreds of thousands, they finally dragged a long chain back from Eternal Life City. The length of this chain, while perhaps not reaching 200,000 meters, was certainly close. On the island of Hot Springs, Wang Zhihai was diligently constructing the fabled lift, ensuring that Yi Feng would ascend without expending any physical energy. The roar of the motor resonated through the air. Ha ha ha, having a generator makes all the difference. Once the rope is ready, we can utilize the rotational force to make the iron frame ascend and descend without any effort. In the future, Feng Gu will be able to descend at any time to absorb the energy from the worm monsters. Cheng Li Bin exclaimed with delight. Do not celebrate too soon. We still need to increase the horsepower. After all, this is a rope of 200,000 meters. Do you believe the motor can handle such a heavy load? Even if the motor can manage it, I fear that such a long rope could drag the generator into the abyss. Charlie interjected from the side. Why not fix the generator to the Sun City Fortress? The fortress weighs a staggering 100 million tons. I doubt the rope could pull the entire castle into the depths. Cheng Li Bin suddenly had a brilliant idea. You're right. Let us hasten and weld this generator to the Sun City Fortress. In an instant, the workers at the hot spring power plant became industrious. During this time, Yi Feng had not engaged in cultivation. He worked 8 hours a day and spent his evenings strolling with his wife and children on the island. After the previous hot spring battle, he had sustained serious injuries and was taking advantage of this leisurely time to recuperate. Feng Gu. At that moment, Chenin approached, holding hands with Qiu Shui. Oh, Chenin, you too? Yi Feng inquired, a look of curiosity on his face. I have made up my mind. It is better to stay with my original partner. I have decided not to divorce Qiu Shui. From now on, we will live a good life together, Chenin declared. Yi Feng then glanced at Qiu Shui, who appeared visibly uncomfortable and could not meet his gaze. This clearly indicated her sincere desire for stability and to build a family with Chun. And very well. I wish you both a harmonious union, Yi Feng said sincerely. The women on the hot spring island deserved a sense of belonging. He could not keep them in limbo. With Yao Yanhina and Susan by his side, he felt adequately fulfilled. As he continued on, Yi Feng encountered Chue Ma, who was walking alongside a female resident. The two occasionally exchanged shy glances, quickly averting their eyes from one another. Their bashful demeanor amused Yi Feng. Let us circumvent them. We must not disturb their moment, Yi Feng remarked, leading his wife and children down another path. At that moment, Yi Feng came face to face with Neri Maisie, who had sustained some injuries during the last hot spring battle and was currently in recovery. Hello, Maisie, he greeted. What is there to be cheerful about? Maisie retorted, rolling her eyes as she continued walking ahead. Yi Feng's reluctance to grant her a formal status had left her feeling quite vexed. After walking a short distance, Yi Feng observed two native youths gripping curved blades, seemingly poised for a duel. Ding Tuanshuan sat on a nearby rock, watching the two with palpable boredom. Achiza, do not waste your time. Regardless of who wins, I shall not marry either of you, Ding Tuanchuan shouted. I do not believe it. It must be because of this Chi. I can only win your favor by defeating him. Come, let us battle. At that moment, the two individuals engaged in a fierce altercation. Yi Feng sighed and chose to take a detour. Alone, Elian sat by the hot spring bay, with a handsome indigenous man standing behind her. Elian, are your hands cold? If so, you may place them against my warm heart, the man gently suggested. No need. Elian replied with a frosty expression. At 16, she was of an age where romance was permissible in this world. Are you concerned that my warmth is insufficient? Rest assured, upon seeing you, the flames within me blaze fiercely. If you doubt it, feel for yourself. The youth boldly tore open his shirt, revealing a tuft of dark chest hair. Ugh! Elian's face contorted in disgust. Come now, touch it. Trust me, my chest is quite warm. The young man stepped closer. Get away. You make me nauseous. I feel like vomiting just looking at you. Do you realize how repugnant you are? Elian offered him no mercy. Ah! The young man's face turned crimson as he fled the bay in a panic. This child speaks so insensitively, Yi Feng sighed, continuing to bypass Elian. Come, my dear. Let us go to the bird shelter and check on the baby bird's recovery. Yi Feng's expression shifted suddenly. Indeed, it is time to see how it fares. She agreed. The two promptly arrived at the bird shelter. The giant bird sat in the center, its feathers disheveled and far from its former splendid appearance. This indicated that its previous injuries had deeply affected it. Baby bird, I have come to see you, Yi Feng said, hurrying over to gently touch its beak. The giant bird glanced at Yi Feng with a weary gaze, its head drooping heavily to the ground. Yi Feng inspected its abdomen. The wound was substantial, but fortunately, it was slowly healing. Recovery was merely a matter of time. In the future, do not feed it crystal pills. Instead, provide it with crystal pellets for a quicker recovery. Yi Feng instructed the bird assistants. Yes, Brother Feng, I will immediately seek approval from Director Wang. Once approved, I will sign it, Yi Feng replied. Lifting Yi Xing into his arms and following Duoyin and Hina toward the distant Hot Spring Primary School. The Hot Spring Primary, Secondary, High School, and University were all housed within a single structure. Chapter 959. Then I shall rest easy before they approached. Yi Feng could already hear the resounding voices of children reading. Through the classroom window, he spotted Su Yun standing at the podium, addressing a group of children aged 6 to 10. Everyone, turn to page 9. Today we will discuss universal gravitation. Given Yi Feng's current need for a substantial workforce, he placed little emphasis on language and mathematics, opting instead to teach physics and chemistry directly. Ah, it's the island master. A student exclaimed upon noticing Yi Feng. Shoo, focus on your studies and ignore me. I am merely here to observe, Yi Feng chuckled. When Su Yun saw Yi Feng, her face lit up with joy. However, upon noticing Duoyin and Hina beside him, her expression darkened, and she resumed her authoritative demeanor as a teacher. Universal gravitation was discovered by the great physicist Newton. Inspired by an apple, Yi Feng once again ventured to the second-floor classroom, where over 60 children aged between 10 and 13 were seated. The instructor was none other than Chung Li Bin. On the podium lay a miniature hand-crank generator. Pay close attention, Chung Li Bin announced, fervently turning the crank. In no time, delicate currents flickered across 2 golden wires. Did you see that? Electricity does not solely belong to those with extraordinary abilities. We ordinary individuals can also harness it. Would you like to learn? Yes. The 60-odd students responded in unison. Yi Feng then ascended to the 3rd floor, where he was surprised to find Charlie as the teacher. Students, do you see these 2 pieces of steel? Which one do you believe is superior? Charlie inquired. One student raised his hand, asserting, I think the left one is better because it is heavier. Is that so? Charlie retorted, forcefully clashing the 2 pieces together. Observe, heaviness does not necessarily equate to quality. The essence of steel is not merely its hardness. We must also consider its resistance, toughness, and rigidity. Therefore, when testing, we must subject the steel to various hardness assessments. Tensile strength to see how much it can stretch, compressive strength to determine the extent of its fracture, bending to discover how far it can bend before breaking, and test for flattening, twisting, bonding, and weld quality assessment. Thus, do not assume that a piece of steel is good simply because it is hard. The evaluation of steel's quality encompasses a multitude of performance criteria, Charlie stated solemnly. The students below listened in rapt attention, their minds opening to new horizons. Subsequently, Yi Feng arrived at Hot Spring University, where only 5 students were present in the classroom. Yet there was no instructor. They were engrossed in various texts, for books are the creations of both civilized and uncivilized peoples, enabling them to self-educate. They would only seek assistance from accomplished individuals like Wang Zhihai, Chung Libin, and Su Yun when questions arose. Of course, they could also consult Yi Feng or some of the formidable figures in this world. My dear, how about sending our son to Hot Spring Primary School next year? Yi Feng suggested with a smile. What could they possibly teach at Hot Spring Primary School? Our child inherits the bloodline of the divine. Certain knowledge will awaken naturally as he matures. That knowledge, stemming from the gods of war and the gods of goo, spans hundreds of thousands of years and surpasses what Hot Spring Primary School can offer, Duoyan Hina replied, somewhat resistant. I do not deny the knowledge of this world, but I hope it can intertwine with the knowledge from my world, perhaps yielding extraordinary results, Yi Feng remarked. Very well, the decision regarding our son rests with you. Duoyan Hina acquiesced with a nod. The two departed Hot Spring University and proceeded to the hospital. Following the recent turmoil of the Hot Spring battle, the number of patients had significantly dwindled. Bai Chuxue was compelled to return to work, continuing her role as vice president, yet after her shift, she could only wander Hot Spring Island for an hour before she had to retreat to her chamber for rest. Many bore injuries from the previous conflict, resulting in the hospital becoming overcrowded. The first snowfall. Can my 2 eggs still be of use? A native man clutched his eggs. A visage of agony etched upon his face. The last time, he had been struck in that sensitive area by a forceful kick from a member of the green field, leaving him in despair. It seems they may no longer serve their purpose, but fret not. The technology on our Hot Spring Island is advancing. Perhaps, in due time, we could provide you with iron eggs as a substitute, Bai Chuxue remarked without lifting her gaze. What? The resident departed with a displeased expression. Hina, take your son elsewhere to play. Yi Feng gently patted Duoyan Hina's shoulder. To another place? Duoyan Hina glanced at Yi Feng, then at Bai Chuxue, ultimately choosing silence. Once the mother and son had left, Yi Feng knocked on the door. Doctor, my eggs are swollen. Could you kindly take a look? He called out, his voice pitched high. Go to the urology department. This is the neurology department, Bai Chuxue replied, still focused on her work. No, it must be you who examines me. Please help me, Yi Feng insisted as he entered the room uninvited. Oh, are you not tired of this? Bai Chuxue looked up and was met with Yi Feng's presence. A joyful smile graced her face. Where did you learn to speak with a northeast accent? I almost didn't recognize you. Please, sit down. Yi Feng took a seat, casting an appraising glance at Bai Chuxue. What, has my face blossomed? She inquired. At 31. She was 3 years his senior. No, it's just that after your sentencing, you seem to have taken on a certain grace, an allure of a mature woman. Yi Feng flattered. Enough of that. Let us go. It's lunchtime, and I'll treat you to a meal at the hospital canteen, Bai Chuxue said, naturally linking her arm with his. The two made their way to the canteen. The cuisine at the Hot Spring Hospital was quite remarkable, personally overseen by Shi Junliang's third apprentice. Presently, he had over 100 disciples. Not bad, Yi Feng remarked, sampling a piece of braised fish, the robust flavor unmistakably authentic. If it's good, indulge further, Bai Chuxue encouraged, adding a piece of fatty intestine to his bowl. I'm puzzled. Our Hot Spring Island lacks terrestrial animals. So where did this intestine come from? Yi Feng inquired between bites. Oh, a patient once had colorectal cancer, and I personally assisted in the surgery, Bai Chuxue chuckled. What? Yi Feng froze mid-bite. Just kidding. Eat up. This intestine is from a sand beast. I assure you, there are no parasites within, Bai Chuxue laughed. Then I shall eat with peace of mind. Yi Feng resumed his hearty feast. Outside the shimmering screen, the cold winds howled, temperatures plunging below absolute zero. This frigid air continued to spread towards the great desert, swiftly enveloping the One-Sword Gorge. Within the gorge, some residents still clung to life, huddling together for warmth, gathering all combustible materials. Chapter 960. He felt a tremor throughout his body. Heavens, why has the Gorge Master not reclaimed the Great Formation? Without it, we shall freeze to death. One of the warriors bellowed. Due to the lack of information, they remained unaware that the elite forces of Sword Valley had been completely annihilated. 2,000 kilometers to the north of Sword Valley, the frigid temperatures had already begun to spread. The slicing winds, once fierce, now moved at a speed approximately half of what it used to be. The cold had effectively frozen the winds, rendering the area of fierce gales far less active than before. This implied that the powerful beings from outside, willing to expend a modicum of their energy, could easily traverse into the vast desert expanse. On one particular day, a cloaked young man arrived in Eternal Life City. Observing the large contingent on the ice surface, he suddenly flickered and joined their ranks. "Which tribe do you hail from? I have not seen you before," inquired a force master, scrutinizing the youth. "Oh, I am from the Niu tribe." The young man casually fabricated a tribal name. "Never heard of it. Wait, are you a force master or a force king? Why do I sense a peculiar metallic scent emanating from you?" The force master grew alert. "Oh, I coughed up blood from the cold yesterday. So it is only natural that I carry a metallic scent. Once this rope is returned, I am sure there will be a generous reward." The young man baited him. "Certainly, as long as it reaches Hot Spring Island. Feng will pay an additional 200,000 hot spring coins. If we are frugal, we can sustain ourselves for several months. Let us hasten our efforts. Once this rope task is completed, we must undertake other missions to accumulate 1,000,000, thereby securing permanent residency on Hot Spring Island." With that, the force master quickened his pace. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, nearly 10,000 force masters bore the final segment of rope to the threshold of Hot Spring Island's barrier. The young man released the rope, his gaze initially scanning the blue barrier. However, upon observing the azure shield, his expression subtly shifted. As a true martial realm expert, he could perceive the energy fluctuations emanating from the formation. Although the blue barrier did not exhibit its full potential, he was confident that even at its peak, he could breach it. Yet, the azure shield was a different matter entirely, having experienced the protective formations of various prominent clans in the outside world. He recognized that even those formidable barriers paled in comparison to the one before him. "Senior brother, are we able to enter the barrier?" the youth inquired. "Of course not. To enter the barrier, one must pay. Do you possess hot spring coins?" Hot spring coins. A flicker of confusion crossed the young man's face. In their world, currency also existed, primarily in the form of crystal ores, which allowed human cultivators to absorb spiritual energy and expedite their training. At that moment, a child was cradled by a force king. "Grandfather, what realm is above the force king?" the child asked. "Above the force king is the true martial realm," replied the force king. "And what lies beyond the true martial realm?" The elder responded, "The void realm." The young man's brows arched, a cold smile gracing his lips. Truly, the simpletons of the vast desert cannot even comprehend the realm above the force king. Yet, almost immediately, a hint of shame flickered across his face. He too had been a naive fool upon crossing the fierce winds, mistakenly believing that the realm above the true martial realm was the void, and above the void, the demigod realm, followed by the divine realm. He perceived merely 4 significant realms, as if ascending to divinity were not an insurmountable challenge. However, upon truly immersing himself in the Starmon continent, he realized that the concepts of strength, mastery, kingship, and sovereignty were dismissed as trivial, collectively termed the acquired realm. This acquired realm represents the most rudimentary level of cultivation. Above it lies the true martial realm, wherein one refines their physical form, laying a robust foundation for subsequent energy transformations. Ascending from true martial, one enters the innate realm, during which the vital energy within the body gradually transforms into divine essence. Without a formidable physique, even a single drop of divine essence could cause one's body to explode. Surpassing the innate realm is the transformation realm, where, in its later stages, all vital energy within the body converts into divine essence, marking the commencement of true cultivation. Above the transformation realm is the divine essence realm, followed by the void refinement realm, then the spirit division realm, the demigod realm, the clear bright realm, and the great void realm, culminating in the divine realm, which is the pinnacle achieved by the spear god in his earlier practices. Upon reaching the latter stages of the divine realm, one transcends the Starmon continent, entering a higher dimension. Thus, cultivation on the Starmon continent is classified into 11 major realms. The acquired realm, subdivided into early, mid, late, and peak phases. The true martial realm, the innate realm, the transformation realm, the divine essence realm, the void refinement realm, the spirit division realm, the demigod realm, the clear bright realm, the great void realm, and the divine realm. Naturally, there was no need to divulge such matters to the unrefined inhabitants of the great desert. Upon returning from his journey, Qingmu had acquired a superior perspective, fostering a degree of contempt for everyone around him. Yet, He remained preoccupied with the azure light screen. Initially, he had placed himself under the tutelage of the Black Wind sect, whose leader was a formidable figure at the early stage of the transformation realm. Although there were 8 realms above, the transformation realm was a rare existence on the Starmon continent. The strongest individual he had encountered was merely at the Spirit Division realm. As for the Clear Bright, Great Void, and Divine realms, at his current level, he had neither seen nor even heard of them. Contemplating this, Qingmu strode purposefully toward the light screen, extending his consciousness to envelop the entirety of the hot spring island. Suddenly, Feng sensed a disturbance. Just moments ago, he felt an unsettling tremor, as if something was observing him. The others, lacking Feng's strength, remained oblivious to such surveillance. The exception was Duoyan Hina, who also cast an uneasy glance toward the outer light screen. With a swift motion, Feng dashed out of the hot spring hospital, positioning himself beside the light screen. His eyes flickered as they scanned all the sovereign-level experts present. However, even a collective effort from 10 of these sovereign-level masters would not suffice to challenge him, indicating their lack of such capability. Could there be hidden 9th-tier sovereign experts? Feng slowly approached the light screen, finally fixing his gaze upon Qingmu's face. Qingmu narrowed his eyes. How peculiar. The young man, though merely at the late stage of the acquired realm, emanated an aura of profound danger that perplexed me. Could it be that he had mastered some extraordinary supernatural power? Qingmu hastily averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Feng's eyes. Yet, Feng fixed his stare intently upon him. Pray tell, from which tribe do you hail? Feng inquired. The tribe? I am from the Black Ear tribe. Qingmu replied slowly. Is the Black Ear tribe formidable? Feng stepped closer, nearly pressing his nose against the light barrier. Not particularly. Our chieftain is merely a power king, far inferior to your esteemed self, Qingmu remarked indifferently. Although he concealed his strength at the mid-stage of the acquired realm, the air of disdain he exuded was impossible to disguise. It resembled a human performing before an ant, utterly unworthy of concern. Not formidable. How curious. Have you perhaps cultivated some form of clairvoyance that allows you to surveil others? Feng asked, unease creeping into his tone. Ha ha ha, Lord Yi, you worry too much. I lack such capability. By the way, you mentioned that if one accumulates 1 million hot spring coins, we may enter the light barrier. Is that true? Qingmu queried. Feng pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, but several layers of approval are required if you wish to enter the light barrier. The vetting process may prove quite complex, as your origins are rather obscure. His prolonged exposure to a savage society had honed Feng's instinct for danger. If he was not mistaken, this young man was likely problematic. Approval? I can comprehend that, the youth stated before striding boldly into the throng. Among the over 100 million souls outside, remnants of the human race from One Sword Gorge lingered, those who had escaped during the Great Battle. As for the present, Feng was disinclined to account for them. He would let them endure the chill outside. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair gazed intently at the youth, his eyes widening in disbelief. He bears an uncanny resemblance. Could it truly be him? The old man trembled as he extended a finger. Master, who is he? A power master inquired. Hush, keep your voice down. Tonight, we shall quietly seek him out. This could be our salvation for One Sword Gorge. Yet, perhaps it is too late for that. The elder sighed deeply. Feng returned to Sun City Fortress. Chasema, summon all the council members and senior officials for an urgent meeting, Feng commanded. Brother Feng, it is after hours. Did you not say that even if the sky were to fall, you would not work beyond your 8-hour shift? Chasema replied, astonished. For it was rare for Feng to work overtime. Even if he did, he would typically arrive late the following day to offset the time spent. Do hurry. It is a matter of great importance, Feng replied coolly. Understood. Before long, over 100 individuals filled the conference room, nearly half of whom were council members. Honorable Speaker, I propose that we enact a law stating that henceforth, no one shall enter the light barrier without the approval of the council. Anyone who allows unauthorized entry shall face the death penalty, Feng declared solemnly. Tiger Claw nodded. Very well. However, if someone were to enter the light barrier without permission, would they not be strangled by the goose sword threads? Is that not a bit redundant? I believe some individuals should possess the ability to cast goo upon themselves, evading the goose sword threads, or perhaps even deceive them into refraining from attacking. We must exercise utmost caution and implement dual protection, Feng stated. Fine. Once the meeting concludes, I shall convene the Congress to devise a suitable law and sentencing standards, which you, the island master, have no authority to interfere with. Tiger Claw declared. Then I must trouble the speaker and esteemed members, Feng remarked, turning his attention to the others. In my capacity as island master, I command you to safeguard the 2 layers of the array at Hot Spring Island. Duo Yen He Na, by Guagua, without the order of any congressman. You are forbidden from allowing anyone entry, not even any items, and strict procedures must be adhered to. I do not wish to repeat past mistakes, Feng said sternly. Understood. Yes, the 2 women nodded. Feng then looked towards Ding Tuan Tuan, who had now risen to the rank of a first-tier power king. Her talent and cultivation speed the highest on the entire Hot Spring Island. With the continuous supply of crystal pills, her strength was likely to surpass Feng's. Of course, in terms of combat ability, Feng could easily outmatch her. Ding Tuan Tuan, I hereby appoint you as the Vice Marshal of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. You shall collaborate with Wang Zhihai to assist Grand Marshal Healy Xian in ensuring the defense of Hot Spring Island. Anyone who slacks off at night shall face military law, Feng commanded. Yes, Healy Xian, along with Wang Zhihai and Ding Tuan Tuan, stood up. Wang Zhihai was naturally unwilling to submit to Healy Xian, but he had no choice. The Grand Marshal was elected by the citizens, and to oppose him would be to disrespect the voting rights. Even those who supported him would withdraw their backing. Do you have any additional matters to discuss? Feng inquired of the assembly. Brother Feng, I wish to establish an air force. It is my dream. Now that we have a navy and an army, we are merely lacking an air force, Chunin stated solemnly. However, currently, the air force consists of just a single wounded fighter. And it seems you are the only member, Feng sighed. Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai stood up. I believe we can temporarily set aside the air force matter. The outside world is covered in ice and snow. We could train a sled army, which would be far more agile in snowy combat. Wang Zhihai, previously the second in command of Hot Spring Island, struck the nail on the head. Approved, but given that the current temperature on Hot Spring Island is 30 degrees, where would we find a snowy training ground? Feng shrugged. Ha, no worries. We can send a portion of the troops outside the island for training. Rest assured, that group out there would not dare to attack them, for they know that only we at Hot Spring Island can provide them with food and pest control medicine. Wang Zhihai laughed. Very well, you and Grand Marshal Healy Xian can discuss this further. Also, summon Chun and to deliberate on the number of sled soldiers, which should be capped at 2,000, with citizens serving as officials and residents as soldiers, Feng decisively concluded. Is there anything else? Feng inquired once more. Brother Feng, the engine is on the verge of completion. However, we are in dire need of substantial iron ore. The iron ore we previously transported from Giant Stone City has been completely consumed, and we also require a significant amount of fuel, as the supplies from the Yellow Sand tribe are nearly depleted. Chun Li Bean rose to his feet. What do you require so much fuel for? Feng inquired. We have already modified the generator to its smallest form, allowing it to be installed on compact aircraft. With a generator and electric power, we can connect it to the motor and subsequently equip the motor with propellers, enabling the construction of an aircraft, Chung Li Bean explained. Indeed. How much iron ore and fuel do you estimate will be squandered in the development of the first aircraft? Feng asked. The more, the better. For the development of an aircraft will undoubtedly waste a significant quantity of resources and manpower. Moreover, the ancient type of aircraft cannot withstand the spears thrown by the mightiest warriors. Therefore, my intention is to construct a robust, sealed aircraft from the outset, ideally capable of soaring to altitudes of tens of thousands of meters, Chung Li Bean remarked. In that case, you should commence with the most fundamental aircraft design. Proceeding too hastily may lead to complications. As for fuel and iron ore, fret not. Shortly, I shall issue a bounty, enticing those outside to deliver iron ore to us. For every ton of iron ore, we shall offer them 2,000 spring coins. Many will eagerly seize this opportunity, Feng replied nonchalantly. This is the power of currency. Once it takes root in the hearts of the people, it can be wielded to harvest the world, turning it into his labor force. Brother Feng, you are truly astute. Chung Li Bean praised, giving a thumbs up. Is there anything else from anyone? Speaker? Vice Island Master Maisie? Grand Marshal Helixuan? Feng addressed the three most prominent individuals. Nothing more. I must return to legislating, Bourgeois replied, shaking his head. I hereby declare the meeting adjourned. Immediately, everyone hastily exited the conference room. quickly shedding their clothing until they were left in their undergarments, and then leaped into the sea to cool off. The conference room was unbearably hot, with temperatures soaring to around 35 or 36 degrees Celsius due to its semi-enclosed nature. Outside, the temperature was approximately 30 degrees, and only the sea could provide them with respite from the heat. Outside the luminous barrier, a Force user had gone mad, violently ramming his head against the barrier. Heat, 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 it beckons me. A gust of cold wind swept in, instantly freezing him into a rigid statue, collapsing to the ground. The inhabitants of Hot Spring Island had grown accustomed to such incidents. In a world ravaged by calamity, the death of a few was hardly unusual. Furthermore, they were powerless to intervene. When the myriad tribes first entered Hot Spring Island, they had recognized the true nature of these people, utterly devoid of principles, committing acts of violence and coercion against women and even men. In comparison to the era of Sword Gorge's rule, when the people of Hot Spring Island also faced oppression, at least the 5 great tribes maintained some semblance of decorum. The lesser clans differ significantly. They are inherently the detritus of society, and should they ascend to power, they would undoubtedly unleash an irrevocable calamity. Qing Mu journeyed to a location 200 kilometers from the Hot Springs Island. With a sharp exhalation, he unsheathed his curved blade and deftly carved through the ice, extracting a massive block. This meager temperature had little effect on a formidable warrior of the true martial realm. Nevertheless, it was prudent to construct an ice dwelling, who wouldn't he prefer to reside in a more comfortable environment. At that moment, an elderly man approached from behind. Qing Mu, the master of Qing Mu Gorge, is that you? The old man, accompanied by his apprentice, gazed at Qing Mu's silhouette with palpable anticipation. Qing Mu's body stiffened slightly as he slowly turned around, their eyes meeting. A flicker of recognition stirred within him as he studied the elder's features. You? Is that you? Xiaoshi, where is your grandfather? As Qing Mu approached, memories flooded back. It has been 8 centuries. I presumed no one would recognize me outside the sovereign level. My grandfather passed away a century ago. Master Qing Mu, I never imagined you would return. I bear unfortunate news. The second master, Bai Hong, has also passed on 4 centuries ago. The third master, Rui Yijian, met his demise at the hands of Yi Feng on Hot Springs Island. A sight I witnessed with my own eyes. The old man knelt before him. Rise, Xiaoshi. When I entered the Gale Zone, you were but a mere child. Qing Mu remarked, despite appearing to be in his 20s, addressing the white-haired elder as Xiaoshi. Indeed, if I fail to break through to the sovereign level within the next decade, I too shall succumb, for my lifespan is drawing to a close, the elder lamented. Do not worry, you will prevail. Now tell me, what of my junior sister? Is she well? Qing Mu's voice quivered slightly as he spoke. Despite the fracture of his junior sister's fate, a glimmer of hope lingered within him, wishing that the fracture had been wrought by the winds of the gale. Are you referring to the Saintess Qingyu? Yes, I am aware. She has long yearned for your return since your departure, waiting with bated breath for you to come and marry her. Alas, she too fell victim to Yi Feng's hand. As the elder spoke, his gaze hardened with bitterness directed towards the distant Hot Springs Island. What? Qing Mu staggered back, a single tear cascading down his cheek, miraculously untouched by the frigid air. Alas, my junior sister, I once vowed that upon reaching the true martial realm, I would return to wed you. It seems I have arrived too late. He gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. In the next moment, with a sharp crack, the iron hilt was crushed to powder beneath his grip. Outside Hot Springs Island, a long queue had formed. They bore numerous iron chains, awaiting Yi Feng's inspection. Yu Long and Lung Ling stood at the forefront, anxiously peering into the luminous barrier. The 2 million check Yi Feng had previously provided had been exhausted, and they desperately required sustenance to support their kin. Yi Feng approached the luminous barrier with deliberate slowness, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing directly outside the barrier. A hush fell over the crowd as countless gazes turned towards him, some brimming with anticipation. Yi Feng, having showcased astonishing powers in the previous great battle, now stood as formidable as a 9th-rank power emperor, dispelling any lingering doubts. Indeed, this iron chain was of adequate quality. Yi Feng cast a glance at the joint of the chain, which was securely welded with molten iron, rendering it unlikely to break. Yu Long and Lung Ling trailed closely behind him. Yi Feng resembled a supervisor, while Yu Long and Lung Ling acted like foremen, anxious that any displeasure from Yi Feng might result in immediate rework. Alas, this cannot be. I previously stated that the 200,000 meters of iron chain must taper from thick to thin, yet the several segments you have provided might total 200,000 meters. But the initial few tens of thousands of meters must be twisted together with 10 strands of iron chain to ensure they can bear the necessary weight. Feng sighed, marking the inspection as a failure. The expressions of Yu Long and Lung Ling shifted dramatically in their quest for these iron chains. They had nearly scoured every inch of Eternal Life City. Now, where could they possibly find more? But if you do not provide further funds, all our workers will starve, Yu Long exclaimed. Feng's gaze swept over the nearly 200,000 laborers present, their weary eyes gazing pitifully at him. Showing compassion, he declared, "Very well. I shall add 5 million to the budget. For now, I will advance you 2 million Yuan coins to ensure that your workers do not perish from hunger." Upon finishing, Feng produced a small notebook from his pocket and took out a fine brush, breathing warmth onto the nib. With swift strokes, he tore off the top sheet. "Here, take this and guard it well from theft." "Yes." Lung Ling quickly accepted the check, which bore the inscription of 200,000 yuan. Yu Long snatched the check and planted a fervent kiss upon it, fully aware that it could indeed be exchanged for frozen fish, 200,000 pounds of it. To be precise. Chapter 963. Mind your manners when speaking to me. Bring these iron chains to Wengquan Island first. Chenin, gather your men and come here. Feng shouted into the light curtain. Immediately, Chenin emerged with hundreds of workers. The gap in the light curtain remained wide open, as the refugees dared not enter. After half a month of preaching, these refugees had learned that should they venture into the Great Formation, they would be shredded by the cursed sword threads within. Chenin led the way, grasping one end of the iron chain. "Everyone, lift together. 1, 2, 1, lift." A segment of iron chain, weighing several hundred tons, was hoisted into the air. "Master Yi, we shall also procure the frozen fish. Once we secure food, we will ensure a proper meal before continuing the search for the remaining iron chains. However, Eternal Life City has exhausted its supply. If we are to find more chains, we must venture deep into the Great Desert, which would be exceedingly time-consuming. Therefore, Master Yi, could you consider adding to the budget?" Yu Long implored. "You make a valid point. Thus, in half a month's time, I shall issue you another check for 2 million. However, for now, I need you to exert every effort in locating iron chains, though they need not be exclusively iron chains. The upper half of the rope must, of course, be reinforced with iron chains. Once we reach nearly 200,000 meters, ordinary rope will suffice, as the gravitational pressure will not be excessively great there," Feng remarked. "Very well. I shall await your advance in half a month," Yu Long replied before he and Lung Ling took their entourage to exchange for frozen fish. Within the confines of Hot Spring Island, the crossbows and cannons were simultaneously aimed outward. They were wary that the desperate refugees might seize the opportunity to snatch Yu Long's frozen fish, thereby disrupting the normal course of trade. Nevertheless, those impoverished souls continued to cast avaricious glances at the transaction between the two groups. When hunger gnaws at one's belly, desperation can drive individuals to commit any act, especially with a number of formidable warriors among the famished crowd. These individuals held esteemed positions within their tribes. They would not idly await their demise. "Chief, now is not the time to raid for fish. Once they have taken the frozen fish to a distance, we can seize the moment to strike. The weather grows colder, and our hunger deepens. Even if we do not perish from starvation, what of our descendants? If they do not eat soon, they may not survive a month." One of the warriors urged. "Rest assured, I have a plan. Let us first observe who receives the frozen fish, and, once they are on the periphery, we shall collectively ambush them." The warrior leader nodded in agreement. At that moment, his eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon a notice displayed on the luminous screen. "Another bounty notice? Let us take a look. Perhaps there is a straightforward task available." Immediately, a throng of elite warriors converged before the screen. The notice bore 5 prominent characters. Hot Spring Bounty Notice. The first item requested the collection of herbs aged over 1,000 years. Each specimen would earn 100,000 hot spring coins upon discovery. The second item sought to maintain order around Hot Spring Island's periphery, inviting individuals to join a security company as honorable guards, offering a monthly remuneration of 3 to 5,000 hot spring coins. The third item expressed an urgent need for a large quantity of high-quality leather clothing, requiring skilled women to sew. Instructors would be dispatched to guide the process, with each garment yielding a processing fee ranging from 5,000 to 500,000 hot spring coins. The fourth item called for the manufacture of sleds, with prices ranging from 200 to 500 hot spring coins per sled, and professional guidance would be provided. The fifth item involved the production of aircraft shells, with specialized personnel from Hot Spring Island available for instruction. Those with bright minds would have the opportunity to gain permanent residency on Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai truly is a genius. With a few stipulated tasks, he has effectively managed to control nearly 100 million restless souls outside, preventing any potential riots. The chief reflected. Chief, I feel it may not be necessary to resort to robbery. We could serve as honorable guards, earning 3,000 to 5,000 hot spring coins monthly. As a formidable warrior, you should at least receive 5,000, which could provide 5,000 pounds of food. Sustaining your wife and several sons would be no trouble at all. One of the warriors proposed. That is indeed a commendable idea. I could also have my wife accompany the women of our tribe to sew leather garments. After all, she is renowned for her skill. This would provide us with additional income. The warrior leader mused, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Tribal leader, your wisdom is unmatched. Let us hasten to queue, lest the coveted positions be snatched away. Alas, it appears others have already taken their place ahead of us. The group hurriedly rushed forward, positioning themselves at the end of the line. Shortly thereafter, Wang Zhihai emerged, accompanied by a dozen others, wrapping his coat tightly against the biting wind. They settled onto chairs beside a sign that read, Wei Yuan Security Company, actively recruiting security personnel. The advertisement detailed the positions available. 1 security manager, requiring a minimum strength of second-tier power sovereign, with an upright attitude and dedication to duty, offering a monthly salary of 30,000 warm spring coins, plus year-end bonuses. 10 security supervisors, requiring at least a first-tier power sovereign strength, with a strong execution capability and proper demeanor, offering a monthly salary of 10,000 warm spring coins, plus year-end bonuses. 100 security captains, requiring a minimum of 8th-tier power king strength, with a proper attitude and strong execution capability, offering a monthly salary of 8,000 warm spring coins. Several security guards, requiring at least 5th-tier power master strength, with a strong work ethic and sense of responsibility, offering salaries ranging from 3,000 to 6,000 warm spring coins based on level. Upon seeing the sign, a flurry of figures surged forward from the crowd, directly confronting Wang Zhihai. To his astonishment, all 4 were first-tier power sovereigns. Wang Zhihai's heart raced, instinctively resting his hand on the hilt of his knife. What are you doing? Queuing is a basic courtesy. What? I am a power sovereign. How dare a mere second-tier power master speak to me in such a manner? The leader of the sovereigns fumed. What do you intend? I warn you, if your attitude does not improve, you shall never be employed here. Wang Zhihai, feeling the pressure, slammed his hand on the table. The power sovereign gritted his teeth, casting a glance toward the warm, illuminated screen, ultimately swallowing his indignation. Behind the 4 power sovereigns, a long line formed, comprising power kings, power masters, and others seeking easy gains. Now, that is more like it. What is your name? Which tribe do you hail from? What position do you hold within your tribe? Wang Zhihai inquired, gazing at the sovereign before him. I am Haiwo Shi, the chieftain of the Changqiu tribe. What position are you applying for? Wang Zhihai asked, with an air of superiority. I seek the role of security manager. Are you blind? The sign clearly states that a security manager requires at least a second-tier power sovereign. You appear to be merely a first-tier power sovereign, do you not? Wang Zhihai impatiently gestured toward the sign, slapping the table. How outrageous. I am a power sovereign. You ought to speak with more respect. Haiwo Shi roared. Yet he dared not strike Wang Zhihai. To do so would mean forfeiting any chance of collaboration with Warm Spring Island, leaving his tribe to face starvation. Chapter 964. Arrogance. Very well, Mr. Wang. I shall apply for the position of security supervisor. Haiwo Shi conceded at last. Your temper is too volatile. I doubt you could fulfill the role of supervisor. Would you accept the position of security captain instead? What? I, a dignified power sovereign, am to be reduced to a security captain? Yeah, I will do it. Is the salary paid monthly? Might I request an advance on half a month's pay? Haiwo Shi quickly came to terms with reality. That will not be possible. You must first work for 3 days. I can offer you an advance on those 3 days' wages. Ultimately, Haiwo Stone ascended to the position of security captain as Wang Zhihai presented a round emblem affixed to his shoulder, inscribed with the bold characters Captain Wei Yuan. After a brief interval, Susan emerged with a group of women, erecting a sign amidst the icy expanse that read, Hot Spring Garment Factory, now hiring. They sought 50 fashion designers, requiring a commendable physique and a solid understanding of design principles, with a monthly salary of $200,000. Additionally, they sought several tailors, demanding nimble hands and feet, adherence to management, with a salary of $10,000 per month. The security personnel queuing in the distance felt a surge of joy. They hastily abandoned their line and scurried home to fetch their wives. Quickly, go queue up. Who would have thought that tailors earn more than us security guards? In due time, with our combined efforts, we could save $1 million in a decade and become residents of Hot Spring Island. Good husband. I shall go at once and bring my sisters along. A throng of indigenous women began to form a long line behind Susan. After a while, Chung Libin also emerged, displaying another sign, Hot Spring Armaments Factory, now hiring. Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the thriving scene beyond the light curtain. After all, this represented over 100 million vibrant lives. Yifeng could not allow them all to starve, and he felt compelled to provide them with sustenance. In garnering a favorable reputation, he could also secure benefits for himself and Hot Spring Island. Presently, the population was categorized into 3 primary tiers: citizens of Hot Spring Island as first-class individuals, residents as second-class, and those outside the light curtain as third-class. Furthermore, the outer realm was subdivided into countless ranks. Security managers, fashion designers, and armaments engineers were considered the upper echelon among the third class. Following them were security supervisors, senior tailors, and apprentice engineers, regarded as the middle tier of the third class. Lastly, there were the outsourced laborers. At the very bottom were the unemployed drifters. Just then, Yifeng suddenly sensed an unsettling chill run down his spine. He turned abruptly to survey the crowd in the distance. Although he noticed nothing amiss, the intensity of his earlier sensation persisted. Unbeknownst to him, within the throng, Qingmu was fixated intently on Yifeng. Yifeng, why not step a little further outside? Just 100 meters will suffice? Yet, Yifeng remained steadfast at the breach of the light curtain, resolutely refusing to venture outward. Having navigated the starry mist continent for years with utmost caution, Qingmu knew that if he refrained from action, his strike would be decisive. Yifeng had just lingered at the gap in the hot spring array. Qingmu feared that should he act prematurely, Yifeng might escape into the array, thereby alerting the proverbial grass to the snake. He awaited an opportunity that would render Yifeng incapable of fleeing. It's becoming quite cold. Susan, Lao Chung Jihai, please proceed with the hiring at your pace. If it gets too chilly, let someone else take your place. I shall step inside to warm up. After finishing his sentence, Yifeng strode into the opening. The gap remained wide, as no one dared to intrude. So cold, my hands are freezing. You there? Can you handle the hiring for a moment? I'm heading in as well. Wang Jihai, his nose running from the chill, dashed into the hot spring array, exclaiming in dismay. The refugees outside gazed with envy and resentment. How wonderful it would be if they could freely enter the grand array. Some dreamers immediately switched to their imaginative mode, envisioning themselves living on the hot spring island with their family of 5, indulging in a leisurely lifestyle. Occasionally, they would toss out surplus frozen fish, provoking a frenzied scramble among the disaster-stricken, while they laughed heartily inside. How blissful that would be, just as the refugees were lost in their daydreams. 2 beautiful women from within the hot spring island threw out a piece of frozen fish. Ah, quick, grab it. Instantly, he abandoned his fantasies and dashed forward, shouting, "No stealing, I saw it first." It doesn't matter who saw it first. What ends up in your stomach is what counts. The refugee immediately engaged in a brawl with dozens of beggars, the commotion becoming quite lively. Inside the shimmering veil, the 2 young girls erupted into a fit of giggles. After Yifeng entered the shimmering veil, he made his way directly to Yi Lian's room. "Little Yi Lian, how is your cultivation of the Shurai progressing?" Yifeng inquired. "It seems there hasn't been much advancement, as I haven't consumed any high-purity crystal pills for quite some time," Yi Lian replied. Then, "Approximately how far can you see now?" Yifeng asked again. "About 25 to 26 kilometers, I suppose, but with the snowflakes falling all around. I can probably only see 12 kilometers now," Yi Lian responded. 12 kilometers. Forget it. Can you do me a favor and keep an eye on the outside of the shimmering veil? See if there's anyone particularly special, like a hidden 9th-tier power emperor," Yifeng requested. He initially contemplated ruffling Yi Lian's hair, but, recalling that she was nearly 18, he quickly withdrew his hand. "Yes, Uncle Yi, I will help you watch." Yi Lian said obediently. Qing Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the interior of the shimmering veil. Behind him stood an elderly man and a young boy. Sir, I believe entering the Grand Array is no ordinary feat, even if you forcibly break in. You will be cut by the goose sword threads inside, unless you can obtain the array plate, the elder suggested. Array plate? No need for that. With some time, I should be able to breach the Grand Array. Having spent nearly 800 years in the Starmon continent, my understanding of formations far surpasses that of the desert simpletons. But before that, I must conceal my strength and pose as an ordinary power master, Qing Mu replied calmly. At that moment, two power masters approached from a distance, emblazoned with the word security on their shoulders. Hey, what are you three sneaking around here for? Disperse. More than 3 people constitutes an illegal assembly, the 2 security guards. Proud and imposing, declared. Since becoming security personnel for Wei Yuan Company, they felt they had found their backing, as the company boasted a total of 11 power emperors, including a manager who was a second-tier power emperor. Such strength could only be compared to the once mighty 3 super clans in the vast desert. Qing Mu tightened his fists, narrowing his eyes. What do you want? Are you thinking of resisting us? We are from Wei Yuan Company. Disperse at once. 2 members of the 5th team forcefully pushed the 3 individuals away. Qing Mu clenched and then relaxed his fist, subsequently bursting into a silent laugh. Why should I argue with 2 insignificant practitioners of the postnatal realm? Once I have avenged my junior sister by eliminating Yi Feng, I shall return to the Starmon continent. Chapter 965. Understanding the Greater Good. I have no desire to linger in such a wretched place even for a moment. However, this azure formation possesses a peculiar quality. If I can transport it back to the Black Wind sect, perhaps my master, in a fit of joy, might bestow upon me some treasures. With this thought, Qing Mu glanced at the long sword at his waist. This spirit sword, a precious gift from his master, is a second-grade spirit sword that slices through iron like mud. Even an ordinary protective formation would find it challenging to withstand a single strike. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Dillian, have you still not noticed anything unusual? Yi Feng inquired. No. There are over 100 million people outside. Uncle Yi, aren't you making this difficult for me? Dillian replied. Very well. Please do your utmost to investigate. I shall also enlist the help of the Wei Yuan Security Company to assist in surveying the external population. With that, Yi Feng returned to the conference room and summoned the senior executives, including Wang Zhihai. Zhihai, from this moment on, I require you to collaborate with the Wei Yuan Security Company to conduct a census of the over 100 million people outside. Record their names, ages, and ancestral origins meticulously. Mark those of uncertain backgrounds with a red circle. I will personally investigate. Yi Feng commanded. Understood, Brother Feng. The census has been underway for a while, but those savages outside are quite unruly. They evade us during each survey, Wang Zhihai responded. That's acceptable. Proceed gradually and avoid escalating tensions. The disparity in treatment between the inhabitants of our hot spring island and those outside is stark. Should conflicts intensify, the consequences could be dire. Even though we have the goose sword silk within the azure light curtain, do you think we can withstand an all-out attack from 100 million people? Yi Feng stated. Indeed, but rest assured, Brother Feng, I have already divided those 100 million individuals into numerous strata. For instance, those with jobs and those without form 2 major tiers. Workers hold a higher status than the unemployed, and I have even categorized clothing and insignias to create a sense of hierarchy among them. This instills a competitive spirit that breeds jealousy among those who fancy themselves superior. Ultimately, the goal is to incite rivalry and discord, thereby achieving a strategy of divide and conquer, Wang Zhihai said with a cunning expression. Yi Feng inhaled sharply. He was relieved that he had insisted on promoting Wang Zhihai to the position of deputy island master. Though his strength was lacking, should he infiltrate the enemy's ranks, it would be disastrous for Yi Feng. While such tactics may be somewhat unscrupulous, it mattered little. After all, they were not citizens of Hot Spring Island. You may employ any means necessary, but do not apply this strategy against your own people. Do you understand? Yi Feng warned. Yes, I understand. I am a citizen. How could I possibly act against my own subjects? Wang Zhihai said, nervously touching his nose. Excellent. You may proceed with your tasks. The rope is now sufficiently gathered, and I shall descend to the depths of the abyss. Once you ensure that the lift is prepared, commence the processing without delay. After a period of cultivation, I shall return. Having concluded his words, Yi Feng bid farewell to Wang Zhihai and others, exchanging parting kisses with Duoyan Hina and the rest. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the abyss. With a leap, he plunged downward at a velocity of 1 kilometer per second. After a brief descent, powerful currents began to surge at the abyss's bottom, causing Yi Feng's body to sway uncontrollably. In a short while, he landed next to a heap of refuse. Feces, tattered clothing, and decaying corpses surrounded him, the stench overwhelming. Yet, the currents confined the foul odor to the depths, preventing it from wafting upwards. Yi Feng promptly covered his nose with his hand and hastened towards the altar. The giant earthworm remained motionless, its body resembling a sprawling mountain range. Above it, the goo-god cauldron emitted a dazzling light, casting flickering shadows around. "I have returned," he murmured, wasting no time as he pressed both hands against the creature's body. A torrent of potent energy surged into Yi Feng, engulfing him. A golden phantom materialized behind him, mirroring his movements. Utilizing the Dharma embodiment for cultivation indeed accelerated his progress by approximately tenfold. Each strike from the embodiment equated to 10 times the force of Yi Feng's own punches, and its resilience was also tenfold that of his physical form. Thus, when cultivating with the Dharma embodiment, the results were naturally magnified tenfold. What was once an arduous endeavor, the cultivation of the sacred demon art, now progressed at an astonishing pace. Yi Feng estimated that at this rate, he would likely achieve the 3rd level of the sacred demon art in 50 to 60 years, subsequently breaking through the bottleneck to the 4th level. As for aspiring to the realm of Force Sovereign, he dared not entertain such thoughts for now. His spirit was still too weak. He would wait until the soul pill was refined before attempting that leap, for a reckless endeavor might lead to his physical collapse. On Hot Spring Island, colossal shelters had been constructed outside the protective barrier. For iron pipes, each about 5 meters in diameter, extended from the island. The heated natural gas surged swiftly through the pipes, ensuring the interior temperature remained around -40 to 50 degrees. The closer one approached the heating pipes, the warmer it became, reaching a maximum of 10 degrees above zero. However, these accommodations were exclusively occupied by individuals of the Force Sovereign level. Ordinary people could not afford such warmth, with nightly fees soaring to 5,000 hot spring coins, typically reserved for the director and his associates. Niu Decao was dispatched by Yi Feng to serve as the director of the northern, southern, eastern, and western branches. He subsequently summoned 4 Force Sovereign-level directors to serve as his subordinates. In that moment, Niu Decao was filled with pride. Ha! Old Niu can now command 4 Force Sovereign-level experts. Following Brother Feng, it's nothing less than exhilarating. The 4 great shelters are insufficient to accommodate over 100 million people, and they cannot even house a mere million. Consequently, on the periphery of these shelters, ice houses have been erected where the temperature barely hovers around -200 degrees. Within these frigid abodes reside the unemployed, who refer to themselves as the lying flat tribe, subsisting on scavenged fish bones to brew a meager soup for survival. In a display of compassion, Yi Feng sets up a porridge stall outside the hot spring island each week, striving to ensure that the impoverished can partake in at least one nourishing meal. As a result, some individuals of considerable strength have gradually altered their perception of the hot spring island. Look, that island demonstrates profound righteousness, ensuring the most basic sustenance for the destitute. We misjudged Yi Feng. Though he may be harsh towards outsiders, he has, on the whole, guaranteed that we do not starve. Such benevolence is akin to that of a second set of parents, though perhaps that title is too grand. However, I can certainly regard him as a savior. Overall, the populace beyond the shimmering screen rates Yi Feng a 6 out of 10, a significant distance from perfection. Currently, Aoki resides in an ice house at -200 degrees, and despite his prolonged stay, he has not consumed a single morsel. An elder has gathered some fish bones for him to brew soup, yet Aoki, with his lofty self-regard, cannot bring himself to consume remnants gnawed upon by others. Lord Aoki, have you devised a plan? The elder inquired, his frame emaciated from hunger. Why the panic? Aoki slowly opened his eyes. For a formidable warrior of the true martial realm like him, going a year without food would only deplete some vitality. Starvation was not a concern. However, for the elder, a Force king, each day felt like an eternity. Living in the ice house at such an extreme temperature, he succumbed to hunger swiftly. To alleviate this dreadful sensation, he would daily venture south of the hot spring island to watch food broadcasts. Lord Aoki, you seem unperturbed, but my apprentice and I cannot wait any longer. If we do not secure work soon, we shall starve, the elder lamented. Very well, go seek employment, Aoki replied nonchalantly. All right. The elder and his apprentice dashed out of the ice house, swiftly making their way south toward the hot spring island, where thousands of force practitioners had gathered. Clad in thick animal hides, they stood transfixed, watching the shimmering screen, saliva uncontrollably dribbling. Before their eyes lay an immense table, at which a bikini-clad beauty indulged in a feast, her face glistening with grease. The elder swallowed hard. Each time he viewed a food broadcast, a wave of pleasure washed over him. Firstly, the bikini-clad beauty was quite a sight to behold. Secondly, the seafood on the table was astonishingly wasteful, as fish skins were carelessly tossed into the trash, such a squandering of resources. Moreover, fish entrails and bladders, all excellent for brewing fish porridge, were being discarded. Do you even know how to host a food broadcast? Allow me to take your place. The elder could no longer contain himself and shouted. His disciple, unable to restrain himself, placed his finger into his mouth, closing his eyes and envisioning his digit as a delectable slice of tuna sashimi. Alas, overwhelmed by his fantasy, he inadvertently bit down hard enough to draw blood. A few individuals with vivid imaginations smacked their lips, imagining they were savoring the delicacies showcased on the screen. After indulging in such culinary delights, what should one do next? Hee. A group of spectators donned smiles of silver, their gazes drifting towards a bikini-clad maiden. At that moment, a brisk gust of wind swept through, jolting them back to reality. We must hurry back to the shelter. We are freezing and succumbing to delusions. You still have money for the shelter, but I can only retreat to the ice house. Let us run. A chorus of voices erupted as they raced back home, where they began to fantasize about their promising futures while nestled in their frigid beds. Tap, tap, tap. A 10-man security team was patrolling between the ice houses. Fools, keep in step. When he steps with his left foot, you too must step with your left, maintaining a synchronized rhythm. We are representatives of Wei Yuan Company now. We must uphold our image and dignity, the security captain admonished from the side. Yes, Lord Li Wang. Yes, Captain. That is more like it. The captain's face brightened in response. After a fortnight of diligence, he had finally ascended to the position of security captain, earning a modest reputation in the disaster-stricken area. Some ordinary folk sought entry into Wei Yuan Company, and he was able to speak on their behalf, persuading interviewers to show leniency. Thus, each day upon returning home, his wife and children greeted him with warmth, washing his feet and massaging him, their pride in him evident. In stark contrast, a 7th-tier Li Wang stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, reluctant to return home as darkness fell. He was an unemployed drifter, relying solely on his wife to forage for fish bones at the shelter to concoct soup, barely managing to sustain their family of 17. Consequently, when he returned, his wife and children seldom greeted him with warmth. However, the biting cold was relentless. Perhaps he would inquire about the security captain position once more tomorrow. Upon speaking this, he strode back to the ice house. His wife, accompanied by a gaggle of children, was busy simmering fishbone soup, her visage as cold as the tempest outside. His children barely acknowledged him, their small brows knitting together in discontent. Ha ha ha, my dear wife and sons, I have returned. He forced a smile. Have you found a job? His wife asked without looking up. Rest assured, I will find one. The 7th-tier Li Wang replied awkwardly. A long, drawn-out sigh was his only response. Amor, you must strive for improvement. Look at Baishir Li, once a fellow elder of our tribe, now a 5th-tier Li Wang, and already a security captain. And you? After all this time, you haven't even secured a position as a guard. Tell me, when will you find work? You cannot continue to let me expose myself to the world to scavenge for fish bones, can you? I am, after all, the granddaughter of the chieftain. Do I not deserve some dignity? Her words left Amor flushed with shame, his anger boiling beneath the surface. Such absurdity. I am your husband. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Just watch. I shall strike you down today. In an instant, the icy chamber echoed with the cries of an infant, the piercing screams of a woman, and the furious roars of a man. Thunder rumbled from the abyss, while layers of golden lightning whirled madly around Yi Feng. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating divine brilliance. The cultivation of the indeed yielded rapid progress, yet the practice of the third layer consumed an inordinate amount of time. Even with the energy field provided by the formidable beast of level 80, he found himself struggling. Yi Feng muttered to himself and suddenly unleashed a punch towards the heavens. The golden behind him mirrored his actions, delivering a punch of its own into the sky. Boom! A small black appeared in the void, emanating a powerful suction that swept his long hair forward, obscuring his face. This punch had actually created a small rupture in space. Yi Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. After approximately a minute, the spatial fissure gradually mended, and the surrounding tempest abruptly ceased, returning to its original state. I must refrain from exerting such force next time, otherwise, I risk shattering the very barrier of light. With that thought, Yi Feng turned his gaze skyward, where he noticed a rope descending from above. As the tail end of the rope approached the troposphere, it twisted like a serpent in the wind. Ah, have they finally secured the rope? Yi Feng rejoiced, leaping into the air and soaring 200 meters high, barely grasping the distorted rope. With a roar, he plummeted, his body feeling as heavy as a mountain, crashing into a pile of filth. Ugh! Yi Feng gagged, pulling the rope to one corner of the altar and binding it to a stone pillar. Even so, the vigorous airflow continued to cause the tail of the rope to quiver slightly. Chapter 967. The thrill of this sensation. It seems that the construction of the lift shall not be completed within a year, for the winds would cause it to sway violently. Well, taking advantage of this brief moment, I shall resume my cultivation, hoping to solidify the golden further. With that, Yi Feng once again employed the art of blood absorption. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Far away, tens of thousands of miles from Hot Spring Island, countless wind blades ceased their dance. The gale zone, spanning 500 kilometers, had shrunk to over 400 kilometers due to the freezing temperatures. Within this zone, several figures struggled onward. Brother, this is a territory without a master. Perhaps it harbors ancient herbs over 10,000 years old. Furthermore, the spear god originated from this very place. Once we enter, we may inherit his legacy. Yes, upon entering this unclaimed land, we can boldly wield our blood magic without the so-called righteous practitioners pursuing us. As they conversed, they finally traversed the gale zone. Hiss! It's so cold. Brother, do you think this extreme cold will penetrate the gale zone and spread across the entire Starmon continent? It is indeed possible, declared the Grand Sorcerer, that an unprecedented calamity will sweep across the entire continent, likely stemming from this frigid temperature. At last, the trio emerged from the swirling sands, revealing their true forms. They bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, with hawk-like noses and deep-set eyes, the faint crimson glimmer within their gaze reminiscent of ferocious beasts poised to devour. Let us proceed. We must seek out spiritual herbs and elixirs, and subsequently locate the human settlements. This time, we shall enact a blood sacrifice upon each tribe, striving to attain the later stages of true martial cultivation at the earliest opportunity. Upon concluding their discussion, the three vanished into the tempest with a few swift movements. Boom! A radiant golden light enveloped Yi Feng, as arcs of lightning swirled and danced around his form. At that moment, he sensed a slight movement from the worm-like creature, sending a jolt of terror through him. The ramifications of awakening an 80-level aberration were unfathomable. He hastily rose, casting a tense gaze toward the heavens. It was time to depart from the abyssal depths, for the stench was unbearable. With that thought, he leapt onto the rope, exerting force to propel himself upward. With each leap, he ascended several dozen feet, and after a series of such jumps, Yi Feng vanished from the abyssal floor, ascending into the convective layer. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, 2 days had elapsed. Yi Feng gazed at the light source above, resembling a bulb. Goodness, this is exhausting. It didn't seem so deep when I fell, but climbing back up has taken me 2 whole days. Even with the stamina provided by the sacred demon art, I am nearing my limits. With this realization, Yi Feng removed his belt, fastening one portion to the rope and the other around his waist, suspending himself in midair to recuperate. Thankfully, he had refrained from attempting to ascend like a hand-cranked helicopter. Otherwise, he might have plummeted before reaching even a fraction of the distance due to exhaustion. After an entire day and night, Yi Feng finally reached the exit of the abyss. Utterly spent. Hurry, it's Brother Feng. Chung Li Bin was in the process of installing an elevator, hastily enlisting the help of several disciples to hoist Yi Feng up. Brother Feng, how are you down there? Chung Li Bin inquired. Are you blind? Yi Feng gestured toward his soiled state. Quick, take Brother Feng to bathe. Immediately, the group carried him into the castle. Susan personally attended to Yi Feng's cleansing, scrubbing layer upon layer from his body. What a stench! We've changed the bathwater 3 dozen times already, she remarked, covering her nose. There's no remedy. The odor from the abyss cannot dissipate. I've become infused with it myself, but no worries, it will pass in a few days, Feng replied sheepishly. After bathing, he donned fresh garments and confidently stepped out of the light barrier. He was certain that with his current strength, even if those outside the barrier conspired to attack, he would have ample time to retreat within. Greetings, Brother Feng. Wang Zhihai was reviewing his security team, which numbered nearly 100,000, arrayed in a seemingly endless formation beyond the barrier. Due to the sheer abundance of forces, the security personnel began to engage in internal competition. When Wang Zhihai was recruiting security personnel, he remarked that although 5th-tier strength practitioners could apply for the position, priority would be given to those with greater power. Thus, within the ranks of the 100,000 security guards at Wei Yuan Company, strength practitioners were relegated to the most menial tasks, as the security personnel were stratified into various levels. This hierarchy did not include positions like team leader, which pertained to grassroots management. The most coveted roles were those of the patrolling security guards stationed at the shelters, allowing them to patrol in a warm environment, free from the biting cold. Next in line were the guards assigned to stand watch within the shelters, who similarly enjoyed protection from the elements. The most numerous and least fortunate were the perimeter patrolling guards, who braved the harsh winds and snow, bundled in thick coats, while registering the various individuals lingering around the ice houses and reporting their information to the headquarters of Wei Yuan Security Company. This data would then be verified and compiled before being submitted to the intelligence agency of Hot Spring Island. Some of the guards turned their envious gazes toward Feng. Brother Feng, your timing is perfect. I was just about to review the troops. Why not take a seat in the sand vehicle? Wang Zhihai said with a flattering smile. No need. You carry on. I shall remain a mere spectator, Feng replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the vast assembly of 100,000 troops. Surely, the current strength of Wei Yuan Security Company equated to that of 2 former Sword Gorge factions. It was fortunate that this apocalyptic calamity had congregated so many formidable individuals on Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, how could such a multitude of strength kings and strength emperors be gathered simultaneously? I shall take my leave now, Wang Zhihai concluded, nimbly climbing into the sand vehicle. The vehicle slowly advanced, encircling the periphery of Hot Spring Island. Brave soldiers, your efforts are commendable, came the unified and proud response from below. It is no hardship. We labor for Hot Spring Island, for the sake of the Spring King. Each individual took pride in their role as security personnel. Their employment, while not comparable to that of the island's residents, was infinitely superior to that of the unemployed vagabonds. After work, they would deliberately linger at their doorsteps, feasting on fish and meat, eliciting envy from those without jobs. This feeling was exhilarating. It was a delight to stand above others. Of course, the unemployed dared not resort to robbery, for their residences and information were duly registered. Should they commit a crime, the security company would promptly pay them a visit the following day. Feng crossed his arms, observing Wang Zhihai's ostentatious display from beginning to end and back again. The guards, shivering in the biting wind with streams of snot running down their noses, nevertheless shone with determination in their eyes. Feng felt an irresistible urge to disrupt Wang Zhihai's pretentiousness. Brother, while I can overlook Wang Zhihai's arrogance, I cannot fathom why you tolerate his antics. Do you not resent him? Feng inquired. I bear no ill will. President Wang is our benefactor, and Director Yi serves as our guiding light. Look, this is the little booklet President Wang has provided us, chronicling Director Ye's heroic deeds. One guard immediately responded, producing the small booklet. Not every guard recognized Feng. Most had only caught a fleeting glimpse of him and could hardly recall his appearance. Feng took a small notebook and opened it, his eyes gradually widening. The illustrious tale of the great Hot Spring King, Feng, compels us, the entire security team, to pay our respects to Mr. Feng, Feng's father, who heroically sacrificed himself while saving others, and his grandfather, a noble pharmacist who selflessly treated the sick without charge, are part of his remarkable lineage. For 20 generations, Feng's ancestors have engaged in charitable deeds, and from this legacy of virtue, the extraordinary Feng, the king of hot springs, has emerged. Our esteemed Feng ultimately united with the great god of spears, Duo Yanhina, in a match made in heaven, solidifying Feng's dominion over the entire realm. Yi Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized how exaggerated Wang Zhihai's fabrications were. In truth, he was merely an orphan. His father had no notable medical skills. And while his grandfather had practiced medicine, he could barely recall his great-grandfather's legacy, let alone Wang Zhihai. Yet, as he gazed upon the accolades in the notebook, an inexplicable sense of elation swept over him. At that moment, Wang Zhihai returned, having circled the sand cart, and stood atop it, clutching the small notebook. "Now, let me recite the illustrious life of our island master," he proclaimed. On a stormy night, the piercing cry of a newborn echoed across the heavens. In that instant, the village dogs ceased their barking, lying prostrate on the ground. Even the tigers in the forest halted their hunts, as if bowing in reverence to the arrival of a sovereign. The security team below was soon overcome with emotion, tears cascading like kites set loose from their strings. "Yi Feng, Yi Feng," a female guard cried out, her voice laden with affection, before fainting on the spot. Yi Feng approached a fellow guard. "Brother, must you weep so profusely over a mere notebook? Woe is me, how can I refrain from crying? Have you not seen the supervisors watching us? If they notice anyone who remains stoic, they will report it to headquarters, leading to salary deductions and hindering our promotions." "Oh, Yi Feng, my esteemed island master." Yi Feng sensed that this method was distasteful, bordering on repulsive, for these guards were not foolish. One day, if Wang Zhihai could no longer offer them benefits, they might turn their resentment towards him. Just then, a guard broke away from the ranks and slowly approached the illuminated screen. Who permitted you to stand there? We are currently recounting the life of the Hot Spring King. Why do you not join in the lament?" Wang Zhihai fumed. He wished to claim authority. Yet he was acutely aware that his influence on Hot Spring Island paled in comparison to Yi Feng's. Thus he felt compelled to forcibly bind Yi Feng to his chariot. Even if he could not reign over Hot Spring Island, asserting himself outside its borders would suffice for his ego. "Seize him," Wang Zhihai commanded, his hand slicing through the air. 5 or 6 captains, all of formidable strength, surged forward. "Dare to interrupt our esteemed Wang, and you shall suffer the consequences." Just as these powerful figures approached the silhouette, suddenly, a flash of light erupted. Instantly, the world around them plunged into darkness. In Yi Feng's perspective, he witnessed the security guard draw his sword, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swiftly reduced several powerful warriors to mere fragments. "You must be Yi Feng?" Aoki, wielding his long sword, approached him step by step. "Who are you, and what grievance do we share?" Yi Feng, on high alert, tightened his grip on the hilt of his weapon. "I ask you only this. Did you kill Qinghua?" Aoki inquired coldly, his tone laced with lethal intent. "No." Yi Feng vehemently denied. He realized that this individual sought vengeance for the saintess Qinghua. It explained his recent unease. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable opponent. Most concerning was the fact that Yi Feng could sense no aura from him. This unsightly youth appeared as an ordinary person. Yet, how could a mere mortal converse normally in absolute zero? Swish, swish, swish. Within the confines of Hot Spring Island, dozens of crossbows aimed menacingly at Aoki. Shunin stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Aoki. "Release." Thud, 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 thud. The crossbows released a cacophony of sound, simultaneously launching their projectiles at Aoki. However, Aoki remained immovable, radiating a brilliant golden light. The bolts from the crossbows struck the youth, yet the golden aura shattered them as if they were mere twigs. It seemed even more formidable than Yi Feng's own physical prowess. Yi Feng's eyes flickered as he quickly assessed the situation. He was no match for this young man. "I take my leave," he declared, leaping into the air, attempting to bypass Aoki. Thinking of escaping, Aoki hurled his long sword towards Yi Feng. Clang! Yi Feng's 3 sacred scripts were effortlessly severed, and his body was sent flying 20 meters, crashing heavily into the shelter. Yet, the sword, as if imbued with life, spiraled in the air before hurtling back towards Yi Feng. "What is this?" Yi Feng gasped in shock, drawing his curved blade with urgency. Clang! The blade was instantly shattered, and the long sword struck him with an unstoppable force at his waist. With a sickening sound, the golden aura was rent asunder, leaving a gaping wound on Yi Feng's body. "Not good. Protect Brother Feng." Wang Zhihai swiftly retreated into the sand vehicle, slowly aiming the cannon at Aoki. However, just as he was about to fire, the long sword executed a reverse arc clang. The sound of metal being torn asunder resonated as the sand vehicle was cleaved in two, the driver similarly bisected. Wang Zhihai scrambled out of the wreckage, racing towards the light curtain without hesitation. Everyone, obey my command. Hold that fellow down. Whoever manages to do so will receive a doubling of their wages. As Wang Zhihai's voice echoed, he leaped into the protective barrier. Boom, 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 boom. Four powerful warriors leaped in front of Aoki. Boy, let us exchange a few blows. These warriors regarded Aoki with palpable trepidation, their eyes twitching and their foreheads darkened with anxiety. You think you can challenge me? Aoki flicked his fingers, and the sword that had been poised to strike Feng returned to him. The speed of the flying sword was blinding. The four warriors barely managed to adopt defensive stances before the sword swept past their necks. With a resounding thud, four severed heads tumbled to the ground. Feng, agile as ever, darted towards the luminous barrier once again. Hina, quickly, opened 10 gaps in the azure shield. He bellowed, ensuring that Duoyen Hina could hear him. Inside the castle, Duoyen Hina swiftly peeked out. Closing her eyes, she recited an incantation. The azure barrier flickered, revealing several openings in all directions. Chapter 969. A Glimmer of Despair by Guogua also traced a few lines on the array, and soon, the blue barrier manifested several breaches. Clang! Another sword struck Feng fiercely. His blood scales shattered in an instant, and blood gushed forth. What kind of sword is this? Feng roared, hastily retreating in another direction. Thinking of fleeing? Aoki remained immobile, his hand weaving through intricate gestures. The flying sword relentlessly pursued Feng. Clang! 2 power sovereigns leapt into action, attempting to strike the flying sword with their weapons. Unfortunately, their weapons disintegrated into iron dust upon impact, and their right hands were left shrouded in a mist of blood. Ah, my hand, my hand. One of them cried out in agony. You scoundrel! I will fight you to the end. The other power sovereign brandished a long sword with his left hand and charged towards Aoki's physical form. Puff! Aoki flicked his finger, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that obliterated the power sovereign's head. Everyone watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Who is this young man? A mere gesture could annihilate a power sovereign. It seemed that even a 9th-tier power sovereign could not achieve such a feat. Could it be that this young man is the legendary true martial realm? In that moment, the eager security personnel hesitated, retreating with fearful gazes fixed upon Aoki. Yet, Aoki did not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. His primary adversary was Feng. Clang! The flying sword flashed and struck Feng's back, shattering the 3 Sanskrit characters he had just formed. Puff! Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing onto the icy surface. Ha ha ha! A mere power king. What does it matter if you possess great abilities? In the face of absolute strength, all extraordinary powers are mere embellishments. Aoki stepped forward, his form transcending 100 zhang in an instant, appearing directly before Feng. With a whoosh, the flying sword landed in his hand. Gazing down at Feng, who lay on the ice, Aoki extended his left hand, intending to flip him over. However, just as he revealed Feng's front, Feng suddenly sprang to life, grasping Aoki's neck with his left hand and seizing his arm with his right. Blood-sucking bang. Before he could finish his words, Aoki gave a gentle shake, sending Feng soaring 30 meters away, crashing violently into an ice structure. The true martial realm and the postnatal realm represent a monumental leap in realms. Do you truly believe your little tricks hold any value? I ask you, were those several Sanskrit characters that flew from your body the legacy of the spear god's ancient divine magic? In a mere step, Aoki was once again before Feng, his speed resembling that of a wraith. Even without the use of a flying sword, relying solely on his physical prowess, Feng was still unable to return to the light curtain. Infuriated, he erupted once more. Unfortunately, with a single step, Qingmu had firmly pinned Feng to the icy surface. At the same time, an immense force immobilized Feng, rendering him incapable of even twitching a finger. Still wish to struggle? Very well, I shall first shatter your dantian. With that, Qingmu twisted his long sword and thrust it directly toward Feng's dantian. Do not harm my father, a tender voice cried out. Qingmu was momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting second of hesitation, the blue light curtain surged violently, enveloping both him and Feng within its grasp. A change flickered across Qingmu's face, a premonition of impending doom creeping in. Suddenly, a streak of golden thread flashed by. Qingmu was startled and quickly raised his spiritual sword for defense. The golden thread left a faint mark upon his blade. Another 2 streaks of golden thread whizzed through the air. Qing Mu's wrist trembled, almost causing him to lose grip of his spiritual sword. "What is this?" he exclaimed in shock, attempting to flee beyond the light curtain. Yet, in the next instant, the blue light curtain radiated with such brilliance that it barred entry and escape alike. Qing Mu's body collided violently with the barrier, rebounding forcefully. For more golden threads darted past, and in a state of panic, Qing Mu hurled his spiritual sword into the sky. The sword began to whirl rapidly around him. 8 streaks of golden thread flashed again, causing the spinning sword to momentarily stall, a small portion of its hilt severed. Is this a sword formation? Damn it! Qing Mu gritted his teeth, his body emanating a brilliant golden light. 16 streaks of golden thread flitted through the air, instantly cleaving the whirling sword into 3 pieces. Yet, its spirit remained intact, continuing to dance around Qing Mu. "Feng, let us make peace. Release the formation and allow me to leave. I will no longer seek vengeance for my junior sister," Qing Mu implored, his earlier composure evaporating, replaced by palpable anxiety. Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gradually retreating 1,000 meters away. "I'm afraid I cannot allow a powerful being like you to escape," he replied, shaking his head resolutely. He had resolved that today, without a doubt, he would annihilate Qing Mu within the sword formation. This time, 32 streaks of golden thread surged forth, shattering the remnants of the flying swords into fragments. 5 or 6 threads zoomed directly toward Qing Mu's body. The sound of metal clashing echoed ominously as the golden light surrounding Qing Mu dimmed. Before he could react, a multitude of golden threads, a total of 64, surrounded him like predators. Ready to engage. "Feng, let us converse amicably. If you kill me, according to the laws of the Starmane continent, debts must be repaid, and your entire hot spring island shall suffer the consequences." Qing Mu's voice grew sharp with urgency. Feng bit his lip, anxiously gazing at the distant Qing Mu. He had worried that the golden threads might not be sufficient to vanquish Qing Mu. He had not anticipated the sheer might of the blue light curtain. 64 strands of golden silk surged forward. Qing Mu gritted his teeth, channeling all his vital energy into the protective divine light surrounding him. However, within just the first dozen strikes, his protective aura was cleaved apart. Yet, when these golden threads made contact with Qing Mu's body, one of his garments radiated a brilliant red light, shielding him from the brunt of the assault. Gasp! A scream echoed as one of Qing Mu's arms was severed. Gasp! Ah! His legs were simultaneously sliced off at the knees by the golden strands. Gasp! The final strand passed by, taking half of Qing Mu's posterior with it. Feng, do you truly wish to provoke the vengeance of my Blackwind sect? I know not what the Blackwind sect is, but I am aware that if I allow you to leave today, my people will no longer dare to venture outside the protective barrier, Feng replied coolly. I refuse to accept this. I have cultivated for 800 years. I refuse. Qing Mu suddenly charged towards the barrier. Yet, the azure barrier, a sword formation left by the Gu god in ancient times, despite enduring for millennia, retained only a fraction of its original might. How could a mere true martial realm cultivator hope to breach it? In the distance, golden light flickered as 128 strands of golden silk approached. Qing Mu stood disheveled, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. Chapter 970. We shall all starve. Brother Feng has emerged. Brother Feng has emerged. Quickly, prepare the bathing water, Zhuema shouted. After the restoration of the previous order on Hot Spring Island, Zhuema resumed his role as the captain of Yi Feng's guard, overseeing 3 subordinates, each of whom possessed the strength of a first-order power king. Initially, Yi Feng intended to decline this arrangement, for he deemed himself capable of protecting his own safety. However, the council dismissed his request and forcibly assigned him 4 guards. Their reasoning was that, given the island master's numerous responsibilities, these guards, even if unable to protect him, could assist in delivering orders and running errands, thereby saving him from trifling distractions. After bathing, Yi Feng refrained from sharing a room with Duoyan, Hina, or Susan, instead opting to retreat to the cultivation chamber. The odors below were unbearable, and in the sanctuary of the cultivation room, he finally had the opportunity to introspect his own body. His bones had transformed to a pale golden hue, adorned with enigmatic dark green inscriptions. The marrow had entirely shifted to a deep purple. Yi Feng then turned his introspection towards his heart. With the inscriptions, his heart could thump up to 3,000 beats per minute at critical moments. When at rest, it would revert to a more languid rhythm of 50 to 60 beats per minute. Closing his eyes, Feng allowed his entire essence to gradually dissolve into nothingness. In this state, his heart's rhythm slowed to merely 5 or 6 beats per minute. This indicated a lower threshold and a higher potential for his heart's capabilities. If, one day, Feng could master his heartbeat to fluctuate from 1 beat per minute to a staggering 100,000, he might very well ascend to the 4th level of the divine demon art. Time elapsed, though its passage was indeterminate, before Feng emerged from the cultivation chamber. Zhuema and the 3 guards had remained vigilant outside. Brother Feng, 3 hours ago, we received promising news from the iron prison, Zhuema said respectfully. Oh. Feng's eyes sparkled with interest as he strode purposefully towards the iron prison, accompanied by his guards. As Feng approached the iron prison, he was enveloped by a potent aroma of medicinal herbs. Open the door, he commanded. With a thunderous sound, a guard swung the iron gate open, revealing the weary figure of Hao Yue, her hair matted and caked. In her hands, she cradled 5 elixirs, one of which was notably pale in hue, while the other 4 were tinged with black, clearly rendered ineffective. Feng, I have succeeded. I never anticipated that I would truly concoct a soul pill. The other 4, regrettably, only achieved a purity of approximately 57%, Hao Yue said, exhaustion etched on her face. Hand them over, Feng replied, taking the 5 soul pills and bringing the successful one to his nose. The sensation was indescribable, akin to the moment one craves meat and is suddenly enveloped by its savory aroma. He also inhaled the scent of the other 4, though their fragrance was lacking. They could still potentially be refined using the blood-sucking technique. Hao Yue, you have worked hard. Personally, I yearn to release you from this prison, but you are deemed a war criminal. Even as the island lord, I lack the authority to liberate you. The council members would never consent. Nevertheless, I can offer assistance within the bounds of principle. What do you need at this moment? Feng inquired, placing the 5 soul pills into his satchel. Feng, I acknowledge my status as a war criminal. Could you at least release me from this prison? I merely wish to avoid confinement within these iron bars, Hao Yue implored. That is not possible. You must remain in the prison. However, I should be able to fulfill most of your other requests, Feng stated calmly. Hao Yue sighed, her gaze drifting into the distance. At that moment, Qing Jun unexpectedly appeared. Brother Yi, for my sake, could you release our clan leader? Qing Jun pleaded, tugging at Feng's sleeve. Regrettably, you two should have been imprisoned, but considering your relatively benign nature, I permitted you to reside on Warm Spring Island. I hope you understand gratitude and refrain from making excessive demands, Feng replied bluntly. In the prison, Hao Yue raised her head. Feng, I shall not be so presumptuous as to request my freedom. I simply hope for access to hot water for bathing each day, a copper mirror, and some necessary changes of clothing. Is that feasible? Certainly, I can arrange that. Zhuema, have someone prepare the clothing, toiletries, and procure a copper mirror, Feng instructed. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Zhuema responded, hastening away to locate Chenin. Before long, Chenin personally delivered the garments. Ha, Brother Feng. I handpicked these for Fairy Hao Yue. Look, he exclaimed, holding up 2 scraps of fabric adorned with fine strings. What? You expect me to wear this? Hao Yue's face flushed a deep red. That meager fabric seemed only sufficient to obscure the tips of bamboo shoots, leaving even the blush at their peaks exposed. What do you think? Here are the trousers I prepared for you, Chun continued, brandishing a piece of fabric barely capable of covering the necessary areas. Hao Yue could no longer contain her agitation, her fists clenching tightly. Chenin, this is excessive. Quickly fetch some more modest attire, for the Moonlight Fairy is, after all, the matriarch of the Greenfield tribe, Feng remarked, swallowing hard. Fear not, Brother Feng. Women often prefer such expressive garments. I shall first confine her in the iron cage, then procure a more conservative outfit for her, one called the short skirt, Chunin declared, dashing towards the garment factory with fervor. Moonlight Fairy, remain here for the time being. In a few days, I shall return to gather more materials, and you will assist me in refining several batches of soul elixirs. Feng continued, then turned to the guard beside him. Adwa, go notify President Wang and request that he issue a bounty for the materials needed for the soul elixirs, doubling the price. Understood. The guard hurried off towards the hot spring bank. Wait, never mind. Baltamuli, you two shall go to the hot spring bank and have Wang Zhihai announce the materials for the holy water. If there are any finished products, offer a reasonable price. But do not extort excessively, he commanded. Yes. The third guard hastened away to the bank, embodying the essence of efficiency. In that moment, Yi Feng felt a surge of admiration for the sagacious elders of the House of Representatives. Assigning 4 guards truly alleviated the burden of running errands. Upon leaving the iron cage, Yi Feng, accompanied by the last guard, proceeded to inspect the hot spring academy. He made no noise, moving quietly to avoid disturbing the scholars engrossed in their studies. As he exited the academy, Shui Ma returned. Brother Feng, outside the light curtain. Yu Long and Lung Ling are searching for you. Oh, I nearly forgot. They have completed the project for the 200,000 meters of rope, and they must be looking for new tasks, he replied, striding towards the light curtain. Through 2 layers of light, Yi Feng, clad in a simple garment, observed Yu Long and Lung Ling outside, bundled in multiple layers of beast hide, resembling inflated balls. Island Master, the rope project has been completed. When shall we receive the remaining 5 million in payment? Lung Ling inquired. Isn't it sufficient to consult Wang Zhihai? Yi Feng responded, puzzled. Consult him? That fellow. He always sends a mere bank manager to deal with us, dragging his feet. If this continues, we shall starve. Yu Long could not suppress his frustration. Chapter 971. Brother Feng emerges. Brother Feng is coming out. Brother Feng is coming out. Quickly, prepare the bathing water. Shui Ma exclaimed loudly. After the restoration of the previous system on Hot Spring Island, Shui Ma resumed his role as the captain of Yi Feng's guard, overseeing 3 guards, each of whom possessed the strength of a first-tier power king. Initially, Yi Feng had intended to decline this arrangement, as his prowess rendered him unencumbered by the need for protection. However, the House of Representatives dismissed his request and insisted on assigning him 4 guards. Their rationale was that the island master is burdened with countless affairs. Even if these guards cannot provide protection, they can assist in relaying commands and running errands, thereby saving him from the minutiae of daily tasks. After bathing, Yi Feng did not retire to the same quarters as Duo, Yin He Na, or Susan, but instead ventured alone to the training chamber. The odors of the surroundings were unbearable, and only upon reaching the training room did he find the opportunity to introspect on his own well-being. The bones had transformed into a pale golden hue, while the inscriptions upon them appeared in an eerie shade of dark green. The marrow had entirely shifted to a deep purple. Yi Feng turned his gaze inward, examining his heart. With the inscriptions now present, it could pulse up to 3,000 beats per minute in critical moments. When he refrained from exerting himself, the heart would revert to a steady rhythm of 50 to 60 beats per minute. Yi Feng closed his eyes, allowing his entire aura to gradually dissipate into nothingness. In doing so, the heart's rate diminished to a mere 5 or 6 beats per minute. This indicated that the lower threshold of Yi Feng's heart had decreased, while the upper limit had significantly increased. Should the day arrive when Yi Feng could control his heart's rhythm to just 1 beat per minute, reaching a staggering 100,000 beats, he might very well ascend to the 4th tier of the sacred demon art. Time passed, though its measure was unclear, until Yi Feng emerged from the training chamber. Shui Ma and 3 other guards had been vigilantly stationed outside. Brother Feng, 3 hours ago, good news arrived from the iron prison. Shui Ma said respectfully. Oh. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with interest as he strode forward with his guards towards the iron prison. As they drew near, a potent fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Open the door, Yi Feng commanded. With a thunderous crash, a guard unlatched the iron prison, revealing Hao Yue, whose hair was matted and caked. In Hao Yue's hands lay 5 elixirs. One of these potions was notably pale, while the other 4 were a mix of white and black. Clearly having failed in their creation, Yi Feng, I succeeded. I truly managed to concoct a soul pill. Regrettably, the purity of the other 4 is only about 57%. Hao Yue said wearily. Hand them over, Yi Feng replied, taking the 5 soul pills and bringing the successful one to his nose. The sensation was indescribable, akin to the aroma of meat wafting to one who craved it. He also examined the other 4, noting their inferior scent. Yet he believed they could still be refined with his blood-sucking technique. Hao Yue, you have worked hard. Personally, I wish to release you from this prison, but you are deemed a war criminal. Even as the island lord, I lack the authority to free you. The council would never permit it. However, I can offer you assistance within the bounds of principle. What do you require? Yi Feng placed the 5 soul pills into his satchel. Yi Feng, I admit my status as a war criminal. Could you not at least release me from the iron prison? Hao Yue implored. That is not possible. You must remain confined. Aside from that, I can accommodate your other requests, Feng replied coolly. Sighing, Hao Yue cast his gaze into the distance. Just then, Qing Jun appeared from nowhere. Junior brother Yi, for my sake, would you consider releasing our clan leader? Qing Jun pleaded, tugging at Yi Feng's sleeve. Apologies, but you should also be imprisoned. However, considering your relatively mild transgressions, I allowed you to remain a resident of Hot Spring Island. I hope you understand gratitude and refrain from making excessive demands, Yi Feng stated without reservation. In the iron prison, the bright moon rose high. Yi Feng, said Hao Yu, I no longer wish for freedom from this confinement. Instead, I hope to have access to warm water for bathing, a copper mirror, and some essential changes of clothing. Is this feasible? Of course, Yi Feng replied decisively. Chaima, arrange for someone to prepare the clothing, toiletries, and procure a copper mirror. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Chaima hurried off and soon found Chenin. In no time, Chenin personally delivered the garments. Ha ha ha, brother Feng, these are the selections I have chosen for the fairy Hao Yu. Behold, Chenin exclaimed, holding up 2 pieces of fabric the size of coins, adorned with delicate strings. What? You expect me to wear this? Hao Yu's face flushed crimson. The scant fabric seemed barely sufficient to cover her modesty, leaving little to the imagination. What do you think? Here are the trousers I prepared for you, Chenin continued, presenting a piece of fabric that could barely conceal the essentials. Hao Yu could no longer contain herself, her fists clenched in indignation. Chenin, this is too much. Quickly find something more modest. After all, Hao Yu is the matriarch of the Greenfield tribe. Yi Feng swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Fear not, brother Feng. Women often favor such intimate attire. I shall first present this to the iron prison, then procure a more conservative outfit, a hip-hugging mini-skirt to be precise, Chenin declared, rushing off towards the tailoring workshop with excitement. Hao Yu, you shall remain here. In a few days, I will gather more materials, and I hope you can assist me in refining several batches of soul elixirs, Yi Feng stated. He then turned to the guard beside him. Adieu. Inform Director Wang to issue a bounty for the materials needed for the soul elixirs, offering double the price. Understood. The guard hastily made his way to the hot spring bank. Wait, never mind. Baltamuli, you two should head to the hot spring bank. Have Wang Zhihai post a bounty for the materials for the holy water. If any finished holy water is available, offer a fair price. But do not squeeze them too harshly. Yes. The third guard quickly followed suit, embodying the essence of efficiency. At that moment, Yi Feng felt a surge of appreciation for the wisdom of the old-timers in the House of Representatives. Deploying 4 guards indeed saved him considerable time. After leaving the iron prison, Yi Feng, accompanied by the last guard, proceeded to inspect the Hot Spring Academy. He moved quietly, making an effort not to disturb the students engrossed in their studies. Just as he exited the academy, Chaima returned. Brother Feng, outside the light curtain. Yu Long and Lung Ling are searching for you. Oh, I nearly forgot. They must have completed the project involving 200,000 meters of rope. I need to find them new tasks. With that, Yi Feng strode purposefully towards the light curtain. Through 2 layers of the light curtain, he observed himself clad in a simple outfit, while Yu Long and Lung Ling outside were bundled in 5 or 6 layers of animal hide, resembling overstuffed balls. Master Yi, the rope project is complete. When shall we settle the remaining 500,000? Lung Ling inquired. Just approach Wang Zhihai. He should suffice. Yi Feng replied with a puzzled expression. Contact him. That fellow. He consistently dispatches a diminutive bank manager to placate us, prolonging our wait indefinitely. At this rate, we shall starve. Yulong could not restrain himself from uttering a curse. Chapter 972, Unappreciative. Wang Zhihai is truly insufferable. Oh, I nearly forgot. It seems that once the rope is crafted, it must undergo inspection by the engineering department to evaluate its various parameters, such as abrasion resistance, tensile strength, hardness, and resistance to aging. Patience is required. I implore you, Yi Feng advised. What are we to do? The 2 million yuan check you provided us has been depleted 3 days ago, and now over 100,000 individuals are congregated outside the shelter, demanding their wages from us. Regardless of the circumstances, you must settle a portion with me today. Otherwise, we shall not dare return to our lodgings, Lung Ling asserted. You need not fear me. There remains a balance of 5 million yuan, correct? Very well, I shall arrange for an additional 2 million, Yi Feng replied, producing a small notebook to inscribe the amount of 200,000 yuan in full. Upon receiving the check, their faces brightened with joy. Yulong bestowed a kiss upon the check, his eyes gleaming with delight. It is uncertain when this scrap of paper, once deemed worthless, transformed into something dear to him. He dreams of such paper checks every night. Master Yi, you are indeed straightforward. That bald man is truly despicable. I advise you to ensure his swift departure. Otherwise, the tensions will inevitably escalate. After acquiring the check, they did not forget to admonish Wang Zhihai. Within the confines of the Hot Spring Bank, Wang Zhihai was surrounded by senior bank executives. Chenin, you are now directly liaising with Wei Yuan Security Company. How is the intelligence gathering progressing? Wang Zhihai leaned back, partially concealing his face in shadow. Currently, most of the security personnel outside possess deposits amounting to several thousand hot spring coins, Chenin reported while consulting his notebook. Very well. What of the tailoring department? How are their savings? Wang Zhihai turned to Susan and Bai Chuxue. The two women glanced at their notebooks, reporting to President Wang. The wages within the tailoring department are quite substantial. At present, the total deposits of the 2,000 female workers have surpassed 50 million, averaging 25,000 hot spring coins per individual, Susan replied. Excellent. From this moment, devise a method to encourage the female workers in the tailoring department to purchase high-end garments, fostering a spirit of competition among them to deplete their savings as much as possible, Wang Zhihai stated coolly. A flicker of reluctance crossed Su Yun's face. President Wang, if Feng were to discover this, he would be displeased, she cautioned. I am merely implementing Feng's strategy, ensuring that those outsiders remain perpetually impoverished. Should they all become affluent, they would surely return home to languish in idleness and would no longer heed our commands. At that point, how could we continue to harvest their labor at low wages? Miss Su Yun, the attire you wear must be valued at no less than 70,000 hot spring coins, correct? It possesses both design and material, crafted entirely from dolphin fur. Wang Zhihai's words caused Su Yun to lower her gaze. Were it not for the laborers outside assisting her, she would be unable to replicate such an effect on her own. Even if she could achieve this level of craftsmanship, it would take her at least 3 months to complete the garment by hand. Very well, President Wang, we shall carry out the orders, Susan nodded. She was far more ruthless than Su Yun. After all, those outside were not citizens, not even residents. They were outsiders. And one must be merciless to maintain the idyllic life on Hot Spring Island. Chenin, do you understand? Wang Zhihai turned his gaze toward Chenin. I understand. We will have the security personnel with savings purchase clothing and foster a sense of competition among them, Chenin replied. Oh, you truly are short-sighted. Both in stature and in perspective, Wang Zhihai remarked, causing Chenin to awkwardly cover his lap. Men do not typically concern themselves with appearances. Thus, we cannot deplete their hot spring currency through clothing alone. Rather, we must employ alternative methods. What do men desire? Wang Zhihai inquired. Men, of course, are attracted to women, Chenin responded, perplexed by Wang Zhihai's intentions. Precisely. You shall venture outside Hot Spring Island and gather a group of reasonably attractive, yet less capable women to establish a comfort house. In due time, the security personnel's funds will flow into this establishment. Subsequently, these women will earn money from the security staff, and Susan will then market clothing to them, creating a closed loop. Ultimately, we must ensure that these individuals remain perpetually impoverished. Otherwise, once they acquire wealth, they will inevitably deposit it in Hot Spring Bank, earning interest without working, and we shall be left to toil. This is the essence of currency, Wang Zhihai articulated earnestly. Though Susan and Su Yun disdained Wang Zhihai's character, they could not deny the validity of his argument. If everyone were a millionaire, who would perform the labor? Who would contribute to the creation of a beautiful, prosperous life on Hot Spring Island? President Wang, what if some individuals refuse to be swayed? If they hoard their wealth without spending, we cannot possibly freeze their accounts. Can we? A manager raised a hand. Excellent question. If they refuse to consume, we shall entice them. For instance, we could initiate eating broadcasts and establish several guilds, inviting some scantily clad female streamers to perform seductive dances. Kazina, your dance troupe can take the stage. Wang Zhihai pointed to Kazina, seated at the end of the table. Kazina's face turned pale. What if they remain untempted? She asked. Good question. Then we shall encourage them to venture into entrepreneurship, offering 3 years of tax exemption in the initial phase. They will undoubtedly succumb to temptation, for those who crave wealth desire their assets to multiply. When the 3 years are up, they will have invested all their money. At that point, we shall impose various taxes, such as sanitation tax and operational tax. and conduct surprise inspections, ensuring they are left with nothing. When they find themselves at their lowest, we will offer them a job tightening screws. Wang Zhihai smirked. You are truly sinister. Goodness, I am fortunate to be a citizen now. Had I been one of those unfortunate souls outside, I would be the first to end your life. Chenin couldn't help but curse. Boldly spoken. How dare you insult President Wang? Two elite guards placed their hands on their weapons. Chenin immediately lowered his head in submission. At that moment, Feng had returned to the office, where several documents were laid out before him. Susan is now set to preside over the garment factory. Thus, Feng's personal secretary is Dove. Dove assisted Feng in opening the first document, which was sent by the hot spring bank. Wang Zhihai and others had already placed their fingerprints upon it. Wang Zhihai is indeed unscrupulous, a true heartless capitalist. However, his actions seem to pose no detriment to my hot spring island. I shall sign it. Feng affixed his grand name and pressed down with his seal. The second document arrived from Chenin, containing a request to establish a women's comfort center. Feng hesitated for a moment and glanced at Dove beside him. After a period of recuperation, Dove's complexion had notably improved, radiating a healthy glow. Yet her eyes still bore a hint of timidity, which was quite heart-wrenching. Dove, do you think it is appropriate to establish a women's comfort center? Feng inquired. The House of Commons has decreed that I am not to partake in decision-making. Brother Feng, if you deem it acceptable, then it is, Dove replied cautiously. In the entirety of Hot Spring Island, her unique skin tone rendered her susceptible to isolation. I shall sign it. After completing the signature, Feng turned his attention to the third document. Is this a document from outside Hot Spring Island? How has it found its way to my desk? Feng scrutinized it carefully, noting the cover bore the inscriptions of Bye Bye City. Yulong. Dove assisted in unveiling the document, which contained a message penned by Yulong. May the island master of Hot Spring Island render justice for the hundreds of thousands of my kin who perished in Bye Bye City. A few of my tribesmen have escaped to this place, and they spoke of a young man with an eagle-like nose who slaughtered my entire clan and piled their corpses into a mountain. Based on their descriptions, I surmise that this eagle-nosed youth has mastered the forbidden arts of the Great Desert, specifically blood magic. Feng's expression darkened. To be candid, he was reluctant to involve himself in matters beyond the veil of their realm, but neglecting it would dishearten the victims. Since he intended to utilize their labor force, a fade of goodwill must be maintained. Thus, he signed the document and composed a response to Yulong. Rest assured, Lord of Yulong City, I shall appoint a citizen to accompany 10 residents to Bye Bye City for verification. Should the claims prove accurate, I will certainly condemn the actions taken. After dispatching the response, Feng chuckled heartily and picked up another document, which also originated from the leaders of the disaster-stricken populace. Upon opening it, his countenance shifted slightly. He proceeded to examine the remaining dozen documents, 7 of which detailed the blood sacrifices conducted by the eagle-nosed youth upon entire tribes. He promptly rose and began pacing back and forth in his office with his hands clasped behind his back. Clearly, this matter could not be treated with haste. Based on the reports, the eagle-nosed individual was performing blood sacrifices on one tribe after another, and the rapidity of blood magic's cultivation posed a potential threat to Hot Spring Island. Unbeknownst to Feng, the eagle-nosed youth was already at the true martial realm, and indeed stronger than Qing Mu, being in the mid-stages of that realm. Chase Ma, come in. Feng called out towards the entrance. The door to the island master's office swung open, and Chase Ma strode in with purpose. You are to seek out Deputy Island Master Nairi Miko and request her to dispatch 100 individuals to discreetly position informants around the Hot Spring Island, so as to track the movements of the hawk-nosed youth and report back to me immediately. Understood. Chasing Ma responded promptly and departed. Another entered. Feng called out again. The door creaked open, and a duo stepped inside. A duo, I need you to personally venture outside the screen and locate the general manager of the Weiyuan Security Company. Instruct him to recruit additional temporary high-level security personnel with a minimum strength of 9th-tier Power Kings, ensuring that he hires a total of 100. I shall have significant use for them. Yes. A duo strode briskly towards the outside. At this moment, the influence of currency on the Hot Spring Island had become quite formidable, alleviating Feng from the need to confront the blood sorcerers personally. By simply utilizing the hot spring currency, he could summon numerous skilled individuals to serve his command. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Now, to the south of the temple, a sand cart was traversing through the snowstorm. Inside the cart sat 7 individuals. Leading them was a citizen of the Hot Spring Island, a fifth-tier power master. Accompanying him were 6 subordinates, 1 power emperor, and 5 ninth-tier power kings. It was undeniable that citizens wielded significant power. A master could command both emperors and kings. In the past, such a notion would have been unfathomable, yet presently, these power emperors and kings relied on the Hot Spring Island for sustenance and employment, hence their demeanor towards the citizen remained courteous. Lord Niu, should the blood sorcerer prove too formidable, we shall return to report to Island Master Yi and request additional personnel for an encirclement, the power emperor remarked. Indeed, we are merely here to gather intelligence. Let us maintain a low profile, the citizen surnamed Niu replied. At that moment, a figure flashed ahead, and a young man stood before the sand cart, a trace of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Creak. The sand cart halted abruptly in the icy expanse. This, at least a power emperor level threat. The power emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, immediately, machine guns and cannons were aimed at the youth. Brother ahead. From which tribe do you hail? Niu called out loudly. However, the youth merely smiled faintly, abruptly slapping his waist. A golden small sword soared forth, and as it ascended, its blade expanded rapidly, soon transforming into a colossal sword measuring 5 meters in length. Clang! The sound of metal being torn apart echoed. The entire sand cart was cleaved in two. 2 ninth-tier power kings were severed instantly. This is not good. The remaining 5 swiftly exited the sand cart, drawing their curved blades. Yet, in the next moment, the youth flickered in motion, seizing 2 corpses, biting down fiercely, and began to suck vigorously. It's him. He is the blood sorcerer. Charge with me. Niu raised his curved blade and rushed towards the blood sorcerer. However, upon glancing back, he found the remaining 4 had already dispersed in 4 different directions, especially the power emperor, who, with a few swift movements, had appeared 100 feet away. You all lack any spine. Niu gritted his teeth and struck fiercely at the blood sorcerer. Yet, in the next instant, his curved blade was sent flying into the sky. Unexpectedly, in this secluded corner, there exists such a valiant individual. A voice emerged behind Niu, and he soon felt a searing heat in his artery. 2 minutes later, Niu's lifeless body was discarded aside. The youth with the hawk-like nose did not pursue the fleeing 4. Instead, he strolled leisurely towards the south. For him, exerting energy to chase a few individuals was entirely unnecessary. After all, with the prowess of the 3 brothers, they could traverse the vast desert with ease, untroubled by the thought of the strength monarch returning to divulge their actions. In the great tree city, Baihu gazed in astonishment at the youth with the hawk-like nose. Who are you? Why have you slain the elder and the second elder of Great Tree City? Baihu's hand trembled slightly around the hilt of her sword. Her eyes filled with terror. Just moments ago, the youth had dispatched the 2 ninth-tier strength elders with a single stroke, leaving them severed without a sound. He. I harbor no grudge against you. Here's the deal. Gather all the members of your tribe below. I have matters to discuss with them. The youth said with a faint smile, his tone devoid of any emotion. You are the blood sorcerer who has recently emerged? It seems you have already conducted blood sacrifices on several races. Do you believe I would fall for your trickery? Baihu raised her sword defensively. Surrounding her were 7 or 8 strength king-level puppets, for elders, and several chieftains. Unwise, the youth remarked, and with a flick of his sword, a cacophony of screams erupted from within Great Tree City. Baihu hurriedly dashed out of the iron shadow with S hollow, plunging into the snow with a muffled thud. She had no time to feel pain. Instead, she rolled and crawled southward. Indeed, she intended to seek out LV Xiang Tian, believing he had yet to perish. In the Green Meadow tribe, 2 great chieftains, both 9th-tier strength kings, held their ground. Yet, a youth with a hawk-like nose approached. Who might you be? One of the chieftains inquired. That is of no concern to you. I require all members of your tribe to assemble in the center of the city. My time is limited. You have but 2 hours, the youth commanded. Boldly, you dare to conduct blood sacrifices here. Everyone, heed my command, advance. In an instant, the Green Meadow tribe was filled with anguished cries. Chapter 974. Feng, it has been a long time. Brother Feng, this seal fur jacket is crafted from seal fur, taking 2 days to complete with a workforce of 200. The price is 100,000 spring coins. Chun and helped Yi Feng don the striking jacket. Brother Feng, your physique was already commendable, and this jacket accentuates your chest and abdominal muscles, making you a veritable embodiment of allure. Chunin praised. Not only Chunin, but also Defu gazed at Yi Feng with admiration, her eyes seemingly brimming with affection. Yi Feng examined himself in the bronze mirror. Indeed, well-tailored garments could mask one's flaws while highlighting their virtues. If we were to produce such clothing on our spring island, how much labor do you think it would require? Yi Feng asked Su Yun beside him. On our spring island, we cannot gather so many skilled hands. Moreover, with the combined total of our citizens and residents, there are barely over 60,000 of us. It is utterly implausible to fabricate such luxury items. Su Yun could not resist caressing Yi Feng's chiseled chest. This scene left Defu, who stood nearby, blushing furiously. As one of the early members of Yi Feng's team, she had attracted suitors due to her darker complexion, but had always felt too shy to accept any of their advances. Most importantly, her heart belonged to only one person. She desired to reserve her first time for the one she truly cherished. Reflecting on this, Defu glanced once more at Yi Feng, dressed in an opulent cashmere shirt. He exuded a potent masculine allure that was difficult for Defu to ignore. It seems that the influence of those beyond the screen is quite significant. If it were just the 60,000 of us, not even a modest garment could be produced, let alone such luxury attire. Yi Feng realized the importance of treating those outside the screen with kindness. Without the support of over 100 million people, he would never enjoy such privileges on his island. Working only 4 hours a day while donning clothes worth tens of thousands. He contrasted sharply with those outside who toiled for 12 hours, clad in patched animal skins, reluctant to purchase new garments. Indeed, it appears that the longer one works, the lower the wages, while shorter work hours seem to yield higher pay and better benefits. It seemed time to clock out once again, and with a chuckle, Yi Feng tossed aside his documents. Chunin and others exchanged glances filled with delight before heading home. However, Su Yun lingered, waiting for the others to depart before quietly locking the office door behind her. "What are you doing?" Yi Feng asked, his expression wary. "A phone. It has been quite a while since we—" "You know," Su Yun said, tugging at her collar slightly. "Don't do this. I have a family now. And you should seek a husband too," Yi Feng replied. "Not today. In this outfit, you are simply too enticing." "I cannot resist," Su Yun declared, then suddenly pushed Yi Feng down onto the office desk. It was not until dusk that Yi Feng cautiously opened the office door, glancing around like a spy. Seeing no one, he gestured for Su Yun to leave first. Blushing, she stepped out. After she had gone, Yi Feng returned to his chair, deciding to wait 10 minutes before exiting the office to avoid any misunderstandings. "Brother Feng, may I come in?" Defu's voice called from outside. Please do," Yi Feng replied, hurriedly organizing his papers and brushing his long hair back. As Defu entered, she promptly closed the door behind her. "Defu, what brings you here after hours?" Yi Feng inquired. "Brother Feng, I am already in my 30s, Defu said, her voice hesitant. "Indeed. It is about time to find a husband. Who has caught your eye? Do tell," Yi Feng encouraged with a smile. "I haven't set my sights on anyone." "Brother Feng, what do you think of me?" Defu's voice dwindled to a near whisper. Yi Feng's thoughts began to stir, yet as a principled individual, he felt compelled to maintain a facade of propriety. "Nonsense, I am a married man. Dove, if you have someone in mind, simply inform me. For I now hold a position of authority over you. In due time, I shall act as your matchmaker in my capacity as the island's lord." Yi Feng stated with an air of seriousness. "Brother Feng, matchmaking is acceptable. However, as it is my first time, I wish." Though Dove did not complete her thought, Yi Feng understood her intentions in an instant. Dove, it is essential to recognize that the women who have been with me often find it challenging to move on. They seldom seek companionship from other men. If you doubt this, you may inquire with Su Yun and the others," Yi Feng lamented, acknowledging that any woman he had previously courted would be unmatched by any other suitor. "Brother Feng, a newcomer has arrived in Green Tree City. She claims to know you," a soldier reported at that moment. "Green Tree City? An acquaintance of mine?" Yi Feng scratched his head. "What is her name?" "White Fox. She is looking for Guxiang Tian," the soldier responded. I shall meet her in person," Yi Feng declared, striding confidently toward the light screen. Upon reaching it, he beheld a captivating young woman. White Fox, draped in several thick pelts, shivered in the cold wind, evidently encountering the formation for the first time as she tenderly caressed Yi Feng's light screen. "Master's wife, it has been a long time. I did not expect you to come to Hot Spring Island." Yi Feng approached her with purpose. "Yi Fenger, have you seen your master?" White Fox inquired. Though she had already concluded that Yi Feng was her nemesis, for reasons unknown, she could not bring herself to harbor animosity toward him. After all, she had genuinely cared for him back in Giant Tree City, leaving her in a precarious position. I suppose he might be in one of the ice houses. Feng hesitated, ultimately deciding against revealing the grim news to White Fox. Very well, please open the light screen and let me in. It is far too cold out here, she shivered. Initially, she had ascended through her beauty, allowing her to marry the Emperor of Strength despite her formidable power. Had her appearance been even slightly less appealing, the Emperor would have never chosen her as his consort. Fenger, did you hear? Hurry and let your master's wife in. It is freezing outside, White Fox called out again. Feng hesitated briefly before producing 5 hot spring coins. Mistress, here are 5,000 hot spring coins. You can stay in the shelter. While you may not secure a top-tier room, a mid-tier one should be available, where the temperature will remain around -50 degrees. He explained, tossing the coins to the ground. What is this? What does mid-tier mean? White Fox stared at the 5 coins on the ground, making no move to retrieve them. Unbeknownst to her, numerous green-eyed gazes were fixed upon the coins, with a few individuals swallowing hard. 5,000 was indeed a tempting sum. Several security guards were tempted, envisioning a bounty of 5,000 frozen fish. Someone, please explain the use of these hot spring coins to my master's wife. Feng indicated to a distant security guard, Muir, who had been compelled by his wife to infiltrate the security ranks. Originally of a high rank, he had settled for being a mere security captain. However, due to his foul temper and offending Wang Zhihai, he found himself at a disadvantage, forever barred from promotion. Allow me to elucidate this matter for you, my lady. The shelter is equipped with heating pipes from Hot Spring Island, rendering the rooms exceedingly expensive. There are a total of 127 rooms in proximity to these heating pipes, which we refer to as the Heavenly Suites, maintaining a temperature of approximately 10 degrees Celsius. Adjacent to the Heavenly Suites are the Earth Rooms, which also receive some warmth, with temperatures hovering around 0 degrees. Further still are the Mysterious Rooms, where the temperature drops to about -10 degrees. The Yellow Rooms follow, with a chilling temperature of around -30 degrees. The least desirable are the Human Rooms, situated at the edge of the shelter, where temperatures plummet to around -50 degrees. Though they are still preferable to the absolute zero outside, Amor explained, shivering. The Human Rooms require 5,000 hot spring coins, the White Fox remarked, glancing at the 5 discarded pieces of paper on the ground. Not at all. Typically, they range from 188 to 238 coins. The Heavenly Suites are the priciest, usually costing 5,888 or 6,888 coins, Amor responded. The White Fox remained silent, casting a frosty gaze at Feng. Feng, do you no longer acknowledge me as your master? Of course I do, but Hot Spring Island has its regulations. Allowing outsiders requires a vote from the House of Representatives, a process far too convoluted. You should stay in a human room for now. I will take some time to persuade the legislators to grant you a recommendation. Otherwise, you won't even qualify for a vote, Feng replied, feeling rather embarrassed. Humph. The White Fox huffed softly. Gather those hot spring coins. Let us proceed to the adjacent shelter. With that, her attendants collected the currency and strode into the shelter. As the wife of the Lord of Great Tree City, how could she possibly reside in a human room? Thus, she opted for an earth room, costing 2,888 coins for the night. Fortunately, it was a suite, capable of accommodating several individuals. These individuals were all her attendants. The earth room was significantly warmer, allowing the White Fox to shed her furs, revealing her voluptuous, yet slightly elongated figure. There was a window in the room, which she opened, and a gust of cold wind rushed in. At that moment, she spotted a powerful figure swiftly approaching Hot Spring Island. After a few flashes, the powerful individual stood before the light screen. Lord Yi, I have urgent matters to report. In a flurry, several figures rushed to the light screen, scrutinizing the powerful individual. Hong Chao, did you not accompany Niu Decao to the temple? Where is Niu Decao? Wang Zhihai furrowed his brow. Lord Niu Decao. He was killed by a blood mage, Hong Chao replied slowly. What? You allowed a citizen to be slain and returned unscathed? Wang Zhihai's anger flared. But I was no match for him. He was a blood mage, Hong Chao gulped. Hong Chao was not affiliated with the Wei Yuan Security Company. His presence among the citizens was due to a temporary employment by Hot Spring Island, earning 100 hot spring coins per hour. The advantage lies in the swift acquisition of funds, whereas the downside is the absence of employee benefits. After completing this task, one cannot ascertain when another lucrative opportunity will arise. Yi Feng, however, pushed Wang Zhihai aside. You arrived in a new generation sand vehicle. And with your esteemed power as a force monarch, you could not protect Niu Decao. What then does this indicate about the enemy's might? In all honesty, I can barely discern his level, but it is undoubtedly above the 5th tier of force monarchs, and it is possible that he is the legendary 9th tier. Hong Chao spoke with difficulty, still haunted by that terrifying sword strike. Tai Jier was indeed formidable. Brother Feng, what is going on? That individual has slain a citizen. Wang Zhihai looked towards Yi Feng. Rules must be upheld. While killing others may be tolerated, the murder of a citizen demands retribution. You are Hong Chao, correct? Do you recall the appearance and aura of that man? Yi Feng turned his gaze to Hong Chao. I remember. Hong Chao nodded eagerly. I will issue a bounty of 100 million spring coins immediately. Whoever avenges the citizen will not only receive the bounty, but will also gain permanent residency on Spring Island for themselves and their direct descendants. Yi Feng's voice resonated powerfully. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. 100 million spring coins, and the chance to relocate my entire family to Spring Island? My heavens! I must resign from the Wei Yuan Security Company right now and become a bounty hunter. One eager force master nearly tore off his insignia, but was restrained by a companion. Don't act rashly. Someone who can make a force monarch flee is not someone you can confront alone. Even a force monarch would require a team to capture that fiend. It's best you don't throw yourself into danger. Ultimately, the force master regained his composure and returned to his patrol. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment before stepping through the light barrier. To all force monarchs, there is a substantial bounty of 100 million. Who among you is willing to take on this task? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures began to emerge from the distant ice house, most of whom were force monarchs, with a few exceptionally powerful force kings among them. One individual caught Yi Feng's eye, yet he quickly shook his head. After roughly half a day, the VIP room of the Southern Sanctuary hosted at least 200 individuals, including 42 force monarchs, with the remainder being force kings of the 8th to 9th tiers. Yi Feng occupied a prominent seat, with Wang Zhihai standing beside him. Esteemed guests, I did not anticipate such a gathering of force monarchs in the Great Desert. It seems you have concealed your prowess quite adeptly. Yi Feng addressed the assembly. The attendees remained silent, clearly accustomed to positions of authority. Island Master Yi, if we jointly eliminate this murderer, how shall the reward be apportioned? Queried an unfamiliar 2nd-tier force monarch. Around Spring Island, there had originally been over 100 million inhabitants. However, as the weather grew colder, the reputation of Spring Island flourished, drawing forth hidden powers from afar. They must consider not only their own interests but also those of their kin, and even for the sake of future generations. Thus, in a fleeting moment, numerous formidable figures emerged within the secret realm of the Wind Zone. Yi Feng was convinced that there might still be some powerhouses of the 5th rank and above. Yet they refrained from revealing themselves, unlike those in the One-Sword Gorge who sought fame. I shall convert the permanent residency of Hot Spring Island into cash and distribute it evenly among the hunters, Yi Feng stated slowly. Indeed, the 2nd-rank power holder nodded, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, as if weighing his options. Those who have cultivated to the realm of power often possess their own wisdom and are not easily deceived. Only genuine wealth can sway them. Yi Feng's bounty of 100 million had indeed drawn forth numerous experts, over 40 power holders. The mere thought of it was daunting. Even formidable warriors might find themselves at a disadvantage. At that moment, another 3rd-rank power holder spoke. Island Master Yi, my blood magus can perform blood sacrifices clan by clan. I estimate his strength has reached the level of a 9th-rank power holder, or perhaps even the legendary true martial realm. Therefore, we require advanced weaponry, such as your crossbows, rifles, cannons, and handguns. Upon his utterance, several power holders nodded in agreement. As for those at the rank of Power King, they were merely there to secure a meager existence. Yi Feng had previously mentioned that even if they did not encounter the murderer, on the day the culprit was apprehended, each would still receive a guaranteed sum of 10,000 hot spring coins. Yi Feng turned to Wang Zhihai. What do you think? Brother Feng, whatever you say goes. I trust your judgment, Wang Zhihai replied with a smile. Very well. I believe the defenses of Hot Spring Island are such that ordinary crossbows can no longer penetrate. Hence, there is no need for overly stringent control. In fact, we might even convert these crossbows into hot spring coins to sell to the various tribes outside the barrier. Wang Zhihai remarked thoughtfully. After all, with the 2 layers of defenses in place, Hot Spring Island is virtually invincible. and these weapons can be exchanged for hot spring coins. Agreed. Prepare some hand crossbows and vehicle crossbows, and provide each group of 7 with a sand cart. They must radiate from Hot Spring Island and seek out the murderer. For the blood magus has killed citizens, Yi Feng asserted with gravity. Understood, Wang Zhihai nodded. The power kings below listened with envy. Initially, they harbored considerable grievances against Hot Spring Island, as the inhabitants enjoyed abundance while they themselves languished outside, facing harsh winds. However, at that moment, a new thought began to take root in their minds. Since they could not defeat Hot Spring Island, it would be wiser to join it. They could start as residents, eventually finding ways to contribute to Hot Spring Island, and perhaps one day earn a recommendation to become citizens. At least 5 or 6 power kings began to entertain this notion. Zhihai, please take a seat and devise strategies with them. I shall move about nearby, Yi Feng said, gently pressing Wang Zhihai into a chair. This, very well. Wang Zhihai complied and settled into the main seat. Ladies and gentlemen, you shall form groups of 7, each accompanied by a sand cart. The distance between the sand carts must not exceed 10 kilometers. In this manner, you will advance gradually in a grid formation towards the north. If one sand cart encounters danger, do not engage in combat at once. Instead, immediately deploy the fire cannons to alert the nearby sand carts for assistance. I am confident that the blood sorcerer will not be able to eliminate 7 formidable warriors in such a brief span of time. As long as reinforcements arrive from other locations, a chain reaction will ensue, allowing us to subdue the so-called blood sorcerer on the spot. Of course, I will assign a citizen to oversee your actions. You must ensure his safety, for his demise would render your bounty void. Wang Zhihai grew wary, pondering the possibility that this group might randomly slay a head to impersonate the blood sorcerer, which would be undetectable by the Warm Spring Island. Very well. The citizen you send must possess adequate strength, lest he perish along the way, and we bear the blame, remarked a third-tier power monarch, the strongest among the over 200 present. Agreed. You shall rest in room T for 1 night to recuperate. Tomorrow morning, I will have the citizen bring forth the weapons and sand carts, declared Wang Zhihai. He then turned to Yi Feng. Brother Feng, do you have any additional remarks? Additional remarks? Yi Feng pondered, leaning on the table. Esteemed guests, while you engage in hunting, please also promote Warm Spring Island, mentioning that we offer heating and food supplies. However, these provisions must be exchanged for treasures, such as various herbs, materials, crystal pills, high-quality steel, or excellent fuel. Additionally, any secrets I may not be aware of, such as methods to resolve inner demons or extraordinary techniques, can also be traded for our food, heating, and pest control medicine. Yi Feng spoke slowly. Master Yi, while assisting you in promotion, we must also charge a reasonable fee, correct? How much do you intend to offer? Inquired the third-tier power monarch, a pragmatic individual unwilling to incur any losses. Isn't the minimum guarantee 10,000 for each of you? Is that insufficient? Wang Zhihai slammed the table emphatically. In the next moment, a dozen fierce gazes shot towards him, causing him to retreat behind Yi Feng in fright. Very well. Then I shall raise your minimum guarantee to 30,000 warm spring coins. Is that satisfactory? Yi Feng replied nonchalantly, for warm spring coins could be printed freely. Once these individuals earned their share, they could be guided towards consumption. In any case, it was crucial to prevent them from amassing excessive savings, as that would lead to complacency, disrupting economic equilibrium. Deal, said the third-tier power monarch, extending his hand. Excellent. Yi Feng clasped his hand in agreement. Upon exiting the shelter, they were met by a throng of women gathered at the entrance, brandishing signs and vociferously cursing. There he has come out. Yi Feng's expression changed, and he hastily retreated a few steps. What do you intend to do? Wang Zhihai stepped forward, feigning authority. Suddenly, all 200 individuals knelt down. Yi Feng scrutinized their signs. We implore Master Yi to revoke the... Upon reading the sign, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing an uprising. Good. Good, everyone. I have acknowledged your requests. Upon my return, I shall put the matter to a vote regarding whether to annul it. The decision does not rest solely with me, Yi Feng, for the hot spring island belongs to all citizens. Rest assured, I, Yi Feng, also believe it should be revoked. In this regard, we are of one mind. However, I must return to persuade those elders. Only with their concurrence can this matter be resolved. After a bit of persuasion, Yi Feng successfully slipped into the illuminated screen. In an instant, the group of women outside rejoiced and departed. 30 kilometers away from the hot spring island, a series of ice houses have been constructed. These ice houses are filled with burning charcoal, equipped with chimneys to ensure the occupants do not suffocate. The ice houses are arranged into winding alleys. Chapter 977. Growing impatience at this moment, the alleys are bustling with an abundance of men. Chun En and Shi Zhengliang, clad in coats, mingle within the crowd. Fish skins. Selling fish skins. A vendor calls out, hands tucked into his sleeves. Fish porridge for sale. In the distance, another vendor shouts. However, Chun En and Shi Zhengliang show little interest in these wares. After turning several corners, they ventured into another alley, which was considerably dimmer. At the entrance of each ice house stood a woman clad in scant attire, holding a portable stove, whistling at every passerby. Psst, want to have some fun? 150 hot spring coins. Come on, sir, indulge yourself. It's been days since I've eaten. The women capable of standing here are at least of the strength master level. Otherwise, they would quickly become ice sculptures. Fortunately, their portable stoves provide a slight warmth to the surroundings. Chun En's gaze landed on a slender 9th-tier female strength master. What? Even a 9th-tier female strength master is doing this? How much? Chun En's excitement made his hair stand on end. 500 hot spring coins. 500 it is. Lao Shi, wait for me outside for 2 minutes. I'll be right out. Wait for what? I've set my sights on someone too. Shi Zhengliang was pulled into the ice house by a robust woman. As the scene widens, the ice houses form a dense labyrinth, covering an area of approximately 5,000 to 6,000 acres. Yet, within such a confined space, millions of people are crammed together, turning this area into the most bustling thoroughfare. Night falls, and Wang Zhihai, wearing a hat, arrives here as well. He lowers his hat brim, appearing furtive, making his intentions unmistakable. With such a dense population, it is time to impose heavy taxes here. Land prices must rise. Wang Zhihai muses to himself, swiftly darting into the shadowy alley. Just as he enters, he collides with Chun En. Their eyes meet. Feigning ignorance, both hastily maneuver past each other. Wang Zhihai shrinks his neck, his gaze peering through the hat brim, scanning the women standing beside the ice houses. In this narrow alley, there are at least 100 women, all undeniably beautiful and of extraordinary allure. Today, I have brought a substantial sum of money and intend to revel from one end of the village to the other. With that said, Wang Zhihai rushed into the ice house with exuberance. 5 hours later, Wang Zhihai emerged from the 37th ice house, his gaze unfocused, his steps unsteady. Zhihai, what are you doing here? Upon focusing his eyes, he was startled to see Yi Feng, whose hand was covering his mouth. Yi Feng, who had long heard of the illustrious reputation of Peach Blossom Alley while on Hot Spring Island, could not resist the temptation to don a disguise and stroll through the streets at night. Brother Feng, have you seen this bustling district? If we have the time, we should establish a tax office here, inflating the land prices to encourage the prosperous merchants to invest and thus elevate the local economy, Wang Zhihai said weakly. You are the expert in this area. Just assist Raimai in handling these matters. I prefer not to worry about such things, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. With a population exceeding 100 million, they had encircled Hot Spring Island 100 times over, leading to a saturation of people within a radius of 200 kilometers of the island. This influx had even spread to Chongqing City, which, once a ghost town, was now teeming with inhabitants, thanks to its existing structures. Outside Chongqing City, numerous tribes were gradually migrating to this vibrant locale. Among one of these groups followed a young man with faintly red eyes, his hands clasped behind his back, adorned with an array of small pouches at his waist, braving the biting cold in merely 2 layers of clothing. Upon seeing the brightly lit Chongqing City, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, so the population within this secret realm is concentrated here? I have finally found it. I wonder where my elder brother and second brother are now. Just look at this castle. It must house millions of residents. Chuckling to himself, he strode toward Chongqing City. As a formidable warrior, he was not devoid of wisdom. This grand city might harbor powerful foes, and encountering another of his caliber could pose a grave risk to his life. At his level, the fear of death was profound. Even when faced with a lesser opponent, he preferred to avoid conflict, for one could never underestimate the influence of those with formidable backgrounds. Such individuals might possess extraordinary abilities or bequeath artifacts from their ancestors. Sometimes, a powerful artifact could exponentially amplify a cultivator's strength, even by 5 or 6 times. Upon entering Chongqing City, Mo Yi approached a vendor. "Brother, would you like some fish porridge?" "A bowl for 2 hot spring coins," the vendor cheerfully called out. The cost of the ingredients for a pot of fish porridge was merely 5 hot spring coins, yet he charged 2 for a single bowl. Given the current chaos outside, Hot Spring Island had yet to establish a pricing standard, allowing anyone to set arbitrary prices. "I would like to inquire if your city lord is present." In the depths of the night, a sinister grin revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. "The city lord? We are the clan leader, not the city lord." The merchant, noticing this individual's disinterest in purchasing fish porridge, grew increasingly impatient. "Very well, then, who governs this city?" Mo Yi inquired once more. "No one governs. This is a masterless city." "Oh, a masterless city? Who possesses the greatest strength within its confines? What is their realm? How many are there?" Mo Yi pressed on. "Are you not tired of asking? Do you wish to buy some fish porridge? Fine, I shall take a bowl. Ha ha ha, here is your fish porridge." The merchant beamed with delight. "Now, can you share the information with me?" Mo Yi grimaced at the unappetizing contents of the bowl. "All right, I'll tell you. But I truly do not know." The merchant crossed his arms defiantly. "Are you mocking me?" Mo Yi seethed. "I genuinely do not know. The city is filled with all sorts of chaotic individuals, and there is no one to manage it. Within the boundaries of Chongqing City alone, there are at least 200 different factions, including the Yellow Sand people, the Duoyan people, the inhabitants of Giant Stone City, the people of Na City, and even the clergy of the temple. There are simply too many. How can I provide you with an answer?" The merchant explained. "Then allow me to inquire if there are any true martial realm experts among them." Mo Yi's patience began to wane. The 3 brothers had come out on a mission and occasionally found one of the wind zones to be somewhat unstable, thus they ventured in for a blood sacrifice. A year later, they were to return to their sect. Otherwise, they would face charges of treason against their clan. "Ha ha, are you jesting? It has been many years since a true martial realm individual has appeared on this land. By the way, not long ago, it seems someone breached the protective array of the clan on Hot Spring Island. According to the elders of the clan, that individual may have reached the true martial realm." The merchant replied. "Oh, are you suggesting that there is a true martial realm expert nearby?" Mo Yi's vigilance heightened. One must understand that blood sorcerers are universally reviled. If this information were to reach Xingming continent, he would not only be hunted down by the entire continent, but even his master would be compelled to take action against him. Chapter 978. I am only responsible to Brother Feng. The cultivation of blood magic relies on the blood of the strong. One must ask, which cultivator could endure such a thing? It should be so. I am curious, why are you inquiring about this? The merchant's wariness escalated. He was an informant for Hot Spring Island, and any useful intelligence would be discreetly relayed back to the Intelligence Bureau. Nothing much. Merely curious and asking out of casual interest. Allow me to inquire further. How many postnatal realm experts are present in your vicinity? Mo Yi asked. Postnatal realm? What is that? The merchant looked perplexed. You are unfamiliar with the postnatal realm? Oh, I nearly forgot that your terminology differs. I mean, how many experts of the strength sovereign level are there? Your local term seems to be strength sovereign. Mo Yi clarified. The merchant grew even more cautious, certain that this blood-scented individual harbored ulterior motives. The number of strength sovereign experts is vast. I cannot keep count. Would you care for another bowl of fish porridge? The merchant attempted to divert the conversation. That will not be necessary. I wish to explore further. Mo Yi replied, turning on his heel and walking toward the Sea of Fury. The merchant promptly packed up and hurried toward the direction of Hot Spring Island. On the island of Hot Springs, in the training chamber, Yi Feng sat cross-legged, 5 soul pills laid before him. It was no small feat. Countless tons of precious materials had yielded but a mere 5 soul pills. Fortunately, the power of currency had enabled millions to assist in gathering the materials. Had he relied solely on the inhabitants of the Hot Springs Island, it would have taken a millennium to collect them all. Now, he could commence. Yi Feng murmured to himself, grasping 2 of the soul pills in his palm. He wished to test whether the potency of the 5 soul pills could propel him to the realm of the Force Emperor. Although he had cultivated the Divine Demon technique to its 3rd tier, his foundational level was still too low. The last time he faced an adversary akin to a true martial expert, he had been unable to manifest his Dharma form in time and was subsequently injured. Thus, he needed to break through to the Force Emperor realm. Achieving the 1st stage of the Force Emperor would significantly enhance his reaction speed, cognitive processing abilities, and the coordination between his mind and body. At the very least, it would allow him to manifest his Dharma form before taking a hit. With this in mind, Feng immediately held the 2 soul pills tightly in his hand. As he absorbed the impurities from the soul pills, they were gradually expelled through his skin. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, half a day had passed. A foul, viscous substance had congealed upon the surface of his skin. These were the impurities from the soul pills. He opened his eyes and spread his hands. The 2 soul pills had shrunk in size, but had transformed into a pristine white. The purity of the pills was 100%. Truly, the renowned soul pills were worth the half-day spent on refining them. Feng set aside the 2 pills of absolute purity and grasped the other 2. By noon the following day, a layer of dark energy enveloped the training chamber, and Feng had turned nearly unrecognizable. His skin coated with the impurities of the soul pills. In that moment, he understood why higher purity pills were so coveted. Ingesting pills of lesser purity meant swallowing those noxious substances, which could inflict significant harm upon the body. Subsequently, ordinary cultivators would require months, even years, to expel such toxins fully. Feng opened his right hand, and the last soul pill had also turned pure white, albeit weighing roughly half as much. He took a nearby towel to wipe his face and hands, and then pinched one of the soul pills. Now was the moment. Feng flicked his finger, and the pill of 100% purity slipped into his mouth. An enigmatic force enveloped him instantaneously. A golden aura radiated from within. Amidst the halo, electric currents danced, and flames roared, while 3 Sanskrit characters soared up and down in response to his exertion. Moreover, a layer of cold air condensed upon the surface of the flames. After an hour, Feng opened his eyes, his expression somewhat grim. What was this? The soul pill had merely loosened his bottleneck slightly. It seemed he would need to resort to more potent measures. With this thought, he clapped his hand, and the remaining 4 soul pills all fell into his mouth. Feng squinted, feeling the pills slide down his throat into his stomach. Boom! A golden phantom emerged behind him. The ethereal shadow shimmered with electric light as Feng, seated with hands resting on his knees, closed his eyes tightly. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, nearly saturating his garments. Boom! 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 With 3 consecutive attempts to breach the bottleneck, Feng nearly cried out in agony. I refuse to believe this. He roared, launching a 4th assault on the barrier. Bring it on. Boom. Blood trickled from the corner of Feng's mouth. Advancing to a new realm was akin to filling a vessel to its brim. One must burst the neck of the bottle to allow the contents to flow into a larger container. However, if the neck was thicker than any other part of the vessel, forcing the issue could inflict harm upon the body. Such reckless exertion might lead to the vessel shattering, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of the physical form. One last time, Feng clenched his bloodied teeth, his entire being vibrating with intensity. Boom! A certain arcane threshold within him shattered, and a surge of potent energy finally surged into the previously obstructed meridian. Outside the training room, Duoyan Hina, Susan, Suyun, Bai Chushue, Chunin, and others watched anxiously. A golden silhouette rose from the training chamber, towering at least 10 meters high. I recall that Feng Ji's manifestation was only 6 meters before. Now, it surpasses 10 meters. Could it be that he has ascended to the realm of Power Emperor? Chun En's eyes widened in astonishment. Quick, let us see. Figures darted as Duoyan Hina led the group to the entrance of the training room. Yet, Chui Ma raised a hand to halt them. Feng Gu has decreed that no one is permitted to enter the training room. Those who defy this order shall face death. With that, he was the first to draw his curved blade. The other 3 guards followed suit, brandishing their weapons. How dare you? I am Feng's rightful wife. You are nothing. Stand aside. Susan stepped forward, glaring defiantly at Chui Ma. What does it matter if you are the rightful wife? My allegiance is solely to Feng Gu. Chui Ma retorted coldly. At that moment, Feng's faint voice emerged from within the training room. Susan, Hina, please step back. I have reached the realm of Power Emperor, but I require 3 to 5 days to solidify my state. Ah Feng, are you seriously injured? I can hear it in your voice, Susan called out from outside. It is fortunate. As long as I attain the realm of Power Emperor, any injury is worth it. Please, withdraw for these 5 days. No one must disturb me, or my foundation will be unstable, Feng replied calmly. Very well, let us depart. With that, the group dispersed to their respective homes. That evening, Wang Zhihai arrived at the headquarters of Weiyuan Security Company. The headquarters was situated in the southern shelter's top-tier room, where temperatures soared to a balmy 10 degrees above zero. Are you certain? Wang Zhihai inquired of the vendor. I am certain, That individual is undoubtedly suspicious. He was dressed very lightly. His eyes were red, not from sleeplessness but a pale crimson. I saw it clearly, and he emanated a peculiar odor, the vendor swore. Excellent. Someone, take note of his name. Upon verification, reward him with 500 hot spring coins, Wang Zhihai instructed his secretary. Understood. At that moment, the secretary led the vendor away. Summon Yulong, Lung Ling, and all personnel above the security company captain, Wang Zhihai instructed the second secretary. Understood. The second secretary donned a coat and departed from headquarters. You, enter the hot spring island and find the island master. Inform him that we have news of the blood sorcerer. Wang Zhihai directed the third secretary. Director Wang. Feng has just ascended to the rank of Power Emperor and is solidifying his realm. Go. If I command, you must comply. This is a matter concerning the blood sorcerer. He must lead the operation, Wang Zhihai urged. Very well. After a short while, all captain-level experts had gathered in the conference room. There were precisely 200 individuals present, with 20 being Power Emperors, while the rest were all above the 8th rank. The mercenaries we recruited last time have already set out. We did not anticipate that the blood sorcerer had already infiltrated the vicinity of Hot Spring Island. It is time to make our mark. That individual has an eagle-like hooked nose, faintly reddish eyes, and despite the frigid weather, he wears only 2 layers of thin clothing. He has a medium build. Remember these characteristics, but proceed with caution, for he may very well be a 9th-rank Power Emperor, Wang Zhihai stated calmly. Several Power Emperors' expressions changed. Are you afraid? Wang Zhihai narrowed his eyes. Mr. Wang, if he is indeed a 9th-rank Power Emperor, once we engage in battle, even if we utilize a swarm tactic to capture him, we would still likely lose at least half our personnel, a 2nd-rank Power Emperor remarked, rubbing his hands together. Here's the deal. If we can capture him, I will reward 100 million hot spring coins and grant permanent residency on Hot Spring Island. With Yifeng absent, Wang Zhihai had to take matters into his own hands. 100 million? Permanent residency? The esteemed experts felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but gaze at the azure light screen. Becoming a resident of Hot Spring Island was a lifelong dream for them. This was indeed an opportunity, although there was a 50% chance of perishing as time passed. Even if the temperature did not continue to drop, they could not endure for long outside, facing an equal chance of freezing to death. Rather than languishing in wait for death, it was better to take a bold risk. I agree. The 2nd-rank Power Emperor was the first to raise his hand, serving as the general manager of Wei Yuan Security Company. With his lead, others gradually followed suit. Very well, it is settled. Feng is currently solidifying his realm and should not participate in this encirclement. We will demonstrate our capabilities to him, proving that even without his direct intervention, we can capture a blood sorcerer. Wang Zhihai slammed the table. Inside the training room of Hot Spring Island, Yifeng was diligently working to solidify his realm. He had overheard the conversation outside. No matter how significant the matter, it cannot surpass Feng Ji's quest for stability. You must return and inform Director Wang to handle it himself, Chasing Horse asserted firmly. Very well, I shall return to convey your message to Director Wang. The third secretary hurried back to the refuge. In Taohua village, Mo Yi was meandering through an alley. Big brother, care for a game? 200 hot spring coins for a round. A female power practitioner, shivering from the cold, grasped Mo Yi's arm. Why are you dressed so lightly? Because my fire energy is rather robust, Mo Yi replied, his faintly red eyes surveying the female practitioner before following her into the ice house. Do not remove everything. Merely expose the most critical areas, lest one succumbs to the cold. The female warrior, having spoken, adeptly positioned herself atop the table. However, after a prolonged wait, she sensed an unsettling silence behind her and turned to glance back. What do you intend to do? Guess, Mu Yi chuckled, revealing 2 menacing fangs. You are a blood demon. Help, help. The female warrior's cries were abruptly stifled. Mu Yi leaned closer to her slender neck, inhaling her youthful scent. Such a fresh aroma. It should be delightful. With that, he opened his mouth wide, exposing his fangs. Suddenly, an unforeseen calamity struck. The ice chamber was shattered by several powerful forces. Mu Yi straightened abruptly, surveying his surroundings. The ice chamber was now teeming with individuals, all exuding a dense aura. They were all Emperor-level experts. Surrounding these Emperor-level warriors stood even more formidable King-level experts. You are a blood demon? One of the second-tier emperors stepped forward. A sense of foreboding washed over Mu Yi as he scanned the area within a 10-kilometer radius and confirmed there were no true martial realm strongholds, allowing him to smirk sinisterly. So what? I have gathered information. You are all mere trash. Perfect. I am tired of being restrained. Once I eliminate you strong ones, I shall unleash my blood sacrifice. With that, Mu Yi pointed to a small blade half a foot in length, which soared into the sky. This is bad. He can wield flying swords like the last one, the second-tier emperor thought, initiating the first strike. Clang. Their weapons clashed, and the curved blade was cleaved in two. Something's amiss. The second-tier emperor looked down, his eyes widening in horror as he realized one of his arms had been severed and lay on the ground. Due to the frigid temperature, it took him a moment to comprehend the loss. Allah! The delayed scream echoed. Everyone attack. Do not let him escape. My arm. My arm. After issuing the command, the second-tier emperor howled in agony. With a series of swift movements, the flying sword dispatched two emperors, severing their heads. Do not concern yourselves with the sword. Rush to his main body. If we kill him, his sword will falter. Despite losing an arm, the second-tier emperor continued to orchestrate from the sidelines. Another emperor fell. Observing this, the kings drew forth their crossbows. Countless bolts surged toward Mu Yi. Unfortunately, upon striking him, the bolts were repelled by a radiant golden shield. Interesting. What kind of spiritual weapon is this? It can distort my protective aura? Mu Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the king's crossbows. In a swift maneuver, the flying sword spun, cleaving 5 kings in an instant, blood spraying everywhere. In the distance, ordinary people had already retreated 1,000 meters away, with the more timid fleeing even further, 2,000 meters from the chaos. At a distance of 5 kilometers, Wang Zhihai and Chun and lay atop an ice house, gazing through telescopes at the distant battle. Goodness, President Wang. I sense this individual is even more formidable than the last. Chun An's hand trembled slightly as he held the telescope. Turning his head, he noticed Wang Zhihai's telescope quivering even more violently. Chapter 980. Brother Feng is impressive. No worries. Let that group of security personnel exhaust his strength first. Once he is sufficiently depleted, I shall let Brother Feng take action, Wang Zhihai said anxiously. Thud, thud, thud. 3 more power kings were abruptly bisected. Do they dare to challenge me, mere ants? Just as Mo Yi uttered these words, a sudden whoosh echoed from afar. Instantly, the golden light surrounding him warped and distorted, propelling him backward 5 meters and collapsing the adjacent ice house. 1 kilometer away, a power king was loading a bolt into a crossbow. Alas, only the crossbow can inflict any damage on him. Whoosh. Another bolt was released. Where did he go? The power king's eyes widened, fixated on the distance. Seeking death. A peculiar voice resounded from behind. Before he could react, he felt the world spin, and his head rolled to the side of the crossbow. Mo Yi stared in astonishment at the crossbow before him, utterly flabbergasted that such a contraption could harm him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of power emperors and kings surged forward, surrounding him once more. Kill. 4 power kings charged simultaneously. Thud. A flying sword swept across, its blade radiating with energy. The 4 power kings were instantly reduced to mere flesh and blood. Yet, more power kings continued to flood in. You lot truly fear not for your lives. Mo Yi roared, his hands weaving intricate spells. Thud, thud, thud. In a fleeting moment, the entire Peach Blossom village was awash in blood and gore, nearly staining the ice houses crimson. After approximately 20 minutes of relentless combat, even Mo Yi, with his prowess, began to feel fatigued. Clang. A long spear struck his back, causing him to stagger. Turning to face his assailant, he found a first-tier power emperor. Thud. A swift counter from his flying sword cleaved the power emperor in 2. Clang. Another unusual sound arose as a curved blade struck his chest, dispersing some of his golden aura. Do you truly fear not for your lives? Mo Yi's eyes shifted from pale red to a deep crimson. With a cry, he unleashed a flurry of swordplay, claiming the lives of 2 more power emperors and 7 power kings. Gasping heavily, Mo Yi looked around in disbelief at the remaining 20 or so experts. In their Starming continent, practitioners typically exhibited a profound fear of death. Yet within this secret realm, these individuals appeared unafraid of mortality. What belief could embolden them to disregard life and death? Do not grant him a moment's respite. 1 million hot spring coins are almost within reach. The one-armed second-tier power emperor picked up a heavy hammer, encircling Mo tightly. In contrast, Mo found himself significantly drained, unable to wield his flying sword. The protective divine light had dimmed tremendously, as if it could no longer withstand even the most ordinary attacks from the royal force. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of slicing air echoed from behind. Mo swiftly countered with a blade, deflecting the distant crossbow bolt. Quickly flee. Wang Zhihai and Chun and hurriedly departed from the crossbow, merging into the crowd. Indeed, it was they who had launched that bolt. However, they had overestimated Mo. He could no longer utilize his extraordinary powers. It seemed that his energy had truly been depleted. Kill. Die. Mo seethed with rage. A swarm of insignificant ants dared to consider him their prey? Was there still a law? A semblance of justice? Thud. A royal force soldier was slain. Clang. A long spear struck Mo's back, causing him to stagger several steps. Bang. A massive hammer came crashing towards him, propelling him 2 meters into the air. His protective divine light was finally shattered. A chilling wind swept through, and clad in only 2 thin garments, he trembled uncontrollably. Ha! Victory is within our grasp. Brothers, kill. The second-tier royal force soldier rejoiced, lifting the giant hammer once more. Clang. The sound of metal being sliced echoed. Mo had drawn forth his enchanted sword, cleaving the hammer in 2 with a single stroke. The residual force of the sword then bisected the second-tier royal force soldier. Oh no, he has slain the general. What do we do? The others, now leaderless, began to retreat in disarray. What do we do? We fight on. A voice rang out from 100 meters away, and as the final word was spoken, it reached their ears. Boom. A figure landed before Mo. It was Feng. Ah, Master Yi, you have finally emerged. Master Yi, our energy is spent, but this fellow is too powerful. He is yet to fall. Several royal force soldiers seemed to find their backbone, positioning themselves before Feng. Whoosh. Wang Zhihai and Chunin approached, both drawing their crossbows and aiming at the distant Mo. Previously, it was the security company's personnel engaged in battle, indifferent to the lives of these individuals. But Feng was different, as the soul of Hot Spring Island. Even if the two feared this bloodthirsty demon, they had to rush forward to fulfill their duty of protection. Zhihai, you lead them to retreat. I wish to confront this 9th-tier royal force and ascertain the extent of his strength. After Feng spoke, he stepped forward slowly. With his discernment, he could not yet perceive Mo's true realm, but based on his aura, he surmised it to be around the 9th-tier royal force. Little did he know that Mo was actually at the mid-stage of true martial, his strength having been drained to the level of a 9th-tier royal force due to the earlier battle. Let us go, Chunin. We shall operate the crossbow and support Brother Feng. Indeed, the two hastily dashed toward the crossbow. The remaining 20 exchanged glances, dispersing in all directions. Do not let him escape. In truth, Mo did indeed contemplate fleeing. He had never encountered such reckless lunatics. When one disregards their own life, their power can be unleashed to its fullest potential. However, judging by the stance of this group, it seemed they were determined to capture him. In a moment of fury, his reason was clouded. A swarm of insignificant ants dared to surround him? Did they fear he might flee? Ha ha ha. Very well. Today I shall kill without restraint. Mo clenched his fist, and a brilliant golden light enveloped him. Feng narrowed his eyes, fists clenched, and a golden avatar over 10 meters tall emerged from his body. Boom. Mo's fist soared through the air. Feng gritted his teeth and retaliated with a punch of his own. The avatar behind him mirrored his movement, delivering a matching blow. When their fists collided, a radiant golden sun began to rise. Centered around the two, the ice layer within a radius of 500 meters shattered, and millions of liters of seawater were propelled into the sky, only to crystallize into ice sculptures instantaneously. The two were evenly matched. However, Feng's avatar flickered uncertainly after being struck by Mo. Mo fared even worse. The protective divine light surrounding him was completely dispersed, leaving not a trace behind. Again, boom, the two exchanged another strike. Feng staggered back 6 or 7 steps, sliding an additional 10 meters before coming to a halt. With a sudden burst, his avatar also dissipated. Mo, on the other hand, did not retreat an inch, yet blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Earlier, his stubborn pride had prevented him from yielding and dissipating the force, resulting in internal injuries. Brother Feng is formidable. Wang Zhihai released the crossbow. Chapter 981. This bastard is too much. As a superior, his strength was mediocre. But his discerning eye was sharp enough to recognize that Yi Feng currently held the upper hand. Boom. The two exchanged yet another strike. Yi Feng retreated 10 steps while Yi only stepped back once. His cheeks puffed, and he spat blood 2 meters away. Again. This time, it was Yi Feng who spoke first. Come at me. Boom. Yi Feng stood firm, while Yi was sent flying 20 meters, his garments shredded by the overwhelming force. Kill. Beat down the drowning dog. A group of powerful warriors seized the opportunity and charged forward. Thud. Thud. Yi swung his blade, instantly claiming the lives of 2 warriors. Fear not. Press on. 100 million awaits. Do not let Yi Feng snatch the bounty. The remaining dozen or so seemed to have gone mad. Clang. 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 Yi blocked repeatedly, his wrists numb from the impact. On the 20th strike, his flying sword was knocked down. Various weapons finally made intimate contact with his flesh. Thud. 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 The sounds of flesh being sliced echoed. Hey, leave one alive. Yi Feng was taken aback. He had intended to capture Yi alive to interrogate him on how to resolve his inner demons. Alas, it was too late. By the time he flew over, Yi had been reduced to a grotesque pile of flesh and blood. A powerful warrior held aloft Yi's bloodied head, triumphantly declaring to the sky, "Ha! It is I. I have earned 100 million hot spring coins. I have succeeded." He had scarcely shouted a few times when his grip loosened, and the head was snatched away by others. It was I who dealt the fatal blow. I am awarded 100 million hot spring coins. Instantly, a frenzy ensued as they began to fight over the head, more ferociously than before. Alas, such a lack of moral education. Yi Feng sighed. As the number dwindled to a mere dozen, the external conflict devolved into a fierce internal struggle, each combatant fighting with utmost desperation. After all, none had anticipated the bounty of 100 million. However, the circumstances had transformed. Victory was now tantalizingly close, compelling them to exert every ounce of their strength. Stop. Yi Feng was compelled to intervene, calling a halt to the fray. Jihai, come here. With a swift motion, Wang Jihai and Qinan approached. Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable. You managed to slay a 9th-level power monarch. No, I suspect his strength may have even reached the legendary true martial realm, Wang Jihai flattered. Brother Feng, I take great pride in you, Qinan exclaimed, abruptly leaping into Yi Feng's embrace. Enough. Let go. This is embarrassing. Yi Feng forcibly detached Qinan from him. Jihai, please record the names of the security personnel. In a moment, they shall share the 100 million bounty, and as for the permanent residency rights on Hot Spring Island, convert that into cash to be equally distributed among them, Yi Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. Have you solidified your realm? Wang Jihai inquired. Your mention of it irks me. I was halfway through consolidating my power when I was interrupted by news of the conflict here. I must return to my meditation, Yi Feng replied, and with a few swift movements, he vanished into the icy expanse. Wang Jihai stepped forward, surveying the remaining 18 individuals. From an original 200, only 18 remained. Even the general manager of the security company had perished. It was evident that the blood demon they had encountered was indeed a formidable master of the true martial realm, and not just any ordinary one. Let me calculate this for you. The total bounty is 100 million hot spring coins, and with the permanent residency rights on Hot Spring Island converted to cash, that totals 200 million to be shared among you 18. However, the finances of Hot Spring Island are currently strained. Do any of you have an interest in purchasing property? Wang Jihai enticed. Certainly, we are interested, but we wish to buy properties on Hot Spring Island. One power monarch gasped. Apologies, but you are not residents. Even if you purchase a property, you cannot reside there. However, you may freely purchase homes in the sanctuary. Here's the deal. I will convert the 200 million hot spring coins into 250 million housing vouchers, Wang Jihai suggested with a grin. Housing vouchers? What are those? You seem unaware. Housing vouchers are a new form of currency specifically for purchasing property. Can these vouchers be used to buy food, deworming medication, or other weapons and clothing? Certainly not. Otherwise, how could they be called housing vouchers? Protests are futile. I'll be delivering the vouchers to you shortly, Wang Jihai concluded, taking Qinan with him as they departed. It was all a jest. Such a substantial sum could not be handed over so easily. The vouchers were a means to bind them tightly, ensuring they would remain productive contributors to Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, dividing 200 million hot spring coins among 18 individuals would yield over 10 million for each. with 10 million deposited in the hot spring bank. The daily interest amounts to 1,000 hot spring coins. Who would still be inclined to work for them? After encountering the blood demon earlier, would they still be willing to fight with fervor? Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Yifeng finally emerged from the training room. At this moment, his aura was dense, and every movement exuded a formidable presence. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on achieving mastery in your skills, Zhuema exclaimed, clasping his fists in respect. It is merely a minor accomplishment. How many documents have piled up in the office now? Yifeng inquired. They are overflowing, awaiting your approval, Defu replied as she approached. Ah, what a hassle. Fortunately, I shall not serve as the island master next term, allowing me to focus solely on my cultivation. At that time, we can elect a new island master to handle the affairs, and I can merely collect a modest unemployment benefit to support my family of 4, Yifeng thought with a sense of relief, finally able to shed the heavy burden and embrace a more relaxed life. What? Zhuema and the others' expressions darkened, and Defu's face grew even more somber. It must be understood that Yifeng's role as the island master was one they willingly accepted. If someone else were to take that position, it would be an unknown. What if that master acted irresponsibly? There's still over a year to go, Defu sighed, feeling a bit reassured. Upon entering the office, Yifeng began to review the documents, at times requiring Defu to succinctly summarize lengthy passages, as he lacked the inclination to read each word meticulously. What is this? A joint letter from Weiyuan Security Company? Yifeng picked it up solemnly. After reading it, he slammed the table in frustration. That scoundrel Wang Zhihai has gone too far. They risked their lives to earn 200 million hot spring coins, yet they were exchanged for housing vouchers. Notify them to revert the vouchers back to hot spring coins and ensure they are distributed properly. Furthermore, these hot spring coins should not be restricted to only the 18 individuals. The families of the martyrs must also receive their due compensation. Yifeng stated calmly. This would effectively disperse the 200 million hot spring coins, meaning those 18 individuals would no longer receive 10 million coins each, but rather only several 100,000 coins at most. Such a meager amount would hardly suffice to allow them to rest easy. Indeed, Defu nodded, jotting it down in her notebook. After spending an entire night, Yifeng finally completed all the paperwork and staggered back home. Chapter 982. Is there any progress? Duo Yanhina appeared with a basin of foot-soaking water. Ah Feng, may I wash your feet? She offered, squatting beside the basin like a docile little cat. Hina, you weren't like this before. Please revert to your former self, he replied. I am now your wife, and although I am the high priestess, I must also fulfill my duties as a spouse, Duo Yanhina stated, forcibly removing Yifeng's shoes and extending her delicate, fair hands to massage his feet. It seems that marriage truly transforms a person, Yifeng sighed, looking down at Duo Yanhina from his elevated position. He recalled when he first met her. She was the exalted high priestess, always carried in a palanquin by attendants. Often, I can ascertain that the individual who perished in the sword formation was indeed a formidable warrior of the true martial realm. As for the blood demon you vanquished yesterday, he too belonged to the true martial realm, Duo Yanhina remarked slowly. True martial realm? A surge of joy coursed through Yifeng's heart. Does this imply that I possess the strength to annihilate a warrior of the true martial realm? Yifeng was overwhelmed with elation. No, did you not grasp my meaning? The arrival of a true martial realm warrior in our desolate land signifies something profound, Duo Yanhina said, her brows furrowing slightly. What does it signify? Yifeng's brow also knitted in concern. Given the richness of spiritual energy in this vast desert, it is impossible for a king of power beyond the 5th tier to emerge. Yet, now we have 2 warriors of the true martial realm. Hence, I deduce that the restrictions in the Gale Wind Zone have begun to loosen, which means that more powerful warriors will soon enter the Great Desert, Duo Yanhina explained. More powerful warriors? Is it possible that a Divine Realm warrior could appear? Yifeng inquired. That is unlikely. Divine Realm warriors disdain to come to our humble abode and create chaos. They are akin to an entirely different species, harboring no emotions towards us. Unless they deem it valuable to eliminate you, Duo Yanhina responded. That is of little concern. After all, we possess 2 layers of protective formations for our clan. The energy for these formations derives from that level 80 exotic beast below. If a powerful warrior does arrive, we can simply retreat into the protective barrier and never emerge, Yifeng said, gently pinching Duo Yanhina's cheek. No, the The formations are not impervious. Currently, I am utilizing that exotic beast to provide energy for the formations. But should the seals weaken one day, we would find ourselves at the epicenter of calamity. Moreover, those above the true martial realm can shield themselves from the sword's silk of the Gu. Duoyen Hina said gravely. Yifeng's expression darkened immediately. This is quite troublesome. It seems even the prospect of peaceful days ahead is slipping away. My dear, please advise me on which direction we ought to pursue in order to fortify Hot Spring Island further, Yifeng asked. At times, he preferred not to exert his mind, believing it best to delegate such matters to others. I am uncertain at this moment, Duoyen Hina replied, shaking her head. Yifeng planned to descend into the abyss 3 days later, as each descent would require at least half a month. Thus, during these 3 days, he busied himself with an array of official duties and the signing of numerous documents. Although he was ostensibly responsible for managing the 6,000 citizens of Hot Spring Island, he indirectly oversaw over 50,000 residents and more than 100 million refugees from outside. Every day was filled with an unending stream of paperwork, but thankfully, as a king of power, he was brimming with energy. Were a common person to undertake such tasks, they would surely be exhausted. The following morning, Yifeng, accompanied by his steed and 4 guards, commenced an inspection of the major factories, starting with the arms factory, which he prioritized most. At that moment, the factory was filled with an array of meticulously arranged components, including a flat aircraft shell crafted from a single piece of steel. Wow, Lao Cheng, impressive. You've managed to create the shell so swiftly? Yifeng exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, this flat shell minimizes air resistance, Cheng Libin replied. However, the crafting of just this shell is exceedingly intricate. How did you accomplish it? After Yifeng finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards the various aircraft components. A multitude of engine parts, along with numerous other components that he did not recognize, lay before him. There were at least tens of thousands of parts, including a significant number of bolts. Brother Feng, Cheng Libin chuckled. Although the craftsmanship is intricate, it poses no problem. We have ample manpower. These components have been processed in batches by over 100 million workers at various factories outside. All we need to do is assemble them upon retrieval. Of course, they remain unaware of our ultimate goal, as each factory is tasked with different projects. Moreover, the core secrets of the engine lie solely in our hands. For instance, these bolts must be twisted 3 times and then loosened half a turn, while others must be tightened in an environment ranging from -60 to 70 degrees to ensure structural integrity. Cheng Libin continued to boast about his achievements. Yifeng stroked his chin, nodding with satisfaction. It was no wonder the progress of the arms factory was so swift. Many parts did not require production at the main plant, but could simply be entrusted to the labor of over 100 million individuals. Coupled with Cheng Libin's modern mindset, the advancement was naturally rapid. In truth, Yifeng overlooked a crucial point. Numerous high-end inventions cannot be genuinely realized in the world, for certain innovations may threaten the interests of established stakeholders, often stifled in their infancy. However, Wangshuan Island is different. It is an incipient society devoid of entrenched capitalists, posing no risk to anyone's interests. This implies that the current arms factory benefits from the assistance of 100 million laborers, the ingenuity of modern thinkers like Cheng Libin, and, most importantly, the absence of capitalist resistance. The synergy of these 3 elements renders them invincible. What about fuel? Is there any progress? Yifeng inquired, addressing the crux of the matter. Brother Feng, you are astute, immediately identifying the fundamental issue. Fuel is the essence of the aircraft. It must be in minimal quantity, yet possess substantial energy. Otherwise, a significant portion of the aircraft's space would be occupied by fuel, rendering it incapable of flying any considerable distance. Therefore, we are researching a substance that can burn continuously, generate immense power, and not damage the aircraft's exterior. Cheng Libin explained. Once developed, what speed do you anticipate this fighter jet could achieve per minute? Yifeng further probed. At least 50 kilometers per minute. Translating to 3,000 kilometers per hour, Cheng Libin mused, stroking his chin. At 3,000 kilometers per hour, even formidable warriors would struggle to target such an aircraft with a spear. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, but we are still far from completion. Many aspects require refinement. Charlie and I are working tirelessly to devise the best fuel, enhance the aircraft's maneuverability, and address its landing issues. Cheng Libin spoke gravely. I have complete confidence in entrusting you with the position of chief engineer. Let us strive to usher civilization into this world, utilizing technology to combat barbarism. Yi Feng and Cheng Libin bumped fists in solidarity. After inspecting the arms factory, Yi Feng wore a broad smile as he made his way to Wenshuan Academy. Chapter 983. After all, I do not comprehend these matters. It remains largely unchanged as before, yet 4 university students have disappeared. How did they drop out? Yi Feng inquired. They have graduated. Some have entered the arms factory as apprentice engineers. Others have joined the chemical plant, developing more potent explosives. While some have gone to the Plant Research Institute to study the formulations for wheat and rice, Bai Chushua replied. Graduated. How swiftly time passes. This hot spring island has been established for 5 or 6 years now. Yi Feng sighed deeply. He recalled that it seemed only yesterday that he had been marooned on this deserted island. Unbelievably, so many years have slipped by in the blink of an eye. Indeed. Feng go, Bai Chushua nodded. Yi Feng and Bai Chushua embraced briefly before heading to the military camp. Wang Zhihai was reclining with his legs propped up on the desk, while the person seated in the main position was He Lishuan. Although he held the title of Grand Marshal of the 3 armies, he wielded no real power, being led by the nose by Wang Zhihai, the vice marshal. After all, he hailed from a background as a cleaner, and in terms of managerial ability, he paled in comparison to Wang Zhihai. Island Master. He Lishuan quickly rose and saluted Yi Feng. Grand Marshal He Lishuan. Is there any significant matter occurring in the military camp recently? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. Nothing of great importance. Just that the security company under the Hot Spring Army has been striking every few days, He Lishuan replied cautiously. Yi Feng turned his gaze towards Wang Zhihai. Zhihai, did I not instruct you to assist Grand Marshal He Lishuan? It seems to me that you relish consolidating power for yourself. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. I dare not. Feng go, I do wish to assist, but Wang Zhihai pulled Yi Feng aside. However, He Lishuan is quite inept. He utterly fails to grasp my advanced concepts. Perhaps it would be better if you allowed me to be the Grand Marshal and let He Lishuan serve as a deputy. Otherwise, my power is limited, and many things cannot be executed, Wang Zhihai whispered. No, this is the result of a citizen vote. Respecting the right to vote is the first iron law of Hot Spring Island that cannot be altered. Even if this voting right may hinder the development of Hot Spring Island, I am willing to bear that. Yi Feng resolutely shook his head. He understood that while electing individuals via a voting system might lead to the obscuring of true talent, it was unavoidable. His original intention in founding Hot Spring Island was to promote equality among all, striving for absolute equity. To disregard the right to vote would mean that future governance on Hot Spring Island would give rise to many authoritarian figures, which was not the outcome he desired. Moreover, the voting system offers more benefits than drawbacks. Why do people from outside strive to become citizens? It is because citizens possess a certain degree of voice. If citizens lose their right to vote, why would they continue to aspire to become citizens? Very well, Feng Gu, there is one more thing I must tell you. But Wang Zhihai's words were interrupted. Enough. You are the vice marshal. For now, let the marshal report to me, and you may assist him from the side. After Yi Feng spoke, he summoned He Lishuan. Grand Marshal, aside from the security strike, are there any other matters on Hot Spring Island? Yi Feng inquired. As I ponder, it occurs to me that among the myriad individuals beyond our shores, there exists a considerable faction harboring animosity towards our island of Hot Spring. They have formed distinct sects, including the Tiandi Society, the Red Flower Society, and the Yellow Lotus Sect, each establishing their own domains. Furthermore, they frequently ambush the security personnel of Weiyuan Company, perceiving them as mere lackeys of our island. Helixuan remarked. Have they ever harmed citizens? Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Not at all. As you mentioned previously, should anyone take the life of a citizen, you would place a bounty of 100 million. Those individuals are acutely aware of their limitations. They only dare to target our lackeys, steering clear of citizens, Helixuan replied. A sigh of relief escaped Yi Feng. As long as citizens remain unharmed, that is acceptable. As for the security of Weiyuan Company, they hardly qualify as residents. As the island's leader, I see no need to offer a bounty of 100 million for them. Yet a firm reminder is still warranted. Zhihai, place a bounty of 10,000 for anyone who ambushes a security guard, establishing a revenge fund for each guard. Whoever avenges them shall receive the bounty. All right, Wang Zhihai responded. Brother Feng, not only have 3 gangs emerged outside, but various races have also stabilized beyond the screen. Among them, Several prominent clans are under the influence of the powerful emperor, yet many of their kin work within the security company, creating a complex web of interrelations. Does that have any significance? Feng countered. Of course it does. Over time, these great clans will intertwine through marriages or other vested interests. I fear that in less than a decade, these over 100 million individuals will unite, forming a formidable force that even our hot spring island may struggle to challenge. Wang Zhihai stated solemnly. You've even contemplated matters a decade ahead. Very well, let us devise methods to incite discord among the various races, employing strategies of elevation and suppression. We must ensure they do not coalesce into a single entity. They must be kept in check, Feng stated nonchalantly. Brother Feng, this is my forte. In fact, I have already commenced such actions. During the marriage of two races, I discreetly provided the bride with 50,000 hot spring coins to eliminate the groom on their wedding night, ensuring her safety. She indeed followed through, and now, what were once amicable races have entered a clandestine conflict. As they put it, during the day in the northern region of Hot Spring Island, Weiyuan Company holds sway. Yet by night, it belongs to their shadowy kin, Wang Zhihai reported. Employing the tactics of the underworld, are we? When the time permits, let's put some pressure on that shadow clan. For instance, among their kin employed in various factories, let us orchestrate some exclusions and dismissals to keep them subdued. Feng remarked coolly. Understood. I will relay this immediately, Wang Zhihai replied, casting a glance at Helixuan. Of course, it requires the approval of Grand Marshal Helixuan. Oh, it's quite all right. You may disregard me. I am rather unfamiliar with such matters, Helixuan said with a hint of constraint. Feng shrugged, and, with a look of resignation, departed from the military camp. Meanwhile, outside the screen, various ice houses and peculiar structures began to sprout like mushrooms after a rain. Within an ice house, a strikingly handsome leader, Lux, gazed down upon the hundreds of strength practitioners below. Tomorrow night's mission involved ambushing a team of 10 security guards patrolling Peach Blossom Village. None of them were leaders. With our 200 together, we could eliminate them in an instant. Afterward, we would thoroughly search their pockets, leaving not a single spa coin behind. Indeed, this man was Lux, the president of the Heavenly Society. Due to his foul temper, he had been blacklisted by Weiyuan Company, forever barred from employment. In a fit of rage, he had rallied a group of disenchanted strength practitioners to form the Heavenly Society, living perilously each night. But what if one among those guards were a citizen? A hand was raised. Luke's expression darkened. Chapter 984. Is someone there? He loathed the citizens of Spa Island above all. Those worthless individuals, lacking any real ability, feasted and reveled within the warm glow of the screens, even daring to insult him through their food broadcasts. Yet, he was self-aware enough to know he could not touch them. Otherwise, with a bounty of 100 million on his head, even his father would sell him out, let alone the brothers within the Heavenly Society. These people only banded with him for sustenance. Should his head ever be worth 100 million spa coins, he would not dare to close his eyes while sleeping. Anyone could take his life. That night, Lux, accompanied by his 200 brothers, lay in ambush at Peach Blossom Village. He knew that every night at midnight, a group of Weiyuan security guards would pass through. Currently, the workers outside the screens were the wealthiest, but killing them would also lead to a bounty from various factories. These guards, however, were easier to intimidate, being orphaned and unprotected. Soon, the witching hour arrived, and a squad of 10 security guards swaggered through their patrol. They walked carelessly, occasionally kicking at nearby street vendors, who dared not protest. Look, these guards deserve their fate. We are ridding the world of pests. Lux drew his curved blade and pointed forward. Kill. In an instant, hundreds surged forward. The 10 guards were taken aback and reached for their weapons. Unfortunately, in the narrow alley, where close combat prevailed, 7 of them fell before they could even draw their hand crossbows. Only 3 remained, gripping their curved blades, nervously surveying the growing number of Heavenly Society members around them. How do you wish to die? Lux inquired with a murderous glare. At that moment, the central guard began to rummage through his belongings, finally producing a badge inscribed with the words Spa Citizen. Lux's murderous intent vanished instantly, and his expression soured. The guard, initially trembling with fear, regained his composure and boldly thrust the badge towards Lux. Not good, retreat. Lux exclaimed, alarmed at the prospect of encountering that badge. I am a citizen of Spa Island. Who dares to kill me? The guard proclaimed with conviction. The 200 members of the Heavenly Society fell silent. none daring to respond. Who would dare? The atmosphere grew as still as a graveyard, where even a needle dropping could be heard. You? Do you dare? The security guard's confidence surged as he brandished the metal towards Lux. At that moment, the metal transformed into a mirror that revealed the true nature of Lux, who recoiled under its weight. Who else is there? The guard bellowed. The tension was palpable, and with that, Lux vanished into the shadows with his 200 companions. Once the area was deserted, the guard exhaled a sigh of relief and carefully tucked the metal back into his bosom. Captain, you truly have concealed your true self. I have known you for decades. When did you become a citizen? One of the surviving guards inquired. Hee. Wang Zhihai left the metal behind in the ice house after his last visit to Anna's bed, and I picked it up. I never expected this metal to wield such power. The captain replied with a hint of luck. Excellent. This metal seems rather easy to replicate. Why not head to the Northern Ironworks and have them forge us a few? Suggested another. You're quite astute. It would be wise to have dozens made for each of us to take home to our families. This way, they won't be robbed at night, the captain added. Just then, a sultry voice chimed in. My lord, come here, it's free. A woman beckoned from the ice house, her long, snowy legs enticingly displayed. Hey, don't you usually charge me double? Why is it free today? The captain queried. Previously, I didn't know you were a citizen. Come on. It's truly free today. I just hope that in the future, you will marry me, and I can also become a citizen, she replied. With a fervent roar, the captain dashed into the ice house. Meanwhile, Feng had returned to the depths of the abyss, where the colossal earthworm creature lay sprawled like an ancient titan. He ascended the altar step by step, gently caressing the creature's shell. Incredible. At least level 80, what does that signify? It means that if the energy within you were to erupt, the spiritual essence of the entire desert would be doubled. But now, I can enjoy your energy all to myself. Feng smiled to himself as he placed his hands upon the earthworm creature. With the invocation of his blood-sucking technique, Feng felt that he could absorb 3 times the energy he had previously drawn from the 9th-tier Power King. After all, his bottleneck had been shattered, allowing him to contain and release energy in greater quantities. Before long, a 15-meter golden apparition manifested above the altar, mirroring Feng's movements as it pressed its ethereal hands against the earthworm creature. In that instant, the potency of the blood-sucking technique increased tenfold. Within just 2 days, Feng had elevated himself to the 2nd-tier Power Emperor level. Again, he murmured to himself, resuming his cultivation. Without the bottleneck, the speed of his absorption soared, rendering the phrase a day's journey of 1,000 miles somewhat inadequate. It was more akin to a day's journey of 10,000 miles. In the Huangsha tribe, a sand cart slowly made its way inside, carrying a total of 7 individuals, led by a 9th-tier Power Master, Shan, accompanied by 6 Power Emperors. Lord Shan, perhaps the Blood Mage has already journeyed to Hot Spring Island, as the blood sacrifice requires the presence of numerous human settlements. It would be prudent for us to return, one of the powerful leaders suggested. He had the audacity to address Shan as Sir, a title befitting a citizen such as himself. There is no need for haste. We can first patrol the Yellow Sand tribe while promoting the various benefits of Hot Spring Island. Encouraging them to exchange the treasures of this world for food and pest control, Shan replied nonchalantly. But what if you were to perish? Another leader interjected impatiently. Despite addressing Shan as Sir, they were inwardly unconvinced. You needn't concern yourselves with my safety. As a citizen, I shall safeguard all of you, Shan declared with utmost seriousness. You will protect us? Very well, we shall heed your words. The 6 leaders rolled their eyes in unison. At that moment, Shan's demeanor shifted. He noticed a young man seated cross-legged atop an ice-roofed structure ahead. Even in the frigid atmosphere, they could detect a faint scent of blood. Quickly, fire the signal cannon and alert the others, Shan urged. Yes, one of them responded, seizing the cannon and aiming it skyward. With a swift pull of the trigger, a burst of flame shot into the air. However, mere moments later, a figure descended from the heavens, intercepting the fiery signal. Mo Shu observed the moving iron contraption before him, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. Is there someone inside? Mo Shu inquired, not inclined to answer me. His expression shifted as he abruptly patted his waist. A small sword, half a foot in length, soared into the sky. The blade expanded rapidly, soon transforming into a massive sword measuring 2 zhang, cleaving towards the sand cart with great force. Look out! The 7 scrambled from the cart, rolling and tumbling. With a resounding clash, the cart was sliced in 2. Intriguing. This device requires neither horses nor spirit beasts for its propulsion. What powers it? Mo Shu pointed skyward, causing the massive sword to hover above him. Why should I divulge that information to you? Shan commanded, You six. Scatter to the four corners and summon the hunters from the surrounding grids, informing them that the Blood Mage is among the Yellow Sand tribe. No. You must flee as well. You are a citizen, and should you fall, we cannot account for your fate to Lord Yi, one leader insisted. Enough with the idle chatter. We must move swiftly, Shan replied, shedding his coat to reveal a bundle of explosives strapped to his waist, filled with volatile substances. Foolhardy, Mo Shu pointed at Shan. Danger. Two leaders rushed forward, their curved blades raised in defense. Clang. Both swords were severed simultaneously, and the two powerful leaders were bisected, collapsing to the ground in agonizing cries. Shan rose from the earth, retrieving a fire starter. You four, hasten in different directions without looking back. I shall hold him off. Shan remained steadfast in his position. The four leaders had already retreated 1,000 meters, glancing back at Shan with concern. Shan, you should run too. You are a citizen. Your life is paramount. One of them shouted. Since I am a citizen, do you think I fear death? Hurry and flee, Shan declared, then turned to face the blood sorcerer, exclaiming, I shall fight you to the end. With that, Shan ignited the fuse and charged toward Mo Shu. Seeking death? Mo Shu roared in anger, and with a swift motion of his flying sword, he struck. Puff! Shan was cleaved in two. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosion resonated. Mo Shu was propelled backward. Thrown 20 meters away, his garments completely annihilated, leaving him exposed. Shan. In the distance, for power sovereigns froze in their tracks. Lord Shan. Tears glimmered in their eyes. Only at that moment did they comprehend why the people of Hot Spring Island were regarded as the elite. For despite their inferior strength, their awareness surpassed that of these individuals tenfold or even 100-fold. If every member of their tribe were like Shan, they could challenge other great clans at several levels higher. Run and summon the others. We must not allow him to survive. Just as one of the power sovereigns spoke, thunderous roars echoed from both sides. Two sand vehicles approached, and numerous power sovereigns and power kings leaped from them. Upon sighting the blood sorcerer, they simultaneously aimed their skyfire cannons skyward. Puff, 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 puff. The entire area within 100 miles was thrown into chaos. They ramped up the horsepower of the sand vehicles, hastening towards the Yellow Sand clan. An hour later, a brutal battle erupted within the Yellow Sand clan, obliterating nearly all their structures. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, one citizen emerged from the ruins, holding a severed head. It was Mo Shu's. We have won. But I do not desire the 100 million hot spring coins. I shall inform Brother Feng that this was a joint effort, the citizen proclaimed. Ha ha ha, we have triumphed. How splendid, 100 million. 100 million hot spring coins. The power sovereigns erupted into laughter. Yet, after a brief moment, their mirth turned into wails of grief. In this battle, they had lost over a dozen power sovereigns and nearly 50 power kings, a devastating toll indeed. At the abyss's bottom, Yi Feng's law avatar reverberated behind him, having reached the level of a third-tier power sovereign. As his realm advanced, the energy he absorbed increased, hastening his ascension. The more effort he exerted, the luckier he became. The luckier he was, the harder he strived. Finally, after 7 days, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, his gaze radiated authority, and a Sanskrit mark appeared on his forehead. He had achieved the 5th-tier power sovereign. Yi Feng's face lit up with joy. Between the 5th and 6th tiers, there existed a bottleneck, and it was this very blockade that had forced Yi Feng to cease his cultivation. It appeared that he would require a substantial quantity of soul elixirs to break through this threshold, should he attempt to force his way through. He was certain his physical form would shatter. Yi Feng gradually stood up, his piercing gaze sweeping across the altar's surroundings. In the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly. A golden law avatar instantly manifested behind him, mirroring his every movement. Simultaneously, Yi Feng's true form began to swell in size, swiftly transforming into a towering giant of 3 meters. A singular horn erupted from his forehead, its obsidian surface shimmering with a steely hue, exuding an unparalleled hardness. Suddenly, a golden light flickered on the forehead of the, which too sprouted a horn. In its entirety, this appeared more ferocious than before, resembling a demonic deity, with every movement stirring the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha! Yi Feng's laughter echoed, reverberating through the earth. On Hot Spring Island, a group of individuals were swimming in the sea when, without warning, the waters began to churn violently, boiling like a cauldron. Did an earthquake just occur? A flurry of people hastily swam back to shore, casting wary glances towards the abyss. Moments ago, an unsettling series of laughs had emanated from the abyssal entrance. With a sudden flash, the vanished from sight, and Yi Feng's form returned to that of an ordinary man. At this moment, his eyes shimmered with a pale golden hue. Yet within that gold lurked a trace of malevolence. It's time to return home, Yi Feng declared, leaping onto the elevator. Thus far, this elevator was exclusively his, as others lacked the blood-sucking technique to harness the energy of the worm-like creature. After 2 days, Yi Feng finally ascended back to the surface. Remarkably, he bore no unpleasant odor. Brother Feng is back. Brother Feng is back. Everyone prepare. A throng of people rushed towards him. Su Yun approached, carrying a cake adorned with a lit bamboo skewer. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. The group sang in unison, presenting the cake before Yi Feng. What is this? Yi Feng looked utterly bewildered. Have you forgotten? Today marks your 30th birthday. Ding Tuanshuan chimed in. How did you know my birthday? Yi Feng queried. Astonishment etched on his face. Su Yun smiled gently. You work at my company. I've seen your employment report and remembered it. Today is your coming-of-age year. Yi Feng's expression froze. Since his birth, he had never celebrated a birthday, primarily due to poverty and the absence of concern from others. Yet, to his astonishment, he found that someone remembered his birthday in this foreign land. Brother Feng, are you crying? Chenin approached, scrutinizing Yi Feng's eyes closely. No tears here. Just a bit touched. Yi Feng wiped the corners of his eyes. That's good. Now, blow out the skewer. Su Yun placed the cake before him. Chapter 986. Please indulge, thank you. Su Yun, truly, thank you. Yi Feng, finally feel cared for, he said, puffing up his cheeks. Poof. The cake splattered across his face. All right, you bunch of rascals. Yi Feng seized a massive 40-meter machete and gave chase. Bang, bang, bang. Cake pieces were hurled at him as the crowd scattered in disarray. Amidst their playful chaos, they quickly found themselves at the Hot Spring Square. In the square, a multitude of citizens from Hot Spring Island had gathered, mingled with a few local residents. To everyone's surprise, Wang Zhihai was clad in a sleek black suit, complete with a bow tie. Dear guests, we extend a warm welcome to you all as we celebrate Feng Ji's 30th birthday. Now, let us invite the gentleman with cake smeared all over his face to the stage, Wang Zhihai announced, gesturing towards Yi Feng below. Uncle Yi, here's a towel for you. Wipe your face. Ilian sweetly offered a towel. Ah, little Ilian, you are so thoughtful. Yi Feng took the towel and dabbed his face, finally removing the remnants of cake, though his complexion now appeared quite dark. After a quick adjustment of his attire, he strode confidently onto the stage. Laughter erupted from the crowd, leaving Yi Feng baffled. Feng Go, please say a few words, Wang Zhihai urged, handing him a faux microphone. I am not one for speeches. Perhaps I shall sing a couple of songs instead, Yi Feng chuckled. What? Wang Zhihai promptly tossed the microphone into the spotlight. On this joyous occasion, I, Yi Feng, wish to convey 3 points. First, I desire happiness for all citizens. Second, I wish for all citizens to experience ease. And third, I aspire for all citizens to advance. Thunderous applause resonated throughout the venue. Even the residents joined in, as if at that moment, they too were citizens of Hot Spring Island. Wishing Feng Gu blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains, Wang Zhihai expressed his congratulations. May Feng Gu celebrate this day for many years to come. Su Yun added her well wishes. May Feng Gu enjoy matrimonial bliss daily and be a groom every night. Chenin proclaimed. Duo Yin Hina and Susan simultaneously turned their heads, glaring at Chenin. After the citizens had delivered their wishes, it was the residents' turn. Yi Feng felt drowsy, barely suppressing a roll of his eyes. Following the residents, the newly appointed general manager of the Wei Yuan Security Company, accompanied by 30 beautiful security guards, stepped forward to offer their congratulations. May Hot Spring Island dominate the universe and reign supreme. With that, the 30 enchanting security guards rushed forward, each planting a kiss on Yi Feng's cheek. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Yi Feng laughed heartily, instantly invigorated. Next came the owners of various factories, along with representatives from significant factions outside the screen. They had been subjected to a day-long enchantment, allowing them to move freely within the confines of the screen during this time. From the Black Horse Garment Factory, we wish Lord Yi eternal prosperity and dominion over the vast desert. From the Blackbird Machinery Factory, we wish Lord Yi to soar high and stand proud among the heavens. From the Ice Processing Factory, we wish Lord Yi to dominate the world and achieve true martial prowess soon. Just then, shouts echoed from a distance, followed by the rumbling of sand vehicles. 10 sand vehicles slowly entered the screen, with the foremost one carrying a citizen holding a severed head. Yi Feng frowned. Ha ha ha, Feng go. This time we have fulfilled our mission. With the cooperation of numerous hunters, we have finally slain this blood sorcerer. Behold, this is his head. Catch. The citizen flung the head towards Yi Feng. Whoosh. In a flash, Wang Zhihai intercepted the head. How could you, as a citizen, resort to deception? Wang Zhihai exclaimed in fury. The blood demon has long been slain by our esteemed Feng. A group of powerful figures emerged, casting suspicious glances at Yi Feng. Master Yi, this charade is rather unbecoming. Are you reluctant to part with your 100 million spring coins? One of the powerful figures retorted angrily. 100 million is a trivial sum to me. However, you must have genuinely vanquished the blood demon, correct? Yi Feng replied, idly picking at his fingers. Examine the eyes of that severed head and take a whiff of its foul stench. Does it not belong to the blood demon? The powerful figure bristled with indignation. Yi Feng nodded, accepting the head. The eyes were indeed a pale crimson. Despite the passage of time, he could still discern its identity. The head emitted a distinctive odor, reminiscent of the blood demon he had encountered previously. What is happening? Could there be two blood demons? Yi Feng furrowed his brow, and the others stood in stunned silence. Fear not, brother Feng. Regardless, both blood demons are dead, and our Spring Island remains secure, Wang Zhihai reassured with a smile. You do not comprehend. The gale wind zone may have weakened, allowing these blood demons to infiltrate from the outside world. Yi Feng replied solemnly, shaking his head. What of it? What does it matter if outsiders can enter? Chunin queried, a puzzled expression on his face. Do you not understand? If cultivators from the outside world can breach our secret realm, it signifies the emergence of even more formidable practitioners. Some may even disregard the constraints of our protective formations. Our Spring Island is not as impregnable as you believe, Yi Feng stated with a grave countenance. What shall we do? The assembly of advisors immediately grew anxious. We have only just begun to enjoy a semblance of peace on Spring Island. Why must turmoil return to our lives? Do not worry, we are safe for now. Let us celebrate our current fortunes. Wang Zhihai quickly comforted the crowd. Thus, the atmosphere gradually resumed its cheerful banter, though it lacked the previous exuberance. Yi Feng's 30th birthday celebration spanned 3 days. On the 4th day, Yi Feng visited the iron prison. There, he found the enchanting Hao Yue busily engaged in some task. Donning a short skirt, Fairy Hao Yue, the new batch of materials has been assembled. I kindly ask you to concoct 2 soul pills for me, Yi Feng announced. Clapping his hands. The strength of over 100 million individuals is indeed formidable. It has taken little time to gather a fresh batch of materials for soul pill refinement. In the past, such an endeavor would have been inconceivable. Even if the 3 great clans, Sword Gorge, Greenfield, and Birch City, joined forces, it would have taken them centuries to amass the materials for a single soul pill. Yet, here, with a well-structured system and financial backing, the collection process has accelerated over 1,000-fold. Once these soul pills are crafted, will you release me? Hao Yue inquired, her voice tinged with reluctance. As a dignified fifth-order sovereign, she found herself unjustly imprisoned. Rest assured, I vow that upon your successful creation of 2 soul pills, I will release you immediately, Yi Feng declared earnestly. Very well, then have them pass the materials to me and prepare some fuel, Hao Yue nodded. In the months since they last met, she had noticeably lost weight. Come, pass the materials inside. Should the Moonlight Fairy have any needs, do your utmost to fulfill them, Yi Feng instructed before turning to leave the iron cage. In the 3rd training room of Hot Spring Island, Ding Tuanchuan was enveloped in a mist of white vapor. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a thunderous roar erupted from within the training chamber. It worked, it succeeded. Outside the chamber, a throng of Ding Tuanchuan's admirers erupted in jubilant cheers. After a while, she emerged, greeted by exclamations of congratulations. Congratulations, Sister Tuanchuan. You are now a 6th-order power king. Sister Tuanchuan, I feel somewhat unworthy of you now. The crowd parted as Yi Feng strode forward, seizing Ding Tuanchuan by the shoulders. Little Tuanchuan, How is it that your cultivation speed is so astonishing? It seems as though you have no bottlenecks. Speak. What method have you employed to break through these barriers without harming your body? Yi Feng inquired. Nothing, brother Yi. It feels entirely natural. I've never even encountered a bottleneck. Ding Tianquan replied. All right then. Yi Feng released her. It seemed some individuals were naturally gifted in cultivation, while he himself belonged to a more ordinary class of practitioners. Without the extraordinary ability of the blood-sucking art, he would likely still be struggling at the level of a power master. Within the birch trees, various explosive sounds reverberated. Half an hour later, only a youth drenched in blood remained at the scene. Beneath his feet lay a vast pool filled with blood. Strangely, the blood did not freeze despite the low temperature. Instead, it boiled as though it were heated water. Ha ha ha, this time, I will directly break through to the late true martial realm. With that, the youth's garments were torn to shreds as he leaped into the blood pool. A day later, the youth emerged from the pool. I succeeded. Late true martial realm, huh? At this stage, I can begin to communicate with the essence of heaven and earth. With this thought, he took a deep breath of the air. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over him as he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 bone tokens, both of which were shattered. Second brother, third brother, you have perished. This is impossible. In such a desolate place, who could slay a true martial practitioner? Mo Tong inhaled deeply, a vertical eye manifesting between his brows as he swept his gaze over the tokens. Location south. Could it be that in this wretched place, there exists an entity surpassing the true martial realm? Mo Tong's expression changed slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Despite the loss of his 2 brothers, he still had to weigh the risks of confronting a master of the innate realm. In the Starmon continent, preserving one's life was paramount. Revenge held little significance. Should conditions allow, he would not hesitate to seek vengeance, but if not, he would have to swallow his anger. Should he return to seek reinforcements, or venture south personally? After pacing back and forth several times, Mo Tong gritted his teeth and crushed his own life token. Far away, on the Starmon continent, an elder suddenly opened his eyes. Retrieving a similar bone token, the Mo brothers have perished? Observing the location, it appeared to be at the heart of the Gale Zone. The elder pondered for a moment before breaking into a scornful smile. What is there to fear? After all, they are within the Gale Zone, not on the Starmon continent. And no one witnessed the murder of the 3. I can easily fabricate a tale, claiming the 3 brothers have ventured far to undertake a mission. The other sects would not dare underestimate my Black Wind sect. However, last time, that young lad Qingmu's dominoes also shattered. After weighing his options, the elder ultimately decided against avenging the 3 brothers. On the Starmon continent, whenever a disciple is slain, the sect leader is obliged to seek vengeance. Failing to do so would signify that the sect is weak and easily bullied. Others would inevitably come seeking trouble, for even if they did, there would be no consequences. The sect would not hold grudges. Thus, on the Starmon continent, whenever a disciple is wronged, the entire sect must strive to restore justice. Through eons of evolution, myriad methods of vengeance have emerged. Some have married their daughters to their enemies, ultimately enabling their daughters to slay foes from the rival sect. Others have utilized intricate networks of connections to exert pressure on their adversaries. For instance, by bestowing gifts, offering women, or arranging marriages with higher-tier sects, thus compelling their rivals to publicly acknowledge their mistakes in front of several major sections. Reputation holds greater significance than life itself on the Starmon continent. A person devoid of face will find themselves preyed upon by all, akin to an injured fish in the deep sea, attracting various predators to its wounds. They would readily deduce that you are weak and unavenging. Brother Feng, you must exercise caution. That worm beast just twitched. If it awakens, we on Hot Spring Island will bear the brunt of the misfortune. Wang Zhihai followed Yi Feng down to the abyss's depths, gazing at the colossal beast resembling a mountain. In truth, I had already sensed its movements. It is an elite beast of level 80. With the energy within it, it could effortlessly sustain the Great Formation. This implies that if we deplete its energy for a day, it would merely require an hour of slumber to recuperate. Yi Feng's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. What shall we do then? Should we devise other methods to exhaust its energy further? Wang Zhihai inquired nervously. No, if we drain it too aggressively. It may awaken in pain, which would spell disaster for Hot Spring Island, Yi Feng replied, gesturing towards the Goo God cauldron in the sky. When they first beheld the Goo God Hall, the cauldron radiated with resplendent light. However, now, its brilliance had significantly dimmed. The sealing power of the goo god cauldron was gradually waning. If the seal were to loosen even slightly, given the prowess of this level 80 beast, it could very well break free from its confinement. Yi Feng spoke with solemnity. Brother Feng, what should we do then? Wang Zhihai was thoroughly panicked. A level 80 beast. One could fear that the combined strength of all cultivators in the vast desert would hardly suffice to contend with it. Currently, I have no alternative solutions. This creature cannot be slain, and with our present weaponry, we cannot even breach its defenses. The only viable option is to locate another hot spring island and transfer the protective array to a different isle, Yi Feng asserted gravely. Indeed, but where else would be suitable for human habitation? Wang Zhihai queried. As I pondered, once the worm monster awakens, all creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles will undoubtedly perish at its hands. Therefore, our secondary stronghold must be situated at a considerable distance. Perhaps in the former Heishu River Basin or the Yijian Gorge, Yi Feng mused. Brother Feng, I choose Yijian Gorge, for it remains relatively temperate. Whereas the Heishu River Basin may have succumbed to an abominable chill, Wang Zhihai remarked. Indeed, Zhihai, we shall escort 2,000 citizens and 6,000 residents, along with the senior executives of Weiyuan Company, at least of the royal level. They will traverse northward in sand carts, primarily to safeguard Baiguoguo and transport the formation plate to Yijian Gorge. I trust that the inhabitants of Yijian Gorge have all perished, Yi Feng reflected, lamenting the irony of having surreptitiously acquired the formation plate from Yijian Gorge only to return it. Chapter 988, a well-considered decision, rest assured. I shall ensure the establishment of our second stronghold is executed impeccably. I will also bring along several engineers from the engineering department. Yijian Gorge undoubtedly harbors iron mines, where they can forge a castle uniquely ours, Wang Zhihai asserted. Let us proceed then. I have refrained from practicing with the worm monster these past few days, fearing that I might inadvertently rouse it, he added. Upon finishing, the two ascended the lift, swiftly descending towards the ground. Emerging from the abyss, Wang Zhihai waved his hand decisively. Summon all those with floral insignia to the office for a meeting, and call forth those antiquated gentlemen from the council. We have matters of great importance to discuss, he commanded. Immediately, dozens of guards fanned out in various directions to relay the summons to the upper echelons of Hot Spring Island. An hour later, in the conference room of Hot Spring Island, over 400 individuals had gathered, nearly filling the expansive space. Yi Feng occupied the principal seat, with Raimai sitting beside him, and the other vice seat held by Helixuan, who was flanked by Wang Zhihai. Opposite them, at the head of the council, sat the speaker, Hu Zhua. Zhihai, please convey our thoughts to the esteemed speaker, Yi Feng gestured. Yes, Island Master, Wang Zhihai stood, clutching a sheet of draft paper. In that brief interval, he had prepared his notes, revealing his keen enthusiasm for power. Allow me to elaborate. There are signs of awakening from the worm monster residing at the ocean's depths. A murmur of alarm rippled through the assembly, as fear overtook the countenance of many. They were well aware of the worm monster's formidable strength, an 80-level aberration. Its awakening would herald a calamity more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. Silence, silence, Wang Zhihai banged the table, the buzz gradually subsiding until it vanished entirely. Thus the Deputy Marshal Wang Zhihai, alongside Island Master Yi Feng, proposed to the council that we relocate a portion of our populace to a more distant location, establishing another stronghold. Should this stronghold falter, we shall possess an avenue of retreat. Upon concluding, Wang Zhihai respectfully presented the document to the speaker. The members of the council may not possess exceptional capabilities, yet each representative was a voice for their respective districts, akin to the spokesperson for over 6,000 individuals on Hot Spring Island. Hence, even Yi Feng and Wang Zhihai dared not offend the entire assembly. As the speaker, I concur with the proposals put forth by Yi Feng and Wang Zhihai. Now, those in favor of this proposal, please raise your hands. This time, Hu Zhua did not waver, but was the first to raise his hand in approval. The mere thought of an 80-level aberration lurking beneath the Hot Springs Island, poised to awaken at any moment, would terrify even the most intrepid souls. Swiftly, a significant portion of the assembly raised their hands, about 80%, observing the overwhelming support. The remaining members of the council grew apathetic and refrained from voting. Very well, Yi Island Master, Wang Zhihai, your proposal has been passed by our esteemed assembly. Now, do you have a detailed plan to share with us? Hu Zhua inquired. Wang Zhihai rose once more. We are preparing to relocate 2,000 citizens and 6,000 residents, along with some senior members of the security firm. These individuals will protect Bai Guoguo's array as we establish a new stronghold at the location of One Sword Gorge. I have already conceived a name for this stronghold, the Hot Springs Island concession at One Sword Gorge. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhihai glanced at the assembly. The name may be lengthy, yet it does not detract from the significance. Those in agreement, please raise your hands. Bourgeois raised his hand again. In an instant, another 80% of the assembly followed suit, leaving only a mere 20% opposed. This proposal is indeed commendable. The library at One Sword Gorge is the largest in the vast desert, and I propose we construct the concession there. What does everyone think? Chen inquired. Bourgeois cast a cold glance at Chun but eventually nodded in assent. I concur. Swiftly, 100% of the assembly raised their hands. Fully aware of the invaluable nature of books, in a modern civilized society, one can simply search online to access literature. However, in this primitive society devoid of computers, the worth of each book is immeasurable. Now, let us commence the selection of individuals to be sent to the One Sword Gorge concession. This matter shall be deliberated by the assembly, but I propose that Bai Guoguo must be included, as she is a prodigy of formations. Wang Zhihai concluded, taking his seat. Very well, we shall discuss this immediately. All non-member citizens, please exit. We require the conference room for 5 hours. Bourgeois stated sternly. With a rustle, Feng and the others stood up and sequentially exited the conference room. After a while, everyone had departed, leaving only a few dozen members of the assembly behind. Bourgeois rapped the table. Firstly, Feng cannot leave Hot Springs Island. Otherwise, the over 1 million people beyond the barrier may revolt. And only Feng can quell them, Bourgeois declared. I agree, but Feng's 2 legitimate wives and his son must be relocated to the One Sword Gorge concession. One member of the assembly raised his hand. Would that not be detrimental? Are you not effectively fracturing his family? Bourgeois frowned. If the One Sword Gorge concession lacks Feng's immediate kin, he will inevitably prioritize Hot Springs Island over the concession, thus necessitating their separation, the assembly member asserted. Bourgeois nodded thoughtfully and turned to the other members. Very well, please draft a list of candidates. After a considerable half-day, the assembly finally completed the list. What a tiring endeavor. Now, open the door and allow them to enter. Bourgeois wiped the sweat from his brow. Feng and his companions had been waiting outside the door when they cheerfully entered. With the addition of a new stronghold, they could now rest easy, knowing they had a fallback option. If not for the singular formation plate, they would have considered establishing multiple strongholds. After half an hour, Feng and the others were once again seated in the conference room. I shall now announce the list of citizens to be relocated. Duoyan Hina, Yixing, Susan, Bai Chuxue, Qinan, and Deputy Island Master Riemiko would also head to the new stronghold to oversee affairs, followed by Ding Tuanchuan. Before long, the list was finally read out, comprising over 2,000 individuals. As for the selection of residents, that would be handled by Feng and Wang Zhihai, with the House of Representatives having no authority to interfere. Excuse me, did you forget to include my name? Feng raised his hand. It was not omitted. You, Feng, are to remain on Hot Spring Island to oversee matters, while Deputy Island Master Riemiko will manage affairs at the Aegean Gorge concession, replied Bourgeois with a serious glance at the list. Then, may I keep my wife and child on Hot Spring Island? Feng inquired. That is not possible. It is a collective decision by the representatives. Bourgeois shook his head. I protest. Feng roared. Protests are ineffective. If you insist on keeping your wife and children with you, we will all resign, Bourgeois stated, prompting dozens of representatives to rise. Very well. Then how long until I can see my wife and children? Feng asked. The current situation is unclear. I cannot say. However, you might be able to visit them on weekends, Bourgeois replied with a smile. Are you jesting? Aegean Gorge is 1,000 miles away. By the time I reach halfway, it will be Monday again. What nonsense is this? Feng protested vehemently. Then you could work continuously for 2 months, saving up 16 days. With the aid of a sand vehicle, perhaps you could manage a round trip, Bourgeois suggested. 16 days is hardly sufficient. I doubt even a one-way ticket would allow enough time. It seems the only opportunity to reunite with my wife and child will be during the new year. Feng's expression darkened. Island Master Yi, I acknowledge your greatness. However, decisions made by the House of Representatives are immutable. Please understand our predicament. This course of action was taken after careful consideration, not a whim, Huzhua spoke with an emotionally laden tone. Just as he finished, a shoe was hurled from a distance, striking him squarely on the forehead. You wretch! If you dare to separate my family, I will take your life. Susan could no longer contain her fury. Immediately, Su Yun and the others pulled her back. Don't be impulsive, sister. That is the speaker, Su Yun advised. And what of the speaker? Yi Feng established this House of Representatives to ensure fairness and justice. Yet this group of old geezers has exploited its power to tear our family apart, Susan said, fuming. Chapter 989. I can't bear to part with you. Huzhua crawled up from beneath the table, a shoe print now adorning his forehead. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire? If Yi Xing and I leave Hot Spring Island, should outsiders attempt to enter the barrier, who will place the curse upon them? Duo Yanhina also raised her hand. After much contemplation, we have taken this into account. Therefore, after your departure, no outsiders will enter the light curtain, and thus, there will be no need for you, madam, to employ any curses, remarked Huzhua. Excellent. I would also like to inquire who proposed our family as separation? Duo Yanhina stated, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. I am unaware. I seem to have forgotten, but it certainly wasn't me, Huzhua replied, his eyes darting as he raised a shield to position in front of the table. The other members were instantly taken aback, lowering their heads in unison. It was no jest. They bore the curses set upon them by Duo Yanhina. Should she take offense and remove her curse, they would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the strands of her cursed sword. Rest assured, I will uncover the truth. When the time comes, I shall see who lacks the conscience to separate our family, Duo Yanhina declared, taking a seat, her expression frosted with displeasure. Chairman, Feng Guo and I are a golden duo. Could you allow me to remain on Hot Spring Island? Chunin raised his hand. Impossible. You must proceed to the One-Sword Gorge concession, and your wife, Qiu Xue, will accompany you, Huzhua stated while examining the list. No. Feng Guo has been separated from his family. I have made up my mind. I, too, shall be separated. Chunin protested vehemently. Not an option. The proposal to reunite you two was personally made by me, to prevent you from causing chaos in Peach Blossom Village again, considering I caught you last time. Huzhua stated nonchalantly. How could you? You rogue. Were you not well fed at home? You dare to seek sustenance elsewhere? Qiushua seethed, seizing Chunin's ear and spinning him around 360 degrees. Ouch! As the meeting adjourned, Yi Feng exited with a solemn expression. Shortly thereafter, Duo Yanhina and Susan approached, each linking arms with him. Feng, I shall miss you, Susan said, her eyes glistening with tears. Fear not, in a year. We shall surely reunite, Yi Feng reassured, gently wiping away Susan's tears. Feng, rest assured, while in the One-Sword Gorge concession, I will take good care of our son, Duo Yanhina assured him. Indeed, with your word, I feel at ease. My dear, Muma, Yi Feng remarked, planting a kiss on both Duo Yanhina's and Susan's cheeks. At that moment, little Yi Xing approached. Dad, do not worry. Once we arrive at the One-Sword Gorge concession, I will protect Mom and Aunt Susan. Yi Xing, now 6 years old, displayed the demeanor of a little gentleman. Just then, a young girl clad in white passed by, causing Yi Xing to gaze in rapture. The next moment, before Yi Feng could react, he dashed forward, shouting, Eva, let us go to the amusement park together. Sure. The two young friends departed hand in hand. Another smitten child, Chunin sighed. 3 days swiftly passed. Outside the light curtain, it resembled a festive celebration. Over 1,000 sand vehicles were meticulously lined up amidst the icy landscape. More than 20 mighty emperors, along with over 200 kings and 2,000 masters, had already poked their heads out from the sand vehicles. Here they come. Emerging from the luminous veil after what seems an eternity, a wave of over 2,000 citizens and more than 6,000 residents gradually steps forth, accompanied by their families, children in tow, elderly on their backs, making their way towards the sand carts. At the forefront stands Rimiko, flanked by Doyen Hina and the tightly bundled Zai Yexing, who is now sobbing uncontrollably. Eva, my dear Eva. As the last of the citizens and residents exit, the azure screen slowly dissipates. Moments later, Bai Guoguo emerges, cradling a rectangular box that contains 10 battle flags and a formation disc. Leaf Maple and Wang Zhihai personally escort her out of the luminous barrier. The personnel from Wei Yuan Company attentively observe. Leaf Maple's gaze sweeps over nearly 1,000 sand carts, prompting the security guards to emerge and salute him respectfully. Upon reaching the Sword Cliff, no matter your previous status, You may now become a resident of the concession, entitled to inhabit the grand formation and savor its warmth. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. At last, we can reside within the luminous barrier. Exultation fills the air as the long-awaited day has finally arrived. I am overjoyed. I have finally gained recognition from Hot Spring Island and become a permanent resident. Before Leaf Maple can finish his speech, the crowd erupts into a buzz. Silence, silence. He is compelled to utilize the diamond roar to command their attention. As residents, you must safeguard the Hot Spring Island enclave at Sword Cliff and protect all citizens within. His voice resonates powerfully. Rest assured, Island Master, it is our duty. I swear by my son, if a single citizen of Hot Spring Island perishes, I shall exact retribution. I vow by my wife, if a single citizen of Hot Spring Island dies, I shall take my wife's life. The crowd begins to swear oaths, fearful that Leaf Maple might deny them residence within the luminous barrier. Pleased, Leaf Maple nods and approaches Doyenhina and Susan. Affirmed. Affirmed. Two soft figures rush into his embrace. My dear wives, have faith. It may not be long before we reunite at Sword Cliff. And son, come here to bid farewell to your father. Leaf Maple squats down. Not a chance. I want to bid farewell to Eva. Zaya Yexing dashes forward, clinging to Eva and showering her with kisses. Leaf Maple chuckles. This little one has truly inherited my fine traditions. Hina, Susan, once we reach Sword Cliff, please ensure he is well guided and does not indulge in early romance. You should focus on your own conduct, Susan retorts playfully, aware of Leaf Maple's nature, anticipating that he would not remain obedient for long after they depart. Yet, she finds herself unable to restrain him. At last, everyone boards the sandcarts. Doyenhina waves fervently from atop the cart towards Leaf Maple. Affirmed, as you are alone on the island of Hot Springs, take care of yourself and refrain from engaging in reckless bravado with others. Fear not, my dear. During your absence, you occupy my thoughts 100 times each day. Affirmed, I shall miss you dearly. Susan waves goodbye as well. My love, go forth with peace of mind. I will be thinking of you here. Father, farewell. Little Yeshing peeks out from atop the sand vehicle. The initial few sand vehicles have finally vanished into the swirling snowstorm. Following them, nearly 1,000 more sand vehicles trailed behind, each filled with experts of formidable skill. Susan, Henna, my son, I shall sorely miss you. Oh, Wang Zhihai, let us wander through Peach Blossom Village tonight. I have heard it is quite bustling. Once all the sand vehicles disappeared into the tempest, Yifeng quickly composed himself, wiping away his tears as he turned to Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai remarked, Sister Susan warned me before her departure. If she discovers you venturing to Peach Blossom Village, she shall return and render me incapable of fatherhood. Brother Feng, please do not implicate me. Wang Zhihai was taken aback. If you do not mention it, she will remain oblivious. It seems Susan truly understands me. She anticipated my desire to visit Peach Blossom Village. Let us go tonight, masked and discreet, to take a brief stroll. Do not worry. I shall not indulge excessively, merely engage in some bargaining with them. Yifeng replied excitedly. Chapter 990. Then I must trouble you. Brother Feng, why not allow Heli Xian to accompany you? That fellow appears honorable. Yet I have encountered him in Peach Blossom Village on several occasions. Wang Zhihai suggested, his expression troubled. In the island of Hot Springs, he feared only two individuals, Yifeng and the tempestuous Susan. It was these two who restrained his burgeoning ambitions. Otherwise, he would have already declared himself king. No, Heli Xian is rather dull. It would be far more entertaining to have you accompany me, Yifeng insisted earnestly. Presently, he had encountered a creative impasse, and thus, he seized the opportunity to unwind for a few days, perhaps to shatter his stagnation in the process. Very well. At the stroke of midnight, I shall knock 3 long and 2 short signals outside your room. At that time, we shall embark together. Wang Zhihai nodded in agreement. Just then, a nurse from the Hot Springs Hospital arrived. Brother Feng, splendid news. The materials for the first batch of holy water have been gathered. Zhihai, let us hasten to the hospital. Yifeng exclaimed, leading Wang Zhihai toward the medical facility. Once the holy water is successfully concocted, it may yet revive Tuba. Moreover, if it were administered to Long Wu, there exists the possibility of restoring all his memories. Currently, Long Wu seems to retain only a handful of significant recollections. However, his knowledge of firearms is ingrained in his very being, and he continues to tinker with his pistol. In truth, Yifeng understood that Tuba, Yongli, and Gushan were beyond salvation. He had previously observed their conditions. Their corpses had undergone severe deformation, preserved solely by an abundance of ice to prevent decay. Even if their physical bodies regained vitality, what of their souls? What of the memories residing within their minds? The holy water may restore life to flesh and bone, yet it cannot guarantee the revival of their souls. Nevertheless, there remains Long Wu, worthy of Yi Feng's investment of the precious holy water. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found Niu Decao and Bai Chuxue diligently organizing the materials. The entire office was meticulously organized with various herbs, crystals, and an array of minerals, the quantity easily exceeding 10,000. Brother Feng, the materials have been sorted out, but none among us can concoct the holy water, Bai Chuxue remarked. Not to worry. I shall think of a solution. Let the moon fairy from the iron prison brew it. If she can create soul elixirs, holy water should be trivial for her. Yi Feng waved dismissively. But she likely does not know the method to create holy water, Niu Decao interjected. That is of no concern. I will inquire personally. You all categorize and pack these materials into burlap sacks and send them to the iron prison. I shall take my leave first. Jihai, if there is nothing pressing, please attend to your duties. It is not yet time to clock out, Yi Feng instructed. Understood. Both replied, quickly immersing themselves in their tasks. Yi Feng strode purposefully toward the iron prison. Open the door. With a resounding rumble, the guards swung the door of the iron prison open, allowing Yi Feng to enter with purpose. The door slammed shut behind him with a thunderous sound, enveloping Yi Feng in a sensation of confinement. In that moment, he comprehended the fear that consumed the moon fairy. For most humans, the dread of enclosed spaces was an inescapable reality. Moon fairy, are you present? Yi Feng called out loudly from the first floor. After a lengthy pause, a voice emanated from the second floor. Is that you, Island Master Yi? Please come to the second floor. I am waiting for you here. The moon fairy's voice carried an unwavering tone. Yi Feng felt a stirring within him as he ascended the stairs, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Despite his current strength rendering the moon fairy no match for him, one could never predict the extraordinary capabilities of a seasoned fifth-tier force monarch. However, upon reaching the second floor, Yi Feng's eyes widened, and he released his grip on the sword. There, positioned with her back to him, stood a woman nearly draped in fruit, her figure accentuated by slender strands of fabric that wound from her chest to her back, revealing a tantalizing silhouette. The fabric, scarcely 2 fingers in width, clung to her curves, presenting a stunning view that captivated Yi Feng's gaze. It appeared that the moon fairy had ultimately donned the exquisite bikini gifted by Chunin, an ensemble surpassing even the most revealing of swimwear, akin to wearing nothing at all. Moon fairy, what is this? Yi Feng felt a rush of heat to his face, his pants tightening visibly. The moon fairy slowly turned, and Yi Feng's eyes bulged in surprise. With a sudden eruption, blood gushed from his nostrils. The scant fabric covering her chest was no more than the size of 2 coins, barely concealing her alluring form, while the lower portion left little to the imagination, the very grass beneath being visible. What has happened? Why are you bleeding? The moon fairy approached him, her youthful face radiating innocence. As she moved, the minimal fabric she wore shifted enticingly, revealing glimpses of her exquisite form. She grasped Yi Feng's wrist and produced a tissue, tenderly dabbing at his nose. I apologize. I have been feeling rather heated of late. Aren't you cold in such little attire? Yi Feng discreetly stole a glance at her deep neckline. The temperature on Hot Spring Island consistently hovers around 30 degrees, leaving me unbothered by the chill. Yi Feng, what brings you here? Asked Hao Yu, her expression serious. Yet, she wore revealing attire that hinted at a certain allure. Let me think. I almost forgot. I came to ask you to refine some holy water. Can you do that? Yi Feng inquired. Holy water? Of course, we 3 great clans have learned some methods of refining it from the temple. Although our techniques may not be as orthodox as those of the temple, we can achieve about 80% of the desired effect, Hao Yu replied, slowly turning around, her supple waist swaying gently. That's splendid. I appreciate your help. Let's pause the soul elixir project for now. I truly need the holy water, Yi Feng said, his gaze fixed intently on Hao Yu's silhouette. Is that the only reason you sought me out? Hao Yu asked, not turning her head, her fingers delicately tending to her long hair. Yes, that's indeed the sole purpose, Yi Feng replied, though his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. Very well. I will assist you with the holy water. If there's nothing else, you may leave, Hao Yu said slowly. Yet, as she faced away from Yi Feng, her eyes darted from side to side, revealing her not-so-innocent intentions behind her bikini-clad appearance. Being well-versed in matters of the heart, she intended to employ the tactic of feigned indifference to gauge Yi Feng's reaction. Reality had dawned on her. Escaping the confines of this iron cage was impossible, as Yi Feng would likely keep her as a pet, continually refining various elixirs for her. As the former leader of the Greenfield clan, she was unwilling to resign herself to such a fate. Thus, she would resort to unorthodox measures. Moreover, she understood men's desires well. Once they had their way with her, her value would diminish significantly. In such circumstances, she had to play hard to get, teasingly inviting him while keeping him entirely captivated by her. She admitted to herself that in terms of combat prowess, she was no match for Yi Feng. Reluctantly, she decided to shift the battleground, employing a different strategy to compel him to surrender. Chapter 991. You can't leave if you want to if there's nothing else. You may leave, but do remember to bring the materials for the holy water, Hao Yu said coolly. Well then, I shall take my leave, Yi Feng responded, stepping toward the exit. On the surface, Hao Yu appeared composed, but internally, she was thrown into a frenzy. Did Yi Feng not appreciate her coy allure? Or perhaps he disapproved of her attire? Yet, that couldn't be. His eyes had been wide with interest upon entering. Panic surged through her as Yi Feng's footsteps echoed on the staircase. Soon, he would be gone, leaving her alone in the iron cage once more. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she abruptly turned around. Yi Feng, what is it? Yi Feng quickly turned back, their eyes locking in a moment of tension, as if sparks ignited in the air. In that instant, thunder and fire collided. Boom. Chasing Ma pressed his ear against the wall of the iron cage, his face flushed. Captain, is something good about to happen? The other 3 guards pressed their ears against the wall. In the fleeting moment, the 4 guards expelled 2 bursts of scorching air from their nostrils. That's it. I can't hold on any longer, Captain. How about we visit Peach Blossom Village tonight? One guard inquired. Well, I won't be treating. You'll have to pay for yourselves, Chasing Horse replied, still attentive to the sounds emanating from the iron prison. The noise had persisted for far too long, melodious as a lark. An hour later, the bright moon rose, and Hao Yu sat up, adjusting the scant fabric draped over her. Slowly, she turned around, revealing a flirtatious smile. How about it? The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Before long, the lark song echoed once more from the iron cell. As night fell, Yi Feng emerged from the prison, his face radiant. Is the jailer present? I am here. A citizen approached, scrutinizing Yi Feng from head to toe. Goodness, I haven't even reached the waterside pavilion yet, and you, Brother Feng, have already made it ahead of me. Once Fairy Hao Yu concocts the soul pill and holy water, let her be released. After all, we cannot keep her imprisoned forever. She is a 5th-level power monarch. And it is time to absorb another citizen, Yi Feng stated solemnly. Oh, the jailer nodded, his expression displeased, contemplating how to report Yi Feng to the council later. At that moment, the hot spring hospital delivered the materials, hundreds of packages, which were sent through the bars into the iron cell in succession. Outside the light screen, a young man, masked, gazed at the warm hot spring island within, his eyes flashing with astonishment. A sword formation? In such a remote place, there exists such an advanced sword formation? It surpasses even that of our Black Wind sect, and indeed, it is far superior to the protective formations of the great clans. What, then, is the energy source supplying this sword formation? The young man paced in front of the light screen, his light red eyes shimmering with curiosity. After the blood sacrifice, his eyes would retain their faint red hue for several months. However, after that period, they would return to normal, and the lingering stench on him would gradually fade away until it vanished entirely. As darkness enveloped the sky, 4 figures stealthily emerged from the light screen, led by Chasing Horse, whose face was obscured by a cloth. The other 3 were, of course, Yi Feng's guards, who had shifted to the night shift to protect him. Brothers, what energy source does your sword formation rely on? Mo Tong intercepted Chasing Horse and his companions. Why ask so many questions? We are off duty now, and will not entertain such trivial inquiries. We must take our leave, Chasing Horse replied, leading the 3 into the swirling snowstorm. After a while, the light screen opened once more, revealing 2 figures who stealthily emerged. Notably, the person at the back concealed nearly their entire face, leaving only a pair of faint golden eyes visible. It was Yi Feng. Yi Feng and Mo Tong locked eyes, causing goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. He then glanced again at Mo Tong's eyes, which were indeed a pale red. Brother Feng, why haven't you left? As twilight descended, the visage of the fair maiden remained discernible. Otherwise, in the enveloping darkness, one might only discover an unsightly creature upon entering the icy abode. Wang Zhihai eagerly imparted his experiences ahead of him. Zhihai, I shan't be going tonight. You should return to the light curtain, Yifeng remarked nonchalantly. Why not? I just consumed half a pound of red fruit. Wang Zhihai turned back, perplexed by Yifeng's demeanor. The next moment, he followed Yifeng's gaze and beheld Mo Tong. Ah, all right, I shall head back immediately. If necessary, I can deal with those few haggard women. Brother Feng, you should return as well. Wang Zhihai's heart raced with surprise. No, you go back first. Yifeng shook his head, scrutinizing Mo Tong closely. There was indeed a peculiar scent emanating from her, and her eyes held a faint crimson hue. It seemed the gale wind zone had become unstable, heralding a continuous influx of formidable beings into this realm. Who might you be? Yifeng inquired directly. Who I am is of little consequence. I wish to know. Who is the strongest within this sword formation? What is their realm? Mo Tong queried without hesitation. The strongest is a figure of the void realm, Yifeng fabricated. Engaging in combat was best avoided. It was preferable to intimidate this individual with the pretense of a void realm expert, lest future troubles multiply. The void realm? Ha ha. Such audacity. If there truly were a void realm powerhouse within the sword formation, why are those outside so feeble? Surely, a mighty being of the void realm would elevate the strength of those nearby. Mo Tong directly dismantled Yifeng's claim. I cannot elucidate further. Suffice it to say, there is indeed a void realm expert within the sword formation. You should depart quickly. Perhaps our clan leader has already sensed your presence, and when that happens, escaping will be impossible. Yifeng continued to fabricate a grand fade. Evidently, Mo Tong involuntarily stepped back, but soon advanced once more. What bravado! If there truly is a void realm expert, let them reveal themselves to me. In my lifetime, I have only encountered predecessors of the divine Yuan realm. If indeed a void realm exists, I would like to witness it firsthand, Mo Tong said slowly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was 90% certain that Yifeng was merely boasting. Yet what if that remaining 10% held truth? Ha ha. I regret to inform you that our clan leader would never meet with an insignificant insect like you. You should take your leave. Our leader is in seclusion, and by the time they emerge, escaping will be beyond your capabilities. As Yifeng spoke, he subtly retreated towards the entrance of the grand formation. When He Na and Yi Xing departed, they had left 4 immense gaps in the formation, divided into the 4 cardinal gates. Citizens and residents could enter and exit at will, yet those unmarked by curses dared not approach the gates of Hot Spring Island. Boy, are you toying with me? Mo Tong's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly lunged towards Yifeng. He recognized that Yifeng was merely at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. To deal with him, he deemed it beneath his dignity to employ a flying sword. Boom! Yifeng, with unreserved determination, exchanged a punch with Mo Tong. After their clash, his muscles tensed, and a layer of golden light emanated from his body. This golden aura twisted and transformed into a towering golden figure, standing at around 15 to 16 meters. Is this not the divine technique of the god of spear, the venerable holy demonic art? He mused. Haha, it seems this journey was destined to be worthwhile. Mo Tong laughed heartily and patted his waist. A golden small sword soared into the sky, expanding rapidly in the wind until it morphed into a massive 5-meter sword. This colossal blade hovered above his head, exuding a formidable sword intent that caused ordinary onlookers to retreat a kilometer away, astonished by the spectacle unfolding before them. Listen well, young man, I shall say this once. Hand over the venerable holy demonic art, and perhaps I may spare you, Mo Tong stated coldly. Apologies, Yifeng replied, pushing his fists forward and taking the initiative. The golden figure behind him stepped forward, matching his stance with its own fists. A resounding boom echoed as the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Yet, mere moments later, a cataclysmic roar erupted as countless ice layers shattered, sending seawater soaring into the sky. Flash! Mo Tong commanded, pointing towards Yifeng. The massive sword above him spun and descended upon the golden figure with lethal intent. In an instant, the overwhelming sword aura distorted the figure, as if it were on the brink of annihilation. Not good. Yifeng crossed his arms in front of his chest for defense. The colossal sword effortlessly cleaved through the golden figure, sending Yifeng hurtling backward for 20 meters, and the figure dissipated. However, at that moment, Yifeng also fell into the luminous barrier. Thinking of escaping? Mo Tong's feet moved, and he leaped several dozen meters, crashing into the barrier. His eyes narrowed. A shift in expression evident. A golden thread approached, leaving a long scratch on his massive sword. What? The sword array attacks intruders autonomously? Panic surged within him. Mo Tong attempted to break free from the sword array, but Doyen Hina had anticipated this. Thus, any formidable warrior surpassing the true martial realm entering the barrier would be ensnared and unable to escape. Boom. The giant sword struck the barrier. Yet it did not even tremble, merely rebounding and crashing into a nearby building. Screech. Golden light flashed in the air as two golden threads sliced towards Mo Tong. I refuse to believe I cannot breach your sword array. Mo Tong maintained his confidence, directing his giant sword to counter the threads. The sword whirled and severed the two golden threads, continuing its assault on the barrier. Boom. Still, it could not penetrate the luminous shield. Screech, screech, screech. For golden threads emerged, and Mo Tong's expression grew grave. He pressed his body against one side of the massive sword, executing a technique with his hands. Unity of man and sword. He cried, launching himself and the sword towards the azure barrier. Boom. The giant sword exploded into fragments, causing Mo Tong to stagger backward. Blood spilling from his mouth. This is not good. He was taken aback as golden light surged around him. For strands of golden silk interwove, striking at his body. The radiance dimmed slightly, yet it still managed to hold on. Kid, I admit, your sword formation is formidable. Now release it, and I shall refrain from unleashing my ultimate techniques, Mo Tong declared, feigning calmness. However, Yifeng concealed his body behind the sand cart, revealing only a small portion of his head. I am speaking to you. Do not force me to employ my true powers. Mo Tong's breath quickened. Yifeng, with a face full of cold mockery, paid him no heed. You? Do not overstep your boundaries. With a swift motion, 8 strands of golden silk manifested, executing another strike. Mo Tong finally faltered, his entire body shuddering as another small sword flew from behind him. Yet, before the sword could expand, the 8 strands of golden silk crossed and shattered it into fragments. The sword formation possessed this innate characteristic. The initial strand of golden silk was slow in speed and reaction, but with each subsequent strand, both speed and responsiveness would increase exponentially. Vajra Talisman. Mo Tong's complexion changed drastically as he retrieved a talisman from his attire, pressing it against his body with force. In an instant, his physique expanded, radiating a brilliant golden light. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 16 strands of golden silk appeared. Clang, clang, clang. 16 consecutive strikes were entirely thwarted by the Vajra Talisman. Kid, today I shall eradicate you, Mo Tong proclaimed, charging toward Yifeng with the talisman aglow. Brother Feng, run. Wang Zhihai shouted, swiftly pulling the crossbow. Clang. A bolt collided with Mo Tong, shattering the crossbow into pieces. What kind of shell is this? It's too sturdy. Wang Zhihai exclaimed, terrified, and hastily took cover. As Mo Tong advanced toward Yifeng, 32 strands of golden silk emerged from the distance, crossing to strike at him. Clang, 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 clang. The light of the Vajra talisman dimmed slightly. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, suddenly lifting the sand cart overhead and hurling it at Mo Tong. Boom. The cart smashed against the Vajra talisman, distorting its front end, yet Mo Tong remained unscathed. Puff, puff, puff. 64 strands of golden silk appeared. Following a series of clangs, the golden light surrounding Mo Tong diminished significantly. However, after a few swift movements, he landed directly in front of Yifeng. Boom. The two exchanged a punch, propelling Yifeng back 5 meters, while Mo Tong only staggered 2 steps. Yet, after retreating, he lunged forward, seizing Yifeng's arm with one hand while the other gripped his neck. Gritting his teeth, Yifeng reciprocated by clutching Mo Tong's neck with one hand while the other grasped his waist. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ugh. Mo Tong was taken aback, his body quaking as he broke free from Yifeng's grasp. Buzz. From afar, a massive swarm of golden silk surged forth, resembling dark clouds, sweeping towards Mo Tong. Clang, 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 clang. Following a series of explosive sounds, Mo Tong was left utterly bare at the scene. The 128 strands of golden silk not only shattered his indestructible talisman, but also tore his garments into tatters. Buzz. The speed of the golden silk escalated rapidly. In Chapter 993, a few individuals remained to observe her. 256 strands of golden silk flashed, impacting Mo Tong with instantaneous velocity. Oh! From a radiant sphere of gold, a brief, anguished cry escaped Mo Tong's lips. 512 strands of golden silk materialized. 1,024 strands of golden silk emerged. Mo Tong's form was cleaved into nothingness, vanishing without a trace from the world. Phew! Yi Feng exhaled deeply with relief. At present, the azure sword formation, lacking a master, rendered the initial waves of golden silk sluggish in response. Had this young man charged in with murderous intent from the outset, the casualties on Hot Spring Island would have surely numbered in the hundreds. Fortunately, this youth initially focused solely on defending against the golden silk, harboring no thoughts of indiscriminate slaughter. If Duo Yanhina and Yi Xing were still present, they could have swiftly doubled the strands of silk, preventing the youth from enduring for so long. Outside the luminous barrier, at least several tens of thousands bore witness to the obliteration of the demonic forces by the sword formation. Their mouths agape in astonishment. They appeared as if they could swallow an apple whole. How terrifying! This is the sword formation of Hot Spring Island. Having missed the spectacle last time, they were finally able to behold it clearly. The higher-ups of Hot Spring Island emerged, their faces painted with shock as they gazed at the sight of the youth's demise. Hey, Feng Gu, this scroll hasn't been severed. Come look. Wang Zhihai dashed forward to retrieve a scroll. Oh, could it possibly be a method to resolve inner demons? Yi Feng exclaimed with delight, promptly taking a look. On the surface of the scroll, several large characters were inscribed. The biography of Mo Tong. Goodness. It turns out to be a personal biography? What could possibly be of interest? Yi Feng sighed. Feng Gu, let us examine it. Perhaps there are secrets within this biography that we are unaware of, Wang Zhihai suggested. Indeed, everyone gather around to take a look. Heli Xian, come over as well. Now that Limiko is no longer here, our authority is paramount. Yi Feng beckoned to Heli Xian. Oh, very well. Heli Xian approached with the group. Yi Feng endeavored to unfurl the scroll, ensuring everyone could see clearly. Mo Tong, an inner disciple of the Black Wind sect, ranked 79th. At the mid-stage of true martial realm, one of the three fiends of the Mo clan from the Starry Mist continent. In 774, he annihilated the peak of the acquired realm, Sha Long, and obtained a Sha Long pill. In 656, he encountered Bai Ping, a master of the early innate realm, and became Bai Ping's disciple. In 521, he witnessed the master of the Black Wind sect, a late-stage transformation master, and joined the Black Wind sect. As Yi Feng read on, he grew increasingly intrigued. Is it not true that above the true martial realm, there exist only 4 major realms? Why then does this scroll delineate at least 11 realms? They are sequentially acquired, true martial, innate, transformation, divine origin, refining void, dividing spirit, semi-divine, empty clarity, great void, and divine realm. Simultaneously, Yi Feng inferred the corresponding realm of the earthworm monster from the text. Brother Feng, if we were to speculate based on the biography, the level 80 worm monsters beneath the abyss would be equivalent to the demigod realm of the Starmon continent. Wang Zhihai was the cleverest, being the first to deduce this. Indeed, it seems to be the case. However, the unfortunate reality is that the mightiest among us in the vast desert, the Force Emperor, is merely at the acquired realm, which is the lowest tier on the Starmon continent. Yi Feng sighed. He had thought he was at the pinnacle of the desert, only to realize he was at the very bottom of the Starmon continent. What's worse, the Gale Zone should have already become unstable, allowing those powerful beings to enter the vast desert at will. It was akin to being thrust back to a time before liberation. Brother Feng, do not be disheartened. Even that Mo Tong has only encountered experts of the divine origin realm, which indicates that those above the transformation realm do not frequently reveal themselves. We are not as inferior as we might think, Wang Zhihai reassured him, patting Yi Feng on the shoulder. Indeed, then it's settled. Tomorrow, I shall descend into the abyss for cultivation, striving to reach the 9th tier Force Emperor as soon as possible. Once the soul pill of the bright moon is refined, I will attempt to challenge the legendary true martial realm, Yi Feng declared with determination. At that moment, Yi Xiaoqiao approached, her eyes glistening with tears. What's wrong, Xiaoqiao? Did you get hurt just now? Yi Feng exclaimed in surprise. Brother Feng, my grandfather, he is nearing his end. Yi Feng's heart tightened. My grandfather is now an 8th-tier force master, but his aptitude is too poor to break through to the Force King realm. He just told me that his lifespan is nearly exhausted and wishes to see you, Yi Xiaoqiao said, before collapsing into Yi Feng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions turned somber. They had nearly forgotten that if one could not advance, their lifespan would eventually dwindle. Let us go see your grandfather, the group of senior members said, making their way to a certain villa in the eastern district. Although Yi Xiaoqiao was a citizen, her grandfather had been denied citizenship during the voting process, as the citizens of Hot Spring Island believed he had not contributed enough to merit such status. On a bed covered with animal skins, an elderly man gazed at the crowd with lifeless eyes. After a long pause, he spoke laboriously. Yi Feng, master of Yi Island. I am here, Yi Feng replied, hastily grasping his hand. Master Yi, I have lived for 271 years, and the only thing I worry about is Xiaoqiao. Please, look after her. After I am gone, she will have no family left in this world, Yi Huahua said with great difficulty. Grandfather, Yi Xiaoqiao cried out in anguish, collapsing against him. Rest assured, she will be like a sister to me. Anyone who dares to bully her shall face my wrath, Yi Feng vowed resolutely. No, she can never be your sister. I can see that this girl has fallen for you. Will you take her as a concubine? I know you already have 2 legitimate wives, Yi Huahua remarked, before breaking into a violent cough. Old sir, there are rules on Hot Spring Island that prohibit taking concubines. However, rest assured, if Xiaoqiao does not mind, I shall consider it, Yi Feng nodded, a hint of melancholy stirring within him. Having spent considerable time in this otherworldly realm, most of the acquaintances he once knew had either perished by his hand or succumbed to illness. Only this wildfire had aged naturally. No, I cannot allow myself to meet the same fate as wildfire, languishing away in bed until death. I must strive for advancement, ceaselessly cultivating my abilities to prolong my lifespan. As Wildfire's eyes gradually closed and his legs slowly straightened, he breathed his last. Grandfather, grandfather. Wildfire, wildfire. Old man. With the cries of the crowd echoing in the air, Wildfire exhaled his final breath. A heart-wrenching wail erupted as Wild Xiaoqiao wept uncontrollably, leaving a few onlookers to gaze at her. Yi Feng sighed deeply and strode out of the villa. In the deep of night, Wang Zhihai did not return to Peach Blossom Village. Instead, he settled into his private training chamber. He retrieved a crystal pill of 100% purity from his waist pouch and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, Wang Zhihai began to cultivate. Not only him, but the citizens of Hot Spring Island and other training rooms also ceased their revelry, diligently focusing on their own advancement. Chapter 994. It is here, come forth. The death of Wildfire profoundly impacted those around him, awakening them to the significance of longevity. The following morning, Yi Feng entrusted military and political authority to He Lishuan, while he himself descended to the depths of the abyss via the lift. After witnessing the formidable strength of those beyond the heavens, Yi Feng refrained from arrogance. He resolved to diligently cultivate until reaching the 9th stage power sovereign. And once the soul pill of the full moon was refined, he would strive for the true martial realm. In One Sword Gorge, snowflakes fell in a swirling tempest, blanketing the entire gorge in white. Within some foot pavilions, a few elite members of One Sword Gorge remained, utilizing various combustible materials to keep warm. However, on this day, a thunderous sound echoed from outside the southern gate of One Sword Gorge. An esteemed power king could not resist pulling open a window, peering out towards the gorge's entrance. The next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. So many carriages. No, they were not pulled by horses, for no horses were in sight. Yet these carriages moved on their own. Could it be that the Gorge Master had returned? The Power King promptly gathered several high-ranking Power Masters and exited the pavilion, eager to welcome the Gorge Master's return, hoping he had brought back the formation plate. Otherwise, in this dreadful weather, they risked freezing into ice sculptures at any moment. From one of the sand carriages, Chun-En emerged, donning a thick hat that concealed much of his face. Beside him appeared another head. It was his wife, Qiu Shui. Wife. Ha, this is One Sword Gorge. Many years ago, Feng Gu and I returned from here, bringing back the formation plate that established our Hot Spring Island as the dominant force within a 1,000,000-mile radius, Chun-En declared with pride. Chun-En, I had truly underestimated you in the past. There was a reason Yi Feng always kept you by his side, Qiu Shui remarked earnestly, gazing at him. Indeed, The fortunes of Hot Spring Island were forged through the joint efforts of Feng, Go, and me. I remember the first time I met Feng Go. Wang Zhihai had yet to emerge in the scene. Oh, how I bullied Wang Zhihai back then. Ultimately, under my guidance, he blossomed into a remarkable figure, now surpassing even me. Chunin boasted unabashedly. My dear, I never imagined you to be so magnificent. Thus, I can truly grant you this opportunity, said Qiu Shui, her delicate face flushing. Despite having shared a room with Chunin, she had not completely surrendered her body to him. Really? That is wonderful. The space in the sand vehicle is quite ample. Why not? Chunin replied excitedly. Qiu Shui glanced at the icy landscape outside, her cheeks blushing slightly. All right, let us proceed inside, using the curtain to shield the driver. With that, Chunin eagerly pulled Qiu Shui into the sand vehicle. Moments later, he had her as pure as jade. Above the foremost sand vehicles, Susan poked her head out, observing the dozens of powerful warriors standing ahead, along with a formidable leader. Hey, where's the chieftain? Why are there only captives in the vehicle? The leader inquired. Susan responded loudly. Your chieftain is dead, defeated by the Warm Spring King, Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng is merciful and intends to establish a new stronghold at Sword Cliff, offering you a job. What? You killed the chieftain. Everyone, heed my command. Emerge, the leader bellowed. In the next instant, a multitude of warriors surrounded the sand vehicle, numbering at least 50,000. Moreover, more commoners were hastening towards them, appearing as if to demand accountability. Security personnel of Wei Yuan Company, your chance for merit has arrived, Susan said coldly. Clang, clang, clang. From each sand vehicle emerged dozens of sovereigns and hundreds of kings. They needed no combat. Merely releasing their aura was sufficient to intimidate the indigenous people of Sword Cliff. My heavens, so many sovereigns? So many kings? Are these the elite forces of the entire Great Desert? The leader exclaimed in astonishment, his sword clattering to the snow. As if triggered by a chain reaction, others likewise relinquished their weapons. You are wise to comply, Susan remarked before turning to the sand vehicle behind her. Sister Hina, please come out. The cover of the sand vehicle opened, and Duoyen Hina emerged. Sister, let us head to the library now and establish the stronghold there. Thereafter, we shall have an endless supply of books, Susan proposed. However, Duoyen Hina gazed into the distance and slowly shook her head. No, let us go to the sea. 70 kilometers north of Sword Cliff, where we can open the shield along the coast, half protecting the land and half shielding the sea, to melt the sea ice. Only then can we resolve the food issue. Susan felt her intellect overshadowed by Duoyen Hina's insight. Sister Susan, let us heed her words. She is correct. If we set the formation at the library, we shall be unable to melt the sea ice, thus jeopardizing our food supply, Bai Chushue suggested from the side. I also concur with Duoyen Hina's advice, Ding Tuanshuan added slowly. Now, she had reached the 6th tier of power, being the strongest among the indigenous people of Warm Spring Island. All right, let us continue northward, Susan said as she re-entered the sand vehicle. A multitude of sand vehicles continued their advance until they reached the edge of the Sword Gorge Sea. With a determined leap, Bai Guoguo descended from the vehicle, clutching the formation plate, and stamped her feet in excitement. This is the place. Come, everyone. Immediately, a dozen imperial forces approached, gazing at Bai Guoguo with utmost reverence. For she alone possessed the skill to arrange the grand formation, serving as their cornerstone. Place this formation flag 10 kilometers to the north, she commanded. Understood, replied one of the imperial forces, taking the flag to position it. Now, place this formation flag 10 kilometers to the south. Understood. In no time, Bai Guoguo had distributed all 10 flags, establishing a new stronghold with a diameter of approximately 20 kilometers, ample space for the indigenous people to reside. Most importantly, the formation would also encompass a portion of the ocean, facilitating the melting of ice and making it easier for them to catch fish. As time swiftly passed, a blue luminescent barrier radiated outward from the formation's core, spreading in all directions. Once the barrier reached a diameter of 20 kilometers, Bai Guoguo deftly adjusted the formation plate, solidifying the structure. It's so warm, Shonen exclaimed, leaping from the carriage and shedding his outer coat. Shortly thereafter, Qiushua followed suit, also removing her coat. Chapter 995. Yi Feng could not contain his laughter. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Guoguo poured several crystal pills into the formation's core. The temperature inside the formation escalated from a frigid -200 degrees to -100, then to -80, 40, 20, and finally rising to 10 degrees. Gugwa, could you increase the temperature just a tad more? 10 degrees is hardly suitable for the ladies to wear bikinis, Shannon suggested. No, it's best to maintain it at 10 degrees. After all, we no longer have the energy provided by the level 80 beasts, so we must conserve the crystal pills. Bai Guoguo replied, shaking her head. No worries, let those outside provide for us. We can harvest their wealth with our hot spring coins. With that, Shannon approached the luminescent barrier. Beyond the barrier, a large group of Sword Gorge inhabitants were marveling at the spectacle, their hands brushing against the glowing surface, eyes wide with astonishment. Is this the legendary protective formation? Look, the ice inside is melting. How incredible. Hey, let us inside the protective formation. A few boisterous individuals began to pound on the barrier. I'm afraid entry is not permitted. If you seek food or have contracted the worm disease, we at Hot Spring Island can provide sustenance and medicine, Shunan replied nonchalantly. Worm medicine? Are you saying it can cure that bloody cough? One of the Imperial Masters pressed forward, clad in a thick coat. Indeed, that is precisely it, Shunan affirmed, producing a vial of worm medicine from his pocket. I don't believe you, unless you let me try it, the Imperial Master retorted, desperate as he had several descendants afflicted with the ailment. Who do you think you are? You want me to give it to you? Fine, just you, Shunan shot back defiantly. How dare you? The Imperial Master, enraged, retaliated by throwing a punch at the barrier. Bang! Alas, my hand. My hand. Oh, my hand has burst. The Force Master, clutching his fist, howled in agony. Due to your unruly behavior, I have resolved to cease providing you with the antidote unless you are willing to exchange it for crystal elixirs and pills. How dare you insult me? It appears I have no choice but to let you languish for a few months. Chunin, filled with fury, turned and departed from the luminous screen. After all, Yi Feng and Wang Zhihai were not present here, and relying on Shun and to promote the hot spring currency would undoubtedly be a daunting task. He struggled to restrain his wrath and suppress his grievances. Yi Feng was seated cross-legged upon the altar, his divine form radiating golden light. Suddenly, the barriers within his body were shattered, and he successfully ascended to the 6th level of the Power Sovereign. Ha! I have succeeded. I did not anticipate that breaking through to the 6th level would be so effortless, especially without the aid of the soul elixir. A surge of joy filled Yi Feng's heart as he pressed his hand once more upon the worm creature. With the blood-sucking technique enhanced by his divine form, its potency increased manifold. The worm creature's shell visibly lightened in color and even shrank. Waves of formidable energy coursed through Yi Feng, circulating twice around his dantian before gradually settling. Typically, one would only need to complete a single cycle. However, Yi Feng, for prudence's sake, opted to perform 2 complete cycles each time. After all, he possessed the blood-sucking technique and the inexhaustible energy provided by the worm creature. Boom! The energy within his dantian reached its zenith, initiating the breakthrough to the 7th level of the Power Sovereign. Very well, I shall shatter the barrier in one decisive surge. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all the energy within his dantian. Boom! A wave of dizziness washed over Yi Feng as the scenery around him began to shift. One moment it morphed into a desert, the next into a rainforest, then a beach, and finally a steel metropolis. This is not good. He quickly relaxed his body, allowing the energy to settle gradually into his dantian. After an entire half-hour, the illusions before his eyes began to dissipate. Yet, his expression turned grim. Had it not been said that the 3rd layer of the soul refinement technique could shield oneself from the temptations of inner demons while at the Power Sovereign level? What could possibly be amiss? A twinge of despair crept into Yi Feng's heart. His most pressing concern now was the inner demon. Could it be that his rapid cultivation was to blame? Yes, that must be the only explanation. Otherwise, the soul refinement technique clearly stated otherwise. Why then had the inner demons returned? Ah, what a thrill! Just then, a cacophony of wails echoed from above the abyss. Soon, Shui Ma descended to the position of convection, propelled downward by several currents, landing beneath the altar. When descending into the abyss, they typically chose to leap directly down for speed. However, ascending required the use of an elevator. Shui Ma rose from the ground, clutching 2 soul elixirs. Brother Feng, the moonlit fairy has concocted the soul elixirs, along with 2 vials of holy water. Shui Ma brushed off the debris from his body and hastened towards the altar above. Shui Ma, your arrival is most timely. Yi Feng stepped forward and took the soul pill from Chasing Horse's hands. Brother Feng, You have been down for 2 months. Shouldn't you attend to some paperwork? The documents have piled up in the office, as well as in your entire villa, Chasing Horse remarked. Are you all foolish? Don't you know to seek Healy Xian for approval? Yi Feng felt a surge of headache. He truly wished to resign at that moment, dedicating all his energy to cultivation. Wait, have I really been down for 2 months? Yi Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment, feeling as though only a few days had passed. Indeed, it felt as if mere days in the cave equated to a millennium in the outside world. The ancients did not deceive me. This is untenable. The council decreed that only the island master can grant approval. Any other is an overreach, Chasing Horse explained. This is maddening. You should head up first. I will follow in a couple of days. Yi Feng nodded. Hurry then, or else the council will impeach you and dock your salary, Chasing Horse said before leaping into the elevator. Yi Feng once again sat cross-legged, purifying the 2 soul pills in his palm. After a day's labor, he tossed the soul pill into his mouth and activated his blood absorption technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A thick plume of white smoke erupted from the top of his head. In that moment, Yi Feng's skin flushed crimson, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a cracking sound resonated within his body. 7th Tier Force Emperor? Yi Feng inspected his physique and focused inward on his dantian. The capacity of his dantian had indeed expanded, filled with a pale white gas, the essence of his power. It seemed there were no inner demons present, indicating the significant efficacy of this soul pill. Excellent. I shall strive for the 8th Tier Force Emperor next, Yi Feng thought, realizing that descending was no trivial matter, and activated the blood absorption technique once more. This time, he waited a full 3 days. Another cracking sound echoed within him. Have I succeeded? Ha ha ha, with the soul pill, the blood absorption technique, and the earthworm beast. My promotion speed must be 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. Yi Feng could not help but laugh heartily. Simultaneously, a golden Dharma form emerged from his back. At this moment, the golden figure had shrunk to about 6 meters tall, merely double the height of Yi Feng's demonized form. However, its surface shimmered with a more substantial golden hue, resembling a monstrous entity forged from gold. Should I attempt to break through to the 9th Tier Force Emperor? Yi Feng pondered, feeling a surge of ambition as he placed his hand upon the earthworm beast. After absorbing sufficient energy, he cautiously directed a portion of it to gently impact the 9th Tier's barrier. This barrier was thin, yet Yi Feng feared being overtaken by inner demons. Thus he struck lightly each time. After 9 gentle impacts, he sensed fissures forming in the barrier. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his energy. Boom! The barrier shattered. Simultaneously, Yi Feng's dantian expanded by 1/5 once more, with a copious amount of white gas condensing within. Under his internal gaze, he even noticed several strands of white gas beginning to transform into a liquid state, albeit subtly. Ha ha ha! Is this the true power of the 9th Tier Sovereign? Yi Feng glanced at his own body. His skin was smooth as white jade, yet beneath this pristine surface lay a terrifying force lurking. At that moment, a wave of dizziness swept over Yi Feng, and the scenery before him shifted chaotically. This is bad. He quickly shut his eyes, suppressing the restless energy within him to a freezing point. However, this time, the inner demon was more rampant than before. It took him 3 days to completely rid himself of its illusions. With a sigh of relief, Yi Feng opened his eyes, a flicker of terror flashing in the depths of his gaze. The essence of the inner demon is that it presents you with what you fear most in its illusions. Just moments ago, he had witnessed his wife and child at the mercy of a master from the true martial realm. In his fury, Yi Feng nearly succumbed to a mental breakdown, on the verge of becoming a puppet to the inner demon. The peril of the inner demon is more terrifying than any danger in the world, for while external foes may be formidable, they are ultimately external. The inner demon, however, is born from within. There is no escape, no defense against it. It can seek you out for trouble, while you can only offer various elixirs to appease it. Once the inner demon absorbs the energy of the soul elixir, its next outburst will be even more ferocious, yet the cultivator must continue to feed it the soul elixir. Should one withhold it, the inner demon will promptly claim your life, akin to nurturing a tiger at one's peril. No, that analogy fails to capture the horror of the inner demon. It is time to ascend. As for the inner demon, it seems I must refrain from consuming too many soul elixirs and seek a true solution. Yi Feng muttered to himself as he stepped onto the elevator. 2 days later, Yi Feng's eyes finally beheld the sky. Brother Feng has emerged. Brother Feng has emerged. Wang Zhihai shouted with fervor. It's merely a matter of coming out. There's no need for such a commotion. Zhihai, have there been any updates from the Sword One Gorge? Yi Feng inquired. Moments ago, he had glimpsed a troubling scene within the inner demon's realm, and thus his first question was about the Sword One Gorge's enclave. Yes, Raimai has yet to promote the hot spring currency. The enclave's development relies solely on the group of migrants, and so far, it seems only over 100 ramshackle houses have been constructed, Wang Zhihai reported. Had I known, I would have sent you to the enclave. You would surely have made a significant impact there. Yi Feng sighed. Don't. I can't bear to leave here, nor can I bear to leave you, Wang Zhihai exclaimed, jumping about in panic. I see your reluctance is more for the maidens of Peach Blossom Village. I assentied? Defu, how many documents have piled up now? Yi Feng turned his gaze towards Defu. Come, I will take you to see, Defu replied, her expression grave. After a while, they arrived at the castle. Yi Feng's villa. In the next moment, Yi Feng's jaw dropped open wide enough to swallow a papaya. What the hell? The entire villa was submerged beneath a mountain of documents, numbering not less than 6 or 70,000 at the very least. No time for talk. I must get to work. Defu, bring me a table beside the villa. Tonight, I shall burn the midnight oil. All right. Yi Feng casually took a few bites before picking up a feather quill and methodically opening the documents one by one. The engineering department requested a budget allocation of 20 billion for the development of the latest alloy. I approve. Yi Feng marked a check and affixed his signature. Dove collected the documents for classification and handed him another. The Windspring Garment Factory requested to expand by establishing 20 additional branches outside the holographic screen. I reject. Yi Feng marked a cross and signed his name once more. The third document revealed that the engineering department had developed the latest iridium alloy, achieving a hardness of 20 million Rockwell, while also possessing a degree of flexibility. They requested the Nobel Prize in Metallurgy for Charlie. Yi Feng was elated. He had not anticipated that Charlie's prowess could elevate the hardness of the alloy to such extraordinary levels. To put it into perspective, ordinary iron typically has a hardness ranging from 5 to 10. This implies that if weapons were crafted from this alloy, they could slice through dozens of pounds of steel with sufficient force. Thus, Yi Feng continued to read further. What? After all this effort, the element iridium is exceedingly rare. With 100 million people managing to extract less than 2 grams in a month? Yi Feng's expression darkened. Never mind, I will sign. Ultimately, he acquiesced to the engineering department's request. Although iridium is scarce, gathering the world's iridium could still yield enough material to fabricate an aircraft or a vehicle. Alternatively, one could embed this material within bullets. With such formidable hardness, given adequate propulsion, it could even pierce through a planet. After contemplating for a moment, he added a note at the end. Charlie, work diligently and strive to artificially produce iridium. Love you, moi. Yi Feng illustrated a small drawing above his note. He then glanced at the document sent by Windspring Academy. The Windspring Academy requested to expand by establishing 50 Windspring Hope primary schools outside the holographic screen, to enlighten the populace and transform them from savagery into civilization. Signed by the principal of Windspring University, Su Yun. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to sign his name. In the later stages, their technology would undoubtedly advance, and relying solely on the limited population of Windspring Island would not suffice to propel the progress of civilization. As for the people outside the holographic screen, although Yi Feng did not regard them as his own, it was essential to have individuals to perform foundational work. If these individuals could not even recognize a few letters, they would lack the qualifications to become assembly line workers in the future. First, they must unify their language, followed by the establishment of various technical schools to train them as basic operational workers. Of course, if there were some individuals with exceptional talent in technology, Yi Feng would not hesitate to promote them and grant a substantial number of scholarships. Ultimately, everything should center around technological advancement and civilization. Chapter 997. It is settled. Yi Feng once again marked his approval in red, signed his name, and appended his thoughts for Su Yun's consideration. Marking in red was not merely a matter of signing. Yi Feng meticulously reviewed each document, applying his judgment and adding his insights at the conclusion. After a month of relentless work, Yi Feng finally completed the last document. Dove, I must indulge in a good sleep. Please assist me in issuing some bounties. Whoever can resolve the issue of inner demons at its root will be rewarded with 100 million spring coins upon successful verification. With that, Yi Feng collapsed to the ground, snoring softly. Sighing, Dove dragged him to bed and covered him with a blanket. After 3 days and nights of uninterrupted slumber, Yi Feng finally awakened. He washed his face and strode out of the villa, taking a moment to admire the beautiful scenery outside. Inside the light barrier, it was warm as spring, while outside, the landscape was blanketed in snow. What a splendid view! He then ventured to his office, where over 1,000 documents awaited him. However, compared to before, it seemed trivial. He decided to venture out incognito. After stepping outside the light barrier, Yi Feng donned a mask and changed into the humble attire of a common refugee. Nearby, workers were laying foundations in the biting cold. The thick layers of ice served as the most solid foundation. As long as there were no catastrophic battles, the structures would remain intact. Su Yun was touring the construction of various Hope primary schools, accompanied by a group of high-ranking officials. Yi Feng took the opportunity to observe how she commanded the situation. Principal Su, thank you for the 2 million education fund you provided for our Hella tribe. Now, our children can learn the same knowledge as those on Spring Island. A 9th-tier power king bowed repeatedly, expressing gratitude. You're welcome. This was approved by our island master Yi. He has always been quite benevolent. If your tribe's aspirations can align with the systems of Spring Island, perhaps some among your people may even become citizens of Spring Island, Su Yun replied nonchalantly. Indeed, that would be wonderful. I have arranged for several of my great-grandsons to attend Spring Primary School. Once the school is completed, they will report for duty. Yes, education there does not regard status. Even the great-grandsons of your tribe leader must abide by the reasonable management of teachers, just like the children of ordinary tribesmen. Su Yun remarked, before moving towards another foundation. Yi Feng felt a sense of comfort and continued his stroll around the outskirts of Spring Island. There, dense streets formed, littered with debris on the icy surface, with no one to clean it up. Every hour, a team of security personnel would patrol through, causing a commotion wherever they went. These guards wore their hats askew, and a few sported counterfeit Spring citizen badges. Upon closer inspection, Yi Feng realized these were not genuine. The anti-counterfeiting codes were missing, indicating they were forgeries. Never mind, I'll inform the general manager later to address this. Yi Feng pressed on towards the outskirts of Spring Island, where enormous ice houses stood. Some of these ice houses emitted thick clouds of black smoke. Blackbird Machinery Factory? He mused, eyeing the security at the entrance. After 2 hours of navigating this industrial area, he discovered over 2,000 factories of various sizes, all interconnected in intricate chains. For instance, a small clan fabricates one component for a larger clan, which in turn supplies a significant part to a super clan. These super clans meticulously inspect these items before ultimately dispatching them to Hot Spring Island. Overall, despite the multitude of factories here, when traced back to their origins, they all cater to a singular client, Hot Spring Island. As Yi Feng traversed a pristine street, his eyes narrowed slightly. He spotted a familiar woman walking alongside a man. He recognized her as Xiang Shui, while the man was Feng Yingzi, the sole survivor of the Gaoshan clan. Initially, they walked side by side, but upon turning a corner, they vanished from sight. Yi Feng sensed something amiss and hastily followed suit. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Xiang Shui, what are you doing? He bellowed, causing both Xiang Shui and Feng Yingzi to turn around in alarm. With a start, they both knelt on the ground. Xiang Shui lowered her head tightly, while Feng Yingzi covered his face. At that moment, a swarm of security personnel emerged from the surrounding factory, quickly recognizing both Yi Feng and Xiang Shui. How dare this man entice the woman of the island master? Brothers, seize him and bring him to me for some fun, declared a burly security captain. Swiftly binding Feng Yingzi's hands behind his back, 2 female security officers approached and restrained Xiang Shui in a similar manner. Island master, how shall we proceed? The captain inquired. Take them back to Hot Spring Island. I intend to make them pay for this, Yi Feng replied, his face flushed with anger. Just then, Xiang Shui suddenly broke free from the 2 female officers and clung to Yi Feng's leg. Brother Feng, please don't kill us. I know you no longer love me, and I can never have you. Just grant me happiness with Yingzi, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Get away. Yi Feng kicked her aside. You think you can leave so easily? Do you believe I would grant you that opportunity? Meanwhile, news had reached Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai, accompanied by numerous acquaintances, rushed over. Brother Feng, I am aware of the situation. During your seclusion, I noticed this pair of treacherous lovers. Do not worry. I will handle it expertly while preserving your dignity, Wang Zhihai assured earnestly. Before long, Xiang Shui and Feng Yingzi were escorted back to Hot Spring Island, where Wang Zhihai confined them within an iron cell. At the army headquarters, Wang Zhihai slammed his palm on the table in frustration. This is outrageous. Brother Feng has devoted his life to our Hot Spring Island, and yet this pair of scoundrels not only shows no gratitude, but also betrays him. You, all of you with ranks above 1,000, what shall we do? Wang Zhihai demanded angrily. Light them up, skin them alive to make coats, bury them alive. A chorus of high-ranking officials, fueled by indignation, expressed their desire to see this treacherous couple suffer a most heinous fate. Very well, it is settled. But I must warn you, this matter must not leave this room. Anyone who utters a word shall pay with their life, Wang Zhihai declared darkly. In the villa, Yifeng lay on the bed, his head shrouded in the covers. Fragmented memories of Xiang Shui replayed in his mind, one after another. Time slipped away unnoticed until he abruptly threw off the blanket, revealing a face drawn and pale. He had once harbored genuine feelings for Xiang Shui, and she had reciprocated those sentiments. Taking a deep breath, he splashed water on his face and dressed meticulously before making his way to the iron cage. Chapter 998. Come and take a look. Wang Zhihai and the senior military officials gathered around. Brother Feng, don't focus on her face. Trust me, I will handle this. Can you trust me? Wang Zhihai patted Yifeng on the shoulder. Get away. Yifeng kicked him aside. This is my family matter. I will handle it myself. Give me the handgun and open the cage. Yifeng's tone was icy. All right, Brother Feng. With a rumble, the cage door swung open, and both Xiang Shui and Feng Yingzi stood up simultaneously, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Yifeng. Wang Zhihai, prepare a sand vehicle for me. I intend to take this pair of scoundrels far away for execution. Their blood must not stain Hot Spring Island, Yifeng declared with a stern expression. Understood. Moments later, the three entered the sand vehicle. Yifeng bound their hands and drove northward. After exiting the city of Chongqing, he continued for over 200 kilometers. Xiang Shui and Feng Yingzi clutched each other's hands tightly, panic evident on their faces. Creak. The sand vehicle came to a halt. Yifeng opened the door and gestured for them to step out. Come out. His voice was frigid. Xiang Shui and Feng Yingzi exchanged glances before slowly emerging from the vehicle. Walk forward. Yifeng drew his handgun, aiming at their backs. Xiang Shui frequently glanced back, her eyes filled with pleading. After walking 200 steps, Yifeng cocked the gun. Stop. They both halted and turned to face him. Now, I will fire 3 shots at you. If you survive, you may leave. With that, Yifeng closed his eyes and fired the first shot. Bang. The gunshot echoed across the vast grassland. Bang. Bang. He fired 2 more shots. You missed, you missed. Ha ha, you missed. Feng Yingzi exclaimed joyfully, unable to contain her excitement. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and raised the handgun once more. Xiang Shui's heart raced as she instinctively shielded Feng Yingzi with her hands. You promised. You said you would only fire 3 shots. You must keep your word, Feng. She implored, fear etched on her face. Yifeng's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply and tossed the handgun aside. Xiang Shui, you are right. I said I would only fire 3 shots. Here are 100,000 hot spring coins. You too, find a secluded place and live your lives well. With that, he pulled out a stack of coins from his pocket and tossed them towards them. Xiang Shui hesitated, not daring to pick up the money. But Feng Yingzi quickly gathered it up, counting the bills one by one. Remember, never return to Hot Spring Island in this lifetime. And do not let me see you again, nor allow my subordinates to catch sight of you. Yifeng continued, his mood somewhat somber. Feng. Woo. Xiang Shui burst into tears. Yifeng turned away, no longer meeting Xiang Shui's gaze. You all, leave me. Feng Ying hurriedly pulled Xiang Shui away, and the two of them walked away, weeping, gradually vanishing into the swirling snow. Yifeng made his way back to the sand cart, taking up a jar of fruit wine and drinking heartily. Only after draining the jar did he discard it from the cart. He looked up at the sky. The snow outside seemed to be intensifying. Thunder rumbled as the sand cart swerved, returning towards the location of Hot Spring Island. Upon returning to the military camp, Wang Zhihai and his group gathered around. Brother Feng, has it been dealt with? Of course, it has been handled thoroughly. You all should refrain from discussing this matter in the future. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I have already warned those in the know. Anyone who dares to speak out of turn will find their tongues severed. Wang Zhihai saw this as an opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. I must attend to some documents now. You all should return to your duties. It is not yet time to leave. After speaking, Yifeng strode towards the island master's office. After 2 days of effort, Yifeng finally completed some follow-up tasks. Then, under Defu's guidance, he arrived at Bo Kachin's residence. Tu Ba's daughter was already 7 years old, her features subtly reflecting those of her father. Godfather. Good girl. Yifeng pinched the little girl's cheek before entering Tu Ba's morgue. Tu Ba's body had already begun to deform. With just a glance, he quickly covered it with a cloth. Upon exiting the room, Yifeng noticed Bo Kachin staring blankly at him. Brother Feng, how is it? Can he be saved? Bo Kachin asked with a weary expression. Do not worry, I will save him. Yifeng tightened his grip on the 2 vials of holy water he held. He estimated that these 2 vials would likely be insufficient to revive Tu Ba, but they might restore Long Wu's memory. After all, Long Wu had only partially lost his memory. Perhaps the holy water could help him recover completely. What should we do? How long must we wait? Bo Kachin gazed at Yifeng with vacant eyes. For Tu Ba, she had remained a widow for 7 long years. Were it not for Yifeng's presence, she might have remarried long ago. Yifeng, you cannot expect me to remain a widow forever, Bo Kachin said, locking her gaze with his. As for me, sister-in-law, if you wish, I permit you to seek another husband. Yifeng sighed deeply, reflecting on Xiang Shui. He had occupied a space without fulfilling his responsibilities, ultimately causing Xiang Shui to stray. Sometimes, the burden of responsibility does not solely rest on others. One must also seek solutions within oneself. Very well, you said it. Bo Kachin replied, motioning towards the door. Sweetheart, go play outside. Your Uncle Yi and I have some matters to discuss. Oh, the little girl promptly exited the room. Yifeng, if you allow it, then fine. I now need you to understand how difficult it is for a woman to endure 7 years of widowhood. Bo Kachin looked at Yifeng with glistening, autumn-like eyes. After 7 years, she could finally find liberation. Countless days and nights had seen her imagining Yifeng in her mind. Now, her dreams were on the verge of realization. Kachin, I regard Tu Ba as both a brother and a sibling. This is simply unacceptable. You may choose any man you fancy on Hot Spring Island, but it must not be me. Yifeng resolutely shook his head. However, I am not interested in any other man. My heart is solely set on you, Yifeng. Will you agree? Upon finishing her words, Bo Kachin took a few steps forward, her forehead mere inches from Yifeng's chin. At the same time, she exuded a potent aura of femininity. 7 years of widowhood had rendered her form more voluptuous and alluring, as if a single bite would unleash a cascade of sweetness. Yifeng's desire was not absent. However, he could not bypass the obstacle that was Tu Ba. Sister-in-law, were it not for the bond with Tu Ba standing between us, I would be more than willing to serve you, but alas, this is not the time. Are you not forcing me into an act that would betray Tu Ba? He gestured towards Tu Ba, lying on the ice bed. Look, come here and see, Bo Kachin exclaimed, pulling back the white cloth covering Tu Ba and pointing to his disfigured face. Do you see his face? His body? Is there any hope for his revival? Even if the holy water could restore his vitality, would he retain his memories upon awakening? Answer me, she shouted in fury. Chapter 999, again this? Yifeng slowly closed his eyes. Memories shared with Tu Ba flashed before him like a revolving lantern. The Black Tree River Valley, an oath of eternal companionship. The Grand Fir Tree, a bond of life and death. Within the Snow Mountain tribe, a life-risking rescue. Across the vast grasslands, a journey of camaraderie. After what felt like an eternity, Yifeng finally opened his eyes. Without uttering a word, he knelt before Tu Ba's bed. Brother, my dear brother, I know not whether your spirit lingers beside your body. Let us conduct a test. I possess a hot spring coin, which I shall stand upright. If your spirit remains, let the coin fall to the left, revealing a portion of the head. Should your spirit have departed, it will tilt to the right, exposing the inscription. Brother, I am about to begin. Should the inscription be visible, I will cherish my sister-in-law and treat your daughter as my own, ensuring her happiness and joy. With that, Yifeng retrieved a pure white hot spring coin from his pocket and placed it upright upon the table. Following this, he extended his hand towards Bo Kachin. Come, kneel with me before Tu Ba, allowing his spirit to decide, Yifeng urged. All right. Bo Kachin approached, delicately lifting her skirt to reveal her fair calves, and knelt alongside Yifeng before Tu Ba. The candlelight in the room burned straight, and true as the two remained silent in their vigil. Meanwhile, the door was closed, ensuring the air within remained still. In such an atmosphere, the coin would not be swayed by any draft. Yifeng found himself with no alternative but to resort to this method to ascertain whether Tu Ba's spirit had embarked on the path of reincarnation. Should he have already entered that cycle, Yifeng would no longer need to wait. He must seek to bring joy to his sister-in-law. After kneeling for an extended period, the candlelight continued to burn steadily, and the coin remained steadfast and unmoving. Yifeng's body stirred slightly as he let out a long sigh. It was apparent that Tu Ba's soul had likely entered the next reincarnation, allowing him to acquiesce to Bo Qianqin's wishes and assist her in resolving certain dilemmas. With this realization, Yifeng slowly turned to gaze at Bo Qianqin's profile. Sister-in-law, we have fulfilled our duties. It seems that brother Tu Ba's soul has embarked on the path of reincarnation and is no longer in this world. Yifeng spoke softly. Bo Qianqin's fair face flushed slightly, her head bowed, her heart racing like a startled deer. Yifeng felt a stir within himself. Bo Qianqin had mourned in solitude for 7 years, a span of time that would require every ounce of his effort to soothe her long-standing anguish. Thus, he gently extended his right hand towards her chin. Sensing his movement, Bo Qianqin lifted her head, her shimmering, autumn-like eyes locking onto Yifeng's. At that moment, a chilling wind suddenly arose, causing the candle flames within the room to flicker wildly. Yifeng's expression shifted, a wave of coldness surging from his feet and enveloping his entire being. Bo Qianqin's face also paled, and she collapsed onto the floor. A loud clap echoed as the upright coin, meant for the hot spring, toppled to the right, revealing its inscribed side. Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he slowly reached out to grasp the coin in his hand. Was it the inscribed side? Could it be that Tu Ba's spirit also wished for him and his sister-in-law to be together? He dared not ponder further, for the scene before him transcended his understanding. It was evident that Tu Ba's soul had not perished. Rather, it remained, vigilantly watching over his wife and child. Even if Tu Ba wished for him to be with Bo Qianqin, how could he proceed under such circumstances? Why, Yifeng, he is still here, still nearby. Bo Qianqin's voice trembled, laced with a hint of weeping. Yifeng glanced towards the doors and windows, which were tightly shut. Where had that wind come from? Clearly, Tu Ba's spirit still lingered in this realm. He then set the coin upright again on the smooth table. Brother, my dear brother, if your soul remains, let this coin fall once more, revealing the inscribed side. After uttering these words, Yifeng bowed 3 times before Tu Ba's body. Bo Qianqin followed suit, bowing thrice as well. No sooner had they completed their gestures than the coin fell with a crack, once again displaying the inscribed side. Even Yifeng, despite his strength, felt his hands tremble. He anxiously set the coin upright again. With another snap, the coin fell once more, revealing the same inscribed side. Tu Ba, brother. A tear slipped from Yifeng's eye. Sister-in-law, I am leaving now, he said softly. Please, don't go. If you leave, take the body away. I am terrified. Bo Qianqin clutched Yifeng's clothing tightly, her face a mask of fear. Then, you should move to another room. I will arrange for someone to help you change accommodations, Yifeng replied. Yifeng, since Tu Ba has agreed, can't you allow me to stay in your villa? Regardless, your 2 legitimate wives have already gone to the Sword Gorge, so we may commence. At worst, when they return, I shall relocate to another place. I implore you, do not leave. Upon finishing her words, Bo Qianqin directly wrapped her arms around Yifeng's waist from behind, pressing her face tightly against his back. All right, very well. I shall summon Juema to assist you in packing your belongings. You can reside in my villa. After all, there are numerous rooms available, Yifeng replied, forcibly prying Bo Qianqin's hands away and striding towards the exit. If Tu Ba's soul still lingers near the corpse, it would affirm that the holy water can indeed revive him. However, 2 bottles of holy water are evidently insufficient. He must amass a substantial amount of materials for its refinement. Upon exiting Bo Qianqin's villa, Yifeng brought Juema and others to Long Wu's room. Long Wu was busily handling firearms in his quarters, as if these items had been etched into his very bones. Upon seeing Yifeng, he suddenly broke into a wide grin. Feng. In his recollection, he only remembered Yifeng's name, with a vague sense of their close relationship. But the details eluded him. Stand guard at the door. I can manage on my own, Yifeng instructed Juema. Understood, brother Feng. With a decisive sound, the door closed, leaving only Yifeng and Long Wu in the secret chamber. Brother Wu. Yifeng scrutinized Long Wu closely. His skin bore an ashen hue, reminiscent of a corpse. Feng. Feng. Long Wu could only utter those two syllables. Brother Wu, drink this, both bottles, Yifeng declared, carefully producing the two small vials. In order to acquire the materials for these 2 bottles of holy water, Yifeng had offered a bounty of nearly 200 million hot spring coins. This did not even account for the costs of refinement, as the Moonlight Fairy effectively provided free labor. If her efforts were translated into hot spring coins, the value of these 2 bottles of holy water would surely exceed 500 million coins. Long Wu nodded, accepting one of the vials and tilting it towards his mouth. Another one. Yifeng proactively opened the other vial for Long Wu. Gritting his teeth, Long Wu downed it in one go. In mere moments, the skin at the corner of his mouth began to regain its natural color. This normal hue spread outward from his lips, eventually restoring his entire face from its ashen pallor to a healthy shade. Brother Wu, Yifeng exclaimed with delight, closely observing Long Wu. He noticed Long Wu sitting cross-legged on the ground, and the once vacant expression in his eyes blinked several times, seeming to regain a semblance of spirit. Feng, Brother Feng? After an indeterminate amount of time, Long Wu suddenly spoke. Previously, he addressed Yifeng simply as Feng, but now he added brother to it. Brother Wu, this is wonderful. Have your memories returned? Yifeng grasped Long Wu's shoulders, his face brimming with excitement. However, just a moment later, Long Wu's normal complexion gradually shifted to darkness, which then morphed back to his previous ashen hue. Brother Wu, what is happening? Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of despair. It appeared that 2 bottles of holy water were still insufficient to restore Long Wu's memories completely. In the future, he must prepare more holy water, enough to restore Long Wu to his original color in one go. Feng. Long Wu once again assumed the vacant expression he had displayed earlier. Sigh. Yifeng slowly rose to his feet and patted Long Wu's shoulder firmly. Chase Ma, let us depart. Inform President Wang to intensify the collection of holy water materials. The prices of these materials are set to double. The more we acquire, the better, Yifeng stated with gravity. Understood. Chase Ma promptly set off to execute the command. At the edge of the vast desert, in the area of the violent winds, 6 figures struggled onward. Master, no wonder no one has dared to tread into the area of the violent winds for so many years. This gale grows stronger against the strong and weaker against the weak. Even a deity-level powerhouse has only a 50% chance of perishing here. Our true martial realm practitioners face the same odds. It is quite extraordinary, remarked a young man, his protective divine light shimmering as he cautiously advanced through the tempestuous winds. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, his visage as refined as jade. He was enveloped in dual layers of golden and silver shields, moving through the violent winds with remarkable ease. This expedition into the secret realm of the violent winds, as mandated by the sect leader, is primarily to avenge the Mo brothers. Additionally, there is Qingmu. I did not anticipate Qingmu's master to be so obstinate, making the matter public and widely known. If we fail to avenge them, I fear other sects will underestimate our Black Wind sect, leading them to perceive us as weak and easy prey, resulting in them seeking trouble, the middle-aged man articulated, his form darting forward as he penetrated the violent winds for over 20 meters. Suddenly, the wind blades surged around him, causing his shields to sway precariously. My suspicions were correct. Entering the area of violent winds now grants only a 30% chance of perishing, indicating that the internal temperatures must have descended to a terrifying level, the middle-aged man remarked nonchalantly. After a moment, his 5 junior disciples caught up to his pace. Does that imply that the sect leader can also enter the area of violent winds? A young man inquired. No, even with a 30% chance of perishing, the sect leader would not take such risks. Do you comprehend the trials one must endure to progress from an ordinary individual to the transformation realm? Those who reach such heights are extraordinarily prudent, valuing each step taken. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never set foot in the area of violent winds, he replied. Oh, we are nearing the edge. Let us exert ourselves further. The middle-aged man urged, and with several swift movements, he stirred the surrounding winds into a frenzy. Within the training chamber, Yifeng gradually opened his eyes. Moments ago, he had been cultivating the 9th-tier Force Sovereign, but illusions had manifested before him. It seemed that unless he resolved the turmoil within his heart, he would remain trapped within the realm of Force Sovereign, unable to ascend to the legendary, true martial realm. Since advancement was temporarily unattainable, he decided to channel this energy into other pursuits. With that thought, Feng invoked the blood-sucking technique once more, drawing a substantial amount of energy from the body of the earthworm creature. Subsequently, he directed this energy towards the Brahmin's sacred demon technique. As time slipped away, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Feng opened his eyes anew. The cultivation of the sacred demon art has reached its zenith, and it is unlikely to attain the 4th level in the foreseeable future. The subsequent stages of cultivation merely involve the compression of a specific substance within the body, compressing, and compressing again. To reach the ultimate level of compression, at least a century is required. Only then will there be hope for transcending to the 4th level of the sacred demon art. As progress in this art seems unattainable in the short term, I shall explore other extraordinary abilities. Recently, I have channeled all my energy into upgrading in the sacred demon art, so it is time to enhance my other abilities as well. Muttering to myself, I once again employed the blood-sucking technique. This time, I directed all the energy into my fire manipulation ability. As I absorbed the energy, a sphere of blue flame emerged from my index finger. The flame, initially the size of a fist, gradually expanded to the size of a head, and eventually surged to over 5 meters in height, towering over me. The temperature in the surroundings skyrocketed to a scorching 80 or 90 degrees Celsius. This terrifying heat caused my hair to curl, transforming it into tight ringlets within moments. Gritting my teeth, I transferred the excess energy to my ice true chi. The clash of the two opposing abilities within my body was excruciating, causing beads of sweat to form on my forehead. Boom. At last, the two powers merged completely. The temperature of the flames plummeted to freezing point, and as the flames intensified, the surrounding warmth diminished even further. What is happening? I bit my lip and flicked my finger. The flames shot toward a nearby stone pillar. In just a second, the pillar was engulfed in flames. I suddenly stood upright, my gaze fixed intently on the pillar. Instead of being reduced to molten rock, the stone transformed into a fiery ice sculpture. Cold flames. It seemed I was grasping something profound, yet not fully comprehending it. The flames that fell upon the pillar did not incinerate it, but rather turned it into a fiery ice sculpture. Such a bizarre phenomenon. With this thought, I delivered a powerful punch to the ice sculpture. Boom. The sculpture shattered effortlessly. However, in the next moment, my eyes widened in astonishment. After the sculpture was broken, the pillar was instantly enveloped in a blaze, emanating a terrifying heat. What kind of fire is this? And what of the ice? I stared in shock at my index finger, my heart racing with excitement. I could sense that the fusion of ice true chi and the flames had given rise to an entirely new ability. It was reminiscent of my blood-sucking technique, seemingly a synthesis of various powers. Thus, I flicked my finger once more. Boom. A burst of blue flame struck another stone pillar, and the same scene unfolded. The pillar transformed into an ice sculpture. I flicked my finger again. The ice sculpture shattered, and the pillar ignited into a blaze. Chapter 1001. Moved for a long time, it seems I must bestow a new name upon this extraordinary ability. I suppressed my inner exhilaration, my mind racing with thoughts. A captivating name must be chosen. How about One Young Finger? 6 Meridians Divine Sword? Or perhaps Carefree Finger? No, I cannot simply plagiarize others, can I? Lacking in creativity. It was imperative to devise something original. Let us dub it the Frostfire Finger. While it may possess a certain flair, it also seems rather cliché. What should it truly be called? Never mind. Ice Flame Finger shall suffice. Simple, clear, and practical. Feng, filled with self-satisfaction, settled into a meditative position once more, maximizing his blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle. The shell of the earthworm monster finally shriveled completely. Feng sensed that his blood-sucking technique had finally made contact with the core energy of the earthworm monster. Boom. A golden Dharma form emerged from behind Feng, only for it to curl up in agony on the ground a moment later. Splutter. Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, also collapsing to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just moments ago, his blood-sucking technique had abruptly drawn forth a tremendous surge of energy. This energy felt akin to detonating a grenade within one's stomach, sending shockwaves through Feng's very organs. Splutter. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly diminishing. After a brief respite of an hour, Feng gradually rose from the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Is this the core energy of an 80-level extraordinary beast? So horrifying. Just a mere fragment has inflicted such severe internal injuries upon me. Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, the energy within the earthworm monster's shell could only be termed as vitality. However, he had inadvertently pierced through the shell, coming into contact with the monster's core energy, divine essence. A single drop of divine essence could rupture the dantian of a true martial realm practitioner, and Yi Feng had absorbed at least half a drop just moments ago. Thankfully, having cultivated to the third layer of the venerable Saint Demon, with his Dharma form assisting in bearing 9/10 of the damage, he had narrowly escaped instant annihilation. I must retreat to recuperate for a time. Next time I employ the blood-sucking technique, I must do so cautiously, in small sips. With that, Yi Feng clutched his abdomen and boarded the lift. 2 days later, he returned to Hot Spring Island, looking frail. Brother Feng, usually when you emerge from seclusion, you are brimming with vitality. What has happened today? You appear quite worn. Wang Zhihai scrutinized Yi Feng with suspicion. Zhihai Defu, how many documents remain unprocessed on Hot Spring Island? Yi Feng inquired. Too many. Your villa is overflowing with them, Defu replied. Yi Feng, splutter. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Brother Feng, are you all right? The two hurriedly supported him. Do not mind me. Let us address the affairs of state first. Once we finish, I shall need time to recover. Oh, by the way, I believe the Island Lord election, held every 2.5 years, should be commencing soon? Yi Feng's expression shifted, his eyes alight with excitement. Upon calculating the time, it seemed about right. Indeed, the Island Lord Transition Conference is set to convene in 3 days. Defu remarked, her countenance darkening with disinterest. Wang Zhihai, however, appeared exhilarated, though he feigned indifference to avoid suspicion, saying, No worries, Brother Feng. You could actually serve another term. Rest assured, I shall always be your loyal subordinate. It is abundantly clear that should Yi Feng relinquish his position as the island's leader, the sole individual worthy of assuming that esteemed role would be Wang Zhihai. No matter, the documents shall remain untouched for now. I shall defer handling them until the changeover assembly commences in 3 days, leaving the ensuing mess for the next unfortunate soul. Yi Feng's countenance radiated with excitement, as if the internal discomfort he felt had considerably diminished. Wang Zhihai, Brother Feng, the transition of the island's leadership is a matter of great significance. The House of Representatives dispatched an envoy to inform citizens such as Li Meizi and Susan a month ago. Furthermore, there are 7 candidates for the new island leader. As determined by the House of Representatives, Wang Zhihai remarked, appearing quite invested in the matter. Who are the 7? Yi Feng inquired, casually taking a seat beside the abyss. I, Li Meizi, Su Yun, He Li Xuan, Bai Xiang, Ma Gobai, and the recently popular candidate, Mei Ji, Wang Zhihai responded. Ah, quite commendable. All seasoned citizens with deep-rooted connections, they should not stray from the righteous path. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, envisioning a future free from daily concerns and burdens. I shall retreat to rest for 3 days. Defu, after this period, you will no longer serve as the island leader's secretary, as the new leader will undoubtedly appoint a trusted individual to assume the role of chief secretary. However, during these 3 days, you must diligently fulfill your responsibilities, categorizing and organizing documents, ensuring a smooth transition. Understood? Yi Feng cheerfully patted Defu's shoulder. Yes. Defu's face bore a hint of disappointment. On the outskirts of Hot Spring Island, a new world was emerging. Factories, companies, tribes, and organizations sprang forth one after another. Wei Yuan Security Company was in the midst of a significant recruitment drive, as they needed to manage over 100 million individuals outside. Thus, the security force required a minimum of 100,000 personnel, equating to 1 guard for every 1,000 people. At the location of Longxing City and Rage Sea, Yu Long and Lung Ling gazed at the ice hole before them, their eyes gleaming with delight. Splendid. Who would have anticipated that dismantling the engine from the sand vehicle could yield a continuous cutting force, preventing the ice hole from freezing? Quickly, let our people descend to fish. Now, our 2 tribes shall be the second organization, following Hot Spring Island, to possess frozen fish. Yu Long exclaimed with exuberance. Immediately, members from both tribes brandished their weapons, emitting wild whoops of exhilaration. Frozen fish were cast from the ice hole, which the inhabitants of White Wall City eagerly received. Discarding the entrails, in a short span, a primitive assembly line began to take shape. Ha ha ha, Sister Long. With such an abundance of food, we need not rely on Hot Spring Island for sustenance any longer. The only inconvenience remains the purchase of deworming medicine, which must still be obtained with hot spring currency. Yulong remarked, his spirits high. Moreover, the engine's fuel will also require provision from Hot Spring Island. Lung Ling doused Yulong's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. It matters not, as long as we do not inform Hot Spring Island, lest Wang the Bald take advantage and raise fuel prices. The mere thought of Wang Zhihai ignited a deep-seated resentment within Yulong. That scoundrel, every time he enlists us for work, he delays payment, sometimes for as long as 6 months, and at the very least a month, leaving us in dire straits. They must also present a red envelope to Wang Zhihai in order to swiftly receive the project funds. At that moment, a team of security guards patrolled the area, led by Amur. Recently, he had finally set aside his pride and, under the guise of Li Wang, had ascended to the position of captain. From that day forth, he returned home each evening to the warm smiles of his wife and children, with his son even singing the song "Only Dad is Best in the World," which moved him deeply for a long time. Chapter 1002. Passion and Admiration. It is said that this song was learned from Wenquan Hope Primary School. Indeed, the education on Wenquan Island is remarkable and commendable. Hey, what are you doing? Amur quickly squeezed through the crowd, immediately spotting a mountain of frozen fish and the mechanical roar of machinery. He observed a wheel spinning rapidly in the ice hole, preventing the ice from solidifying. At least 1,000 individuals were working beneath the ice hole, tossing frozen fish to the surface. Upon seeing the personnel from Weiyuan Security Company, Yulong's expression darkened. You can also catch fish now? And utilizing the engine from a sand truck? Amur stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yulong placed his hand on the hilt of his knife. Don't. Cold Ling swiftly placed her hand over Yulong's, her eyes glinting. Isn't this Captain Amur? What brings you to patrol in our tribal area? Someone. Quickly prepare fish porridge, fish head soup, and braised fish. We must treat Lord Amur well, Cold Ling stated perceptively. Faced with the two formidable figures, Amur remained arrogant. He leaned on his waist knife, striding confidently around the ice hole, his gaze flickering. You actually thought of this method of fishing. Very well. I shall note this in the patrol log, and after the general manager reviews it, it will be sent to Wenquan Island for General He Lishuan's perusal, Amur replied nonchalantly. Don't do that. Cold Ling hurriedly grasped Amur's hand, a flattering smile on her face. Amur, you are not a citizen, so why worry? How about this? These frozen fish, our two tribes certainly cannot consume them all. When the time comes, we will sell them for money. Rest assured, you will receive 30% of our pure profits. Cold Ling raised 3 fingers. Amur's expression shifted, his gaze flickering once more. Although he now held the position of security captain with a monthly salary of 8,000 Wenquan coins, his wife had her eyes set on a piece of dolphin fleece underwear produced by the Wenquan garment factory, valued at over 70,000 Wenquan coins. With his current salary, even if he pinched pennies for 2 years, he could not afford it. This seemed to be a lucrative opportunity. 30%, how much would that be? Amur inquired. Your monthly dividend would be at least 200,000 Wenquan coins, Cold Ling declared, gritting her teeth and beginning to offer generous terms. After all, with such a large fishing ground within the tribe, it was essential to have official protection. Otherwise, within 3 days, someone would come to seal off her fishing area. That might not be sufficient, let us be honest. In your area, there are a total of 10 patrol teams, which means 100 people. This 200,000 Wenquan coins must also be shared with the captains of the other 9 teams. Calculating this, each team would only receive 20,000. Averaging to merely 2,000 per person, Amur shook his head, unimpressed. My lord Amur, this matter no longer concerns me. You may find a way to win over your superior, ensuring that your security chief allows only your personnel to patrol this area. You wish to earn a bit more and subsequently settle permanently in the Hot Spring Island, do you not? Cold Ling remarked with a hint of indifference. Amur's heart surged with fervor. The desire for wealth united them all, for they aspired to reside within the luminous barrier, sparing their wives and children from the frigid confines of the ice house. Particularly at night, the biting cold rendered him nearly immobile. You hold me in too high regard. I can merely assure you that my team will not trouble you, Amur replied, shaking his head. Very well, Captain Amur. Since you refused the 200,000 hot spring coins, I shall raise the sum to 300,000 coins, to be delivered directly to your superior's desk. At that time, you shall find yourself in dire straits, Cold Ling stated bluntly. At this moment, Hot Spring Island's plaza was teeming with people. Citizens gathered in clusters. gazing at several candidates with predatory eyes, deliberating whom to elevate to the esteemed position of Island Lord. Wang Zhihai did not immediately arrive at the plaza. Instead, he sat in his chamber, where his wives were adorning him with a wig and draping him in an exquisite suit. Wang Zhihai busied himself with a sheet of draft paper, rehearsing his speech for when he would be elected Island Lord. Esteemed citizens, honorable council members, and former Lord Yi, I am profoundly grateful for your support in my successful election to the position of Island Lord. During my tenure, I shall diligently strive to transform Hot Spring Island into a true superpower. No, too cliché, it must possess a touch of novelty. Given the current gender imbalance on Hot Spring Island, I need only to appease the majority of the male populace. Let us try again. Esteemed citizens, members of the House of Representatives, and former Lord Yi, I appreciate your votes. My first act as Island Lord will be to legalize the industries of Peach Blossom Village and to ensure regular health checkups for their workers, so as to prevent the spread of disease. Ha ha ha, that shall be my course of action, Wang Zhihai exclaimed with excitement. Outside the luminous barrier of Hot Spring Island, over 20 sand vehicles approached. Inside were Duoyan Hina, Ramaiko, Yi Xing, and the couple Chun Un, Ding Tuanshuan, Bai Chushue, and Su Yun, returning from Sword Canyon. As for Susan, she was not a candidate and thus remained in Sword Canyon to oversee matters, but she sent word through her sister, Su Yun, to cast her vote on her behalf. With a thunderous rumble, the sand vehicles entered the luminous barrier one after another. Yi Xing was the first to leap from his sand vehicle. Father, son, the two embraced tightly. Shortly thereafter, the 20 vehicles came to a halt, and a stunning beauty gracefully stepped out, draped in a snow-white coat. Hina, Yi Feng pulled Yi Xing along, exchanging a century-long kiss with Duoyan Hina. Brother Yi. Ding Tuanshuan approached, but refrained from embracing Yi Feng. After all, she had reached the age of 21 or so, finally exhibiting a touch of feminine modesty and shyness. Tuanshuan. Wait, you? Second-tier power emperor? When did you achieve such a breakthrough? Yi Feng inquired, his face alight with surprise. Brother Yi, Ding Tuanshuan remarked. I broke through to the second tier of power half a month ago. As she gazed at Yi Feng, there was no longer any fervor or admiration in her eyes. Instead, they held a semblance of ordinary decorum between men and women. Yi Feng felt an emptiness within him. My little Tuanshuan, why has she suddenly become so distant? Feng Ge. Chun En approached, accompanied by Qiu Shui. All right, my good brother, let us attend the island chief's election together. At last, I can relinquish my burdens and enjoy a life of leisure, living off welfare, Yi Feng declared as he linked arms with Chun En and strolled towards the square. They managed to secure seats in the front row. Duoyan Hina sat to Yi Feng's left, while Chun En occupied his right. The host for this occasion was Chung Libin, who donned a tailored black suit and stood at the podium with a draft in hand. Esteemed citizens, honorable delegates, Mr. Speaker, and our island chief Yi. The fourth voting assembly for the island chief of Hot Spring Island shall now commence. Thunderous applause erupted. Yi Feng clapped the loudest, for today he could finally retire. In the past days, under Yi Feng's leadership, our Hot Spring Island has flourished from nothing to greatness. Yi Feng, please rise, Chung Libin gestured towards him. Certainly. Yi Feng quickly stood and bowed to all citizens. Let us extend our utmost respect to our former island chief, Chung Libin continued, standing erect and saluting Yi Feng. The other citizens mimicked his actions, raising their right hands in unison. Yi Feng's eyes glistened with moisture, yet he forced a smile. This achievement is not solely mine. It is the result of everyone's high awareness. To be frank, I, Yi Feng, have never considered myself particularly intelligent. However, I shall utilize my limited wisdom to help create a harmonious little society for us all. After speaking, he bowed once more to the citizens, and 2 tears fell from his eyes. The atmosphere was profoundly moving. He had not expected to feel so deeply. It was all Chung Libin's fault. What was with all this melodrama for a mere election? Thunderous applause rang out again, lasting for 2 minutes before subsiding. Now, according to the decision of the House of Representatives, Island Chief, he can finally retire and enjoy a leisurely life as a wealthy gentleman. Please let the 7 candidates step forward as we prepare to elect a new Island Chief. Chung Libin concluded, gesturing to the back. Wang Zhihai straightened his bow tie and stepped forward, followed by He Lishuan, Li Meizi, Su Yun, Ma Gobi, Bai Xiang, and Mei Ji. The 7 stood on stage, each holding a ballot box. Feng, who are you considering voting for? Duoyan Hina suddenly inquired. To speak candidly, I wish to cast my vote for Wang Zhihai. In terms of capability and wisdom, he is undoubtedly deserving. Yi Feng replied with a hint of conflict. No, Wang Zhihai possesses capability, yet his character is lacking. I recommend casting your vote for He Lishuan. Although he may not exhibit much talent, ability can be nurtured over time. I have assessed him through the examination of goo worms, and aside from a few visits to Peach Blossom Village, He Lishuan has no blemishes on his record. Duo Yanhina's words darkened Yi Feng's expression. Indeed, one must recognize that a man's inherent nature, his fondness for beauty, does not inherently denote a moral failing. Does it, dear Hina? Yi Feng offered a forced smile. Duo Yanhina gave him a meaningful glance and continued. Character is revealed through the minutiae of daily life. He Lishuan's capacity for discretion and solitude is exceedingly rare among citizens. What are your thoughts? Very well then, I shall cast my vote for He Lishuan. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. The 7 individuals each delivered their persuasive speeches. Unsurprisingly, Wang Zhihai excelled, while the others' performances were scarcely comparable. Once Cheng Li Bin and the others completed their addresses, he struck the table. Citizens, please take your white ballots and line up to deposit them into the box of your preferred candidate. We shall commence now, with Yi Island Master leading the way. Cheng Li Bin gestured toward Yi Feng. Me? It's quite all right. I prefer to stand at the back. Yi Feng hesitated to face Wang Zhihai as he prepared to vote for He Lishuan. No, you are the former island master. You must take the lead. The speaker, Tiger Tooth, interjected. Very well. Yi Feng promptly picked up a white ballot, followed closely by Duo Yanhina, Chunin, Xiao Yexing, and other citizens. Thousands formed a long queue, slowly making their way toward the 7 candidates. Yi Feng lingered before the 7, grappling with indecision. Su Yan even winked at him. Although Rimai Zi did not blink, her gaze on Yi Feng was piercing. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihai wore a confident smile, assured that Yi Feng would not cast an errant vote. Zhihai, I shall vote for you. Upon finishing his sentence, Yi Feng feigned a slip, allowing his white ballot to glide into He Lishuan's box. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened. Zhihai, it was an accident. The ballot inadvertently slipped into his box. Yi Feng chuckled awkwardly. Wang Zhihai maintained a stoic silence, harboring profound dissatisfaction. It is worth noting that Yi Feng's vote could incite a wave of imitation. Whoever he votes for, the other citizens would likely follow suit. Thus, while the votes of others may be inconsequential, Yi Feng's ballot held paramount significance due to his esteemed reputation on Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng, this box can actually be opened. You could retrieve the ballot and cast it for me, Wang Zhihai remarked nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, that would be rather disrespectful to He Lishuan. Never mind. It's merely one vote. No worries. Yi Feng patted Wang Zhihai's shoulder and hurriedly departed the scene. Duo Yanhina approached, and after a playful shake of her white ballot, it fell into He Lishuan's box. Wang Zhihai's expression turned dark as he fixed a glare on Duo Yanhina. He had once gifted her an expensive coat, only to discover that this woman could be utterly heartless. President Wang, please do not gaze at me so intently. In matters of partnership, I shall cast my vote in accordance with Ah Feng's choice. Upon finishing her words, Duo Yanhina gracefully glided toward Yi Feng's position. Yixing approached and extended a blank ballot towards Wang Zhihai's ballot box. Wang Zhihai's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is truly remarkable. 2 adults possess a broader perspective than even a child. With a swift motion, the blank ballot slipped into He Lishuan's box. You? Uncle Wang, my sincerest apologies. But I must heed my parents' counsel, for I have yet to cultivate independent thought. I shall vote as my father does. Little Yixing concluded her statement and dashed away into the distance. The other citizens observed Yi Feng's actions closely upon witnessing Yi Feng's vote for He Lishuan. An increasing number of supporters followed suit, akin to the stock market, where one buys into rising prospects rather than falling ones. With over 6,000 citizens having cast their votes, He Lishuan's tally surged to an astonishing 2,100 votes, even as only half of the electorate had participated. In a division of 6,000 votes among 7 candidates, each should ideally receive around 800 to 900 votes. Yet, He Lishuan alone amassed 2,100 votes, indicating a clear frontrunner for the new island leader. After half an hour, the voting concluded, and He Lishuan's box overflowed, with several blank ballots strewn upon the ground. It was evident to all that He Lishuan was destined to become the next island leader. I need not articulate the obvious. You all must know who the island leader is by now. Nevertheless, this is the election assembly of Hot Spring Island, and we must adhere to the established procedures. Bring forth the 7 ballot boxes to Chairman Tiger Claw's side, where all members shall collectively tally the votes, commanded Chung Li Bean. Immediately, several formidable experts emerged, each pair escorting a ballot box with utmost vigilance toward Chairman Tiger Claw's position. The onlookers gazed on with admiration. How impressive! Is this the power of citizenship? I long to be a citizen. Do not dream. One must first secure a recommendation to have even a 1/3 chance of becoming a citizen. Chapter 1004, Blushing from Drink. The residents collectively sighed in despair. Outside the screen, at least 1 million individuals crowded together, equipped with binoculars to witness the live broadcast of Hot Spring Island's election. Some perched atop their companions' shoulders. After a while, a few individuals found their eyes moist, shedding icy tears. Did you see that? The people of Hot Spring Island truly embody humanity, in stark contrast to our tribal leader, who remains in power as long as they live. I had wondered why so many were eager to become citizens. Now the reason is apparent. In retrospect, one cannot fault their admiration for foreign lands. For the citizens of Hot Spring Island indeed possess remarkable authority. The votes were tallied. Wang Zhihai received 347 votes. Su Yin received 119 votes. Mei Ji garnered 947 votes, and He Lishuan achieved 2,911 votes. Congratulations to He Lishuan for being elected as the island leader of Hot Spring Island with a remarkable 2,911 votes. All members of the House of Representatives, please rise and pay your respects to leader He Lishuan, announced Tiger Claw. Upon his declaration, all representatives stood, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to He Lishuan. Meanwhile, Yi Feng also rose to his feet. With his leadership, over 6,000 citizens stood up, their faces adorned with a sense of ease and contentment. I, Yi Feng, hereby announce my formal retirement. From now on, I entrust the stewardship of Hot Spring Island to Master He Lishuan. After speaking, Yi Feng bowed deeply to He Lishuan. In an environment of absolute fairness, no one desires to hold office. Everyone yearns for a relaxed life. In contrast, in those autocratic societies, individuals scramble for positions of power, for within such regimes, holding office bestows privileges upon oneself. He Lishuan trembled, still reeling from immense joy, his mind momentarily short-circuited. Truly, with such a foolish demeanor, how could he assume the role of island master? Should any significant issue arise, he might not even be able to respond, and besides, he merely hailed from a background as a cleaner. Chun and mumbled softly from the side. Slap. Yi Feng delivered a firm slap to the back of his head. This is the outcome of a vote by all citizens. And what of being a cleaner? Does that preclude one from becoming the island master? If Hot Spring Island can only be governed by the elite in rotation, then is it still the bastion of absolute fairness and justice? Allowing everyone the hope of becoming island master is the fundamental tenet of Hot Spring Island, regardless of one's capabilities or character. We shall rely solely on the actual vote count, and anonymous voting must be prohibited, as it opens the door for certain individuals to manipulate the process. Yi Feng asserted resolutely. I apologize, Brother Feng. My awareness has yet to catch up to your pace. I simply feel a sense of blockage within. After all, I, Chenin, have risked my life for Hot Spring Island, yet I could not even secure a place among the candidates. After 2 minutes, He Lishuan finally emerged from his stupor. He had never anticipated that he, once just a toilet cleaner, would now assume the helm of Hot Spring Island. Thank you. Thank you, dear citizens. Thank you, Master Yi. After expressing his gratitude, He Lishuan bowed deeply to Yi Feng as well. The sound of applause resonated throughout Hot Spring Island. Echoing for 50 miles, not only the citizens were clapping, but the residents joined in as well. Even those outside the holographic screen found themselves empathizing with the citizens' perspective, instinctively applauding. Master Island Lord, here is your speech. Simply replace the name Wang Zhihai with He Lishuan. Wang Zhihai, looking dejected, voluntarily handed over the speech he had painstakingly crafted over the course of a month. I, Wang Zhihai, oh no, I, He Lishuan, declare that starting today, Hot Spring Island will host a grand feast for half a month. We shall uphold the policies of our predecessor, Master Yi Feng, ensuring happiness, relaxation, leisure, and joy for all citizens. Moreover, my 7 wives, my wife, from this day forth, will no longer don luxurious garments. She will wear simple attire, receiving the same treatment as ordinary citizens. As for my 30+, oh no, my 4 sons, they. He Rishuan's speech was riddled with blunders, eliciting laughter from the crowd below. He decided to cast aside the speech, relying on his own eloquence. Here, I propose that Yi Feng be appointed as the Vice Island Master of Hot Spring Island. Upon finishing, He Rishuan pointed toward Yi Feng. Me? No, no, no. After finally shedding my burdens, do you wish to bind me back to the chariot of battle? I shall gift you a word. Yi Feng resolutely shook his head. Then who shall assume the role of Vice Island Master? Yi Island Master? Or should I say, Brother Feng? He Xian inquired. That matter is of no concern to me. You are now the Island Master, and I have no desire for any position. From this moment forth, I, Yi Feng, shall simply be an ordinary citizen of Hot Spring Island, content to receive a modest unemployment subsidy each month, Yi Feng declared, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. This was fortuitous, for he could devote all his energy to cultivation, free from the shackles of mundane affairs. Very well, I shall appoint based on the votes received. Mei Ji, from today onwards, shall serve as the Vice Island Master of Hot Spring Island, having garnered the second most votes. Wang Zhihai, though his prestige may not rival mine, possesses outstanding capabilities. Thus, I announce that he shall continue as the president of the Hot Spring Bank, while also assuming the role of Supreme Commander of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Ri Meizi will take on the position of Chief Financial Officer. Bai Chu Shui shall also be appointed. He Xian promptly completed the allocation of significant roles. In stark contrast, Yi Feng was engaged in flirtatious banter with the nearby duo Yan Hina, wholly oblivious to the proceedings. Although the governance of Hot Spring Island had changed hands, the true helmsman was well known to all. Should Yi Feng merely rise and raise his arm in a call to action, He Xian would undoubtedly topple. Thus, he was confident that as long as he drew breath, He Xian would dare not act recklessly. As time passed, the four guards beside Yi Feng gradually approached He Xian, assuming the role of the new Island Master's personal protectors. Brother Feng, you are such a fool. Shannon sighed. Tell me, who is truly the fool here? Fear not, you will understand in due time, Yi Feng replied slowly. That evening, numerous bonfires were ignited across Hot Spring Island. Some barbaric tribesmen emerged from the light barrier, intending to excavate their kin for sustenance. Yi Feng had previously declared his respect for the traditions of each tribe during his tenure as Island Master. However, after tirelessly digging, several tribesmen were left dumbfounded. Damn it! Who has taken our kin? Woe is us! Within Hot Spring Island, songs and dances abounded. As the grand performance troupe, led by Ka Zi Na, dazzled both those within and outside the light barrier. He Xian further announced the preparation of 200,000 tons of frozen fish to provide fish porridge for those who came to support. This resonated deeply with Yi Feng, leading him to relinquish all oversight willingly. Ha ha ha, my dear Island Master, let us drink again. I hope that under your leadership, Hot Spring Island shall gradually ascend to brilliance. Wang Zhihai raised his cup. Very well, very well. He Xian laughed heartily, his face flushed from drink. Yet he stubbornly continued to imbibe. At that moment, He Xian's newly appointed secretary approached and whispered in his ear, My Island Master, after finishing this cup, it would be wise not to drink further. The former Secretary General, De Fu, has delivered a mountain of unfinished documents left by Island Master Yi to the office, nearly overflowing the storage room, awaiting your approval. He Xian's expression shifted, his piercing gaze now directed at Yi Feng. Could it be that Island Master Yi is more delighted than myself? It appears this fellow has left me a pile of mess to contend with. Forget it. When my term ends, I shall leave the next in line with a mess to contend with. Thus, under the supportive arm of the Secretary General, He Xian slowly made his way towards the office. Creak. As the door swung open, a lament escaped He Xian's lips. Outside the warm Springs Island, people donned thick coats, sipping on the fish porridge provided by the island while reveling in the grand performances of the troupe within, their faces aglow with joy. Look, every time there is a significant event on Warm Springs Island, we are blessed with relief porridge, truly a stroke of good fortune. I sincerely hope Warm Springs Island organizes a grand event every month, so we can simply lounge about. Do you all feel fortunate? A disdainful smile crossed the lips of a mighty figure. At that moment, 6 shadows gradually approached the location of the relief porridge, clad in fur coats. They did not keep their hands tucked within their sleeves. The 6 soon congregated. Master, this formation is no trifling matter. It is far more profound than the one we encountered in that gorge. Could it be that in this remote locale, there exist experts beyond the transformation realm? Unlikely. Given the spiritual energy of this realm, ordinary individuals cannot possibly cultivate to the true martial realm, and even reaching the peak of the acquired realm is a formidable challenge. This formation may well be a relic left by ancient cultivators, allowing these bumpkins to reap the benefits. Observe, this formation has yet to unleash even 1% of its power. The middle-aged man, possessing some discernment, was indeed a true martial peak expert. Based on the information we have gathered over the past few days, the most formidable individual on Warm Springs Island is Feng. However, he is merely at the pinnacle of the acquired realm and is currently collecting materials related to inner demons. I suspect he has advanced too rapidly, surpassing the spiritual energy limits here, which has led to his possession by an inner demon. The master spoke. Master, we must devise a way to draw Feng out from the barrier. Otherwise, if he remains hidden, shall we simply wait here indefinitely? In this desolate place, where the spiritual energy is so sparse, I fear my own cultivation will regress. A youth spoke with impatience. Exercise some patience. After avenging the Mo brothers, we shall return home and receive 6 cultivation pills. I may very well use one of these pills to directly break through to the innate realm, and you all might ascend to the true martial peak. The master replied calmly. Master, what if the sect leader bestows upon us pills of very low purity? The youth inquired. A shadow fell over the master's face. He dreaded this possibility. A cultivation pill with 90% purity and one with 60% purity are both referred to as pills, depending solely on the sect leader's discretion. Fear not. The sect leader should not be so stingy, the master responded placidly. With that thought, he retrieved a pill from his pocket. Ah, master, you already possess a cultivation pill? The remaining 5 gazed at him enviously. What is there to envy? This cultivation pill is a failed one, with a purity of merely 56%. Such a pity. Just 4% shy of being a true pill. Hence, I have been reluctant to part with it. The master confessed with an expression of inner conflict. Master brother, you must remain rational. Consuming such a potion with this level of impurity would result in more harm than good, the others urged. I'm not foolish. This item shall serve merely as a memento. With nearly half its composition being impurities, I have no inclination to ingest it, Master Brother retorted sharply. The Pei Yuan Dan accelerates the transformation of vital energy into divine energy, making it an unparalleled elixir for ascending from the true martial realm to the innate realm. Among cultivators below the innate realm, it is considered a treasure. However, once one reaches the transformation realm, their vital energy has entirely converted to divine energy, rendering the Pei Yuan Dan somewhat redundant, primarily intended for their disciples and juniors. Hey, why are you 6 whispering instead of watching the performance? Are you attempting to steal something? A group of security personnel approached, scrutinizing the 6 individuals, particularly eyeing the sacks at their waists for any valuables. The Wei Yuan Company currently lacked oversight, and some security personnel were as unscrupulous as they were diligent, often seizing valuable items in secret. Oh, are you from Hot Spring Island? Master Brother forced a smile, addressing the mere ants politely. Isn't it obvious? If we were from Hot Spring Island, would we be out here freezing? Which tribe do you belong to? What is your name? The head of security produced a notepad. The Wei Yuan Company had received orders from above to collect information from anyone they apprehended. Are you really going to record our information? Master Brother maintained a smile, though deadly intent simmered beneath. Of course. Speak quickly. Let me see if you are in the records, the head of security demanded. Very well. I am from the Black Wind tribe. My name is Bodaji, and these are Doma, Tagala, and Meng Ding. Master Brother quickly disclosed their true names, confident that even if he revealed their identities, the security personnel would be unable to uncover their true backgrounds. The Black Wind tribe? It seems there is no record of such a tribe, nor of your names. Have you just arrived at Hot Spring Island? Hey, I am asking you a question. The head of security bellowed. Master Brother's patience had been utterly exhausted. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. Not good. You have concealed your strength. Are you a power sovereign? No, even a power sovereign would not possess such a formidable presence. Quickly, summon the heavenly fire cannon, the head of security exclaimed, aiming the cannon at the sky. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom. With a mere flick of his finger, Master Brother caused the heads of 10 security personnel to explode in sequence. Their lifeless bodies fell without a struggle, their vigor extinguished instantly. Alarm. Someone has killed personnel from the Wei Yuan Security Company. The ice surface erupted into chaos. Creak. Dozens of armored vehicles pivoted. directing their cannons toward Master Brother and the others. Within Hot Spring Island, countless soldiers crowded before the screen, their rifles and artillery aimed at the scene outside. The panicked crowd quickly cleared a space, exposing Boda Ji and his companions to the oncoming fire, alongside the 10 headless corpses clad in security uniforms. Swish! Shadows flitted about, and Yi Feng was the first to arrive before the luminous screen, his sharp gaze fixed upon the 6 formidable figures outside. With a mere glance, a sensation of trepidation washed over him. Chapter 1006. Fear not, I know what to do. Hino was correct. The Gale Zone had indeed been loosened, and powerful individuals would continually make their way to Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng sighed deeply. After a brief interval, the island master, Heli Xian, hastened over with his entourage. Who dares to slay the security personnel of Weiyuan Corporation? Heli Xian shouted toward the shimmering barrier. Are you the master of Hot Spring Island? Bodazi inquired, a flicker of derision gleaming in his eyes. If his senses were not deceiving him, Heli Xian must be a mere strength master. If that were the case, the power of Hot Spring Island was woefully inadequate. The island's leader was but a lowly strength master? That is none of your concern. I demand to know why you have attacked the security of Weiyuan Corporation. Heli Xian pressed on, casting pleading glances at Yi Feng. This was the first major crisis he had faced since assuming the role of island master, and he found himself at a loss for how to manage it. The aura emanating from the 6 individuals was overwhelmingly potent. Even through the barrier, he could sense their strength, comparable to that of the 2 who had perished at the hands of the sword formation previously. Kill your security personnel? Very well. Allow me to inquire. Did you slay the Mo brothers? What techniques did you employ? Or do you possess any spiritual artifacts or talismans? Bodazi scrutinized Heli Xian from head to toe. He was convinced that even if this fellow possessed spiritual artifacts or swords, it would be improbable for him to have slain a true martial realm expert. After all, spiritual artifacts and swords require vital energy to wield. And with the meager energy of a strength master, the quality of any sword he could control would be far from impressive. What Mo brothers? I do not comprehend your words. Heli Xian continued to spar verbally with the 6 men, while Wang Zhihai could no longer contain himself. All troops, heed my command. Fire. The others, already impatient, simultaneously activated their mechanisms. Puff, 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 boom, 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 thud, 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 thud. A cacophony of weaponry unleashed a barrage, creating a tempest of snow and smoke that filled the air. After a prolonged wait, as the smoke dissipated, the 6 figures stood resolutely in place. Yi Feng squinted to discern the scene. The middle-aged leader was glowing with golden light, effortlessly deflecting the crossbow bolts. However, the other 5 were less fortunate. Their golden light had diminished considerably, and their complexions appeared rather pallid. Clearly, they had expended a significant amount of energy to sustain their protective golden light, resulting in their wan appearances. Bodazi stepped forward, clutching a crossbow in his hand. What? This insignificant crossbow nearly pierced my protective divine light? He held the bolt with disbelief, his piercing gaze directed at Heli Xian. Little did he know, the crossbow had been fortified with a newly developed iridium element from Hot Spring Island, significantly enhancing the tip's hardness. However, thus far, all the iridium had been allocated to this particular crossbow, and it remained uncertain when they would next be able to extract even a trace of it. Brother Feng, perhaps you should take over. Let Master Heli Xian have a moment of respite. Wang Zhihai, witnessing that the barrage of attacks had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon the 6 individuals, could not help but shout towards Yi Feng in the distance. Yi Feng sighed, his figure flickering as he directly descended beside He Lishuan. Brother Feng, please step forward. He Lishuan readily offered his position. At that moment, those outside the luminous barrier finally beheld the true figure. So, you are the actual master of Hot Spring Island? Your name is Yi Feng? Bodazi had long since unearthed Yi Feng's name, but this was his first encounter with the man himself. Indeed. I wish to inquire about the means by which you discerned that I was the one who eliminated those several true martial realm masters. Yi Feng inquired nonchalantly. He sensed that the aura of these 6 individuals was merely a notch stronger than that of the previous deceased, still firmly within the realm of true martial. With the azure barrier in place, Yi Feng felt no trepidation towards the 6. His only concern lay in the possibility of these individuals wreaking havoc outside the barrier, annihilating their various factories, thereby stunting the civilization of Hot Spring Island by hundreds or even thousands of times. Ha ha ha. No comment, Feng. I have heard people outside refer to you as the Hot Spring King. Very well, I shall engage you. O king, let us exchange a few blows. A hint of derision flitted across Bodazi's face. Hot Spring King. Apologies, but I truly had no inkling that they called me that in private. As for emerging from the barrier, ha ha ha. Do I appear to be a fool? Feng replied coldly. Is that so? Feng, I am aware of your formidable sword formations, yet I do not believe you can remain within this formation indefinitely. From this moment forth, we 6 shall guard the barrier. Should a single person from Hot Spring Island emerge, I shall slay them. Should 2 emerge, I shall take them both. I refuse to believe that you can remain ensconced within the barrier forever, Bodazi declared icily. You have indeed guessed correctly. Within Hot Spring Island, I have sustenance and drink. I could remain here until I naturally wither away. As for the 6 of you, if you believe you can endure such an environment for the long haul, I shall not force you, Feng replied indifferently. You? Bodazi's eyes flickered as he glanced towards the outside of the barrier. You have 4 conduits connecting to 4 towering structures outside, indicating that these individuals outside are closely tied to you. Are you not concerned that I might eliminate all your subordinates? Bodazi, astute as he was, quickly discerned the connection between Hot Spring Island and those outside. If you wish to kill them, then do so. They are not citizens of Hot Spring Island, not even residents in truth. Even if you were to annihilate them all, I would remain unmoved. Feng nearly burst into laughter. He held principles. If there were citizens outside, he would certainly strive to save them. But if they were non-citizens, alas, even if you slaughtered 1 billion, Feng would not bat an eyelash. Big brother, what should we do? This Hot Spring King is impervious to reason. Shall we simply exhaust ourselves here? Big brother, perhaps we should test your first-grade spirit sword to see if it can breach the barrier? One clever individual proposed. Very well, I shall give it a try. This sword formation is no trivial matter, so do not harbor excessive hopes, Bodazi concluded, patting his waist. A small black sword sprang forth from his waist, rapidly enlarging into a massive 10-meter-long sword. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Duoyen Hina stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Feng. Hina, allow that sword to pierce the luminous barrier, then seal it off for me. I intend to shatter his spiritual sword into fragments with the goose sword silk. Feng declared. He felt compelled to demonstrate some formidable prowess to the 6 individuals, lest they grow complacent and wreak havoc outside the barrier. Should they damage the factories beyond the barrier, the supply chain he painstakingly established would require a year or 2 to recuperate. Rest assured, I know what to do. Duoyen Hina nodded affirmatively. Go. Bodazi gestured towards the barrier. The colossal black sword emitted a thunderous roar as it forcefully struck the azure barrier. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The seemingly dense azure barrier was effortlessly cleaved by the immense sword, which then soared into the barrier. Chapter 1007. Overtime tonight, My black fire sword has indeed entered the sword formation. My apologies, but henceforth, the entire Hot Spring Island shall be devoid of life. Bodazi squinted, his fingers shifting in a complex gesture. With a flash, the black fire sword surged towards Feng with blinding speed. Oh no. Duoyen Hina's expression shifted dramatically as he recited 2 incantations in quick succession. A golden thread flickered, momentarily halting the black fire sword, with 2 more golden threads flashing past. The sword's previously unstoppable momentum was abruptly stifled. Nevertheless, it continued its relentless descent toward Feng with overwhelming force. Boom. Feng clenched his fists, and a golden spiritual form manifested before him. After completing this, he crossed his arms, shielding his chest. Clang! The spiritual form was obliterated, sending Feng crashing violently against the barrier, only to be rebounded back into the sword formation. Puff, 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 puff. For golden threads intersected, striking the black fire sword. Buzz, 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 buzz. The black fire sword emitted a shrill wail, reminiscent of a pet in distress. This sword formation is rather peculiar. Never mind. I shall withdraw it for now. Outside the barrier, Bodazi gestured, and the black fire sword instantly shot back towards him with lightning speed. Clang! A dull thud resonated as the black fire sword collided with the barrier, only to be repelled back into the sword formation. Duoyen Hina had previously altered the properties of the formation. The former configuration allowed for easy entry and exit, but now, it had transformed into a setup where entry was facile, yet exit was exceedingly difficult. How is this possible? Bodazi shifted to a two-handed gesture. The black fire sword spiraled fiercely, striking the barrier. Buzz. Heli Xian felt a ringing in his head. The black fire sword was once again deflected. Puff, 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 puff. 8 golden threads flashed, striking the black fire sword with tremendous force. Oh no, what should I do? Fellow disciples, please. Bring forth any weapons you possess and unleash a relentless assault on the sword formation. We need merely to create a minuscule breach. I only wish to retrieve my first-grade spiritual sword through this opening. Bodazi's face turned ashen. It is important to note that this esteemed spirit sword was acquired by him after expending all his savings during the first half of his life at a trading fair. To see it destroyed within such a trivial secret realm would be nothing short of an affront to the Blackfire sword. With a resounding roar, 5 spirit swords soared chaotically, bombarding the luminous barrier. Unfortunately, the azure shield stood firm as a mountain, not even causing a ripple. Master brother, this is dire. If we continue to assault the barrier, our spirit swords will sustain damage, and we each possess only one. The remaining 5 hastily retracted their swords. Examining them with the care one would show a cherished child, fearful of even the slightest harm. Bodazi's eyes were bloodshot, and an increasing number of golden threads severed his black fire sword. Ah, Yi Feng, let us reach an accord. Release my spirit sword, and I shall turn away, causing no further trouble for you on Hot Spring Island. I am a person of repute on Star Mist Continent, and my word is my bond. Bodazi's voice was hoarse, akin to a wretched specter, as he fixed a fierce glare upon Yi Feng. Yi Feng felt a chill in his heart. He sensed the immense significance this spirit sword held for his adversary. I'm afraid I cannot trust you. If I return this sword to you, I fear you would still seek to cause me trouble. After all, an agreement is only valid when both parties possess comparable strength. Clearly, each of you 6 esteemed individuals possesses the power to easily overpower me. Yi Feng shook his head. Doi and Hina seemed to receive a signal and intensified the cutting of the black fire sword. A multitude of golden threads enveloped the sword in a deadly embrace. In mere moments, the connection between the black fire sword and its master was severed, causing it to plummet to the ground. Yet, these golden threads were relentless, vowing to tear the intruder to shreds. Bodazi spat a mouthful of blood, the protective golden light surrounding him dimming. Yi Feng, you wretch. I swear, even if I must remain here for 100 years, 1,000 years, I will drag you out and reduce you to fragments. Bodazi uttered a venomous oath. Stop, Hina. Can you cease the cutting of the goose-sword threads? Yi Feng inquired. I shall try. Doi and Hina formed several hand seals, and upon reaching the 9th, the torrents of golden threads finally dissipated, restoring tranquility to Hot Spring Island. The massive sword shrank to half a foot in length, devoid of brilliance, transforming into an ordinary iron sword. Cautiously, Yi Feng approached and grasped the black fire sword. It was remarkably light, akin to a feather. Yet the power it had exhibited moments ago was incomparably greater than that of a typical city sword. Bodazi's eyes turned ashen. He understood that even if Yi Feng were to return the black fire sword now, it had been reduced from a first-grade spirit sword to a worthless, non-grade flying sword. Simultaneously, the golden threads had severed his connection to it. What a fine item. Lord Helixuan, I have a proposal, Yi Feng said, holding the diminutive sword and gazing at Helixuan. Oh, please, Brother Feng, speak freely, and I shall comply without question. Although Helixuan had become the island master, he had yet to fully embrace his authority and thus remained obedient to Yi Feng. Alas, you are now the island master. Do not be so humble. As a citizen, I propose that this flying sword be taken to the engineering department for study, to determine its composition and the elements required for its creation, Yi Feng said slowly. Very well, Hili Xian clumsily interjected. Qinggong, please take this sword back to the engineering department for research. Once the results are obtained, compile them into a document and send it to Feng Ge for review. No, deliver it to my office so that I may personally examine it. Cheng Libin felt a wave of discontent towards Hili Xian, but he had no choice. With nearly 3,000 votes backing him, it meant that almost half of the citizens on Hot Spring Island supported him, including Yi Feng. Reluctantly, he took the flying sword to the research facility, preparing to rise early the following morning at 10 to begin his examination. Engineers worked only 6 hours a day, from 10 to 12 in the morning, and 1 to 2 after a lunch break. Then from 2 to 6 in the afternoon, they ceased work thereafter. Outside the luminescent screen, Boda Ji continued to fixate on Yi Feng, resembling a ferocious beast poised to strike. Hina, close all gaps in the screen. We shall return home to rest. Yi Feng stated, wrapping his arm around Duo Yan Hina's slender waist. Wait, Feng Ge. Those 6 individuals are still lurking outside. What should I do? Healy Xian exclaimed, rushing over to block Yi Feng, clearly flustered. Why should I concern myself? Yi Feng retorted, I am but a jobless wanderer now. You want to take on the responsibilities of the island lord while expecting to evade accountability, will you? Figure it out yourself. With a sharp shove, he pushed Healy Xian aside. Observing Yi Feng and Duo Yan Hina departing, Healy Xian's eyes glinted with cunning. All troops, heed my command. We will work overtime tonight. Maintain vigilance in front of the screen, with all weapons aimed at those 6 individuals. If they come within range, fire. Healy Xian inhaled deeply, gradually embodying the demeanor of an island lord. Understood, Wang Zhihai promptly nodded. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells rained down upon the position of the 6. This time, they had learned their lesson, retreating to a distance of 6 kilometers, yet their sharp gazes remained fixated upon the interior of Hot Spring Island. Let us find a warm place to discuss how to breach his grand formation, Boda Ji finally conceded. Yes, senior brother. After a brief selection, the 6 rushed into the shelter. Niu Decao had already witnessed their prowess and greeted them with a nervous smile. Gentlemen, are you here for lodging? Of course. Prepare the warmest room available, or I shall have your head. One of the young men barked. Very well, follow me. Niu Decao led them to the coldest room in the shelter, deliberately opening the windows to let the frigid air seep inside. Though those at the true martial realm could largely disregard such cold, it was still quite uncomfortable. Surprisingly, the warmest room was scarcely more temperate than outside. They resigned themselves to endure it. The 6 settled cross-legged in the room, discreetly discussing how to deal with Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Niu Decao personally went to shut off the heating pipes, ensuring that the shelter remained as frigid as an ice cavern. He remained undeterred, instructing someone to deliberately open the outer door, allowing a chilling draft to sweep through the room. Master brother, breaking Yi Feng's formation may not be as simple as we presume. If necessary, shall we summon the elders of the Black Wind sect for assistance? No. If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, do you still expect to obtain the Peiyuan Dan? Bodazi shook his head, regretting the loss of his black fire sword. If he failed to acquire the Peiyuan Dan, it would be a tremendous loss. We cannot afford to linger indefinitely, can we? Worry not. Starting tomorrow, we shall investigate whether there are any relatives of the warm spring island outside, or corresponding supply chains. Then, we shall eliminate them one by one. Surely, Yi Feng cannot be so cold-hearted as to watch his own kin perish, Bodazi stated calmly. Indeed, every person possesses emotions, and we cultivators are no exception. Master brother, your strategy is quite astute. The young man, having just lavished praise, tightened his coat. Why does it feel colder in this room than outside? Perhaps we should consider lodging outside? No, we shall remain inside. At least we have charcoal to keep warm. Let us seal the doors and windows tightly. We must prepare for a protracted battle, Bodazi replied, shaking his head. Within the 30-degree room of warm Spring Island, Duo Yan Hina lay breathlessly against Yi Feng's robust chest. Feng, you have grown significantly stronger, haven't you? Has your spirit been restored? Duo Yan Hina's cheeks were flushed. Of course, I believe that soon. I shall be able to provide you with true ecstasy. Hina, let us make an effort to conceive a sister for Yi Xing while he is still young. That way, he will have a playmate. If we delay, I fear the 2 children may not be able to play together. Yi Feng smirked, once more toppling Duo Yan Hina. An hour later, Yi Feng stood naked before the castle window, gazing out into the luminous expanse. As the former island lord, the villa boasted an excellent location with a broad view, nearly encompassing the entirety of the southern landscape. Duo Yan Hina, meanwhile, had succumbed to a deep slumber on the bed, with traces of tears still adorning her eyes. Yi Feng turned back, covering her with a thin blanket, and again directed his gaze toward the sanctuary. We cannot remain holed up in warm Spring Island forever, can we? There are numerous branches and supply chains outside, especially over 200 factories dedicated to aircraft manufacturing. What if those 6 individuals unleash their fury and destroy all my factories? It is time to issue a bounty. Yi Feng, still unclothed, sat at the edge of the bed and pinned a bounty notice on a piece of wood. Bounty notice. All experts of the Strength King level and above are summoned to eliminate the 6 foreign beings. A reward of 200 million warm spring coins will be granted for each one slain. Additionally, their children will gain unconditional admission to Warm Spring Primary School. Their wives will receive employment at the Warm Spring Garment Factory. One member of their family will be eligible for a position at the Warm Spring Bank. Herein, Warm Spring Island advises those outside to organize and unite all Strength Kings and Strength Emperors into a single force, rather than sending individuals to their demise. Having completed the bounty notice, Feng donned his shorts and made his way to the Island Lord's office. The night had grown late, and Healy Shun, along with his secretary, was still hard at work, poring over documents under the dim light. Should I approve this document? Healy Shun pondered, scratching his head. I suppose I should. After all, it pertains to our assets beyond the shores of Hot Spring Island. Very well, I shall approve it. He then contemplated another document. Should I approve this one as well? I am utterly exhausted. Feng Ge has truly burdened me, leaving behind such a mountain of unfinished business. By conservative estimates, I will need to work for 3 consecutive months to clear this backlog. Healy Shun stretched languidly. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Island Master. Citizen Yi Feng requests an audience. Splendid. It is Feng Ge. Let him in at once, and then lock the door behind him. He shouldn't have it too easy with all these documents. I shall detain him to review them alongside me, Healy Shun exclaimed, filled with delight. Moments later, the door swung open, and Yi Feng entered, holding a placard. My lord, this is my proposal. I request your approval to issue this bounty notice, along with the preparation of a bounty fund amounting to 12 billion, Yi Feng stated. No problem. Someone, make 100 copies of this placard and display them around the holographic screen, ensuring that all outside can see it, Healy Shun commanded. As he spoke, Zhui Ma entered, wearing a complex expression as he took the placard. Just yesterday, he had been Yi Feng's captain of the guard, and now he found himself serving Healy Shun. Quite a jarring transition. Once Zhui Ma departed, Yi Feng clasped his hands together and said, Island Master, if there is nothing further, I shall return to my rest. You have worked hard. With that, he performed a deep bow, feeling a twinge of guilt for leaving such a mess for Healy Shun to handle. In an environment of absolute fairness, no one desires to hold power. Yet, in a despotic setting, everyone scrambles for authority, eager for the benefits it brings. Thus, on Hot Spring Island, no one envied the Island Master, nor the Grand Marshal or Deputy Island Master. Please don't leave just yet. Feng Ge, could you take a moment to review this document and advise me on whether I should approve it? Healy Shun implored, grasping Yi Feng's arm. I am not the Island Master. You can decide for yourself, Yi Feng replied absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed on the doorway. Nonsense. Come. In my capacity as Island Master, I command you to sit beside me. Surely, you would not disregard the orders of the Island Master, would you? Furthermore, according to the laws of Hot Spring Island, a former Island Master must spend at least half a month on the handover process. Feng Ge, it has only been 1 day. Healy Shun astutely seized the opportunity. Yi Feng's expression darkened, leaving him no choice but to sit beside Healy Shun. Well, I believe this can be approved, as Hot Spring Island is currently focused on developing technology and civilization. This one should not be approved. It would merely waste funds. This one can be approved, as it indeed benefits the community. Yi Feng continued to offer his insights. Before long, it was past midnight. Healy Shun was in the midst of his work when he suddenly turned to find Yi Feng had vanished without a trace. How utterly inconsiderate. The former Island Master has escaped through the window? Well, it seems I shall have to tackle this alone. Healy Shun closed the window and placed several spa thumbtacks on the chair, then gathered her long hair and secured it with a rope hung from the beam, ensuring she would not doze off. Inside the spa's women's bathhouse, the sound of rushing water echoed. Outside the bathhouse, a group of young boys had broken a hole in the wall, eagerly peering inside. Let me see, it's my turn. I want to catch a glimpse of Tuan's bare form. Don't push, don't shout. If we get caught, none of us will get to see. Ding. Tuan stood under the spray, gently wiping her graceful figure with a towel. Warm water cascaded down her neck, flowing along the valley to her flat abdomen, and finally trickled into a marsh in the primordial forest. Hey, what are you guys doing? Yi Feng approached with an air of authority. Oh no, it's Brother Feng. Scatter. The boys immediately fled in every direction. Once Yi Feng confirmed that everyone had departed, he eagerly crouched at the hole and peeked inside. At the same moment, a pair of black and white eyes gazed back at him. The two locked eyes for a second before simultaneously letting out a scream. Yi Feng hurriedly retreated in panic. Ding Tuan Tuan's voice resonated through the bathhouse, radiating across the entire spa island. Help! There's a peeping Tom outside the women's bathhouse. Hurry! The previously tranquil spa island erupted in chaos. Ding Tuan Tuan, accustomed to being pursued, seized the opportunity to defend her honor and vowed to knock the peeping Tom out cold. A throng of people, brandishing torches, rushed past Yi Feng. Seizing the chance, he trailed at the back of the crowd. How dare he steal a glance at Tuan Tuan's form? Just wait until I catch him, Yi Feng shouted among the crowd. Chapter 1009. The whole body submerged in darkness. The following morning, Boda and his 5 companions were still meditating in rest. Outside the shimmering barrier of Spa Island, a crowd had gathered. What? A bounty of 200 million for a kill? A powerful warrior covered his mouth, directing a keen gaze towards the sanctuary where Boda resided. Yulong and Lung Ling squeezed their way in. Their eyes instantly widened in shock at the long string of numbers. 200 million? The two exchanged glances. Brother Yulong, do you think it's feasible? Lung Ling inquired. It's tough. As we saw yesterday, those 6 are true martial realm experts. Even if we manage to take them down, many of us, the power kings and emperors, would perish in the process. Yulong's expression darkened. On one hand, he coveted the 200 million spa coins. On the other, he feared for his life. There's a suggestion below. Let us gather all the power kings and emperors to deal with these two together. Lung Ling pointed at the prompt. Do you have any plans, junior sister Lung? Yulong's eyes flickered. Their city, Bai, had nearly 10,000 mouths to feed, and as a responsible clan leader, he was compelled to toil daily for spa coins, leaving him no time for cultivation. In that case, let us reach out to the leaders of some major clans. Some of them possess incredible abilities. Perhaps we can join forces for once? Lung Ling proposed. Indeed, let us first proceed to the base of the Man-Gu tribe. Last time, Yi Feng's counteroffensive left the white-haired elder of the Man-Gu tribe as a fish that slipped through the net. Afterwards, we shall unite the 3 major organizations. With that, the two hurriedly made their way into the distance. Bodazi and his 6 companions remained in slumber until the afternoon, unable to withstand the chill of the previous night. Even a formidable warrior of the true martial realm could find it taxing. Senior brother, this cursed place is unbearably cold. Especially this so-called sanctuary. I feel it is even colder than outside, remarked a young man. Enough of your ramblings. Let us move around the perimeter of the light curtain and inspect whether the sword formation has any vulnerabilities. If we discover a flaw, we shall strike decisively. Without granting Yi Feng a moment to react, Bodazi declared, stepping out of the sanctuary with his hands clasped behind him. To his surprise, the temperature outside was indeed slightly warmer than inside the room. Unbeknownst to him, last night, Niu Decao had employed all means necessary to ensure the 6 endured the frigid night. The 6 emerged in single file, causing the surrounding strength masters to scatter like birds startled from their roosts. They were spies dispatched by various organizations, monitoring every move of the 6, even reporting the color of their excrement back to their respective factions. The currency gradually revealed a mere 1% of its potential. Good morning. At that moment, an elder approached, exuding strength at the level of a master. Bodazi sighed in relief, scrutinizing the elder from head to toe. Who are you? Oh, I am but an unemployed drifter from outside. That fellow Yi Feng pays us a pittance, forcing me to lie idle. Yesterday, I witnessed the grandeur of several esteemed individuals and was filled with admiration. Hence, I wish to offer you 6 an opportunity to enter Hot Spring Island. The elder said with a smile. Really? Bodazi narrowed his eyes. Enter Hot Spring Island? Indeed. Once inside, you may eliminate Yi Feng and his companions. And I too shall enjoy the warm climate of Hot Spring Island, the elder replied with a grin. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bodazi flicked his finger. Boom. The elder's body exploded into a spray of blood upon the icy surface. What? Senior brother, why did you do that? The 5 young men exclaimed in astonishment. Do you take me for a fool? Once we enter Hot Spring Island, we would be shredded by the myriad sword threads within. Unless we obtain the array plate, who would dare to venture in? This old trickster was clearly sent by Yi Feng to incite us to enter. Can you not discern that? Bodazi, true to his name, deduced the truth with remarkable accuracy. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the elder was not a spy sent by Yi Feng. Hot Spring Island deemed it beneath them to engage directly with the 6. 5 kilometers away, in a certain ice house, Yulong lowered his binoculars. Sigh. If he sacrifices himself, his family is entitled to at least 50 million hot spring coins if we can eliminate those 6, Yulong murmured. Brother Yu, it is still early for such talk. Let us secure the funds first, came the response. Behind Yulong stood over 40 masters, while several hundred kings were similarly concealed within neighboring ice houses. They represented 1/3 of all the experts in the southern region. Do not underestimate the southern district. It currently harbors nearly 40 million inhabitants. Of course, many remain unregistered, as some individuals prefer to evade documentation. Outside the luminous screens, the territory is divided into 4 major regions: East, West, South, and North, along with the Raging Sea District. The Raging Sea District boasts the highest population, as it encompasses Eternal City, which witnesses a steady influx of tribes daily. Upon their arrival, they seek places to settle, thus remaining unregistered. Among those who survive, there are scarcely any ordinary folk left. At the very least, they are all formidable warriors. If there are any commoners, they are either infants under the protection of mighty guardians. The southern district is estimated to house around 40 million people, while the combined population of the other 3 districts is roughly 70 to 80 million. As the reputation of Hot Spring Island grows ever more illustrious, all tribes from the Great Desert are drawn to it. Upon reaching Eternal City, they are advised to pay a visit to the patriarch of the southern district, lest they find it difficult to establish themselves here. Now, close the door. We can deliberate on significant matters, a voice emanated from within the ice house. The assembly of powerful kings turned in unison to regard a middle-aged man seated behind the table. Half of his face lay shrouded in shadow, while the other half basked in light, adorned with a grandiose ring upon his finger. I have met the patriarch. Yulong stepped forward and offered a respectful 90-degree bow to the man, whose face was split between shadow and illumination. The man leaned slightly forward, causing the light to glint off his forehead. Kiss my ring, he commanded, extending the back of his hand. Yes, Yulong advanced respectfully, grasping Wang Zhihai's hand and bestowing a kiss upon his ring. Wang Zhihai then presented his hand to Lung Ling. A hint of discomfort crossed her features. Yet she too kissed Wang Zhihai's ring. Your Excellency Wang Zhihai, what course of action should we pursue next? Yulong inquired with caution. Dealing with those 6 individuals is straightforward. However, it is entirely unnecessary. Consider this. Hot Spring Island currently reigns supreme, wielding the power to dictate terms as it pleases. Allowing those 6 to remain serves as a deterrent to Hot Spring Island. Do you comprehend my intention? Wang Zhihai reclined in his chair, his form enveloped in darkness. I understand, Your Excellency Zhihai. Might this course of action tarnish your reputation? Yulong asked. It matters not. I ought to be the rightful lord of Hot Spring Island. I have contributed immensely to its glory without recompense. Very well, if you citizens delight in games, I shall indulge you. Chapter 10:10. Refilling Yi Feng's cup, Wang Zhihai's voice resonated from the shadows. What actions shall we undertake now? Lung Ling queried. Let us observe developments. We must ensure that those 6 do not annihilate Hot Spring Island, nor can we permit Hot Spring Island to obliterate them. Let them engage in a fierce struggle, and we shall seize the opportunity to reap the spoils of war. Yulong, you may draft a letter to Yi Feng, requesting funds for the establishment of a formidable army, specifically tasked with eliminating the 6 powerful entities beyond the luminous screens. And what if Yi Feng declines? Yulong asked. Do not be too demanding. A sum of 2 million will suffice. I am confident that Yi Feng will allocate the funds for you. After a week, let him disburse the money. Once he invests fully, he will find himself in a quandary, forced to place his trust in you, lest all his previous expenditures be in vain. Wang Zhihai remarked calmly. I understand. Thank you, father, replied Falamu. To be frank, in the past, Yulong held a certain disdain for Wang Zhihai. However, after Wang Zhihai assisted him in obtaining the fishing license, his attitude transformed. It now appeared that Wang Zhihai was indeed a true neutral party. With such a formidable figure offering protection, even they, the wandering souls, could thrive. Today, as I seldom visit Hot Spring Island, feel free to voice any concerns you may have. As long as they are within reason, I shall address them, Wang Zhihai declared. Leaning forward, his face illuminated by the light, a power king hesitated momentarily before approaching him. He first kissed Wang Zhihai's ring. Father, I have a grandson, exceptionally intelligent, and I wish for him to join the Wei Yuan Security Company as a security supervisor, the power king said courteously. And what is your grandson's strength? Wang Zhihai inquired. gently stroking the ring with an air of authority. He is a third-stage power king. Yet, to become a security supervisor, one must be at least a power king level. Wang Zhihai pondered, a look of slight difficulty crossing his face. The power king felt a weight in his heart, bracing himself for rejection. However, since you have come to request my assistance, very well, in 3 days, your grandson shall become the security supervisor, Wang Zhihai said slowly. Ah, thank you, father. The power king exclaimed with delight, seizing Wang Zhihai's hand and kissing it fervently. Release my hand. Wang Zhihai pulled back, wiping the ring with a white handkerchief. In return, any intelligence you acquire must be conveyed to me unaltered. No embellishment or exaggeration will be tolerated, Wang Zhihai stated coolly. Rest assured, if I receive any information, I will mimic that individual's tone, gestures, and expressions, relaying their words verbatim. The Power King replied respectfully. Another Power King approached. I have a daughter who has joined the hot spring garment factory. However, the factory manager, as you know, has connections to citizens. My daughter is young and beautiful, and I cherish her dearly, yet the manager has mistreated her. He shattered her jaw and twisted her nose. He recounted, his voice thick with emotion. Do not worry. Those who have harmed your daughter will face their due punishment. In a few days, you may visit the factory entrance to witness the manager's jaw shattered and his nose similarly disfigured, Wang Zhihai assured him calmly. No, I wish for you to kill him. Only by eliminating him can I release the hatred that weighs upon my heart, the Power King insisted vehemently. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened instantly. He rose abruptly, casting his gaze out the window, evidently displeased. Can this be done? The Power King inquired. Your name is Danuodi, correct? Danuodi. What have I done to deserve such disrespect? You seek my help yet refuse to address me as father. Moreover, your daughter is not deceased. Yet you wish for the demise of that factory director, which is hardly just. I can only assure you that he will suffer as grievously as your daughter did, though I shall not take his life. However, I possess the ability to do so. Wang Zhihai furrowed his brows as he spoke. Me? The director hesitated momentarily, grasping Wang Zhihai's hand and bestowing a kiss upon his ring. I understand, Godfather. I shall remember this favor. Perhaps one day in the future, I may seek your assistance. Of course, within the limits of your capabilities. I would never impose upon you to undertake the impossible. Nonetheless, I hope that day never arrives. Until then, please accept this measure of justice. A faint smile finally graced Wang Zhihai's lips. Thank you, Godfather. I shall return home now and await good news. Certainly. Do head back. Should you acquire any valuable intelligence, remember to inform me at the earliest opportunity. I shall compensate you accordingly. Wang Zhihai resumed his seat, resolving the troubles for all. Outside the thermal spring island, amidst a tempest of wind and snow, the 6 members of the Bodazi tightened their coats. Gazing at the interior of the island, Yi Feng lounged in shorts upon a deck chair, with Duoyan Hina reclining beside him. A Feng, shall I pour you some wine? Duoyan Hina offered Yi Feng a glass of fruit wine. This exquisite wine was crafted from fruits procured with a substantial amount of thermal spring currency, and fermented by the delicate feet of a 16-year-old beauty, possessing an extraordinarily sweet taste and a refreshing aroma. Yi Feng lifted the glass, swirling it gently before directing his disinterested gaze towards the 6 onlookers outside the screen. The 6 individuals were fixated upon Yi Feng, trembling from the cold, particularly Bodazi, whose piercing glare was so intense that had it the power to kill, Yi Feng would have been reduced to mere fragments. Gentlemen, you are free to depart to wherever you came from. You cannot breach my grand formation, so why endure the chill here? Yi Feng declared before downing the fruit wine in one gulp. Ah, what a splendid wine. Hina, my dear, pour me another. Of course. Duoyan Hina lifted the wine jug and filled Yi Feng's glass once more. Bodazi swallowed hard, his gaze roving over Duoyan Hina's enchanting figure. What a beauty! Truly a rare gem. In all my experiences, I have never encountered such an exquisite creature. Yi Feng, you are quite fortunate. Bodazi endeavored to feign indifference. Is that so? It appears you are quite taken with her. Alas, it is not meant to be. With that, Yi Feng pulled Duoyan Hina close and planted a kiss on her tender cheek. Yi Feng, we might sit down and have a serious discussion. Release the grand formation, and I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity. How does that sound? Bodazi tightened his coat. Fortuitous opportunity? Are you suggesting I undergo reincarnation? You, Bodazi, are indeed a true martial realm expert. Why resort to such juvenile tactics against me? Do I appear to be a fool? Yi Feng replied with a cold smile. Yi Feng, you are in the process of collecting materials for heart demons, aren't you? Heh. I can only tell you that the soul pills you concoct will merely serve to appease the heart demons temporarily, preventing them from tormenting you for a while. Chapter 10:11. Truly a headache. However, the greater the number of soul elixirs you offer, the more formidable the heart demon becomes. When it approaches you again, it is likely that your soul elixirs will not suffice to satiate its appetite. Just like a person, the heart demon's hunger only grows, unless you renounce your cultivation. Bodazi's gaze was indeed piercing, immediately discerning Yi Feng's fatal weakness. Yi Feng paused momentarily, holding the glass of red wine. In the next instant, he drained the wine in one gulp. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, one cannot evade destiny. I remain indifferent. He would not be easily manipulated, at worst. He would maintain his strength at the 9th-tier sovereign level, and with the hot spring array, it should just suffice. Affirmed. Duoyan Hina nudged him. As the successor of the dual deities, she understood the terror of the heart demon better than anyone. The heart demon does not discriminate. Even a powerful deity can be left in utter disarray when confronted by it. Ladies and gentlemen, do you possess a fundamental solution to the heart demon? Duoyan Hina's voice echoed. Oh, such a melodious voice. Why would she choose to marry Yi Feng? Bodazi's eyes widened, and his 5 disciples looked as though they were entranced. Bodazi, if you know the method to resolve the heart demon, please enlighten me. Perhaps the hot spring island could offer you some sustenance and vermifuge, Duoyan Hina suggested. Ha. Food is trivial for us, and at our current level, we could survive for a year or two without sustenance. Bodazi was the first to regain composure. Just then, Wang Zhihai returned, still clad in a suit and adorned with a ring. Brother Feng. Wang Zhihai leaned in to whisper to Yi Feng. What a clever move. Pretending to be an adversary of our hot spring island. Is this a directive from the island master, or did you conceive it independently? Yi Feng smiled and patted Wang Zhihai's shoulder. Hina, pour Zhihai a glass of wine. Brother Feng, it was entirely my own idea. That Heli Xian. Does he possess such wisdom? Wang Zhihai scoffed. Yi Feng's expression darkened instantly. Zhihai, you are increasingly disregarding decorum. Heli Xian was elected as the island master with 2,900 votes. Disrespecting him is tantamount to disrespecting half the citizens, including myself. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Wang Zhihai felt a surge of anger. Yes, I understand. His mood soured somewhat. Zhihai, have you consulted Island Master Heli Xian regarding your role as godfather? Is he aware? Yi Feng inquired once more. No, he is unaware. Wang Zhihai dared not lie before Yi Feng. That is your mistake. You are the president of the Hot Spring Bank and the supreme commander of the 3 armies on the Hot Spring Island. Your every action must be communicated to the island master, understood? Yi Feng stated coolly. But this godfather matter was initiated by outsiders selecting me. What does it have to do with the island master? Wang Zhihai's expression darkened. Of course it is relevant. If the island master disapproves, you cannot assume the role of godfather, nor can you win over hearts beyond the curtain, unless you are elected as island master yourself. Yi Feng replied calmly. He understood that Wang Zhihai was an unpredictable individual. Should he gain control over the more than 100 million people outside the curtain? Could Heli Xian still keep him in check? Maple, it would have been better if you hadn't mentioned this matter. Once it was brought up, my temper flared. Why did you cast your vote for Helix? You must have known that those citizens would follow your lead. By voting for him, aren't you clearly showing favoritism? I have followed you from the Heishu River Valley, and over the years, my contributions to the organization and to Hot Spring Island have been more substantial than the Great Wall itself. Oh, it's one thing to deny me the position of island master, but to have me manage my affairs from the shadows. What does that even matter to him? Damn it. Wang Zhihai nearly roared the last words. Ever since he failed to be elected island master, he had been in a foul mood. Today, he finally had the chance to confront Yi Feng directly. Clang. Yi Feng's wine glass shattered on the floor. Honey, get out of the way. Zhihai has lost it. Yi Feng's face flushed crimson, and he could only drag Duoyan Hina back to the castle, slamming the door shut behind them. He was left speechless by Wang Zhihai's tirade. At times, Yi Feng pondered deeply. Indeed, Wang Zhihai's merits were vast. One might say he was Cao Cao, while Wang Zhihai was Sun Yu. One was an external leader, and the other, an internal strategist, together transforming Hot Spring Island into a dominion over the Great Desert. However, once the supremacy had been established, Internal conflicts began to intensify. Helix, with dark circles under his eyes, clutched the last document. Ha ha ha, the final document. Once I finish this, I can finally rest at home. I am so exhausted. I will never take on the role of island master again. In a cheerful mood, Helix stamped the last document with approval. At that moment, Shui Ma entered, announcing, Island Master, Wang Zhihai requests an audience. Oh, Zhihai? Please let him in. I have matters to discuss with him, Helix replied. Shortly thereafter, Wang Zhihai entered, holding a box in his arms. Ha ha ha, Zhihai, come sit. I was just about to reorganize the troops, and here you are, the Grand Marshal of the 3 armies. No, Island Master, this is the steel seal of my position as bank president, and that of the Grand Marshal. Effective immediately. I resign, Wang Zhihai said, looking despondent. Zhihai, what is going on? Helix exclaimed, alarmed. Nothing much. I just wish to take a break. I request the Island Master and the Council to approve my resignation, Wang Zhihai replied, his spirit visibly diminished. Zhihai, what is this about? Surely, we can discuss it. Is it about your salary? Helix pressed, pushing Wang Zhihai gently into a chair. I will not sit. I'll leave the seals of the Grand Marshal and the President here. Tomorrow, I will submit my resignation to the Council. Goodbye. With that, Wang Zhihai staggered out of the Island Master's office. Helix mused. Could it be due to a quarrel with his wife? No. I must seek out Feng and ask him to talk to Zhihai. Accompanied by Shui Ma and his 4 guards, Helix made his way to Yi Feng's villa. Duoy and Hina opened the door for him. Feng, what is the matter? What is wrong, Helix? You seem to be in dire straits. Yi Feng quickly ushered Helix to a seat. Feng, Wang Zhihai just resigned. He will no longer serve as bank president or grand marshal of the 3 armies, Helix said. Drenched in sweat. What? Yi Feng sighed deeply. With Wang Zhihai gone, how can you possibly manage the 3 armies? Especially concerning his bank, can you manage it? Yi Feng inquired. He Li Xian immediately shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Of course, I cannot manage it. I am utterly ignorant when it comes to banking matters. The military is somewhat manageable, as I possess at least a modicum of knowledge regarding military administration. He Li Xian replied. What a headache! Yi Feng exclaimed, tapping his forehead. He had no desire to oversee the bank, nor did he wish to manage the military. Island Master, it is well known that I, Yi Feng, have resigned. Matters such as these should be determined by you. I truly wish to distance myself from them. Chapter 10:12. A leisurely outing, he now required ample rest, as he was unable to handle so many responsibilities. Brother Feng, are you not speaking with your eyes wide open? It is evident to everyone that I, as the Island Master, owe my position entirely to your elevation. We all understand that you are the true authority of Hot Spring Island. I am merely your puppet, He Li Xian stated in disbelief. What puppet nonsense? I have relinquished power entirely and shall not interfere with the management of Hot Spring Island. Now, in my capacity as a citizen, I command you to leave my villa and refrain from bothering me in the future. Hina, see him out. He Li Xian, visibly frustrated, departed from Yi Feng's residence. Hina, ask Chef Shi to prepare a sumptuous feast. Invite Chef Shi, Chunin, Ding Tuanchuan, and my son. Then please extend an invitation to Wang Zhihai for a family dinner, Yi Feng said wearily. Truthfully, if Wang Zhihai were to be as lackadaisical as himself, no one would be left to steer the ship of Hot Spring Island. Understood, Duoyin Hina responded before heading to the kitchen. At Wang Zhihai's villa, he lay under the covers, ostensibly asleep, yet concealing his sense of helplessness. Without Yi Feng's platform, his abilities found no outlet, relegating him to the role of an unemployed drifter at home. Fortunately, his wife and children were very supportive of him. Someone has brought an invitation. He requests your presence for dinner. His eldest wife approached him. Is it from He Li Xian? Wang Zhihai inquired, his voice muffled. No. It is an invitation from Brother Feng. Oh. Wang Zhihai quickly threw off the covers. Bring me water to wash my face and prepare my finest attire. Certainly. After so many years of marriage, Wang Zhihai's wife had learned to anticipate his thoughts with precision. In his heart, he only respected 2 individuals, Yi Feng and Susan. Others held little significance in his eyes. It was only natural for him to feel despondent after failing to become Island Master. However, even without the title of president, he felt reassured, for the benefits of Hot Spring Island were astonishing. Each family member received over 10,000 hot spring coins monthly, with free healthcare, education, and even meals, making the allocation of 10,000 hot spring coins ample for their needs. That night, Wang Zhihai, impeccably dressed in a suit, arrived at Yi Feng's family dinner with his esteemed wife. He knocked on the door. Duoyan Hina personally opened it for him. Ah, Zhihai. Yi Feng is already awaiting you in the dining room. Hello, sister-in-law, Wang Zhihai replied, still somewhat reserved and unable to lower his pride. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yi Feng, Cheng Li Bin, Shi Zhengliang, Chenin, Ding Tuanchuan, and others were already seated. Hurry, Old Wang has arrived. Old Wang, you're late. 3 cups as a penalty. Cheng Li Bin was the first to stand. Indeed, Old Wang, your tardiness warrants 3 cups. Come, take a seat. Chenin kindly pulled out a chair for Wang Zhihai. Uncle Wang, where has your baldness gone? Have you donned a wig? Ding Tuanchuan playfully ruffled Wang Zhihai's head. You lot, we're all friends here. What else with the penalties? Whoever mentions 3 cups again shall face 30. Yi Feng chided lightly. Wang Zhihai's gaze froze momentarily. Brother Feng, do you consider me one of your own? Zhihai, let us eat. Duoyan Hina personally served dishes to Wang Zhihai, an act once deemed unimaginable. Thank you, sister-in-law. Wang Zhihai felt a twinge of emotion. Everyone raised their glasses, expressing gratitude for Zhihai's contributions to Hot Spring Island. I must admit, among us all, Zhihai's efforts are paramount. Yi Feng lifted his glass. Uncle Wang, I toast to you. Old Wang cheers. A brother for life, Zhihai. The group warmly inquired after Wang Zhihai's well-being. As the wine went down, tears streamed down Wang Zhihai's face. That night, at Yi Feng's family banquet, he felt an unprecedented warmth. Even his sister-in-law served him food. Brother Feng's son, Xiao Yexing, affectionately called him uncle. After a satisfying meal, Yi Feng summoned Wang Zhihai to the study. Zhihai, I genuinely wish for you to stay. It's not just me. Heli Xian and others share this sentiment. Continue as the president of the Hot Spring Bank and also serve as the Grand Marshal. If need be, I shall award you a prestigious Yuma medal. Yi Feng spoke earnestly. Brother Feng, among family, there's no need for such formality. I am willing to remain as president of the Hot Spring Bank and Grand Marshal. Wang Zhihai nodded. We are all kin. Why must one aspire to be the island lord? He continued. Besides, isn't Hot Spring Island a shared domain? The island lord doesn't seem to have any special privileges, merely 4 additional guards. All right, I return this to you. No more sulking next time. Yi Feng retrieved the steel stamps for the positions of president and grand marshal from his drawer. Received, Brother Feng. If there is nothing else, I shall head home. I have work tomorrow. Very well. I shan't keep you. Work diligently. Who knows, you may just become the next island lord in 2.5 years. Yi Feng personally escorted Wang Zhihai and his wife to the door, granting them due respect. Wang Zhihai instantly regained his fighting spirit, rushing home with exuberance. Ladies, no cards tonight. I must rest well. Remember to wake me in the morning. I have work. With that, he collapsed into slumber. The next day, Yi Feng rose around noon. After freshening up, he took a reclining chair and fishing gear to Hot Spring Bay. Duoyan Hina stayed behind for a thorough house cleaning. As he was no longer the island lord, the vast villa required her own efforts to maintain. Today, Xiao Yexing accompanied his father for fishing. My son, fishing necessitates patience. One must wait for the fish to bite, and only once you are certain it has taken the bait should you pull it upwards with force. Upon finishing his instruction, Yi Feng lifted his fishing rod with vigor, successfully reeling in a large sea fish. Dad, the fish in the bay are all clustered together. Is there any need to wait for them to bite? Why not simply use a net? Yi Xing replied disdainfully. What do you understand? I am imparting wisdom, not merely fishing. Yi Feng assumed a paternal tone. If you're not fishing, then what is the purpose of bringing the rod? I am merely idle and thought to bring you out for some leisure. No need for that. You should return home and assist mother with the cleaning. She is struggling alone. Very well, my little rascal, you may play while I tend to my duties. Yi Feng sighed. His son was still young, naturally siding with his mother. Yet, he reassured himself that in time, he would support him. At that moment, 6 figures emerged from the icy expanse beyond the light screen, tightening their coats and fixating their gazes on Yi Feng. You all are just rising now? Yi Feng greeted the 6 individuals. The group remained silent, their unwavering stares making Yi Feng feel uneasy. The presence of formidable warriors was palpable, their mere gaze unsettling. Creak. Several crossbows aimed at the 6. The archers poised but refraining from firing, awaiting Yi Feng's command. Esteemed guests, you hail from the outer regions of the Gale Wind Zone, correct? You are called Bodaji, and the individual beside you is Duoma, followed by Tagala and Mengding. Yi Feng named each of them. Bodaji, how do you know our names? Bodaji felt a slight unease. Haha, within my domain of Hot Spring Island, I can uncover the details of anyone who sets foot here. You hail from the outer gale wind zone, and since you cannot breach Hot Spring Island, enlighten me about the world beyond the gale wind zone, so that this rustic soul may expand his horizons. Feng concluded, reeling in another fish. Bodaji, the world outside the gale wind zone is vast beyond your comprehension. The star main continent, a single prefecture, surpasses your entire great desert by over 100 times, Bodaji replied coolly. Then, may I inquire, how many prefectures are there in the star main continent? Feng cast his line back into the bay. That I do not know. In my homeland of Heishan, there are several hundred states, each comprising dozens of prefectures. Thus far, I have never ventured beyond the Xin prefecture, which houses over 70 sections. Any sect master could obliterate your great desert 100 times over. Do you now comprehend my strength? Bodaji spoke truthfully, seeking to assert dominance over Feng. Such matters do not concern me. You should return to your Xin prefecture. Here, you will gain nothing but mutual suffering, Feng replied with indifference. Feng, in truth, our visit this time is not solely for vengeance. Your grand formation is quite remarkable. If you were to return to the Black Wind Gate with the formation plate, perhaps the sect master, in a moment of delight, might reveal to you the method to eradicate your inner demons. Bodaji coaxed. The formation plate? Feng was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. He was uncertain how to manipulate this sword formation, but it was likely connected to the Goo God Cauldron. However, with his current abilities, he could not approach the cauldron, let alone seize it. Is there no other way to exchange for the method to eliminate the inner demons? Feng inquired, as he was overwhelmed by his torment and dared not advance to the true martial realm. Ha ha ha, in such a remote place as yours. What could possibly attract the sect master's attention? The only thing of interest to him is the formation plate of this sword formation. Feng, I perceive that you are indeed a prodigy in cultivation. At such a tender age, you have reached this level. Given a bit more time, you might truly ascend to the true martial realm, or even the innate or transformation realm. Talents such as yourself deserve to thrive in grander locales. If you remain cooped up here, your lifespan will inevitably dwindle. Bodaji believed he had stirred Feng's interest and escalated his persuasion. Do not waste your breath. You should return. Tell your sect master that perhaps one day, I shall venture beyond the gale wind zone to explore the Star-Mung continent. But not now. For the time being, my lifespan is still ample. There is no need for such exertion. Feng waved his hand dismissively. Bodaji's expression shifted. Feng, are you truly content to live as a timid turtle for the rest of your days? A timid turtle? Feng's eyes narrowed. These 6 individuals seemed to believe they had him cornered. Their incessant circling outside the barrier was rather vexing. Perfect timing to test the capabilities of his current Fazhen divine demon arts. You, go summon Hina and Yixing, Feng instructed. Grasping a young boy and offering him 20 hot spring coins, the boy promptly dashed towards Feng's villa. After a while, Hina arrived. Feng, what is it? Son, you can manipulate the barrier to expand and contract, correct? Feng affectionately ruffled Yixing's hair. Of course. Haven't you seen me do it? Excellent. Soon, Father must engage in combat with those 6 villains. Their persistent prowling outside is quite bothersome. When you observe Father struggling against them, enlarge the barrier to encompass those 6 individuals. Hina, you will control the goose sword threads to slice them into fragments, Feng stated coldly. One cannot remain in hiding indefinitely. Be cautious. They are true martial realm experts from a significant place. Should they possess any extraordinary abilities, it could lead to your utter ruin, Hina warned gravely without attempting to dissuade Feng. Father is so formidable, off to fight the bad guys. Yixing exclaimed excitedly. Feng remarked, such a young age, yet already a warrior at heart. I never expected this. Hina, instruct the citizens and residents near the bay to take refuge within the castle. Once the 6 individuals ensconce themselves within the protective barrier, they will risk being torn to shreds by the blades, yet they will still wreak havoc, resulting in countless casualties, Feng declared. Indeed, Duoyan Hina's lips moved as she employed her sorcery. In the blink of an eye, the high-ranking officials of Hot Spring Island gathered, including Heli Xian, Vice Island Master Meiji, Wang Zhihai, and Ding Tuanshuan. Brother Feng, are you truly intent on confronting them? Wang Zhihai asked, his face etched with concern. Brother Feng, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. After all, They cannot breach our defenses, Heli Xian advised. No, today I must confront them. I cannot allow them to roam freely outside the barrier, for eventually, they will discover the flaw in the sword formation, Yi Feng asserted resolutely. Then, exercise caution. Prepare the crossbowmen to fire at a moment's notice, Wang Zhihai signaled to the archers on the mountaintop. Yi Feng slowly rose, donning undergarments crafted from seal fur, followed by a thick sealskin cloak. Outside the barrier, the 6 individuals remained oblivious to Yi Feng's clandestine discussions. Boda Ji, do you believe I lack the courage to face you in battle? Oh, Island Master Yi, you truly dare to step outside? Boda Ji internally rejoiced, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance. Senior brother, he is merely boasting. I doubt he will emerge. Duoma hastily employed a tactic of provocation. Swish. In an instant, Yi Feng appeared beyond the barrier. A frigid chill penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. Quickly, 3 figures darted forward, blocking Yi Feng's retreat, while 2 others positioned themselves on either side of him. Boda Ji confronted Yi Feng directly. Yi Feng, ha ha ha. I initially believed you possessed some intellect. Yet it appears you are quite the fool to dare engage me outside the barrier. Ha ha ha. Now I pose a question. Who possesses your formation disc? Boda Ji stepped closer, regarding Yi Feng with predatory eyes. Yi Feng refrained from engaging in idle chatter. A radiant golden light enveloped him, and a 6-meter-tall golden avatar materialized. Chapter 10:14. Still not dead? Seeking death? Boda Ji narrowed his eyes and reached out towards Yi Feng's avatar. In his estimation, even with such an avatar, a cultivator of Yi Feng's caliber would never be his match. He couldn't even be bothered to draw his flying sword. Die. Boom. Yi Feng struck without hesitation, his avatar mirroring his movements. In an instant, the snow on the ground danced in the wind, forming a formidable whirlwind that stirred the air within a 1,000-meter radius. Boda Ji's previously indifferent demeanor vanished, and he transitioned from grasping to striking, launching a counterattack at Yi Feng. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. The wind and snow stilled, and sound faded away. The clash of their powers created a balance of opposing forces. After a brief pause, Boda Ji clutched his chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. You? So powerful. He was unwilling to accept this outcome and abruptly struck his waist. A small green sword flew from his pouch and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a 5-meter-long colossal sword. Clang! The giant sword swung down towards Yi Feng. So you possess 2 spiritual swords? Yi Feng shielded his head with one hand while seizing the colossal sword with the other. The avatar behind him immediately unfurled its massive hand, enveloping nearly half of Yi Feng's body. Simultaneously, the other hand of the avatar grasped the giant sword. Clang! The palm of the avatar was cleaved open, yet the excess energy ensnared the colossal sword within the palm. Was the avatar's power truly this formidable? In the past, I was overly cautious, merely hiding behind the light barrier. It appears I have now acquired the strength to contend with those of the true martial realm. Yi Feng's heart surged with joy as he wielded the giant sword to sweep towards Boda Ji. Bang! Boda Ji was taken aback, stumbling back 20 meters, pointing at the colossal sword. The sword writhed in the avatar's grip, emitting a series of clarion chimes. Too late. Yi Feng roared, slamming both hands against the giant sword. Boom! The high-quality spiritual sword emitted a piercing shriek, its radiance diminished by more than half. You? Boda Ji was astonished, hastily slapping his waist. A yellow talisman soared forth, which he clutched tightly in his palm. The diamond talisman. Once affixed, a golden light radiated from his entire being, transforming him into a 3-meter-tall giant, matching Yi Feng's demonic form and stature. Yi Feng, prepare to meet your end. Boda Ji advanced with earth-shaking steps, charging at Yi Feng like a green behemoth. Yi Feng, discarding the now-dulled flying sword, mirrored Boda Ji's thunderous approach. Within and beyond the light barrier, all onlookers widened their eyes in shock at this clash of titans. Boom! The 2 figures collided. Boda Ji, engulfed in golden light, was sent flying 20 meters away. In contrast, Yi Feng's avatar merely dimmed by half, his body remaining steadfast. The force of the impact had been absorbed by the avatar, leaving only a fraction to affect his true form. Again, Yi Feng denied Boda Ji any chance to recover, leaping 10 meters into the air, bringing down 2 massive feet upon Boda Ji. Bang! Boda Ji rolled aside just in time to evade the crushing blow. However, the ice beneath was shattered, unleashing a torrent of seawater that drenched Boda Ji from head to toe. Meanwhile, Yifeng crouched low, curling his head and limbs into a tight ball. The avatar mirrored this posture, cocooning Yifeng's true form within its protective embrace. Splashes. The seawater struck the avatar, cascading down its translucent form to the ground below. Not a single drop touched Yifeng's true body. After a moment, Yifeng rose slowly to his feet. Boda Ji, in stark contrast, was in dire straits, soaked by seawater. His body had frozen almost entirely. Crack! He trembled, shattering the icy prison that bound him. Yet, even so, Boda Ji's lips turned blue, his complexion a dismal shade. There is something to you. It seems your avatar is far from ordinary. Boda Ji clasped his hands behind his back, vigorously rubbing them together. It's too cold. My fingers are nearly frozen stiff. However, as the senior disciple, he was a man who valued his reputation and would never allow his 5 junior brothers to assist him at this moment. It sufficed to understand the complexity of the situation. I shall offer you one final piece of advice. Leave my territory and return to your Westing County. If your sect leader seeks accountability, merely state that you were unable to locate the perpetrator, Yifeng said calmly. Ha ha ha. Yifeng, are you dreaming? Do you truly believe I cannot subdue you? Boda Ji's gaze wandered, surveying the area around Yifeng. In terms of strength, you have indeed surpassed me. Let us now test your reaction speed. Wind Shadow Technique. Upon completing his words, Boda Ji's body fragmented into 2, then 4, then 8, and finally 16. 16 shadows began to encircle Yifeng. Affirmed. Duoyan Hina anxiously approached the light barrier. Father, should I make my move now? Yixing called out nervously. No. Yifeng shook his head. He discerned that Boda Ji intended to win through speed. Yet, with his keen eyesight, he was still able to identify Boda Ji's true form. Boom. A punch was unleashed, and the 16 shadows gradually faded, coalescing into a single figure. Boda Ji, astonished, touched his chest and gazed at Yifeng in disbelief. Master Yi, I have no other choice. Today, I must rely on superior numbers. Junior brothers, let us act together and strive to capture Yifeng alive. Senior brother, we have been awaiting your command. The 5 responded in unison, each drawing a spirit sword from their waists that soared into the sky, dancing around Yifeng's towering form like a swarm of flies. Puff! Just as Yifeng reached out to seize one, a gash appeared in the palm of his avatar. But it quickly healed with the replenishment of energy. Puff, 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 puff. The other 4 swords also left marks upon Yifeng's avatar. Increased the intensity of the attack. We must shatter his avatar. I realize now that his strength stems from its power. Boda Ji did not engage directly, but instead orchestrated the battle from the front. Puff, 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 puff. The 5 flying swords suddenly doubled their speed, leaving Yifeng feeling dizzy. Oh! The avatar struck its chest with a fist, both hands reaching skyward. Puff! One of the avatar's hands was severed and fell to the ground. Yet, as the avatar was not a tangible entity, after expending some energy, a new hand grew back. The other hand of the avatar, however, grasped a swiftly moving spirit sword. Flash! Yifeng, unable to discern the situation clearly, grasped the spirit sword and swept it towards the sky. Clang clang. 2 spirit swords were sent flying 20 meters away, but they spiraled back and continued to charge at Yifeng. Still not defeated? Yifeng's hands danced wildly, wielding his massive sword in sweeping arcs. The speed of the flying swords was too rapid. He could only employ a chaotic sword style, striking as many as possible, even if struck by a flying sword. It mattered not, for it was the avatar being hit, not his true self. Occasionally, a flying sword attempted to slash at his true body, but the avatar would deflect it while swinging. Puff, 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 puff. Chapter 10:15. There is no escape. 4 spirit swords simultaneously struck Yifeng's avatar. The once resplendent manifestation of the head dimmed significantly, as if on the verge of collapse. The spiritual sword seized by Yifeng was equally unruly, flailing about in an attempt to escape his grasp. Exhaustion was setting in, the energy was waning. Yifeng gasped for breath, the glow above his head diminishing. Should he enlarge the light barrier now? He hesitated. In truth, he still had several abilities yet to be tested, and releasing the barrier at this moment felt like a waste. Moreover, the process of enlarging the barrier required a moment, and with the reaction speed of the true martial realm, it might not be able to encompass them in time. No, he needed to wear them down further. Only when their speed decreased could the barrier envelop them entirely. With this thought, Yifeng's expression shifted as he unleashed the blood-sucking technique. The spiritual sword in his hand emitted a piercing cry, resembling a wounded eagle eager to break free from his control. This was Dire, his spiritual sword. His most treasured possession seemed to be losing its essence. Doma's face paled. In mere moments, Yifeng shone brightly once more. In stark contrast, the sword he gripped had dulled, its struggles less vigorous than before. So this was the case, he chuckled. Seizing the spiritual sword, he struck skyward once again. With a puff, the soulless sword was easily shattered by the other 4 flying swords, transforming into a shower of golden light. However, this golden light morphed into chilling gusts. The remaining flying swords were encased by the frigid air, their speed halved. Yifeng shielded his body with one hand while the other reached skyward once more. The 4 masters were paralyzed with fear, hastily pointing at their swords. The 4 spiritual swords glimmered brightly, preparing to flee the confines of Yifeng's. Alas, he managed to grasp one. Blood-sucking technique. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A series of sucking sounds ensued, and the spiritual sword in Yifeng's hand dimmed once again. Retrieving the sword, they engaged him in close combat, employing the methods of the true martial realm. Bodazi gritted his teeth, his entire being radiating golden light. The others also sheathed their swords, and 5 figures lunged toward Yifeng simultaneously. Bang! Yifeng was struck in the chest, staggering backward. Bang! Another punch landed on his back. Death! Enduring these blows, he extended his massive hand and seized Bodazi by the neck. Gulp, gulp, gulp. What is happening to my vital energy? Bodazi was gripped by terror. This vital energy had been painstakingly accumulated over hundreds of years. Bang, bang, bang. 3 fists struck Yifeng's back simultaneously, forcing him to release Bodazi. In that moment, there were no sword energies, no dazzling abilities. 7 figures engaged purely in physical combat, the sounds of their clashes echoing. Bang! Another punch landed, causing Yifeng's to vanish entirely. Yet, his body remained in a 3-meter-tall demonic state. Yifeng delivered a powerful punch, sending Doma hurtling 5 meters away. Yet, despite the discomfort coursing through his body, Doma resolutely clutched Yifeng's legs. Grasping Doma's hair, Yifeng drew back his right fist, poised to deliver a devastating blow. However, a resounding bang echoed not from his fist, but from another strike that collided with Yifeng's head, dissipating the energy he had gathered. Father! Yixing screamed from within the luminous barrier. Affirmed. Doi and Hina pressed her body against the barrier. Bang! 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 3 consecutive punches rained down upon Yifeng, causing him to spew blood. Enduring the excruciating pain, he trapped Mingding's head under his arm while seizing Doma's hair with his other hand. Frost flame. The 2 were instantly encased in ice. Bodazi rushed forward, retracting his fist. Unfortunately, Yifeng retaliated with a swift kick, sending Bodazi flying 10 meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng pushed Doma another 5 meters away and forcefully twisted Mingding's head. The immense strength from the 3rd level of the celestial demon art resulted in Mingding's neck turning at a right angle. Simultaneously, the ice encasing Mingding shattered. As the ice broke apart, Mingding was immediately engulfed in flames. This was the true potency of the frost flame. It hurt so much. Mingding writhed in agony, and with gritted teeth, leaped 50 meters into the air, crashing down onto the ice layer as if a meteor striking the earth. The ice, several dozen meters away, shattered upon impact, and Mingding's body finally plunged into the sea. Boom. Just then, another ambush occurred. Yifeng, unable to deal with Mingding, was compelled to engage in close combat with several others. Moments later, Mingding emerged from the ice hole, his body severely burned. He straightened up, trembling as he touched his neck, realizing that had his fellow disciples been even a moment slower, his head would have been twisted off. The most terrifying aspect was Yifeng's frost flame technique. It was truly lethal. In such a remote location, encountering such a formidable opponent was unexpected. In the future, he could contend evenly with 6 true martial realm fighters. Bang! Yifeng unleashed another punch, sending Tugra flying 20 meters away. Bodazi attempted to charge again, but Yifeng swiftly seized his shoulder, engaging in a battle of brute strength. Not good. Quickly break free. His hand is problematic. I sense something being siphoned away by his grasp. Bodazi cried out in terror after just 5 seconds of struggle. The other 5, exhausted, could only approach with weary faces. Some clung to Yifeng's legs, others tugged at his hair, while a few grasped his neck. The battle among the seven had reached a stalemate. Suddenly, a spirit sword pierced through Yi Feng's back, emerging from his chest. Now, insert the spirit sword into his body. Bodazi's heart leaped with joy. Plunge. Another spirit sword stabbed into Yi Feng's thigh. Originally aimed at his heart, Yi Feng had raised his leg, causing the sword to pierce his thigh instead. Son, now is the time. After Yi Feng shouted, he ensnared Duoma with one leg while grasping Meng Ding's hair with one hand. This bodes ill. Bodazi sensed impending doom and forcefully pushed Yi Feng away, his body hurtling 20 meters back. The azure curtain of light expanded toward the group. This is bad. Quickly evade. 3 more individuals fled from Yi Feng's position. However, Duoma and Meng Ding were firmly clutched by Yi Feng, unable to escape. Release me, release me, release me. The two, terrified beyond measure, struck Yi Feng's body repeatedly. With each blow, Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he was resolute, like a turtle clinging to a stone, determined to end the lives of the two, refusing to let go. Quickly, assist the 2 junior brothers, and use your flying swords to slay Yi Feng. Bodazi's voice cracked in desperation. 2 flying swords shot forth simultaneously. Regrettably, they collided precisely within the light curtain. Return, flying swords. The 2 simultaneously executed hand seals. Unfortunately, the swords found entry easy but exit difficult, only able to flail about within the curtain. The light curtain enveloped Yi Feng and the 2 others. Yi Feng sighed in relief, releasing the 2 as his body retreated 50 meters, landing beside Duoyan Hina and Yi Xing suddenly. A golden thread materialized in midair. More threads appeared, and Meng Ding cried out in agony as his hand was severed, blood gushing forth. Quick, golden light shield. Gritting his teeth, Meng Ding unleashed his golden light technique, enveloping Duoma within its glow. Golden threads flickered, lightly brushing past the golden shield. Nearby, 2 spiritual swords were relentlessly assaulted by the golden threads, emitting continuous shrieks. 8 golden threads appeared, dimming the shield significantly. 16 threads emerged, causing the shield to lose much of its brilliance. This is dire. I must retract the golden shield. Duoma, you must fend for yourself. After speaking, Meng Ding shrank the shield to encompass only himself. No, Meng Ding, I lack the indestructible talisman. Please assist me. Duoma, bereft of the golden shield, was instantly seized by terror. There was no choice. Each must look after themselves. Gritting his teeth, Meng Ding once again reduced the shield. Duoma trembled, his form swelling to twice its size, muscles bulging as he attempted to resist the threads of the cursed sword. The golden thread sliced through, severing half of Duoma's head. His self-proclaimed formidable physique was as fragile as tofu before the cursed sword threads. In rapid succession, other golden threads surged forth, engulfing Duoma, shredding him into fragments. Blood swirling in the air, continuously sliced until rendered into nothingness. Meanwhile, Meng Ding's golden shield shattered, revealing his vulnerable form. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Yi Feng. I'll unmaster Yi, spare my life. I am willing to be your servant. No sooner had he spoken than a massive cluster of golden threads appeared. Terrified, Meng Ding curled his body into a ball. In the next moment, his hands and feet were reduced to mere fragments, leaving behind only a torso. Hina, cease the sword threads, Yi Feng urged urgently. Very well. With a swift change of hand gestures, Duoyan Hina commanded the golden threads within the grand formation to dissipate into the air. All that remained were 2 greatly diminished spiritual flying swords and a human staff. Meng Ding's limbs bled profusely, his lips quivering as if pleading for mercy, yet also cursing. Anger, staunch his bleeding. Do not let him perish, Yi Feng commanded. Understood. Anger crouched down and opened the nearby medical box. Just then, an unforeseen event occurred. Meng Ding opened his mouth, and a black ribbon erupted from it. Before Anger could react, his head exploded like a watermelon. Anger. Yi Feng's eyes widened in horror as he cradled Anger's headless body. I shall have your head. Wang Zhihai roared angrily, drawing his curved blade with a sharp sound. Clang. The blade struck Meng Ding's torso, only to be repelled. You filthy cur. How dare you wear treasure garments? Wang Zhihai exclaimed as he ripped aside Meng Ding's outer clothing, revealing a pale golden robe within. The robe was torn, and Wang Zhihai inverted his blade, stabbing towards the garment. No, do not kill him yet, Duoyan Hina chided sharply. Sister-in-law, why must we spare him? He has slain Anger. I shall chop him into pieces to feed the fish. Wang Zhihai retorted furiously. Chun En and the others rushed in, armed with rifles and pistols, their eyes ablaze with rage. Though anger had joined them midway, he had bonded well with the group, and now, at this moment, he had fallen to the hands of that scoundrel Mengding. Feng, quickly stop them. I know you have a reason for sparing his life. Duo Yanhina turned to Yi Feng. At this juncture, only Yi Feng's words could hold weight. Yi Feng, clutching anger's headless body, looked somewhat lost. Everyone stepped back. Let him live for now. I intend to torment him slowly, Yi Feng declared, striding towards Mengding while holding anger's corpse, gripping his neck and lifting his torso. He. Yi Feng, it matters not if I die. Let us make this swift, Mengding sneered. Swift, you say? Yi Feng's finger twitched, and he gouged out Mengding's right eye. Ah, my eye, my eye. Mengding shrieked in agony. Return to me, Yi Feng. With anger's body embraced in his left arm, lifted Mengding in his right hand, and, after a few swift movements, transported him to the iron cage. Outside the luminous barrier, Bodaji watched as two of his junior brothers lay dead and injured, his heart bleeding. Eldest brother, we must avenge Mengding and Duoma. Tajir approached. Avenge? With what shall we seek vengeance? Just now, Yi Feng faced 6 of us and barely faltered. Now we are but 4. How can we exact revenge? Pray tell. Bodaji could not contend with Yi Feng, but he could reprimand his disciples. Yet, we cannot simply watch as our junior brothers are slain. Tajir whispered. At this juncture, we can only devise a plan from the periphery. Tugger, you must leave the secret realm and head to the Black Wind Gate. Please summon an elder from the sect, ensuring that they are of innate level, Bodaji stated slowly. Very well, I shall depart immediately. Tugger nodded and prepared to journey northward. At that moment, a throng of individuals emerged from the icy dwellings, armed with crossbows and fixed their sharp gazes upon the 4. Yu Long and Lung Ling stood at the back of the crowd, also gripping crossbows. Brothers, this is an opportunity. There are only 4 of them left. And 800 million spring coins at stake, Yu Long shouted. He is right, brother Yu Long. They have exhausted their strength, and for the sake of the spring coins. Charge! Lung Ling exclaimed as she led the charge toward the 4. Damn it! If I cannot contend with Yi Feng, how could I not deal with you? Bodaji's eyes narrowed, and he surged into the crowd like a cannonball. Various explosive sounds erupted in succession. Meanwhile, Yi Feng placed the corpse of Niu Decao aside and coldly scrutinized the now helpless Mengding. Mengding, enlighten me about the matters concerning the Star Main Continent. Yi Feng said calmly. What matters? Mengding retorted with a mocking glint in his eyes. Whatever pertains to the Star Main Continent, what powerful beings inhabit that realm? What formidable sects exist, and what influential nations are there? Tell me all that you know. Upon finishing, Yi Feng placed a branding iron into the furnace. Mengding furrowed his brow, and the next moment, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng, do you truly believe that with such trivial tactics, you can compel me to yield? Regardless, I, Mengding, am destined to die today, so unleash whatever methods you have. The now dismembered Mengding suddenly displayed a resilient spirit. He was a clever man, aware that escape from death was futile, and thus chose to embrace his fate. Chapter 10:17. Is there a problem? Is that so? Yi Feng withdrew the glowing branding iron and waved it before Mengding, allowing him to sense the intense heat emanating from it. Indeed, Mengding swallowed hard, and the resolve in his eyes wavered slightly. Masters of punishment typically do not resort to direct torture. Rather, they employ psychological torment to instill profound fear in their subjects. If one begins with torture, the subject may become desensitized, rendering them more obstinate. I ask you, who is the strongest in the Star Main Continent? Yi Feng inquired languidly, moving the branding iron near Mengding's wound. Me? I would rather die than divulge that information. Mengding turned his head away defiantly. Is that so? Yi Feng ceased his politeness and abruptly pressed the branding iron against Mengding's wound. Once his energy was depleted, Mengding, despite his physically robust form, possessed no greater endurance than an ordinary person. The scent of roasting flesh wafted through the air, prompting Yi Feng to sniff and return the branding iron to the furnace. On the second floor of the iron prison, Hao Yu cautiously observed Yi Feng's silhouette, her eyes filled with trepidation. Yi Feng then seized a pair of scissors and swiftly cut open Mengding's trousers. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? Mengding's gaze momentarily lost its focus. Yi Feng seemed to have identified Mengding's vulnerability, realizing that this fellow placed great importance on familial treasures. I ask you once more, who is the strongest individual in the Star Main Continent? Yi Feng pressed on. I am truly at a loss, having lived for centuries. The most formidable individual I have encountered is merely at the transformation realm. To my knowledge, the strongest among us in Xian County is the Peach Blossom Old Demon of the Harmony sect, currently at the mid-stage of the Divine Origin realm. Beyond that, I am unaware. Meng Ding's mental defenses have finally been breached. Based on your experience, what is the realm of the emperor of that nation you mentioned? The Black Mountain Kingdom? Yi Feng inquired. The emperor? What emperor? Meng Ding's gaze remained fixated on Yi Feng's scissors. You do not know of the emperor? Yi Feng's brows furrowed. Of course, I do not. What are you even talking about? Very well. Who governs the Black Mountain Kingdom? Who is the supreme ruler? Yi Feng altered his approach. It is the monarch and the monarchess. Their power, I have never witnessed, only heard whispers of, Meng Ding replied. A blend of fear and agony evident in his demeanor, as if his sanity were on the verge of unraveling. And what of the monarch's strength? What realm do they occupy? Yi Feng pressed further. I truly do not know, but I surmise it is at least above the spirit division realm, Meng Ding weakly articulated. I shall ask you again, how many powerful sects exist in your Black Mountain Kingdom, and how are these sects structured? What taboos are present in your Xingming continent? Furthermore, which sect possesses the most extensive collection of tomes? Yi Feng diligently extracted every conceivable inquiry. Outside the luminous barrier, the cacophony gradually subsided. A figure unsteadily rose. It was Bodazi. He slowly turned his head towards the individual nailed to the entrance of the sanctuary, letting out a hoarse roar. Junior brother. Just moments ago, they battled fiercely against dozens of sovereigns and hundreds of monarchs under the condition of energy depletion. All three of my junior brothers have been slain. I am the sole survivor. Bodazi supported himself against the icy structure, gazing ahead. Before him stood approximately 10 individuals, all masters at the sovereign level. Yulong had lost an arm, and one eye, along with an ear, bore grievous wounds. Long Ling was not faring much better. Her abdomen bled profusely, her complexion ashen. The fates of the other sovereigns were similarly grim, each one gravely injured. The terror of a true martial realm expert is beyond comprehension. At this moment, they began to grasp the magnitude of Yi Feng's strength. To single-handedly confront 6 true martial experts with the prowess of a 9th-tier sovereign is a frightening prospect. You, a mere swarm of ants, Bodazi exclaimed, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Yulong, senior brother, I feel so cold. Should we proceed? Long Ling's once fierce spirit had been utterly extinguished, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Earlier, they had employed every conceivable tactic, yet failed to vanquish Bodazi. This individual possessed an arsenal of hidden cards, seemingly unfathomable. Each time Long Ling believed she could defeat him, he would conjure a talisman as if by magic, leaving only a handful of their hundreds of experts standing. Yulong's lips quivered, and he did not respond to Long Ling's query. Had it been 3 hours prior, he would have undoubtedly drawn his curved blade without hesitation. However, at this moment, he had softened. The other sovereigns simultaneously cast their gazes upon Bodazi, their eyes flickering with both greed and fear. 200 million hot spring coins. However, do I possess the means to squander? Upon witnessing the feeble demeanor of this group, Bodazi felt an inward sigh of relief. Had these dozen or so peak practitioners charged recklessly towards him, he would have found himself devoid of any trump cards. Just moments ago, he had exhausted all his amassed talismans, flying swords, and spiritual artifacts. Initially intent on exterminating them, he reconsidered, deeming them mere ants. After uttering his thoughts, Bodazi summoned a breath of vitality and swiftly darted towards the periphery of the hot spring island. Phew! Yulong also released a long breath. Let us depart, fellow brothers. We shall transport the 3 corpses to the hot spring island, which will yield us 600 million hot spring coins. As for the other fallen comrades, their compensation. Yulong paused, hesitant to voice his innermost thoughts. At that moment, a burly man with a curled beard spoke up. The dead are but victims of their own inadequacy. What compensation is there? This 600 million shall be divided among us. Upon hearing this, a smirk curled at the corner of Yulong's mouth as he surveyed the others. No one voiced dissent. Thus, the matter was settled. 600 million, to be equally shared among the 14 of them, ensuring each would receive at least 40 million hot spring coins. With this fortune, they could send some promising descendants to further their studies on the hot spring island. And in due time, they too could bask in the glory of residing within the barrier. Yulong promptly made the decision. Let us retrieve the bodies. The dozen or so powerful individuals immediately surged forward, peeling back layers to uncover the corpses. 20 minutes later, they approached the barrier, carrying the bodies. May I inquire? Is Lord Yu present? Oh no, is Lord Helixuan here? Yulong asked politely, his demeanor akin to that of a schoolboy. After all, the acknowledgement of these 3 corpses by the hot spring island was essential to claim their 600 million. Helixuan emerged from the crowd, casting a vacant gaze towards Yulong and his companions outside the barrier. He had witnessed the earlier fray and recognized the effort expended by this group. I am here. Have you come to claim your bounty? Helixuan inquired. Indeed, Lord Helixuan. We have 3 corpses here, all of which are on the list. Yulong replied, nudging the bodies and turning his face towards Helixuan. Excellent, Director Wang. Prepare 600 million hot spring coins for them, Helixuan commanded. 600 million? Wang Zhihai's expression darkened. Is there a problem? Our hot spring island values its credibility. Once the bounty is claimed, the payment must be made, Helixuan asserted with conviction. Chapter 1018. A face full of flattery. Very well. You, take a team to fetch the money, Wang Zhihai instructed a bank manager. Yes, at once. The manager promptly headed to the main branch. Wang Zhihai then turned his gaze to the 14 blood-soaked individuals outside the barrier, his mind racing. Congratulations to you all for acquiring such a substantial sum. I propose you deposit it in the hot spring bank. Given the current interest rates, if you deposit 10 million in the bank, you will earn 1,000 each day. Keeping such a large sum at home will yield no returns, Wang Zhihai tempted. Yulong felt a flicker of interest, casting a glance at the other powerful individuals. President Wang, regardless of the circumstances, let the money pass through our hands. At least allow me to touch it, or perhaps even kiss it. A formidable figure stepped forward. Very well, please wait a moment. An hour later, the manager approached with more than 20 individuals, each carrying a large burlap sack. Discard the sacks, commanded Wang Zhihai. With a series of thuds, the sacks were hurled away. Ladies and gentlemen, each sack contains 30 million hot spring coins. Please count them carefully. Wang Zhihai crossed his arms, anxiously observing the group. Fearing they might not deposit the funds, by securing the money in the bank, he could exert control over them. If they carried cash, it would lead to potential chaos at any moment. The crowd eagerly tore open the sacks. Yulong extended his lone arm, bringing a banknote to his nose, inhaling its scent before planting a fervent kiss upon it. Ah, this is the aroma of wealth. I relish this fragrance, he exclaimed with glee. Lung Ling caressed the hot spring coins, her eyes sparkling with dreams of exquisite garments and handbags from Hot Spring Island. Yet, she swiftly dismissed such thoughts. As the matriarch, the well-being of her kin remained unresolved. How could she squander hundreds of thousands of hot spring coins on a mere outfit? No, that would be imprudent. It would be wiser to invest in pest control measures instead. Moreover, purchasing a few hand crossbows seemed prudent, as the ones they had recently acquired had proven effective in battle. Had their bolts not run out, they would not have suffered such significant losses. Have you completed the counting? Wang Zhihai inquired, his smile radiating an exaggerated politeness. Godfather, oh no, President Wang, I can claim 40 million from this amount. There are 30 million in this sack. Please assist me in depositing it in the bank. Upon finishing her statement, Lung Ling tossed one of the sacks towards Wang Zhihai. Wait, I'll step out, he said, swiftly leaping beyond the luminous barrier, a gust of cold wind causing him to huddle his neck. I have prepared the documents. Lung Ling, kindly sign here and provide at least 4 fingerprints from both hands. Wang Zhihai instructed. Why such a measure? Lung Ling asked. Well, Wang Zhihai pointed towards the one-armed swordsman Yulong. In the event that you lose one hand, you will still have a backup fingerprint for verification. Lung Ling's expression darkened, yet she complimented him. Indeed, the Hot Spring Bank is commendable for its thorough considerations. Before long, the fingerprints were affixed, and Wang Zhihai extracted 3,000 yuan notes from the sack. Here, this is your interest for today. In the future, the principal will remain in the bank, and the interest will be dispersed monthly, approximately 90,000 hot spring coins. Wang Zhihai grinned. And my principal? 30 million. Lung Ling felt a pang of anxiety. Rest assured, the principal is always accessible. However, should you withdraw the principal, you will forfeit the additional monthly interest of 100,000. Please deliberate carefully, Wang Zhihai cautioned. Understood. Lung Ling replied, accepting the 3 banknotes and carefully placing them against her chest. Wang Zhihai then cast the sack into the luminous barrier. I too wish to deposit. I will put in 10 million, declared the burly man with the curled beard. Depositing 10 million, the monthly interest amounts to merely 30,000. Have you considered this thoroughly? Wang Zhihai felt a surge of panic. If this group of individuals were to possess cash, they might resort to nefarious deeds. What can be done? Our clan is on the brink of starvation, and I still need 30 million to purchase frozen fish and warm clothing. The burly man with the coiled beard said. His face flushed. Ah, so you are a pauper. Very well, let us deposit 10 million then. A hint of disdain flickered across Wang Zhihai's face. Further embarrassing the burly man. He intended to mock the impoverished with a gaze filled with contempt for the rich. Otherwise, the poor would lack the motivation to earn money, and he would not be able to reap the rewards of the entire world through currency on his hot spring island. In essence, there exists a sense of competition between tribes and individuals. President Wang, do you possess a $3,000 coat? You know, the white mink coat worn by Duoyan Hina? Lung Ling could no longer contain herself. The desire for beauty is an inherent trait of women. She often dreams at night of Duoyan Hina gifting her that very coat. Apologies, that garment is exceedingly expensive, priced at 120,000 hot spring coins. Have you even considered the cut, the fabric, the stitching, and craftsmanship? It takes hundreds of highly skilled seamstresses an entire month to create it. This does not even account for the design fees, as the designer is Susan, and they are family. Wang Zhihai replied calmly. What? 120,000 hot spring coins? You might as well rob someone. Lung Ling exclaimed in shock. Incorrect. It is a far better option than theft. If you lack funds, do not entertain the thought of purchasing fine clothing. You could acquire some scraps from the hot spring garment factory and have your clan members assist in making a piece. But I cannot guarantee it will achieve the same effect as your sister-in-law's coat, and it will lack a label, Wang Zhihai remarked, his tone slightly cold. Do you think I cannot afford it? Lung Ling retorted angrily, pulling out 2 stacks of hot spring coins from another sack, totaling 200,000. I am determined to buy it today. Lung Ling, your clan's basic needs have yet to be addressed. I advise you to exercise restraint and wait until you earn a substantial order before indulging. Yulong interjected, unable to hold back. No, today I will compel Wang Zhihai to return to his previous respectfulness. Upon finishing her statement, Lung Ling threw the 200,000 hot spring coins onto Wang Zhihai's face. Take this money and buy Duoyan Hina's coat for me, and any excess will be your reward. Lung Ling began to act impulsively. Yes, right away, esteemed guest. Wang Zhihai replied, adopting a highly accommodating demeanor. Indeed, Lung Ling's vanity was satisfied, and with a content expression, she departed with the remaining 10 million, which she intended to manage meticulously to ensure her clan could sustain themselves for 2 months. Simultaneously, her clan required a considerable amount of clothing for warmth, which would incur another significant expense. Within the iron cell, Feng held a chicken feather brush, writing as he listened. Let me ask you again. What is the total population of your Xingming continent? Feng inquired. I truly do not know. Feng, please help me stop the bleeding. I feel as though I am on the verge of death, Meng Ding replied, his face pale. Very well, I shall assist you. Feng placed a piece of iron on the fire to heat it. Chapter 1019. I beg you. What do you intend to do? Are you truly going to staunch the bleeding this way? What other options are there? No, please, no. After a brief moment, a chilling scream resonated within the iron cell, abruptly ceasing. Yet, mere moments later, that same agonizing wail erupted again. There was no alternative. This unfortunate soul had suffered the severance of all limbs, necessitating 4 cauterizations to halt the blood loss. As for any subsequent measures, Feng was indifferent. He merely required Meng Ding to survive for another month or 2 to extract sufficient intelligence from him. Is he already unconscious? Utterly useless, Feng remarked, preparing to depart the iron cell. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Feng, you cannot leave him here. Do you intend for me to remain in this cell with him? How you said nervously, still clad in a bikini fashioned by Chunin. However, it is settled. How you? Remember, your Greenfield faction has been dismantled. From this day forth, you shall be a resident of my hot spring island. I expect you to conduct yourself with propriety and refrain from any attempts to undermine my domain. Otherwise, next time, you shall meet your demise, along with Qing Jun. Feng's gaze bore into Hao Yu's eyes. Feng, during these days, I have witnessed the advanced systems of Hot Spring Island. Rest assured, I wholeheartedly support such governance. Please allow me to become a resident first. I shall demonstrate my worth by concocting various elixirs, striving to attain citizenship as soon as possible, Hao Yu implored, grasping Yi Feng's hand. Very well, Yi Feng acquiesced, and together they exited the iron cell side by side. With a resounding clang, the iron cell sealed, confining the corpse of Niu Decao alongside Meng Ding. Yi Feng intended to subject Meng Ding to the torment of sharing space with the deceased. Chief, Qing Jun suddenly appeared, intertwining her arm with Hao Yu's. Quickly, Qing Jun, lend me your outer garment. I cannot bear to wear so little fabric. Certainly, Qing Jun complied, shedding her outer layer and donning only her undergarments. Once Hao Yu draped herself in the clothing, the flush on her cheeks finally faded. Yi Feng, where's my residence? Hao Yu inquired. You and Qing Jun are now residents. For the time being, reside with her. As for your future accommodations, seek out the housing department to apply. However, I advise you to secure employment first, for residents do not receive unemployment benefits, such as cleaning duties. By the way, you seem skilled in alchemy, with Niu Decao's demise. You could take a position at the Hot Spring Hospital. With your capabilities, you might one day ascend to the role of director. Once you achieve that position, I will request Lord He Lishuan to grant you a recommendation for citizenship. Yi Feng stated nonchalantly. Understood. Very well, Hao Yu replied, promptly following Qing Jun away. Yi Feng gazed vacantly at the shimmering screen, feeling a sense of melancholy wash over him. Such is life. Unexpected events continually arise, leaving him weary in their wake. Brother Feng. He then noticed He Lishuan and Wang Zhihai dragging 3 corpses toward the screen. What are these 3 corpses? Yi Feng examined closely, taken aback. How did they meet their end? The implication of someone capable of slaying a true martial realm expert suggested that beings beyond that realm existed outside the screen. An unsettling realization he had overlooked. They fell victim to your bounty. However, to eliminate these 3, at least hundreds of formidable experts perished outside the screen, Wang Zhihai explained. Ah, it is a relief, I thought. What? Nothing. Why drag the corpse in? Would it not suffice to burn it directly? Brother Feng. These individuals have indirectly caused the demise of our citizens on Hot Spring Island. We must hang the 3 corpses before the screen, allowing all within and outside the island to witness the fate that befalls those who harm our citizens, sounding the alarm for others. He Lishuan glanced at Wang Zhihai and spoke slowly. Yi Feng discerned that this idea originated from Wang Zhihai. Excellent, He Lishuan. You have finally shown some ambition. Perhaps I can truly enjoy my retirement from now on. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, casting an encouraging glance towards Wang Zhihai. The formerly hunched Wang Zhihai straightened his chest, proudly shouldering a corpse beside the screen. Construct a wooden tower to suspend these 3 corpses, and hang a placard on their chests detailing their crimes, so that the outside populace can understand the consequence of killing citizens, Wang Zhihai proclaimed loudly. Yi Feng and He Lishuan exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Lord Island Master, Wang Zhihai is indeed a valuable asset, but he must be kept in check. Do not allow him to become too arrogant, understood? Yes, Master Yi. Oh no, Brother Feng. He Lishuan instinctively bowed. Yi Feng sighed, lowering his hand and returning the gesture. From now on, I entrust Hot Spring Island to you. Do not trouble me with any matters, thank you. With that, Yi Feng strode towards the castle. That evening, Hot Spring Island held a memorial service for Niu Decao. After all, the deceased was a citizen, and the director of the Hot Spring Hospital. He Lishuan believed it necessary to conduct a ceremony to remind all citizens of their importance. Yi Feng did not attend. He felt unworthy, as he had indirectly contributed to Niu Decao's demise. He had allowed Niu Decao to assist him in staunching blood flow, fully aware that Meng Ding was a master of the true martial realm. For 7 consecutive days, the spirits of the Hot Spring Islanders remained low, save for a few children who frolicked without a care. During this time, Yi Feng was not idle. He relentlessly interrogated Meng Ding, compelling him to divulge the secrets of the Star Ming continent. In the Jianjian Gorge concession, Susan was instructing the residents in the construction of ice houses. She had received word that Duo Yin and He Na would return to Jianjian Gorge in a month, alleviating her dismay. For it meant that Yi Feng would no longer be under that woman's sway. Just then, Bai Guoguo blew a whistle. What is it? Susan and the other senior officials approached the screen. Among the throng of disaster victims, a bloodied figure staggered forth. It was Bo Deji. He was gravely wounded and currently lacked the strength to leave the gale zone. Should he force his way through, he would be torn to shreds by the winds. This man resembled an injured tiger, evoking a sense of pity. Bai Guoguo could not help but exclaim, She sensed that Bodaji was a formidable individual. Bodaji gazed at the screen before him, pressing his hands against it. Please, allow me entry. I only wish to sip some hot water. I beg you. Bodaji harbored no malicious intent at present. He felt as though his throat were engulfed in flames. Outside, there was no place to procure heated water. The encampment beyond the lease area was surrounded by no fewer than 300,000 inhabitants of Aegean Gorge, with even more approaching from the distance. They sensed a slight increase in temperature as they neared the Grand Formation. Not only were the people of Aegean Gorge migrating here, but numerous tribes, both large and small, from the vicinity were also making their way toward this location. In the face of apocalyptic calamities, humanity, much like birds, instinctively sought warmth, lest they succumb to freezing or starvation. Chapter 1020. It has been long since I engaged in this activity. Apologies, sir. But this is the Hot Spring Island concession in Aegean Gorge. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. Please find an ice shelter to endure the night. Susan coldly refused. Bodaji shook his head to ensure he was not fainting. Suddenly, 3 figures descended amidst the multitude of ice shelters. Elder Emoli. The gale wind zone is truly treacherous. The higher one's realm, the more potent the gale's power. We have finally made it through. Just moments ago, Junior Brother Ming perished in the gale wind zone. A middle-aged man spoke slowly. At the forefront stood an elderly man with a piercing gaze. Snowflakes, upon landing on him, slid away as if repelled. Intriguing. In such a remote locale, a protective clan formation of this magnitude is remarkable, Elder Emoli remarked, proceeding towards the brilliant curtain of light with his hands clasped behind his back. Along the way, he encountered 2 groups of disaster-stricken individuals blocking his path. Nevertheless, Elder Emoli continued unabated, walking directly past them. With a series of muffled thuds, several heads rolled to the ground, and none could discern how Elder Emoli had executed such swift actions. Bodaji, appearing frail, was retreating when he suddenly beheld the trio. You, Elder Emoli? He shook his head, nearly believing his eyes deceived him. Is that not Bodaji? How have you fallen to such a state? A hint of seriousness crept onto Emoli's previously calm visage. What could inflict such harm upon Bodaji? Does this imply that even in such a secluded place, there are innate realm powerhouses? It was well known that Bodaji possessed the strength of a pinnacle true martial artist. I, Elder Emoli. Bodaji managed to utter a few words before collapsing to the ground. Administer him a vitality pill, Emoli instructed. However, the 2 individuals beside him exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Such stinginess? Alas, allow me. After all, this lad's master is a close friend of mine. Upon finishing, Emoli retrieved a grayish-white pill from his robe. After a brief moment, Bodaji slowly opened his eyes, a hint of color returning to his pallid face. I ask you, who inflicted such injuries upon you? Emoli inquired. Master Emo, it was Yi Feng from the Hot Spring Island. He is responsible for our injuries. However, with your presence as an innate realm expert, you should be able to breach the great formation of Hot Spring Island, Bodaji replied. What is Yi Feng's realm? Emoli continued, his expression as impassive as ever. This time, he had come seeking vengeance for his disciple, Qing Mu. Firstly, there exists a bond of affection between him and Aoki. Furthermore, the entire Xin County is aware of his disciple's demise. If he fails to exact vengeance, how can he preserve his dignity? He is at the post-heaven realm, Bodaji stated. Are you certain? Emoli raised an eyebrow, skeptical that a cultivator at the post-heaven level could inflict grave injuries upon a peak true martial cultivator. I am certain. Master Uncle can verify for himself that Yi Feng is indeed at the late stage of true martial. But I suspect he has cultivated the holy demon art left by the spear god, Bodaji replied. What? The holy demon art? Emoli, previously expressionless, suddenly became animated. Ever since the spear god ascended, the lower realms have been in search of his treasures, and it is astonishing that such treasures lie in this remote location. Let us proceed to Hot Spring Island. Upon finishing his words, Emoli vanished in a few flashes, appearing 100 zhang away. Wait for me. Bodaji consumed a vitality-restoring pill, managing to recover a third of his strength. 3 figures swiftly followed closely behind Emoli. Within the barrier of the One-Sword Gorge, Susan lowered her binoculars. It appears that Duoyen Hina's words were not unfounded. The area of violent winds has become unsettled, as various formidable figures have emerged. Guogua, keep an eye on the formation. I have matters to attend to, Susan instructed. All right. Bai Guogua nodded in response. At Hot Spring Island, Yi Feng and a group of individuals stood before the barrier, fervently waving at dozens of sand carts. According to the decision of the council, the new island master has been selected, and thus Duo Yin Hina, Chunin, Ding Tuanshuan, Yi Xing, and others must return to the One-Sword Gorge enclave. Goodbye, father. Yi Xing waved from atop a sand cart. Ah Feng, take care. The new year is just 3 months away, and we can once again be a family together. Duo Yin Hina also waved vigorously. The council members were elected by all the citizens of Hot Spring Island, and she must respect the council's decision. Otherwise, the civilization that her husband worked so hard to establish would crumble. Brother Feng, you appear rather troubled. How about visiting Peach Blossom Village tonight? Wang Zhihai suggested. No, I fear I cannot attend tonight. I have an unsettling premonition about this separation, Yi Feng replied, his complexion ashen, the ominous feeling intensifying. Inside the sand cart, Duo Yin Hina also felt a sense of unease. She glanced back and forth, appearing restless. Just then, a figure landed heavily atop the sand cart. Subsequently, the cart's hatch opened, and Yi Feng slid in from above. Ah Feng, Duo Yin Hina exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Father, are you coming with us to the One-Sword Gorge? Yi Xing asked eagerly. Indeed, I must see the One-Sword Gorge for myself. Those fellows in the council only forbade you from staying on Hot Spring Island. They did not prohibit me from visiting the One-Sword Gorge, Yi Feng responded. He then embraced Yi Xing with his left arm and Duo Yin Hina with his right. Their heads closely nestled together. Then let us depart. You should also manage affairs at the One-Sword Gorge. Thus far, they have yet to implement the currency, and all work requires citizens to undertake it personally. They are contemplating a strike, Duo Yin Hina remarked. Rest assured, I shall address the monetary issue while ensuring that our little family of 4, myself, you, Yi Xing, and Susan, remains intact. Yi Feng chuckled. At that moment, the manhole cover was lifted once more, and Chunin climbed in. Brother Feng, are you also heading to the Yijian Gorge concession? Splendid. When we ventured there together before, we returned with the array disc that solidified our dominion over Hot Spring Island. Now, as we unite our strengths once more, we shall undoubtedly carve out a successful venture in the Yijian Gorge concession, Chunin declared with an air of leadership. Indubitably, you are my lucky star, Yi Feng replied, embracing Chunin. Just then, the manhole cover opened again, and Ding Tuan Tuan squeezed in. Little Tuan Tuan, it's getting cramped in here, Chunin exclaimed with some annoyance. What are you fretting about? I came in to bring you some fun items. Look at this, Ding Tuan Tuan said, extracting a deck of cards and a chess set from her backpack. Marvelous. Did you make these yourself? Yi Feng asked, his face alight with surprise. The journey from Hot Spring Island to Yijian Gorge would take at least 2 months, even at full speed, making it the perfect opportunity to engage in some games like Do Di Zhu along the way. Brother Feng, come, let us play chess. It has been ages since I last indulged in this intellectual pursuit, Chunin said, having already set up the chessboard. Come on, who fears whom? Cannon, knight jumps, linked knights, and so forth. Before long, Yi Feng found himself utterly defeated, left with only a general and an elephant. Duo Yin Hina and Yi Xing observed, gradually discerning the intricacies of chess. Once more, Yi Feng's cheeks flushed with indignation as he challenged Chunin again. This time, Yi Feng suffered an even more humiliating defeat. Ha ha, Brother Feng, would you like me to lend you a knight? Chunin laughed heartily. No more. I am past my prime and no longer capable. Yi Feng sighed, hoping for some consolation from Chunin. Though you may feel aged, you remain a novice compared to me in chess, Chunin replied excitedly, resetting the chess pieces once again. At that moment, Duo Yin Hina took Yi Feng's place. Chunin, I have grasped the nuances of chess. Let us have a match. You, sister-in-law, I know you are cleverer than Brother Feng, but you shall not surpass me in chess. Then let us begin. In their first match, Duo Yin Hina lost. The second match was arduous for her, but she managed a narrow victory in the third. However, she triumphed decisively in the fourth. Time flew, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Chunin looked at Duo Yin Hina, who had just bested him with a rook and a cannon. Sister-in-law, you learn remarkably quickly. I shall no longer engage in this, for I am past my prime, Chunin exclaimed, flipping the chessboard over. Just then, Yi Xing piped up, Uncle, though you may be older, you are still no match for me in chess. Let us play Do Di Zhu, sister-in-law, Yi Xing. You may observe and learn our strategies. And once you understand, you can join in. The three then resumed their spirited game of cards. After observing for a while, Duo and Hina grasped the strategies and went to assist the driver, inviting him to join in for a few rounds as well. After a while, the artillerymen from the lower level of the sand cart joined in on the fun, laughter echoing from within as everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Soon, Chunin, cradling a chessboard, sought to make his presence felt in another sand cart. Indeed, half an hour later, Chun An's boisterous laughter resonated from the adjacent cart. Just then, the cart in front came to a halt, triggering a chain reaction that caused the subsequent carts to gradually stop as well. What was happening ahead? Yifeng lifted the manhole cover, exposing his head to the biting wind and snow. In the distance, four figures stood blocking the way. It was he Shishu. It was Yifeng. A familiar voice called out through the storm. Yifeng swiftly ascended to the top of the sand cart. Bodaji, you're unharmed? Yifeng squinted, surveying the three individuals beside Bodaji. Two of them bore a similar aura to that of Bodaji from before. However, the presence of the elder at the forefront was unfathomable. Emoli stepped forward, sizing up Yifeng from head to toe. Indeed, he had reached the postnatal realm. The power of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo skill was truly formidable, enabling one to vanquish foes across a significant realm. In their Western County, it was a rarity for anyone to achieve such a feat. Are you Yifeng? Emoli inquired, his tone indifferent. Indeed, I am the junior. May I ask what business you have in blocking my path, senior? Yifeng's heart sank slightly. He sensed that he was no match for this individual today. To command the utmost respect from someone at the peak of the Jinwu realm, was there any doubt that he must possess innate strength? He believed that with his 9th-tier power, he could annihilate a peak Jinwu opponent. Yet, the prospect of overcoming two major realms seemed utterly unrealistic. You killed Qingmu? Emoli questioned. Senior, it was Qingmu who sought to kill me. I was forced to retaliate out of necessity, Yifeng replied, discreetly signaling the sand cart behind him to flee. He understood that a fierce battle was inevitable, and he wished to spare his wife and child from the impending chaos. It was anticipated, ever since he reached the Jinwu realm, that boy has become quite arrogant. It is unsurprising that he stirred up trouble. I can overlook your responsibility. But you cannot expect me to let my disciple die in vain, Emoli said, his tone seemingly less resolute. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Yifeng. Senior, your discernment is remarkable and your understanding profound. I am truly grateful for your magnanimity. Please, if there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever I can do, I shall ensure adequate compensation, Yifeng stated earnestly. If he were free of ties, he might have fled without a second thought. However, the current circumstances were different. If he ran, Duo Yin, Hina, and his son would be captured. Could you provide me with a handwritten copy of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo skill that you practice? Emoli inquired. Certainly, Yifeng nodded, retrieving the complete text of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo skill from his robes. After all, this was not a unique manuscript. He had acquired it from the Grand Elder of the Jiani Gorge. Please accept this, senior. With a swift motion, Yifeng tossed the beast-skin scroll, which Emoli deftly caught. His hands trembled slightly as he slowly unfurled the scroll. Indeed, it does not appear to be a counterfeit. Emoli's face was alight with excitement as he turned to the next page. He could be considered a formidable figure in the Western County, possessing his own discernment, and was aware that Yifeng was not deceiving him with forgeries. After a while, Emoli had perused the entire volume. Senior, I have provided you with the Fan Sheng Divine Demon technique. May we now be allowed to depart? Yifeng inquired. Emoli paused momentarily, tucking the animal skin scroll into his bosom. Yifeng, this Fan Sheng Divine Demon technique can alleviate the enmity between us. However, I have heard that you have slain Meng Ding and Duo Ma. Emoli replied coolly, evidently preparing to renege on their agreement. Yifeng sighed deeply, having hoped to resolve matters without conflict. Yet he was continuously compelled to take action. They are not your disciples, are they? Yifeng remarked. Though they are not my apprentices, they are indeed core disciples of the Black Wind sect. As an elder of the Black Wind sect, if I had not witnessed the event, it would be one matter. However, since I have, I must take some action. Yifeng, what do you now propose to exchange? A glimmer of derision flickered in Emoli's eyes. The intelligence of cultivators in this desolate place was not particularly high, and he found it astonishing that Yifeng genuinely believed he would let him go. Senior Emoli, are you contemplating defaulting on our agreement? Yifeng's eyes narrowed as his fists clenched slowly. This Emoli was formidable. He realized he must inflict severe injury on him with the first strike, or he would have no chance to retaliate. Ha ha ha. Yifeng, How dare you imply that this elder would default? That is an affront to my honor. And now I have found a justification to eliminate you. Li chuckled darkly, placing his hand on his waist. Yet, in the next moment, Feng crouched into a stance, and a manifestation emerged from behind him. With tenfold strength unleashed, a thunderous boom resounded. The combination of the Chongyang technique and the Fansheng divine demon technique caused the surrounding snow and wind to come to a halt. Not good, retreat quickly. Li's expression changed as he vanished from sight. However, the two individuals behind him failed to react in time. Boom. A dark point materialized in the void. Its immense gravitational pull ensnaring both true martial realm experts simultaneously. It was visible to the naked eye as the spatial force of the black point shredded them into fragments. Ugh! Two brief cries of anguish echoed. Chapter 1022. He was awaiting this opportunity 100 feet away. Li slowly re-emerged. However, at that moment, his hair was disheveled, his complexion pale, and he spat a mouthful of blood. As for Bo Deji, he was astute, having sensed the impending danger during their conversation. He had swiftly retreated to 100 feet away, thus narrowly escaping disaster. After unleashing that punch, Feng felt a sharp pain akin to needles piercing his kidneys. The Chongyang technique and the Fansheng divine demon technique were both exceedingly energy-draining. He had just combined the two techniques to deliver a strike far exceeding his usual power. Father, this is a crystal pill. Catch. Yi Xing threw a crystal pill from atop the sand cart. Upon catching the crystal pill, Feng immediately activated his blood-sucking technique. Unfortunately, the earlier expenditure had been too great. A single crystal pill was insufficient to replenish his energy. Take them away, head towards Hot Spring Island without delay. I can hold them off. Feng spoke without turning his head, his gaze icy as it fell upon Bo Deji and Li. Detain him? Li's expression turned cold as he exchanged a knowing glance with Bo Deji. Understood. Bo Deji swiftly maneuvered, landing behind the convoy and lifting another sand vehicle to smash it against an adjacent one. Boom. Both vehicles crumpled simultaneously, their occupants reduced to mere pulp. Fury ignited within Feng, and he lunged towards Bo Deji in a flurry of movement. Just then, a figure flashed before him, and two immense forces surged forth like a tidal wave. Before Feng could even make contact with the gust of energy, his clothes began to disintegrate, and he was sent hurtling backward. The figure finally revealed itself. It was Li, who had circled around with astonishing speed to intercept Feng before he could strike Bo Deji. Bo Deji exhaled with relief and lifted another sand vehicle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figures of Ding Tuanshuan and two other powerful warriors leapt from the vehicle, their crossbows aimed squarely at Bo Deji. Brother Yi, do not lose focus. Concentrate on that old man. We can handle the injured Bo Deji, Ding Tuanshuan called out. Feng felt a wave of relief. Ding Tuanshuan had finally matured. Tuanshuan, along with the two of you, keep him at bay without allowing him to damage any more vehicles. I will resolve this battle swiftly, Feng instructed, clenching his fists tightly. With a thunderous roar, his body expanded to twice its size, transforming him into a towering giant over 3 meters tall. A single horn sprouted from his forehead, and simultaneously, a 6-meter-tall golden avatar materialized behind him, also adorned with a horn. Standing firm, both the individual and the avatar crackled with electric energy and radiated intense flames. This was the third tier of the Fansheng Shun Mo Gong. If I cultivate to this third level, with such physical strength, I could immediately convert my vitality into divine energy. Li was overjoyed, his form flickering as he reached out toward the avatar. Feng stepped back, squatting low and tightening his right fist. Boom. Li was forced back several steps, barely managing to regain his balance. In contrast, Feng's lips bled slightly, his avatar flickering uncertainly. Indeed, quite impressive, though you are in the postnatal realm. After cultivating the Fansheng Shun Mo Gong, your physical strength rivals that of a peak true martial expert. Alas, your reaction speed still lags behind. Li's voice echoed disorientingly, now to the left, now to the right. Feng was unable to discern his direction. With no other choice, he unleashed a flurry of punches, striking in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the yellow sand below was stirred up. Bang! Li's palm struck the back of Feng's avatar, his body gliding backward, denying Feng any chance to counterattack. After a brief moment, the hidden force erupted, blowing a gaping hole in the chest of the avatar. The avatar, being pure energy, could not be said to be injured in the traditional sense. However, the energy from elsewhere had to compensate for this breach, causing its brilliance to dim and its power to wane. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yifeng gasped heavily, his breath coming in labored bursts. Although the chaotic wind fist technique provided a measure of defense, it consumed far too much stamina. The enemy merely needed to lurk in the shadows, waiting for the moment he would be exhausted to deliver a lethal strike. This was the suppression of realms. Meanwhile, Bo Daji was engaged in a fierce battle with Ding Tuanshuan and his companions. Dozens of sand vehicles periodically launched cannonballs to assist Ding Tuanshuan's offensive. Despite being gravely injured, Bo Daji relied solely on a vitality pill to sustain his energy, managing only to reach a stalemate against Ding Tuanshuan and his allies. Boom. Before Yifeng could react, he was struck from behind with a powerful punch. Gritting his teeth, he curled his body into a ball. His Dharma form mirrored this action, tightly protecting his true self. You are too weak to withstand a single blow. Even with a transcendent technique like the divine demonic art, you cannot contend with me. Mo Li's voice remained unaltered as he appeared directly in front of Yifeng. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Die! A surge of blue flames erupted forth. What is this? Mo Li was taken aback. There was no time to evade, and he was engulfed by the flames. Yifeng suddenly stood upright, gazing 40 meters ahead. A fiery ice sculpture materialized, within which was the frozen form of Mo Li. Unfortunately, as a practitioner of innate realms, the ice sculpture could only hold for 2 seconds before fissures began to form. Crash! Mo Li broke free, ready to utter a threat when he was enveloped by a fierce blaze, which caused his protective golden light to sizzle. Oh! Mo Li roared, leaping 100 meters into the air, his body contorting into a scissor shape as he plunged into the sand, attempting to extinguish the flames. However, as Yifeng's cultivation grew stronger, the power of his fiery technique intensified, making it increasingly difficult to extinguish. Yifeng would not grant him that opportunity. With a swift rabbit strikes eagle move, he leapt into the air and landed a punch on Mo Li, foiling his plan to douse the flames. The fire blazed fiercely, causing Mo Li's eyes to sting. Simultaneously, his protective divine light flickered, on the verge of extinguishment. Oh! Mo Li gritted his teeth and rolled on the ground. Yet rolling could not cut off the air supply. Instead, the flames grew fiercer. Swoosh! With no other recourse, he leapt again, soaring 80 meters high, his body once more taking on a scissor shape, attempting to plunge into the sand. Boom! Yifeng delivered another punch, disrupting his attempt to extinguish the fire. Yifeng! Scoundrel! If you are a man, let me extinguish the flames first. Mo Li's voice pierced through the blaze. He felt energy being absorbed by his protective divine light to combat the flame's might. That is impossible. Yifeng's expression hardened as he maneuvered around the flames, denying Mo Li the opportunity for a decisive strike. Damn it! Mo Li roared, leaping 50 meters high once more, his body reshaping into a scissor form. Chapter 1023. Do you have a solution? Yifeng refrained from attacking this time, primarily due to his dwindling energy reserves, and secondarily because he sensed that Mo Li would not be foolish enough to engage in a relentless assault, knowing well that he might be struck mid-attack. Indeed, suspended in mid-air, Mo Li bellowed in fury. Why? Why do you not strike me? His body descended straight to the ground, landing without sinking into the sand. With a third leap into the air, he sought to provoke Yifeng into an attack, intending to harness all his internal energy to eliminate him. However, Yifeng maintained his distance, avoiding any direct confrontation. Old fool, do you take me for a simpleton? Yifeng scoffed coldly, sniffing the air as he detected the scent of roasted meat. This indicated that a portion of Mo Li's protective aura had been breached, with flames directly scorching his flesh. How amusing. Mo Li half knelt on the ground, emitting a continuous wail of despair. Master! In the distance, Bo Daji witnessed this scene, utterly astonished that Yifeng, despite his innate realm power, had managed to defeat him through such cunning means. In his moment of distraction, Ding Tuan struck him from behind with a knife. Blood gushed forth. Now, Ding Tuan had already attained the second tier of strength, making him the most formidable among the 3 attacking warriors. Step aside. Let me handle this. Chunin shouted from within the sand vehicle. Quick, get down. The trio hurriedly dropped to the ground. Thud. A shell was launched from the sand vehicle, colliding directly with Bo Daji's head. Boom. He was propelled 20 meters away, engulfed in searing flames. Ah, it hurts. Inside the sand vehicle, Chunin shoved another white phosphorus shell into the launch chamber. This substance burns at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. With Bo Deji's current strength, he could not even summon his protective golden light. Enduring the excruciating pain, he leapt 50 meters into the air, plunging forcefully into the sand. After 3 seconds, the sand shifted, and Bo Deji emerged from the depths. How dare you burn me with fire? Today, I shall first destroy your sand vehicle, Bo Deji declared, striding towards Chun and sand vehicle. Tuan Tuan, save me. Chunin cried out from within. Boom. The flames that had extinguished on Bo Deji reignited. White phosphorus possesses this peculiar trait. Once the temperature exceeds that of human skin, it ignites spontaneously. Hence, it is typically stored underwater. What is happening? Bo Deji once more plunged into the sand. Meanwhile, on Yi Feng's side, Li had exhausted all his energy, extinguishing the flames engulfing him. Even so, he was left gasping for breath, his eyes rolling back, on the verge of collapsing. Boom. Yi Feng would not grant him the chance to recover. Rushing in with a powerful punch, Li was sent flying 20 meters away. Come again. Do you think I fear you? Li roared, retaliating with a punch directed at Yi Feng. The two struck evenly. However, Yi Feng's momentum was unrelenting, delivering another punch. You insolent wretch. Li fumed, his face flushed with anger. Boom. Once again, with a single punch, Li did not retreat an inch, yet blood spurted from his mouth. Yi Feng stumbled back 7 steps, but did not cough up blood. Do not waste it. Give it to me. A shadow darted forward, seizing Li by the throat. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Your palm is draining my blood. No, you are siphoning my energy. You are a blood mage. Li exclaimed, astonished, his face reflecting sheer horror. Clearly, in the Star Misty continent, blood mages were feared by all. Yi Feng no longer held back. With one hand, he drained blood while the other grasped his spiritual sword and thrust it into Li's dantian. His energy finally loosened. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Boom. The golden Dharma form soared into the air, instantly doubling in size. It turned out to be the divine essence. Yet its purity paled in comparison to that of the worm-like creature. Yi Feng murmured to himself, amplifying the potency of the blood-draining technique. The energy he had consumed was swiftly replenished. Yi Feng, let us speak civilly. I am an elder of the Black Wind sect. Spare me this once, and I shall recommend you for entry into the sect. Li's complexion shifted dramatically. Yi Feng, you wretched scoundrel, do you truly seek my life? Li could no longer maintain his dantian. Ah! Following a chilling scream, Li's neck withered instantaneously, followed by his chin, chest, and head. The blood-draining technique not only drained his energy, but also left him utterly devoid of blood. After a considerable time, Yi Feng casually flung Li's emaciated corpse aside. The golden Dharma form vanished from sight. Yi Feng swiftly retrieved Li's waist pouch. Inside were several vials, 2 small tomes, and 2 spiritual swords of a finger's length. Truly, as an elder, he was far wealthier than those of the true martial realm. Yi Feng mused, then gazed into the distance. Ding Tuanshuan and the others intensified their assault. Chunin launched 2 more white phosphorus grenades. Bodazi's body collapsed amidst the flames, convulsing uncontrollably. Hey, take his waist pouch. There might be valuable items within, Yi Feng hastily reminded. Huh, Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, using a broken blade to pry open a burning waist pouch that fell to the ground. They buried the pouch in the snow. Chunin crawled out from behind the sand cart. 10 minutes later, they opened the waist pouch. Inside was merely a single elixir. Ding Tuanshuan held up the ruined cultivation pill. The color is far too dark. Brother Yi, do you have a way to refine it? Ding Tuanshuan inquired. Leave it to me, Yi Feng replied, looking at Ding Tuanshuan and the other 2 power kings, all of whom bore varying degrees of injury. Particularly, Ding Tuanshuan, whose cheek had been grazed by a blade's aura, now bore a hint of wildness. Duoyan, Hina led Yi Xing out of the sand cart. Feng, it seems that an endless stream of powerful beings will enter the great desert. The jurisdiction of Sword Gorge is no longer safe, Duoyan Hina remarked. However, if we put all our eggs in one basket, what if the worm-like creature awakens? My hot spring island would face annihilation, Yi Feng sighed. Why don't we reinforce the formation at the One Sword Gorge rental area? Perhaps there are other solutions, suggested Duoyan Hina. Do you have a plan? Yi Feng retorted. Perhaps. I can give it a try. If we proceed 200 miles further, We shall reach the temple where the divine spear left by my ancestor is located. The prohibitions of the spear might be able to merge with the formation at One Sword Gorge, Duoyen Hina responded. Then let us go. Get in the vehicle, Yi Feng declared, pulling Yi Xing into the sand vehicle. Dozens of sand vehicles set off again. The previous battle had destroyed 7 vehicles, but fortunately, it was manageable. A little squeezing would suffice. Brother Feng, that old man's strength surpassed even Bodazi's. Bodazi is at the pinnacle of true martial. Does that mean you could now vanquish experts of the innate realm? Chen gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment. Chapter 1024. Please, spare some food. I am famished. It was merely luck. So far, I have been gradually honing my usage of abilities, and I believe it will only improve with time. Yi Feng thought with a sense of pride, though he remained humble in speech. To be able to vanquish early innate realm experts from the pinnacle of the post-heaven realm signifies a leap across 2 major boundaries. Brother Yi, shall we play some cards? Ding Tuanshuan inquired. No, I must attend to some matters in another sand vehicle, Yi Feng replied, promptly emerging from the hatch and jumping into another vehicle. This vehicle was more spacious, granting Yi Feng a private area. He took out the cultivation elixir, gently rubbing it between his fingers. The color clearly indicated it was a failed elixir. Yet, it was evident that a master like Bodazi would not carry a worthless item without reason. Realizing this, he grasped the elixir and initiated his blood-sucking technique. Time flew by, and a day soon passed. An unpleasant odor emanated from Yi Feng, as the impurities from the elixir had been absorbed into his body and expelled through his skin. Opening his palm, a pure white pill appeared, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. What a delightful aroma, Brother Feng. What delectable treat are you indulging in? The driver asked, not turning his head. Just focus on driving. Do not look back. Yi Feng instructed, tossing the elixir into his mouth. The human body possesses an innate ability to discern. When one salivates at the sight of something, it signifies a profound need for it. Upon seeing the elixir of 100% purity, Yi Feng couldn't help but salivate, confirming his body's urgent requirement for such elements. An enigmatic energy surged through Yi Feng's meridians, beginning to circulate with the great cycle. In the next moment, this strange energy began to strike against his major bottleneck. Not good. Stop the vehicle. Everyone get out immediately, quickly, Yi Feng bellowed. With a screech of the brakes, the driver turned, looking at Yi Feng with confusion. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Get out of the vehicle and keep the other sand vehicles away from me, Yi Feng shouted, and as he finished, his avatar emerged, forcibly pressing the driver back into the sand vehicle. Take him out. I can no longer contain myself, Yi Feng cried out with great difficulty. A group of people rushed over, pulling the driver from the sand vehicle, fleeing to a distance of 1,000 meters before coming to a halt. Yi Feng could no longer restrain himself. A roar erupted from his mouth, resounding like thunder, shattering the very earth. His manifestation surged from 6 meters to an imposing 30 meters in height. With the heavens above and the earth below, his eyes radiated authority. Boom. The bottleneck was struck once more. Yi Feng spat out 1/2 pound of blood, enduring the searing pain in his flesh as he summoned his energy anew. This was an extraordinary opportunity. He aimed to ascend to the true martial realm in one decisive leap, enabling him to confront the relentless assailants. Boom. Within a radius of 100 meters, electric lights flickered, golden radiance emanated. 3 Sanskrit characters danced gracefully amidst the golden glow. Buzz. The snow in the sky around Yi Feng ceased, as a dark cloud surged forth. Step back, Duoyen Hina exclaimed, pulling everyone back to 3,000 meters away, gazing in awe at the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the distance. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, streaks of lightning crisscrossing ominously. After a prolonged moment, the bolts of lightning converged, striking fiercely at the manifestation. The might of the thunder was terrifying. As the manifestation raised its hands, it was immediately struck down into mere ashes by a massive bolt of lightning. Subsequently, this force, akin to a tidal wave, bore down upon Yi Feng himself. Boom. His garments were torn to shreds, and his vitality diminished significantly. Brother, has Feng done too many bad deeds and been struck by lightning? Chenin asked nervously. Duoyen Hina shot him a glare. This is the thunder tribulation. Feng is breaking through to the true martial realm. Understanding dawned upon Chun as he nodded. Boom. A second bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Yi Feng's aura waned to its nadir, and he collapsed to the ground, exhaling a plume of black smoke. His once pure, Jade-like skin had transformed into charred remnants. The dark clouds dissipated in an instant, the thunder quieted, and the snowflakes began to fall gently once more. Ah Feng, Feng Ge, Brother Yi. A crowd rushed forward. However, Yi Feng had already seated himself cross-legged, eyes shut tightly, his expression a tapestry of intensity. Do not touch him, Duoyan Hina admonished as she kicked Chunin away. Why not? Feng Ge is gravely injured and needs tending, Chunin protested. He is consolidating his realm and cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, all of his previous efforts will be in vain, Duoyan Hina replied. Very well. What shall we do? Chunin asked. Bring the sand vehicle here and form a protective circle around him. You too. Guard him to ensure he is not disturbed, Duoyan Hina commanded. Immediately, everyone took their positions, encircling and safeguarding Yi Feng. Time slipped away, and before long, 7 days had passed. In the frigid expanse, the bear Yi Feng gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze shimmered with a soft golden hue, and the Sanskrit character between his brows glowed brilliantly. In just a fleeting moment, the character vanished, and Yi Feng's appearance returned to that of an ordinary person. Feng Ge, you are awake. Chunin approached, scrutinizing Yi Feng from head to toe. Indeed. Wait a moment. I shall conduct an introspection first, Yi Feng declared, promptly closing his eyes. His energy had intensified to approximately double that of 7 days prior, while his mental fortitude had also amplified by a factor of 1. Most gratifyingly, even without employing the Brahma holy demon technique, his physical prowess had surprisingly strengthened by a small margin. Ha ha ha! Yi Feng's laughter echoed, causing the surrounding snowflakes to whirl in response. Chunin grimaced, covering his ears. This prolonged laughter persisted for a full minute before finally subsiding. Let us proceed to the temple, Yi Feng said, his figure flickering as he instantaneously arrived beside Duoyan Hina. Shall we? Duoyan Hina, with an expression of unease, linked her arm with Yi Feng's. For reasons unknown, ever since her husband ascended to the true martial realm, a sense of unfamiliarity had enveloped her. Dozens of sand carts made their way toward the temple, and along the route, one could occasionally observe groups of disaster victims forming a rotating formation reminiscent of penguins, slowly inching toward the vicinity of Hot Spring Island. It was believed that before long, the population near Hot Spring Island would double. Please, spare some food. I have not eaten in 2 months, one victim pleaded, collapsing onto a sand cart, their face emaciated to the point of resembling a skull. Get away, get away. Chunin emerged from a manhole, jabbing at him with a spear. Yet, more victims pressed forward. Give us something to eat. We will starve. Anything will do. Even your leftover meat. Ah, I can't take it anymore. Some victims, after uttering a few cries, fell directly to the ground. Yi Feng discerned that these individuals were at least formidable warriors, previously equivalent to the golden armored guards of Meng Yanlai. Chapter 1025, A Sense of Trepidation. But now, they had been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, tormented by hunger, even less than ordinary folk. The closer they approached the temple, the greater the throng of victims became. They wandered around the temple like zombies. Occasionally, some vigorous individuals would drag these people into the darkness, their intentions unknown. Brother Feng, perhaps we should circumvent the temple? Chunin suggested, now atop a sand cart, having caught sight of the Iron Tower district of the temple. There. The crowd was so dense that a sea of people was an understatement. Individuals were piled upon each other. It appeared that some tribesmen had taken refuge within the temple. Yi Feng too disembarked from the sand cart, and the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. In the Iron Tower district, every balcony was filled with disaster victims, and the ground below was no less crowded, reaching a point of utter congestion. The sand carts could not traverse this area at all. However, the density of the population had surprisingly warmed the climate around the temple, at least alleviating the chill from before. Brother Feng, what do you think? Should we still proceed to the altar district? Chunin inquired. Yi Feng sighed, glancing at Duoyan Hina. Hina, are you certain you can bring the spear god's restriction back to the Yijin Gorge enclave? I have only a 50% assurance, Duoyan Hina replied. Yi Feng fell into contemplation. The wind barrier district had begun to loosen, and a multitude of experts would soon enter, first passing through the Yijin Gorge enclave. Relying solely on the protective family formation might prove insufficient to withstand the relentless influx of powerful beings. Only the sword formation of the Hot Spring Island can withstand the might of beings below demigod status. Therefore, the grand array of the One-Sword Gorge must be fortified. Otherwise, It is inevitable that one among those formidable beings will eventually breach the protective array of our clan. The sand-laden vehicle circumvented the temple, halting 50 kilometers to the north. You shall remain with the convoy, and any who dare approach shall be met with lethal force. I shall personally venture into the altar area to ascertain if I can seize the divine spear, Feng declared calmly. To his surprise, no one dissuaded him with warnings against recklessness this time. Perhaps, having witnessed his annihilation of innate realm experts, their confidence in him had surged. Although the temple was rife with disasters, there were no true martial realm experts present. The sand-laden vehicle rumbled forward, leaving Feng standing alone. Ahead, a group of disaster-stricken individuals had already spotted the convoy. However, they had refrained from approaching due to their overwhelming numbers. Now, seeing only Feng, they surged towards him, believing that this man possessed enough flesh to sustain them for several days. The leader of the group wasted no time, drawing forth a curved knife, now tarnished to a dark hue, evidently stained with the blood of many. Feng did not hold back. The blade was drawn, and with a single slash, a wave of cutting energy surged forth. The group of disaster victims emitted not a sound, all falling lifelessly to the ground. With the blade returned to its sheath, Feng advanced towards the Iron Tower district, when suddenly, a severed hand grasped his ankle. What? Is this a residual nerve reaction? Feng's heart sank, and he stomped down hard on the severed hand. Yet, it continued to cling tightly to his ankle. Something was amiss. Feng unsheathed the curved knife and lifted the hand. Its 5 fingers clawed desperately at the air, as if attempting to seize something. A zombie? Feng's expression changed dramatically. With a flick of his wrist, he cleaved the hand in two. Gag. Even someone as strong as Feng nearly retched. Within the palm lay a blood-red worm, roughly the thickness of a finger, writhing within the flesh, its underside adorned with myriad circular suckers, firmly adhering to the meat. Disgusting. Feng struck down with his blade, slicing the worm into several pieces. Strangely, the creature did not perish. Its segmented body writhed desperately in the snow. And to his horror, the severed parts began to rejoin, reconnecting as if by some unnatural force. Feng felt every hair on his body stand on end. Was this worm truly indestructible? Gritting his teeth, he brought his foot down forcefully upon the worm. Boom! The creature exploded. Its vitality was astonishing, even when severed. It clung to life. It appeared the only option was to obliterate it entirely. Feng wiped his foot in the snow. What? Good heavens! This time, Feng was thoroughly terrified. Among the remnants that had exploded from the worm, countless tiny, hair-thin worms emerged. Upon contact with the snow, they rapidly twisted and expanded. In the blink of an eye, these slender larvae had transformed into creatures as thick as cotton threads, and their growth showed no signs of abating. A few of the worms ceased their writhing motions and abruptly lifted their upper bodies, directing their heads towards Feng's face. What could this possibly mean? A jolt of alarm surged within Feng. In the next moment, these undulating creatures launched themselves towards his face. Feng frantically swatted at his mouth, eyes, and nostrils. Just moments ago, he sensed at least 5 or 6 larvae invade his orifices. Damn! Boom! A radiant golden light erupted from Feng, enveloping him in a blaze that swiftly incinerated the larvae. He shuddered and gradually turned to survey the remnants scattered about. Indeed, several hands were still sluggishly wriggling in the snow. Logically, severed limbs should have succumbed to the frigid temperatures and frozen quickly. Yet, these dismembered hands remained unfrozen, as if the controlling worms thrived even more vigorously in the cold, defying the laws of physics. Feng flicked his fingers, unleashing a fireball the size of a human head, which ignited the remnants in a fiery blaze. Amidst the crackling flames, he fancied he heard a sharp, vengeful scream. Was it the worms that emitted such a wail? Could these creatures truly express anguish? Feng instinctively retreated a few steps, then gazed upon the densely packed disaster victims in the Iron Tower district. Had these individuals all fallen under the control of the worms? Otherwise, how could they have survived in such low temperatures without shelter or sustenance for so long? The very thought of mingling with this throng of puppets sent shivers down his spine. He felt no fear in the presence of innate realm experts and could even negotiate with them. Yet, faced with this unknown aspect of humanity, trepidation gripped him. Who could tell whether these worms might invade his own body? He could not help but take a few steps forward, eyeing the 5 or 6 disaster victims ahead. They too scrutinized him. A tremor coursed through Feng's heart. These individuals, their gazes and movements, bore little resemblance to humanity. Particularly, one victim's eyes had morphed into mere slits, and his mouth hung slightly ajar, reminiscent of a lion eyeing its prey. "Hey, can you speak?" Feng inquired. The group exchanged glances but offered no response, instead striding purposefully towards him. "If you can speak, then speak. Do not come any closer." Feng gripped his curved blade tightly. Chapter 1026. A slight shift occurs nonetheless. The disaster victims disregarded his warning and charged straight at Feng. Some with their mouths agape, drooling repulsively from the corners of their lips. Damn! A slash of blade energy swept through them, instantly reducing the victims to mere pieces. Yet, they did not halt their advance. Rather, they crawled towards Feng with relentless determination, undeterred by their dismemberment. Were they vengeful spirits? Feng immediately recalled the vengeful spirits he had encountered along the coast. At that moment, their gaze mirrored that of the afflicted. Boom! Feng flicked his finger, igniting a mass of flames that engulfed the severed limbs. A piercing, vengeful shriek echoed from within, reminiscent of a creature's lament. This was perilous. It appeared that entering the temple via the Iron Tower district was unwise. A detour was necessary. With a few swift movements, Feng vanished into the throng of humanity. Half an hour later, he circled to the northwest of the temple, where towering altars had been erected. After a brief hesitation, he leaped into the air. Soaring 100 meters high, suspended in midair, Feng glimpsed the divine spear in the temple's central area. Despite the frigid temperatures that bordered on the horrific, the spear radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Simultaneously, he observed numerous humans in the altar district, moving aimlessly, akin to zombies in a film. With a sigh of relief, Feng noted that the infected here were not as densely packed as in the Iron Tower district. Having come to this conclusion, he swiftly maneuvered over the towering city wall, landing with a thud in the altar area. Ahead, a dozen afflicted individuals wandered back and forth, immediately spotting Feng. Puff! A burst of flames erupted, instantly igniting these wretched souls. Yet, despite being engulfed in fire, they charged at Feng with reckless abandon. Puff! A blade of energy shot forth, cleaving them into pieces. Without hesitation, Feng darted toward the spear's location. Along the way, he encountered several groups of infected, but their sluggish movements allowed him to disregard them entirely. Boom! Feng landed on the periphery of the spear's barrier. To his astonishment, a dense throng of infected had gathered outside the barrier. They prowled restlessly along the edge of the shimmering golden veil, seeming eager to enter, yet fearful of the golden strands within. Had someone arrived? At that moment, a voice emanated from within the barrier. Feng's expression shifted, narrowing his eyes as he peered through the faint golden screen toward the center of the barrier. To his surprise, he saw over 40 individuals huddled together, arms crossed, shivering uncontrollably. "Who are you?" Feng's voice resonated through the air. Swish! Countless infected turned their heads, fixating on Feng. "We are the survivors of the temple. Do not approach those afflicted. They are no longer human. They will consume flesh and draw blood. If they drain your blood, you too will become one of them." A woman's voice called out from within. "Isn't this akin to a zombie apocalypse?" Feng squinted, flicking his finger once more. Boom! The flames swept away the infected ahead, leveling them to the ground. The flames possessed a contagious quality. Anyone near them would be ignited. In an instant, the air filled with a cacophony of shrill cries. The infected writhed desperately in the inferno, one by one collapsing to the earth. The roaring flames surged over 30 meters high, nearly enveloping the spear's barrier entirely. "What kind of fire are you wielding? It can ignite, even in such frigid temperatures?" A cacophony of astonishment and joy emanated from within. "Do not concern yourselves with this," came the directive. "Once I have eradicated the infected at the periphery, you may emerge. Afterward, make your way to Sword Canyon, where a new sanctuary awaits." Feng leaped atop a towering stone pillar, avoiding direct contact with the infected. Although his divine powers rendered him impervious to common contagions, one could never be too cautious. The flames raged for a full half-hour before finally reducing the outer infected to mere ashes. Narrowing his eyes, Feng propelled himself into the confines of the divine spear's barrier. A golden thread materialized. Before the thread could draw near, he found himself beneath the divine spear, mingling with a throng of survivors. He had underestimated their numbers. At least several thousand were crammed together, the majority possessing strength at the level of power masters. with a significant number of power kings and 2 or 3 power emperors among them. Yet, regardless of their rank, both emperors and masters trembled from the cold, their forms visibly emaciated. "How long have you been hiding here?" Yi Feng inquired. A power emperor rose to his feet, scrutinizing Yi Feng from head to toe. "We have sought refuge here for over a year. Do you have any food?" the emperor asked. "None." "You are a power emperor. Why not break free from the temple?" Yi Feng questioned. "The outside is teeming with infected. If their blood were to splatter upon me, I too could become infected. Moreover, what awaits us beyond the temple? The frigid temperatures outside, where could we possibly go?" The power emperor's eyes reflected confusion, laden with concerns for recovery. "Head to Sword Canyon. Warmth and sustenance await you there," Yi Feng asserted. "Sustenance?" The power emperor exchanged glances with 3 others of his rank, releasing a long sigh. "We dare not consume it. Food from the land, upon death, breeds those cursed worms within. The mere thought sickens me. Who would dare partake? It is not food from the land. At the seaside of Sword Canyon, you will find fish from the sea," Yi Feng continued, his gaze lifting toward the divine spear in the sky. "I have just come from Sword Canyon. The Sword Sea is now encased in ice, the thickness reaching 20 to 30 meters. We just broke through the ice, yet the cold swiftly refroze the seawater. Trust me. Travel to Sword Canyon. I assure you will find food. Furthermore, I intend to attempt to retrieve this divine spear." Upon concluding his statement, Yi Feng's fierce gaze fixated on the divine spear above. "You? Retrieve the divine spear? Do not be absurd. Several of us power emperors have spent the better part of 6 months attempting to budget, yet we cannot even approach it unless you possess some extraordinary means," the power emperor replied. With a sigh, Yi Feng leaped an impressive 50 meters into the air, his right hand grasping the divine spear. He yanked downward with all his might, yet the spear remained unmoving. Undeterred, he soared upward once more. Suspended in midair, a golden Dharma manifestation emerged. The Dharma stretched forth its colossal hands, clutching the divine spear and pulling downward with great force. A resonating hum enveloped the entire altar. As numerous golden threads began to writhe chaotically, they not only cut through the periphery, but even swam into the midst of the survivors. Flash! A few powerful figures led the escape from the shadow of the divine spear. Several others were caught off guard, directly severed in 2 by the golden threads. In midair, Yi Feng radiated with a resplendent golden light as writhing tendrils emerged from his arms. Boom! The divine spear finally loosened its grip slightly. Chapter 10:27. Dear, keep it for yourself. He decided to embrace the spear entirely with his law manifestation, utilizing the increasing gravitational force of the manifestation to drag the spear downward. Whoosh! A multitude of golden threads danced wildly, ensnaring a powerful figure who was caught unawares. In an instant, his flesh and blood were completely sliced away, revealing a crimson skeletal frame. Run! The others, paralyzed by fear, wished they had been born with 2 more legs as they desperately fled towards the outskirts. Yi Feng's body shook as the 3rd layer of the Brahmin's sacred demon technique, combined with his blood scales and the initial strength of his true martial realm, erupted forth. Rumble! It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The divine spear, which had been suspended in the air, crashed to the ground. Upon landing, it rapidly shrank, transforming into an ordinary spear just over 2 meters long. Its appearance was so unimpressive that it barely resembled even the simplest of spears, utterly commonplace. Whoosh! Yi Feng rejoiced, gripping the spear tightly, his eyes shimmering with golden light. This was the main weapon of the spear god from ages past. Ha! Yi Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just as he laughed a few times, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. From various altar locations, a throng of infected beings began to approach. They stared at Yi Feng with vacant eyes, fixated upon him. "All right, today I shall test the weapon of the spear god," Yi Feng murmured to himself, energy surging throughout his body as he pointed the spear at the infected. Uft! Yi Feng was taken aback. "I point, why does it not explode? I point again. And again, I keep pointing." Yi Feng employed various tactics, yet the spear seemed completely ineffectual, merely a common wooden spear. "This is a disaster. I should return and consult Hina." Yi Feng slung the spear across his back and swiftly darted past numerous infected beings. Squeak! Upon witnessing this, the infected began to pursue him, following his scent. After running 5 or 6 kilometers, he finally caught up with the group of survivors, who were surrounded by a multitude of infected and struggling like cornered beasts. The infected thrived in the colder temperatures, effectively trapping the thousands of survivors. All right, I shall save you one last time. Yifeng gathered his energy and pointed towards the distance. A torrent of flames erupted forth, instantly raising the temperature by several hundred degrees. Run! A few powerful figures led the charge, with the remaining survivors hastily following suit. Yifeng did not wait for them, darting towards the north of the temple with lightning speed. Along the way, he encountered a significant number of infected beings, who indeed appeared more active in the frigid weather. Yet now, Yifeng has transformed beyond recognition, his speed surpassing theirs by an entire dimension. In less than 10 minutes, he had departed from the temple. Catching sight of the distant convoy, "Brother Feng, hurry, we have been waiting for you for so long." Chunin waved vigorously from atop a sand vehicle. Yifeng felt a surge of joy within, gently caressing the divine spear. At last, he had managed to bring forth the artifacts of the spear god, confident that his wife's intellect would enable her to unlock the spear's constraints. However, a sudden thought struck him. "Please wait a moment longer," Yifeng declared, promptly disrobing. Standing stark naked amidst the snow. Even so, he remained uneasy, flicking his fingers to ignite his precious garments in flames. Meanwhile, he roasted his curved blade and various weapons, which had come into contact with the infected, over the fire, striving to eliminate the tiniest larvae within. After completing this, Yifeng still felt apprehensive, and he danced around the bonfire, utilizing the intense heat to eradicate any sources of infection. What on earth is Brother Feng doing? Running around naked? Chunin questioned, bewildered. After a while, Yifeng returned, bare as the day he was born, causing Ding Tianshuan to turn her head in discomfort. "Look, Daddy is naked. Daddy has transformed." Little Yeshing pointed at Yifeng. "So ugly. Yours is so ugly. Look, mine is so much smoother." Little Yeshing boasted, a sense of superiority washing over her. "Uft! Ha 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 ha!" Chunin erupted in laughter. Eventually, Yifeng settled into the sand vehicle, draped in a cloak belonging to Duo Yanhina. The situation unfolded thus. This calamity was not merely an extreme cold, but also a terrifying contagion of parasitic worms. As temperatures plummeted to a certain threshold, the true potency of this parasitic disease began to reveal itself. Yifeng recounted the events he had encountered in the temple to everyone. "Oh!" Ding Tianshuan shivered at the thought. Women often suffer from trypophobia, and upon learning that these worms could infect humans, and that many larvae would burst forth from those crushed, she felt utterly overwhelmed. As I suspected, I had already foreseen this unprecedented catastrophe over a decade ago, Duyan Hina remarked gravely. "So, will this disaster spread to the Starming continent beyond the wind barrier?" Yifeng inquired. "That, I cannot say for certain, but the extreme cold has yet to relent. I fear that the regions beyond the wind barrier will also be unable to escape, as many formidable beings are capable of entering the wind barrier, which speaks volumes." Duo Yanhina replied, "Alas, this is truly dire." Yifeng lamented, pressing his forehead in despair. The convoy pressed onward, and Yifeng retrieved his long spear, placing it beside Duo Yanhina. "Hina, this is the spear left by your ancestor. However, just moments ago, I intended to wield it against foes, yet after leaving the altar, it seems to have transformed into an ordinary weapon, devoid of divine power." Yifeng sighed. Duo Yanhina nodded, cradling the spear in her hands. In the next moment, she closed her eyes. The knowledge sealed within my mind erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as Duo Yanhina slowly opened her eyes. To unleash the power of the divine spear, a sacrifice is essential. However, in this place, such offerings cannot be made. Once we reach the Yijing Gorge concession, I shall construct an altar anew based on the wisdom buried in my mind and seek out suitable items for sacrifice. Perhaps then, I can fully manifest the spear's formidable might. Upon concluding her words, Duo Yanhina returned the spear to Yifeng. "My dear, keep it for yourself. After all, I am unable to awaken the spear's power. It would serve you better than it would me." Yifeng passed the spear back to her. Meanwhile, on the distant Windspring Island, He Lishuan gazed in shock at the scene outside. The luminous barrier was nearly overwhelmed by a throng of people, each disheveled and frantically pounding against the light. "I beg you, grant me some deworming medicine. I can pay in installments. Otherwise, my son may perish from illness. Heavens! I do not seek food. I implore you for deworming medicine. Hurry. Ah, at least 10% of our kin are infected. We need the deworming medicine, swiftly." Chapter 1028. Granting you the chance to survive He Lishuan. pale and trembling, lost in despair, could only cast a pleading glance toward Wang Zhihai. Director Wang, what do you suggest we do? He Lishuan inquired. Island Master, we must have the Windspring Hospital work through the night to produce the deworming medication. The 100 million outside are our labor force. If they perish, who will sustain the idyllic life on Windspring Island? Wang Zhihai replied. Yes, the Windspring Hospital. Following the formula left by Duo, expedite the production of deworming medicine. Speed is of the essence. He Lishuan's roar echoed through the skies of Windspring Island. The emotions of those outside the luminous barrier began to stabilize slightly. They ceased their frantic pounding and settled into the snow, awaiting the production of the medicine. With Duo absent and by Chushue having gone to the Aegean Gorge concession, the hospital found itself in disarray, lacking leadership. Hao Yue, at Yifeng's request, indeed secured a nursing position within the hospital, given her proficiency in alchemy. At this time, Qinglan, the esteemed pharmacist, was also busily engaged in the hospital. Although her medical skills did not rival those of Duo, the formula for the deworming medicine was available. She could replicate it with relative ease. He Lishuan and Wang Zhihai arrived at the hospital to oversee operations, hoping for a swift production of the deworming medicine. The hospital is short-staffed. Island Master, we urgently need to recruit more personnel. Otherwise, we shall exhaust ourselves without being able to supply the deworming medicine for over 100 million people. Qinglan exclaimed. Very well. I shall go to the residential area immediately to recruit workers. We can assist with the simple packaging tasks as well, Wang Zhihai responded. Leave 500 troops here. The rest should come to the hospital to aid in packaging. Shizheng Liang, summon the kitchen staff to assist. Chengong, halt operations at your several armories and send the workers to the hospital. Every bit of help counts. We cannot allow those laborers outside to perish, otherwise. Who will carry forward the happiness of our life on Windspring Island? He Lishuan followed Wang Zhihai's directives closely. Understood. Good. Right away, a few individuals hastily gathered their subordinates. As for recruiting workers from outside the barrier, those individuals had not been cursed, and upon entering the Grand Array, they would be reduced to mere fragments. Thus, the production of the vermicide relied solely on the citizens and residents within the barrier. Even Elian came to lend a hand. Anyone capable of assisting, including children, was summoned to the hospital for part-time work. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. The Jianjian Gorge concession was now within sight. Ha, Sister Susan, it's me. I, Chunin, have returned. Chunin waved his coat from atop the sand cart. Susan's expression remained impassive. You could have just come back without making such a fuss, as if you were someone of great significance. Chunin replied. Bai Guoguo has released the Grand Array, and dozens of sand carts have successively entered. Yifeng jumped out from one of the carts. Susan's gaze instantly froze. Feng, darling Susan, the two embraced tightly, sharing a kiss that felt like a celebration of the century. Feng, what brings you to Jianjian Gorge? Did those fellows from the House of Representatives show you leniency? Susan caressed Yifeng's face. It's a long story. I have significant matters to attend to here in Jianjian Gorge, Yifeng stated, with his left arm wrapped around Susan's slender waist while his right hand extended toward Doyen Hina. Doyen Hina's expression shifted uneasily. She did not approach, but instead surveyed the entirety of the Jianjian Gorge concession. Everyone, heed my command. We must construct the altar according to this blueprint. And we must act swiftly. After issuing her instructions, Doyen Hina handed a blueprint to Chung Li Bean's apprentice. Yes, sister-in-law, I will attend to it immediately. The engineer grasped the blueprint and began conferring with a group of individuals. Outside the barrier, a multitude of residents from Jianjian Gorge gazed into the barrier with vacant eyes. Feeling envy, jealousy, and resentment, Guogua released the Grand Array and select some of the stronger survivors from outside to assist in constructing houses and erecting the altar. Otherwise, with our limited numbers, the process will be excessively prolonged, Doyen Hina commanded. Bai Guoguo first glanced at Doyen Hina, then at Yifeng, and ultimately decided to release the Grand Array. Previously, they had refrained from doing so due to the absence of a strong presence within the barrier. Now, with Yifeng, a formidable expert, overseeing matters, admitting even 50 capable individuals would pose no threat, he could at least maintain order. In ordinary circumstances, allowing so many skilled individuals to enter would risk a change in ownership of the concession. Although Doyen Hina was no longer the island mistress, her commands still held weight, as everyone was essentially deferring to Yifeng's authority. Yi Feng hesitated momentarily before charging out of the barrier, standing amidst the swirling snow and wind. Ladies and gentlemen, our concession is in dire need of laborers, specifically those with at least 5th-tier strength. If you are willing to enter and work, I can permit your entry and compensate you with hot spring coins. These coins can be used to purchase frozen fish, vermicide, and even certain weapons. Once you accumulate enough hot spring coins, you could also acquire the right to reside permanently within the barrier. Yi Feng's voice boomed, ensuring that those within a radius of several kilometers could hear him. Since he was permitting these individuals to enter, he decided to promote the currency as well. This seemed quite reasonable, did it not? A number of formidable masters gradually emerged. Are you certain you wish to allow us entry into the luminescent barrier? Certainly. Yi Feng nodded. The formidable master exchanged a glance with several of his kin, a subtle mockery flickering in their eyes. This scene had already been captured by Yi Feng. He gestured towards the heavens. Esteemed guests, allow me to present a remarkable spectacle. With that, Yi Feng's entire being trembled, and a manifestation of his essence emerged. He delivered a punch towards the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavens transformed, the snowflakes swirling in reverse, as a rift in space appeared, drawing in all surrounding snowflakes with an immense gravitational force. This spatial rift persisted for a full half-minute before gradually sealing. Moments later, the world returned to its prior tranquility. The formidable master's expression shifted, the mockery in his eyes vanished, replaced by a visage of trepidation. Ha ha ha, I merely wish to demonstrate what a spatial rift entails. Now, you may enter the luminescent barrier. As long as you diligently perform your tasks within, the hot spring island shall provide you with hot spring coins, granting you a chance to survive. Yi Feng spoke with an air of civility, yet his tone brimmed with menace. You lot, behave yourselves while working inside, and all shall be well. Should you misbehave, that punch earlier could very well land upon you. Immediately, several formidable masters and strength practitioners formed a queue toward the luminescent barrier. Further afield, some foreign strength monarchs lingered, observing rather than entering the barrier at once. Hina, inquire with Chung Li Bean's disciple about the appropriate number of workers to recruit. Once we have sufficient workers, we shall cease our recruitment. Yi Feng inquired within the barrier. Bai Gong, how many workers do you believe we need? Duo and Hina turned to Bai Xiang. Bai Xiang had formerly become a disciple of Chung Li Bean, now an engineer. Let us initially recruit 1,000 to test the waters. If that proves insufficient, we shall seek an additional 10,000. I intend to construct an altar in Sword Canyon and erect several castles forged entirely of steel here, ensuring they do not pale in comparison to my master's Sun City fortress. Bai Xiang replied thoughtfully. Ah Feng, he wishes to recruit 1,000. Very well, let it be 1,000. Yi Feng gazed at the crowd of disaster survivors. Have you all heard? We are only recruiting 1,000 individuals. Please line up orderly. And once inside the luminescent barrier, do not run about recklessly. Each must fulfill their designated role, and most importantly, do not harass the women inside. Otherwise, I shall terminate your employment, and Hot Spring Island shall never hire you again. Yi Feng's voice resonated. Those who had initially held back could no longer maintain their reserve upon hearing only 1,000 would be recruited. They surged forward, forming a queue. Matters of pride were trivial. The risk of starvation was far more pressing. Better to fill one's belly first. Bai Xiang then led a group to form a temporary recruitment team. Any qualified individual would be permitted entry into the luminescent barrier. In this recruitment phase, strength was secondary. The primary concern was attitude. One must possess a commendable disposition. If individuals with poor attitudes were allowed into the illuminated area, they could potentially wreak havoc. Yi Feng could only serve as a deterrent. It was impossible for him to monitor this group of laborers at all times. Hey, you scoundrel! I instructed you to queue. Did you not hear me? What? I am a dignified 9th-tier power king. You expect me to stand in line behind these inferior strength masters? In this place, distinctions of nobility and lowliness were irrelevant. Upon entering Hot Spring Island, all of you are merely workers. How outrageous. Do you know who I am? I am the chieftain of the Hurriedly clan. Were it not for the need to feed my people, would I stand in your pitiful line? The power king fumed angrily. Sighing, Bai Xiang slowly approached him. Do you see this fellow? I intend to blacklist him for a year, prohibiting him and his Hurriedly clansmen from receiving any employment during that time. He instructed several technicians. You are courting death. The power king swung a fist at him. Yet, in the next moment, his fist collided with Yi Feng's chest, who had swiftly intervened to block the blow. Ah, my hand, my hand. The man cried out in pain, clutching his injured fist. Yi Feng's expression turned cold as he brandished his blade. With a swift motion, a severed arm fell to the ground. Ah, my arm, my arm. After dealing with the unruly Power King, Yi Feng sheathed his sword, casting a warning glare over all the Power Kings and above present. They all lowered their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Among the crowd, several Power Emperors hesitated before joining the queue. Previously, they had considered themselves superior and looked down upon the Power Kings and Strength Masters. However, upon witnessing Yi Feng's prowess, they felt their pride diminish. Such is the nature of a barbaric society. If a beggar were appointed as your superior, you would undoubtedly resist, unwilling to submit. Yet if a person capable of ending your life were to oversee you, it would seem entirely reasonable. Your pride would easily be set aside. In a barbaric society, might dictates respect. The strong are the law, they are the heavens. Yi Feng stood guard outside the illuminated area for 2 days. During this time, another Power King caused a disturbance, only to be subdued by Yi Feng and subsequently blacklisted by Bai Xiang for a year, denying him work opportunities. Eventually, he submitted, kneeling to plead for Bai Xiang's mercy, who then lifted the ban. In 2 days, 1,000 laborers were finally recruited. However, outside the illuminated area, a long queue still formed, with at least tens of thousands waiting, men and women, young and old, Power Kings, Strength Masters, and even Power Emperors among them. Is this all there is to the recruitment? I braved the biting cold for over a day, and this is it? Damn, I stood in line for 2 days. If I had known about the recruitment at Hot Spring Island, I would have come sooner. Now, I must return home. I refuse to accept this. Please, I beg you, provide us with another opportunity for work. The air was filled with anguished cries, reminiscent of rampaging sand beasts. Yi Feng sighed and summoned Chunin. Chunin, you should also recruit some workers, perhaps security personnel, to allow them entry into the light barrier. Train them diligently to form a formidable army. Most importantly, have Su Yun brainwash them. Once they are successfully indoctrinated, they can be officially employed, Yi Feng suggested. All right, so am I the Grand Marshal of the concession? Chunin asked excitedly. Of course, with Wang Zhihai absent, you shall assume the role of the Grand Marshal of the concession, Yi Feng replied, patting Chunin on the shoulder. Delighted, Chunin eagerly set off to recruit. The cacophony outside finally subsided as eager eyes gleamed at him, their faces alight with a desire to please, fearing they might not be chosen. Yi Feng then called out to Susan. Susan, you should also recruit workers and establish a garment factory or something similar. We need to hire more female workers and cleaners. Otherwise, the citizens and residents will have to do these tasks, Yi Feng remarked. Understood. Susan promptly busied herself. Women with nimble hands, regardless of their cultivation level, come this way. The hot spring garment factory is hiring extensively. Come quickly. Some female laborers hesitated briefly before lining up in front of Susan. Within the light barrier, Bai Xiang sighed deeply. It truly is Brother Feng. Sister Susan has been here for half a year without making significant progress in developing the concession. Yet, the moment Brother Feng arrives, the concession thrives and flourishes. I believe it won't be long before we can enjoy a life of luxury. After speaking, Bai Xiang began directing a few apprentices to lay lines and establish the foundation, shaping the altar. Feeling the timing was right, Yi Feng swiftly retreated into the light barrier. Thus far, the citizens of the concession resided in nothing more than rudimentary wooden houses, as rudimentary as could be imagined, a truly pitiful sight. However, he believed that monumental changes would soon sweep through the concession. After a 3-day respite, Yi Feng returned to the vicinity of the light barrier, accompanied by Duoyan Hina. Hina, I wish for you to take me to the wind zone, to see what it is truly like, Yi Feng expressed. The wind zone is at least 2,000 kilometers from Yijing Gorge. What if a disturbance arises while we are away? Duoyan Hina inquired. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, glancing at the newly recruited laborers. The workers were diligently toiling, not a single gaze lifted to wander. Bai Xiang had warned them that failure to work earnestly could result in dismissal. Let us wait until nightfall to slip out quietly. However, we must inform Susan beforehand, he suggested. As night fell, Yi Feng and Duoyan Hina donned black coats, their faces obscured by dark animal hides. Chapter 1030. A bit interesting within and beyond the light barrier. Nearly everyone was curled up in their homes asleep. Particularly outside the barrier, as night descended, the temperature plummeted, and the disaster-stricken could only conserve their energy by sleeping early and rising late. Thus, at this hour, most were in slumber. "Let us go. I'll carry you," Yi Feng said, crouching into a horse stance. With a smile, Duo and Hina leaped onto Yi Feng's back. In a few swift movements, they leaped out of the light barrier, heading towards the northern expanse of Yijing Gorge. In the northern regions, the temperature is slightly elevated, hovering around -2 degrees. This time, Yi Feng opted not to use the sand vehicle, instead relying solely on his own stamina to run. Remarkably, his speed far surpassed that of the sand vehicle. The only drawback was the toll it took on his energy reserves. After more than a day, he gently set Duo Yin Hina down, his gaze intense as he looked ahead. Tornadoes spiraled down from the sky, enveloping the ground in a swirling haze of dust, rendering visibility nearly impossible. "Is this the gale zone?" Yi Feng inquired. "Further ahead lies the gale zone," Duo Yin Hina replied. Although she had never ventured into the gale zone, fragments of memories from her bloodline were unlocked, allowing her to recall scattered snippets. After all, the dual deities possessed remarkable memory. Only when her strength reached a certain realm would portions of her memories be released. Otherwise, if all her memories remained trapped within her, she might be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge. Yi Feng nodded, taking Duo Yin Hina's hand as they cautiously navigated their way out of the tornado area. A kilometer ahead, flashes of cold light flickered, accompanied by sharp, piercing winds that howled like countless vengeful spirits, sending chills down one's spine. The gale zone? Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Every man yearns for adventure. Crossing this gale zone would lead to a broader world. "Ah Feng, you don't intend to leave the great desert, do you?" Duo Yin Hina sensed Yi Feng's intentions. "Why not?" he replied. "That so-called Black Wind sect has troubled me time and again. Now that I have attained the true martial realm, I can no longer remain passive. Otherwise, they will continue to seek me out. I must make the Black Wind sect aware that I, Yi Feng, am not merely a target to be bullied. There are times when I will surprise them in return. Such is human nature," Yi Feng mused. "In a classroom, if a student is easily bullied, others will inevitably follow suit. However, when that once bullied student finally stands up for themselves and retaliates, the other students will take notice and think twice before acting against them again. Whether children or adults, or even cultivators, the essence of human nature remains the same. Of course, adults and cultivators are equally aware of this truth. Yet, if they perceive someone as weak, they may be driven to exploit that weakness. At the core, human nature can be malevolent. Education and societal norms exist to temper this malevolence. Without such measures, society would descend into chaos. "Do not go," Duo Yin Hina urged, gripping the hem of Yi Feng's garment tightly. "If you leave the gale zone, you will gain fame and leave a significant mark on the outside world. But you may also meet your demise. If you stay here, you may not achieve great renown, but you will live a life of happiness and stability. Hina, do you not wish for me to venture outside?" Yi Feng turned to her, firmly holding her hand. "Personally, I would prefer you remain in the gale zone. But if your heart longs for the outside, I will not hinder you. For if your spirit seeks the world beyond, keeping you here would only leave behind a mere shell. What I desire is a complete version of you, not merely a shell," Doyen Hina remarked. Yi Feng let out a deep sigh. He admitted that since reaching the true martial realm, his heart had grown restless, yearning to explore the legendary Starmon continent. He could not remain confined in the vast desert as a mere local lord for eternity, as it contradicted his very nature. "My dear, let us go. Even if I must leave the gale wind zone, it shall not be now. At least for the next few decades, we shall share our days and nights together. Who knows, we might even welcome a second child," Yi Feng declared, pulling Doyen Hina into his embrace. A sweet smile graced her face as she gently rubbed her delicate cheek against his chest. Her mindset differed from that of other women. She would never cling desperately. Yet when faced with something beautiful, she would savor it, embodying the essence of living in the moment. In contrast, the women Yi Feng had encountered in civilized society would strive to hold on to joy, only to find it dull when they succeeded. The gale howled, and yellow sand swirled around them. A couple nestled closely together, creating a beautifully contradictory scene. At that moment, shadows flickered in the gale wind zone as two elders emerged simultaneously. Upon their arrival, they beheld Yi Feng and Doyen Hina. Is it true that there are humans living in this secret realm? Ha ha ha, brother Tuo, it seems we have indeed stumbled upon a treasure," one exclaimed. "Indeed, look at these individuals. The man is handsome, and the woman is stunning. Especially her, my heavens. I have never encountered a woman with such an exquisite aura. It's simply breathtaking. The two elders approached Yi Feng and Doyen Hina with fervor. Yi Feng's expression shifted slightly as he sensed that both possessed innate prowess. Doyen Hina's countenance also changed, and her slender finger extended from her sleeve. Ha ha ha, Brother Tual, we can play to our heart's content here. It matters not if things go awry, for this is not the Starmon continent, and we are not bound by its iron laws. The elder in white said, completely disregarding Yi Feng as he reached for Doyen Hina's chest, treating her as if she were his personal possession in his own backyard. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, fists clenched. Boom. A golden avatar surged forth from his back, seizing the elder's hand in a swift motion. Ha ha ha. Look, the inhabitants of this secret realm dare to resist. This is becoming interesting, the elder in white remarked, pulling back on Yi Feng's avatar. Yi Feng's expression changed as he felt an immense force acting upon the avatar, causing both him and his avatar to lurch toward the elder. Doyen Hina flickered away, retreating 50 meters. Understanding that her presence would only hinder Yi Feng's performance in such a situation. Frost flame. A layer of icy energy burst forth from Yi Feng's fingertips, striking the elder in white. In an instant, the elder transformed into a statue of ice. Unfortunately, this elder was far superior to Mo Li. The icy form lasted only a second before shattering with a resounding crash. A swirling flame enveloped the elder. However, there was no trace of panic on his face, for a layer of azure light shielded his body, completely warding off the flames.